everyone knows the standard. The standard is set um, not scientifically, but by our expression through art,
Well,
or
Yeah,
just
what
by
is
our
what
expression, by our
uh,
expression. Period.
Elijah,
which
let me tell
standard?
you, the
Which
sun is beautiful and the moon's kind of ugly.
Smurf, stop. Which standard do you actually find ugly? Because you talking
No,
about the
I
18th century standard, 17th century standard, or which
no,
standard?
no. That's not. That's what I mean by standard. When I say standard, I'm talking about the expression through art, whether it be movies in a script that was written out for a couple, or whether it be music, whether it be art, whether like
Can I butt
How
in as
you
an
what
artist?
you
how,
what
no, no,
Can
please
I
no,
butt
no,
in as an
no, no,
artist?
no, no.
I know for a
Guys,
fact. I'm gonna guess
Minus,
and know for a fact that
minus,
meme is
minus,
on the same
minus.
page.
yeah.
Okay.
Guys, can I butt
What
in
is
as an
actually
artist?
art?
Hold
What
on.
is
Can I
art?
butt in as an artist? Can I butt in first? All right. Here's the thing. What is art is objective. It is not subjective. All right. There's postmodernism started about 160 years ago and tried to take art and turn it into this subjective thing. It's not true. Art is objective. Now, tastes are subjective. What you happen to like is subjective. But
Hmm.
standards of beauty are objective. But within that objective standard, there are tastes that people have. Like some men might not like blondes. Some men might not like Asians. Some women might like skinny men. Some women might like tall bald men. You never know. But like these are all taste within objective standards, though.
Hmm.
Everybody knows ugly when they see it. Everybody.
Yes, he just perfectly defined this. Is correct.
Yeah,
And
thank you, man.
nobody actually
And
agrees what's ugly. So
yeah,
nobody
because
agrees on
if
that.
you woke up with Shrek, if you woke up with Shrek in your bed, you'd say that's ugly. Yes, you would.
Mm,
So
You don't have to. You
let's
don't have to be contrarian. If you woke up with a Shrek in your bed,
Yeah,
you'd be disgusted.
yeah,
come
exactly.
on. We even know the difference between beautiful animals and
mm.
we even know the difference
Actually,
between.
actually,
Uh,
actually,
uh,
actually, can I actually
oh my
finish?
gosh. Oh, go ahead.
Actually,
I don't
only
know.
if
I
you
don't know.
find
It's
Shrek
because
in
meme
actual.
went, and then me and Smurf was fighting for the mic. I don't know when you were interrupted.
He's correct.
Okay.
He's correct that something's either beautiful or it isn't. In the same way that one is positive and zero is negative, you know. And then you have your preferences as a subgroup
Well,
within that, right?
babies
Yeah.
know the difference between beautiful and not beautiful. Like, I
Well,
mean, as babies.
people have looked through my artwork and they'll say you've got a lot of different body types in here, and I say, well, that's because what I prefer specifically is aesthetic. So a woman can be, she can have weight on her, she can be really skinny, she can be any shape, she can be athletic. It doesn't matter to me. There's an aesthetic that I appreciate, right? And that all comes
So
down to taste.
yeah, you actually mean if it clicks, it clicks.
Yeah, if it clicks, it clicks. And there's like these
Yeah.
particular lines I look for, and those are what appeal to me. But but I also believe everyone who's healthy has the potential to be beautiful. But I mean, that's part of like how you present yourself. So there's a lot of unscientific things that go back and forth that have to do with interpersonal human contact that can't be
Hmm.
quantified by anybody, right? So really it's not, if 99% of the world has an objective standard, then it is by definition objective. And we all and I think typically health and symmetry are two big things people look for. I'm not too concerned with symmetry, but like health is an objective standard.
I've
And
got.
I
I
think
don't.
health is what makes somebody beautiful.
Hey, Mame, I've got a question for you. Okay.
Sure.
Since you perfectly defined as what can we switch out the word beauty with good and evil? And I think it's got to do with positive and negative in the sun of the.
Yeah, we actually cannot.
Well, I don't think. I don't think you really.
Evil meme.
I don't think you can because art reflects society. It doesn't. Art isn't causative. It's downstream of what society does. So it's a derivative. So
See, that's
you
what
can't really
I was
compare.
saying.
Yeah, you can't compare. You can't compare them. They are related, but one is causative of the other. The other can't cause the other. So art can't cause art.
We have a whole world caught up in what beauty is. You have filters to make you more aesthetically pleasing. And people use this because everyone would like to be just a bit more beautiful, quote unquote. Like this is not it's if it was a subjective thing, none of
Yeah.
these things would exist.
Eli, this is not difficult, but this is also not very easy to disprove. So
No, you're right. You're right. Because that was the whole purpose of me bringing it up is like, this is something that I believe wholeheartedly that I would also say, well, there's evidence for. However, I can't input this into the scientific method. So
you
can I
cannot.
prove? Not really.
Hey, can somebody read the quote I'm about to post?
I guess I could.
Yeah,
There
Yeah,
is
look.
no.
sorry.
Oh, did somebody? Oh, there is no excellent beauty that truth hath not some strangeness in the proportion. Francis Bacon.
Mm-hmm.
See, so I think we have objective standards, but if people are just
we have-
concerned with like those objective standards, then it's just boring. If everybody's beautiful, or if everyone is exactly the same, it's boring, right? So, like,
Of course, it's boring. I mean, gee, you think I watch supermodel porn all the time? Let me not phrase it as all the time. Whenever I watch porn, I'm going for I'm going for SSBBWs. I'm going for Slim. I'm going for every nationality you can think of. Ugly, cute, cockeyed. I like different stuff. It's like, but I also know the difference between what I find interesting and what seems to be objective.
yeah, it comes down to
okay,
personal.
okay,
What he's talking about is what you like and what is conventional beauty. Yeah, conventional beauty. Yeah.
what is actual conventional beauty? Because I'm not sure we agree on the term.
Well, yeah, you're good. You're good for picking that out because when he said conventional beauty, I'm like, what are we arguing for then? Like, you feel what I'm saying? Because there's a convention.
There is a convention. That's right.
Convention is not an absolute. It's not an objective absolute. A convention.
Oh no, I don't think I would never put it down to like this perfect absolute because I do think it's been modified over time, but I love art history, and if you go back and you look at the sculptures for the past 4,000 years, you will find that Gap, Booty, and Booba are all considered awesome and essentially the same over the past 4,000 years. You can go look at old Vedic statues from 4,000 years ago. You can look at the Greeks. You can look at the Romans. You can look up to the 18th century and all the famous Venetian artists. And you will find that there is a convention that has not fundamentally changed.
He's correct. He's correct. Absolutely correct.
Now, that's not to say it's like
I actually completely disagree with this body type, and I actually know how Venus looks, so I just disagree on that point.
Okay, that's fine.
God,
But I
can I
like.
put
I
in
mean,
2 cents?
But don't
plenty of
get me
sculptures you
wrong.
can look at. I mean, nobody was sculpting-
Let me finish. I actually
Go ahead.
understand why people found this tip, this body type attractive because it is for some people. It's just not for me. So why
Um,
should I fight
Well,
with that?
let me put it to you like this. I married an objectively beautiful woman. Like she was like the committee that does Miss Teen South Carolina asked her to be in it when she was 17. Like I married a really beautiful girl, got a great body, all this stuff. But my tastes are all over the place in reality. Like I could literally get down with any body type. It doesn't matter to me. Because I think women are beautiful. And I'm just saying that as like an artist.
I have absolutely no problem with that statement.
Yeah, but
I got just
Maybe a little bit more broad, but
and and I get that, but
I make promise I won't troll in this those arrows, so I won't go anything further. So yeah,
I think
anybody
this
type.
correlation
I
with
I actually
beautiful is good, right?
well, see, here's the thing is a lot of what we're talking about with art, it's easy to argue for objectivity. With
Mhm.
what we perceive as beautiful in other humans, it's hard to argue that because a lot of that has to do with biology.
Quite.
Like we're biologically driven in certain things, certain aspects of like human nature. But there's no biological imperative that makes us want to make art. There's no biological imperative.
I don't think so.
Itself, yeah.
To be actually kind of objective, I think I don't care about any body type. I just care if the person clicks with me. If I like how this person looks like, and for me, there is any body type and any personality. It's depend on the mix.
Well, see,
Just
we,
I would
this-
we
I would
all
say-
we all agree there. We all
I
agree there.
personally would say, yeah, I would say the same thing because what I'm looking for, whatever body type it is there's an aesthetic of proportion that I'm looking for. That is what it is.
Is
Uh,
there,
the on-
is there a
the-
correlation with positive and negative, good and evil, and beauty?
No,
No, I don't think
um,
one's look. Standards of beauty can be caused by that, but standards of beauty don't cause that. So I
Mhm.
don't
I'm
think
a bit
they're not.
confused. Can you help me?
yeah, the thing you
Nope.
actually have to work with is the body type you like, the body type which is actually excites you, and the personality. And you have mixed those things together. And if it clicks, then it clicks. That's all.
but we all agree with that.
I think we all agree with that, probably.
We're just saying additionally, like that's what we that's when it gets into our personal preference. You know,
Of
what we
course.
feel for that day. But outside of your feelings or your pursuit of a beauty, if someone were to just ask you a question about some random person that you didn't know, and they're like, give me your honest opinion. No, matter of fact, because if you know the person who's asking, you might tailor your response to their emotions. But just thinking about someone that you don't know, say you're flipping through pages with a friend, and neither of you have any emotional attachments to a woman. You're gonna if there are 20 of them, there's gonna be somewhere you go, oh, she's gorgeous. Somewhere you're like, and somewhere, nah, she's a little rough.
Hey, meme, there. Are you still there, meme?
That's actually just
Yes.
your opinion. So
It is just opinion.
I know, but like I
That's-
said,
how is
argue-
correlation with positive
How is-
sun and the moon and good and beautiful and ugly? I really
there's no correlation. Smurf, I already answered. There's no
Yeah.
correlation. Obviously, people of all beauty or non-beauty types commit atrocities as well as good deeds. Like there's no correlation.
that's all true. I'm merely speaking of perspective, like visually. And the moon is ugly.
Right.
The moon is evil.
Good isn't synonymous with beautiful. That's all I'm saying.
Why is the moon evil?
There are things that look good that are
moon is evil?
poisonous.
What?
So I'm
The moon
just
is
I'm just
evil?
answering your question.
Because this energy of the world comes from the sun, and the ground is the ground in the electrical circuit. The energy is positive sun. The Christian cross, is the sun, and the moon is negative. And the moon is a negative drain, and it is draining like a parasitical drain on this reality. It gets charged up and is draining. The moon is ugly.
Okay then.
Well, can you accept what I said about beauty not being synonymous with good?
Bruh.
No, that's the question, Elijah. That's the very question.
Okay, so did you hear my answer?
Can you allow? Okay, yeah, I was listening, man, but that's kind of a vague question. Yeah, what I did hear you, man.
No, that's your question. If it's vague,
Man,
it's your fault. But my answer to it, yeah, my answer to that was there are beautiful things that are poisonous. What do you like? Beauty is not synonymous with good.
that is actually
I'm not
Here's,
sure.
here's the thing, guys. We can't talk about these objective standards inside of like what we find beautiful as far as like biology goes. When it comes to architecture or art, you know, city layout, then we can talk about like objective aesthetics.
Right.
yeah.
But like when it comes to people, there's a lot of biology. You know, it's like this. I was hot dogs and pizza. And now I'm all about every taste I can get my hands on. I've become a foodie. But when I was younger, I was all hot dogs and pizza.
Facts. Yo, I love me some pizza, man. I thought it was
Yeah,
the
I'm
best
telling
thing on earth.
Yeah, Mimos, I actually try to behave as well as I can through my beliefs.
One,
If somebody
I gotta go to
actually
Dungeons and Dragons
threw
Zoom. I'll see y'all later.
this curveball,
All right, later, me.
he actually
No, I got a Dungeons and Dragons Zoom. I gotta go. I'll see y'all.
oh, later, buddy.
Later on.
That sounds fun as hell.
Expert on beauty. Oh, damn. That sucks.
Yeah,
No,
that
Tell me waiting for a
sucks.
moment to talk. There I'm can just be going to interrupt beauty. everybody who's speaking right now, and I'm going to go ahead and talk. Yeah, sorry about that. I kind of think we've been neglecting like the one thing, the elephant in the room. I mean, unless there's new people that want to talk about the flat Earth. Is there any new people? Nobody's speaking up. Moving on. All right. So, what about like the beauty within? Right. We're all talking about, the beauty without. Right. Like I'm not asymmetrical at all. Like I have relatively short legs compared to my upper torso. It's huge. Um, that's a fact, right? Everybody will tell you. Um, so, like I said, when I was young, I had an 8-pack. Most people had 6. So anyway, what my point was is that the beauty from within. Like some people are like extremely ugly on the outside, right? Or what you would consider not beautiful, but inside they're like extremely beautiful. So, for example, I like Mary Mom, no hetero, but I like Mary Mom. I think she's very beautiful. I love how she could be kind and sweet, but if you cross her, she could become fiery. And I think that is a beautiful aspect for a woman to be as sweet as possible, like a beautiful little dandelion. And then the second you do something wrong to her, she's a dragon and she's about to burn your ass. And I think
Right,
a
a
lot of women-
carnivorous. She turns into a carnivorous and
Okay.
bites your head off.
We don't have to get.
and these are all compliments.
But
And there's
see
a
now-
lot of other ladies. There's a lot of ladies like that in here. And I think that's beautiful. I think it's the most beautiful thing ever to be super sweet.
A good energy, like good is positive and giving energy. Yes.
Yeah, and women.
Well, see, in that context, it was synonymous with what you were saying. Yes, the beauty inside is synonymous with a good person. Versus in that context, yes.
Not necessarily.
Sorry,
so.
go ahead.
Yeah. Women are a perfect example of you could have something extremely beautiful but extremely dangerous. You might not be able to tell.
Amen, brother.
I don't know.
Just because she pretty doesn't mean she's so nice.
That's because the exterior is good, but the interior, the inside is not good. You know what I'm saying? But goodness is positive. like the
That
cross,
that
like
was
the
already.
sun.
Yeah, like a dangerous
Okay, Papa
person.
Smurf, if I may ask, how many women
Oh.
is actually in this room?
What?
Oh, I don't
How
know.
many women is actually in this room?
In this stream, there's like a handful.
Yeah, like a handful. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would actually like to know what they think.
Well,
There are
Okay.
all 33 of us.
cool.
About
I would like to know as well.
about specifically what? Everything you guys have been talking about? I mean,
What is
Is
beauty to
beauty
you?
subjective or objective? I'm talking about the outward appearance, not the inside.
Well, they're two different things. They're two
Come on, Smurf,
completely
let her
different
answer.
That's what I've been saying.
One's
I
taste
know they're
and one-
different.
Yeah, Elijah nailed
Can
it.
the boss
100%.
actually stop talking and let the women talk? It would be nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree. Let the women talk.
okay, so I'd really have to think more about, I think there's a standard of beauty, but I don't know if I would say it's objective. But for myself, since I'm more mature, I'm not really looking for the standard of good looks. There's other things, but one of the main things is that, I don't mind if someone is like a little bit overweight or whatever, but, you just have to be proportional. And, that kind of opens up for other stuff. I mean, if there's something with the body that's maybe that should be paid attention to. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Now,
look,
I guess there's always an exception to be had. I'm not shallow by any means, even though I might be sounding like it right now, but everybody has their preferences. I've been turned down because I wasn't fat. It's like, dang, that sucks. Because I really liked the guy and he was way taller than me. It's like, yeah. So,
Yeah,
but
look.
yeah, I mean, people just, I would say subjective.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, I get it. Body type is body type, but who actually cares?
Right.
And why actually cares?
Right? And good is like the sun, right? Which is like positive, but I'm asking you a question. I'm not making a statement.
Yeah, why you actually care?
Smurfy, you're cracking me up right now, man. Sorry, I laughed at you.
So it's a physiological response to external stimuli, and it uses the same chemicals every time. And that means it's an objective process, but it creates a subjective stance inside the beholder, the person looking at it.
Yeah, why you actually care?
Oh, okay, I'll answer your rude question that you asked 4 times. This is just what we're talking about, dude. You don't like it? Kick rocks.
4 times. Go ahead.
Now that's very interesting. The chemical reactions alchemically, we can discern.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Smurf, calm down. There's something drastic just happened, and you just rolled by it like, oh, no problem. People dead on the tracks. I'm not going to look at it.
Stay with the program, dude. Stay with us, man. Stay with us.
So,
my fault.
why do you care? Why do you care to be on the Flat Earth server?
Because this is the only place that.
No, Smurf, he's asking the other guy.
Smurf.
Hold up, though. I think somebody else was asking something, and then you guys started, but can we back up a minute? Somebody said something about repeating it for the 4th time. What was it?
Why do you care? Is what he keeps saying.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Sonny.
No, it's no problem.
I thought you were. Okay, I think I'm on. Maybe I should mute myself.
No, we're good. You're good.
Not at all. I'm sorry.
You're good, Jenny.
No, everybody's enjoying themselves too much for that.
Yeah, I agree.
Everybody is okay. I love to hear your input, Jenny. I totally do.
Okay, the only
Sonny,
thing.
you're super quiet.
Oh, I'm quiet again? Okay, I need to move closer.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jenny.
This is maybe not related, but it's something I'm thinking of. Is Elijah still here? Please say yes. Okay, so I was listening. Okay, so I forget what video it was. Somebody was having a talk. And I just remember this one thing just really stuck out at me. And they were talking about chickens. And chickens, you know, what they eat, grains mostly, right? And pretty sure there's no calcium in those grains. But their eggs do produce calcium. So there's some sort of process in there that takes, you know, transmute, I believe is the term somebody used. And then I was going to say something else, but I should have wrote it down. I'm not at my desk. I'm leaning outside.
It's okay. Plants do kind of the same thing. Plants will pull up nutrients and actual minerals, and through whatever process is going on in the plant, they create, you know, foliage of like different, you know, kind of material.
Oh, I remember the other thing I was going to say. Sorry, Sonny. Sorry, I apologize. Okay, so I also remember a portion of a description of a paper. It was quite some time ago, and I just haven't made time to look into it. And that was something about when we consume cow's milk, the calcium in it. I really need to. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm not more prepared to elaborate more, but in layman's terms, we need to use our own calcium in our bodies to process calcium that cow's milks provide. It's like WTF. So that's a problem. But that's like probably way off in left field from what you guys are talking about. But.
No, not really. It kind of correlates in some ways, yeah, because you know, like the body.
Well, I appreciate that.
Vitamins. People that are starving sometimes can still have like their vitamins for a while.
Yeah, but okay, that may, you know, I just think that they always blame genes, but you know, we got a lot of people with osteoporosis, but I'm pretty sure I guess there could have been a period where people didn't have any milk or whatever, or no social source of calcium, but I'm sure they ate eggs. But anyway,
your body for a long time will keep up the store of vitamins and minerals on its own.
But for us to use calcium in our own bones to process the calcium of cow's milk, I mean, I could be really wrong, but I don't think so, because that was like a reason for me to stop drinking it as a beverage. I'm not saying I don't consume dairy, but not like I did before. When I was growing up, I drank, like, my mom used to bitch at us all the time. We'd drink a gallon of milk a day, me and my sister.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if I tried this now, right, I would throw up and it would be awful. It would ruin my day, maybe my week. But I used to skateboard all the time and get real sweaty, right? Sweat out all the water. And then instead of getting Gatorade or water, I would chug a bunch of milk. Yeah. Because it had, you know, it had a little bit of carbs, a little bit of protein. It felt like I was getting more accomplished than just with water. And it tasted better.
But in your mind, it was okay at that time, but now you see things differently, and yeah, I get it, where you want to throw up if you did it now.
Yep,
yeah.
And if I did it now, whole body reject it.
No, I love milk.
It's crazy.
Really?
I can still drink milk. I
can eat it with cereal, but I won't really drink the milk part, you know, or I'll dunk
slightly too many carbs. It takes your body out of ketosis, and then your brain runs on sugar. You want to, unfortunately, you want to not drink milk. You can
He's
eat
right.
cheese.
Yep.
Okay.
Goat's milk.
Sure.
I heard it was better for us.
I'll keep that.
Goat's milk is decent. Yeah, it's good. It doesn't have the lactose enzymes.
If I could go get some
I drink almond milk, but that's not milk at all.
If I could get some whole natural milk, you know, from a you know, cows that are just feeding on something natural, that would be a different story. I wish I had access to that kind of.
I've been drinking almond milk, and it's not a real milk, I guess, and also coconuts.
Yeah,
It's tasty
you're right.
stuff. Good.
Almond
Coconut
milk.
water and juice is really good for you.
You can make your own oat.
Sorry, Jenny. Go ahead.
That's so good. You can make your own oat milk if you have like a. Okay, this is a technical term for it. It's a nut milk bag.
Whoa.
So you blend it
can
and then
make
you put it
oat
through
milk
the
if you
nut
have
milk
hoops.
bag. You're like, whoa.
Well, the issue is that milk has slightly too many carbs for you, and it takes your body out of ketosis, and you run out of sugar.
Unless you're doing whole milk, then the fat outweighs the carbs. Then you might be good.
Oh, wow. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. I didn't know that. I got to do more research. Fascinating.
I disagree. My grandpa worked at a milk factory for quite a few years, and he said there's 3 types of syrup that they add to the milk. So even if you got like whole milk from the store, it's still going to have syrup like soda, exactly like soda. So if you're getting like whole milk from the cow, it might have a little less carbs, but it's still got carbs in it.
Is it safe to go to the farmer and drink the raw milk? Because I used to do that for a few years.
I can't tell you what's safe and what's not. I can't give you like medical advice or legal advice. I know it's illegal to sell it, right? But I guess if you have your own cow, it's not illegal to drink it. But the thing is that you have an immune system, and you really don't need Big Daddy government, telling you what you can and can't sell. Because if the cow is infected, then the cow's infected. Don't let her give milk, right? She'll get better, right? Don't get the milk while she's sick. But if the cow's not sick and you're drinking milk from the cow, well, that's what Europeans have been doing for thousands of years. I mean, it's literally how we survived the harsh winters of northern Europe.
Yeah.
Cows, cheese, butter, this sort of thing.
Exactly.
Very
And
wise word.
You still need that. So a couple of goats would be cool. I could deal with some goat milk, but I'm not in that
What's that? They
situation.
don't have.
Yeah, I would filter the milk. I would filter the milk, maybe with a towel or some sort of filter, like literally a brand new towel, right? Wash it, no detergent, no nothing.
Cheesecloth.
I mean,
there you go. Yeah, some sort of filter, and then I would drink it whole, just like that, right after the filter.
Interesting.
It's good stuff.
I mean, it's in a lot of places in the world, it's against the law to sell what they call raw milk that hasn't been pasteurized, because milk is a fantastic medium for fatal microbial infection. You can get salmonella, listeria, all kinds of staphylococcus type, lower order.
Yeah, but you could also fall in your bathtub because the soap is slippery.
But that's true.
You know
But the
what I mean?
point is that the reason we pasteurize milk, or at least the reason that milk is pasteurized, is because it cuts down on infant child mortality in the population. I mean, and all the other things that pasteurized milk has helped to curb is tuberculosis and diphtheria, for example, because they effectively
I had
took
tuberculosis when I was a kid.
Yeah, I know. Some of my relatives did too, and some of the generation before me died of it by all accounts. So it's not that you can't. I've been on the farm and had milk, from the dairy, because I used to live next to a dairy farm. But my mum was particularly chuffed about it, and it was always straight from the cow. The trouble is that historically people didn't know about, obviously with pre-refrigeration, milk could be quite deadly after a very short period of time. And if you're trying to ship milk from cows in one part of a country to, people somewhere else, like we do every day when we live in a suburban or an urban area, really without pasteurization, transportation, and proper refrigeration, milk is more deadly than it's arguably not worth risking.
Well, I didn't know all that, man. That's fascinating.
I mean, that's why they pasteurize a lot of food. They basically blast it, give it a short blast of heat, and in a very controlled environment, just to kill off any microbial bacteria that might have been imparted to it, not by the cow necessarily, but just by the environment. Because cows are like all other animals, they haven't got any inherent sense of cleanliness, and we keep them in. I mean, nowadays, on farms, they're as careful as they can be, but at the end of the day, a farm is just an absolute haven for all kinds of infections. So
what I don't like is that the cows are being injected with vaccines, dozens of vaccines a year or something like that.
Yeah, there's loads of that stuff going on. That's why
bothers me a lot about milk. about any livestock is they're getting all these injections.
Yeah, that is pretty horrendous. And like you say, pasteurization. A lot of people are like very wary of it, but it's really just heating some makeup in a pressurized oven really, really quickly. It's not. There's nothing Machiavellian about the process, really.
I think you're right.
Actually, it is. It cooks all the nutrients. It cooks all the good nutrients out of it, right?
It does. You're right. You are right. It is impactful. It doesn't take all of them out. It is impactful. It is impactful because it breaks down some of the complex proteins and complex carbohydrates because the heat is damaging in that respect. It's not totally. It's not doesn't totally affect it, but it. Then again, cooking food does exactly the same thing. You know, a lot of food you cook, you destroy some of the vitamin constructs are broken down just by the virtue of the fact you cook it, which is why raw vegetables are better for you than vegetables that have been cooked for a long time, because you're breaking down some of those things. That's not to say that it's not. There's still a quotient of value and energy and vitamins and nutrients in food that's cooked, but it's not the same. But yeah, you're right. Pasteurization is impactful on the value of the food. But yeah, I mean that's raw milk is. If you're ever on a dairy and you've got a cow and it's just been milked, raw milk is really weird. It doesn't taste like milk you get in the supermarket at all. It tastes like it's almost like a food. It feels like you're eating it rather than you're drinking it in some respects. And of course it's warm, which is a bit weird. Because a lot of the time, a lot of people don't. No, I know lots of people who don't, heat milk up and drink it hot milk. So normally people have cold milk, and when they have it in tea or coffee, they're not actually tasting the milk implicitly. They're tasting whatever else they're having, But and also, I tell you what, we used to go around there, and the first time we went around there and saw a cow being milked and the milk coming out, it was almost off-putting in some respects. It's almost like where the milk comes from. When you actually see it, it's like, wow, you drink that's weird. It is a bit of a bizarre. And then, funny enough, when I was older, I was working in this company making maps, and I was living in this 16th century manor house on a hill. And I was during the day it was busy, at night it was empty, and the only thing around me for miles was a dairy farm. So at night it was deadly silent. There was zero light pollution. It was a fantastic place to live. But I didn't know that one night I woke up and I could hear screaming. So it sounded like a woman screaming, yeah. And I sat bolt upright in bed, and there's no one in my vicinity, and I'm sat there. It's pitch black. I was thinking, what the hell is that noise? I went to the window, and it really sounded like some woman was going through some horrific, something horrific was happening. And I couldn't work. It's too close to be, some too far. It just didn't make any sense. And and it stopped. And I thought, do I ring? I rang the guy who I thought about ringing the police, but then I thought something told me it didn't quite sit well. So I rang the farmers, the warden down at the bottom who used to look after the security, and he said, go back to sleep. He goes, that's the time. That's because this time of year they take the calves away from the cows to encourage them to carry on milking. Yeah, if they leave the cows with them, then the calves the way the calves feed will mean the cows stop producing milk. So the mum cows would actually make this noise, and from a distance it really did. It was horrendous.
And that's how vegans are made, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And that's not even an environment where this is a normal farm where the cows are free range, in free to move around, and they're not like crated up and this sort of thing. But that's just we have that relationship with the animal. The domestic cow is in many respects quite a long way removed from the first domestication of it, when it was like like a plains animal, a grazer. They are they have been selectively bred to be something slightly different, and they are really modern farming cows are really vulnerable to diseases, really vulnerable because of that. In the same way as pedigree dogs are usually got fucking shit lives, or at least they get osteoporosis, pedigree dogs, or they get problems breathing or problems with their respiratory system, because that kind of selective breeding can actually You know, it does. It's against the natural way of things.
Like the Chinese
working.
pug. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
My
I mean,
pit bull, she has problem breathing. I follow this chiropractor, and he was saying that this sort of breathing is a deficiency in vitamin B6, and the more sugar you eat, the more it consumes the vitamin. So, like, if you ever get like the little white spots on your fingernails that like start off little and like grow out, that's because that was probably likely a few months back. You had a birthday and you ate a bunch of cake and a bunch of ice cream, and drank a bunch of soda, right?
Yeah.
It's like you completely depleted your B6, and now you're snoring and you got the sleep apnea. And it's like maybe you should stay away from all them carbs and get you some food like liver or something that's got good vitamins in it. I don't remember what food he said to eat for B6, but yeah, I think a lot of our problems health-wise comes from deficiency and exposure to obviously stress. So it's emotional, chemical, and physical stress, and then everything else is exposure to poisons, maybe too much sugar, and definitely not sunlight. Like I remember, like when this whole my first started, like some of the edicts and some of the mandates were like so antithetical to what I knew already about like vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin K2, and it's like you can't lay down on the beach. Really? Like we can't sit down on the beach. I was like, what do you mean we can't sit down on the beach? It's like, well, you can't. It's a mandate. What the fuck does that mean you can't sit down on the beach? Can we sit in the water? Yeah, you can sit in the water. It's like, okay, so we can't get any vitamin D out here on this vacation where I drove fucking hours to get to the coast. And I'm spending all this money here in your little town. I can't sit on the fucking beach because Miley Cyrus? What the fuck?
What?
Yeah, that was my 4th of July.
I've been learning recently about this keto diet, ketosis, something about high fat, low carbs. So I even had to go to the store to
And
get
moderate to
bread.
low protein. You got to remember, moderate to low protein. You can't just grill a whole bunch of chicken and think you're doing keto because your body will store it as carbs.
Damn, I just did that last night.
Yeah, I'm just reminding
I don't know, Hank. All I was eating was half chickens and the salmon and almost nothing else. And man, I couldn't stop losing weight.
I'm paying $10 for a loaf of bread, and it's only half the size of regular bread. But
How you doing keto and eating bread?
no, I mean to say that I got keto bread made of almonds and coconut and stuff like that.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Tastes like bread almost. It's most of the same thing.
I'm on a seafood diet at the moment.
Wow,
I see it and I eat it.
That's exactly what I'm on. Yeah.
No, walked right into that one.
No. It's,
I stole the joke from him, dude. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can steal the joke. It wasn't mine to begin with, if I'm honest.
It was tonight.
No, I don't diet very much. I don't look after my health as much as I should do.
I found out I can't drink beer, but I can drink wine.
That's quite a common thing for people to be able to consume one type of alcohol, not another. Some people only get on with spirits, and even wine has got like you can have your body can object to some of the some of the residual part of the brewing process in wine and beer, and they are distinct.
Certain people harbor funguses and yeasts and there's another word for it in their body, and alcohol adds to that.
The enzymes in it all.
Yeah, so I can't drink normally.
Candida, that's what it is. Sorry, go ahead.
Candida, yeah.
I'm lacking the enzymes, so I normally can't get drunk. But one night somebody gave me a bottle of Southern Comfort, and I drank the shit out of it. And I went and had like a spiritual experience where I can't stand up anymore, so I better go sit down. And then I started like analyzing myself, and I started thinking, oh man, I'm so greedy, you know, with time, and time equals money, and I'm greedy with my money. I should be like more charitable, and I need to do this, and that, and stop doing this, that, and that. And I was like, man, like if I ever need to like psychoanalyze myself, just go get some Southern Comfort.
Yeah, a little therapy session. Yeah.
I got so pissed on tequila once in Spain. So I was in Spain
Yeah,
once. I got
tequila.
really pissed on tequila. Yeah, and I went out into this. I thought, oh, I'm gonna be ill. And well, I left all my mates in this bar, and I went outside and I stood in this street. And it was like it must have been late afternoon. And I turned 90 degrees to the bar and looked down this pavement, this road, and I was convinced that at that precise moment in time, the entire Earth started pivoting on a line from my across the front of my toes. And I glanced behind me, and the whole world behind me was slowly moving downwards. And then I glanced forwards, and the whole world in front of me was slowly moving up. And it got quicker and quicker, and it came up and just slammed me in the face. Obviously, it was me going straight over.
No way,
Yeah.
dude. You listen. You got so drunk that you made the Earth itself move. That's how drunk you were.
No,
It wasn't me moving.
No, there's a
Everything
saying.
around the line.
we get real tequila in Texas, right? We got the worms, right? So there's a saying: 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila floor. Because most people don't make it to the 4th one before they hit the floor.
Yeah, I mean the stuff there where you're getting it straight from you're so close to the best stuff, aren't you? Basically.
Yeah, it's Texas tequila is dangerous. It can be dangerous.
The stuff we get in Europe is, it's like Smirnoff is to vodka. It's not the same. It's a corporate branded shit.
Yeah, we can have 15% alcohol. So what are those? Man, let's talk about it and everybody gets excited.
15? You mean in beer?
Yeah, 15% alcohol in beer. Yeah.
Okay,
Loco,
yeah.
4 Locos?
4 Loco, yeah.
Yeah, we got 4 Locos here.
15%
Still?
proof. Don't be saying.
Yeah, we got 4 Locos. So, like, one night I was working with a guy. He was like, go get me some beer. I was like, bro, you got to tell me you're going home and you ain't going nowhere. He said, I need this to sleep. I've been having a rough time sleeping. So I go in there and I buy like 4 or 5 4 Locos. And they were like, sir, I don't know you, but get some help. And I was like, damn.
Dude, yeah, 4 or 5 to sleep?
Well, he was getting them for a couple. He was getting them for a couple nights.
Oh,
So that was his 4 Locos for the week.
still,
And
the last thing I'm
the
going to do
lady
is
was
drink one
like,
of those before bed.
the lady was like, get some help, sir. And I was like, they're not for me. And she was like, okay, sure. Get some
Sure
help,
they're
sir.
not. Sure they're not.
Is it? Do you measure like ABV? Is it ABV you measure for beer over there, or because we do
Yeah.
over here?
Alcohol by volume.
Yeah. So what's a good strong like tin or bottled beer in the States kicking out at?
10, wouldn't that be like platinum?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
I quit drinking.
Bud Light
Is it-
platinum.
There's a trend here in the UK at the moment for like these microbreweries making all these fancy triple distilled IPAs and stouts.
My
Some of the-
stepsister makes that.
Yeah,
They
some of the
do
stouts you
contests
can-
in Colorado for it.
Yeah.
They're not even that good at it, but nobody cares. They're just, oh, craft beer. Let's go fucking join that.
Yeah, and I think you can buy. They got to about 19% here. They're usually about £8. They'll be about $8 or $9 a can.
Yeah, I've had one at 21%, and it was terrible. Terrible.
Hell.
Yeah,
Man,
there's like a boutique liquor store around the corner. They've got all that super duper expensive. Yeah, I don't drink anymore either.
So when I taught my children to drink,
I'm done.
I taught them with the 4 Locos, and I just poured them shots, right? And I just kind of monitored how drunk they were getting. And I was like, look, this is how you drink. You drink one thing, you know that you can drink it. You don't mix it with, I was teaching them the rules of drinking because, drinking in public is different, right? So I was teaching them just to drink at the house, right? So make sure nobody pours anything in your drink. Wash it cracked open. Because I'm pretty sure somebody tricked me one time and they put something in their pipe that wasn't supposed to be in there. So I've been
Yeah.
tricked before and I was furious, dude.
If you've
My
ever
heart was
bought weed
beating
in
like
the
crazy.
If you ever bought weed in the ghetto and they made you smoke before you left, you've smoked some. You could be smoking whatever from that pipe. Anyway.
Well, this was a really high-end
$3.50 a bottle at
house. Like, this dude had money.
Sorry.
So this dude was a rich kid, and I was just working with him. And then we rolled a blunt. He rolled a blunt. I sit there and watched him roll it. He's like, "Oh man, you got to come and try my steamroller." And I was like, "Steamroller? What's that?" And then he showed me, and I was like, "Oh, I know what that is." He's like, "Go get a chair. You're gonna need it." And I'm like,
Oh,
"Bitch,
for sure.
please, I ain't no amateur." So I go get the chair, and I didn't see him stuff it, but he was like, "Hit it twice." I coughed for like 2 minutes. Could
Yeah.
not stop coughing. And then for like 15 minutes, my heart's racing. I'm like, "Bro, did you put anything in that?" He was like, "No, me? No, why would I do that?" And he kind of had the deepest delight look on his face.
Yeah, no.
And I think he tricked me, but I don't know for sure.
Could be.
It might have been some brick weed with some nasty stuff already on it.
It
you
could
know?
have been a
Sometimes that happens. You dose too quickly with certain either it could be certain strands or either it's that or we've all been finagled a little bit. You know what I mean? Because there's some times where I was like, was there crack in there or some shit? Like, I can't fucking move right now.
Like, I want to do taxes right now. I've never wanted to do taxes. What's happening?
Went to a nightclub in Hawaii, and the owner of the nightclub gave me a real strong drink, and there was something in there, and I knew I was about to pass out. And he put something in my drink, and I stood right up, walked right out, and I passed out on the beach.
So
And then I
Smurf
woke
got a
up.
roofie.
But
Are
I
you trying
knew
to
he-
tell
I
us
knew he-
Smurf got a roofie?
That was
Smurfy got a
passed
roofie.
out. I walked as fast.
Wait, so somebody roofied a Smurf? That's fucked up.
Why would you do that to a Smurf? Like a roofie a Smurf?
They're so nice, all of them, most of them.
I got roofied one time. He was telling me I should meet his sister, and he was a multi-millionaire, and he wanted me to get with his sister, and then like marriage or something. And then I only had one drink, and I knew I was about to fall asleep, and then I walked out. I walked across to the beach, and I passed out. But I woke up on the beach. And
It's good that you had all your teeth when you woke up. I went to a party once.
Sorry.
Shit-faced. Sorry, this is a quick one. I went to a party once, shit-faced already, and I guess the guy didn't like me. He gave me one drink. There was something in it because I don't remember the rest of the night. But I woke up in the morning and I felt a little emptiness under my lip, my upper lip, and then I used my tongue to kind of check and see, and it was just all jagged. And I'm like, I look in the mirror and both my front teeth were chipped out. Like it almost looked like somebody took a beer bottle and fucking. Now it didn't hurt. So it didn't look like I got in a fight or anything. It was just I was missing my two front teeth.
Wow. Oh damn.
That sucks, man. That was me. That was me since like my first, like just before I got here, I got into an accident that knocked my my front teeth out. So fuck.
Anyway,
You cut out at the end there, Elijah.
Wow.
the dude that gave me a roofie was a Japanese dude from Tokyo, and I knew he'd put something.
Bro, so you go upstairs and you go that way.
Hey, hold on. Let Elijah finish. Smurf.
Here, Elijah, maybe do it over because you were robot or you were gone for most of that. It cut out.
What was I saying?
Something about your teeth falling out.
Was so fucking.
Oh yeah, I got it. I got into that. Yep. So I was very It fucks you up.
Yeah.
You know? It does.
I was scared shitless. I was like, hold on. The two front teeth are gone like any other tooth.
God.
And I would, but it was that week. Like 2 days later, I spent $6,000 on my
If your
teeth.
confidence was a woman, it's walking out.
Right.
Thank God I got my two front teeth. Lost almost all the other ones.
That's what MC Hammer said. Thank God I got a mind to rhyme and my two front teeth. That's what he says. And you can't touch this.
Yeah, the day that I fixed my teeth, man.
Right.
It changed my life again.
I felt born again, dude. I was like, okay, second chance, give me this on life.
I was
Say
like,
some-
these teeth are better than my originals. How the fuck did you guys do that?
I'll tell you some of this.
Why don't you do the whole
inherently-
mouth? Shit.
I'll tell you somewhere in the
Sorry.
world it's an inherently a dangerous place to get drunk. Is Amsterdam.
Oh,
Red
yeah,
Light District
I
in
believe it.
Amsterdam. Because basically you get pissed, you roll at the bars, and as a
And you get
European you're not used to it anyway. Well, it's not even that, yeah. Even if you're just on your own or with your mates, yeah, you've got these narrow, wet cobbled pavements because it's invariably raining like it is in most of
Oh,
bloody
boy.
Europe, yeah. On one side you've got women in lingerie trying to make eye contact with you, okay, right? And the other side you've got a canal, yeah.
Right.
It's the most bizarre amount of times we heard of
boy.
someone falling in the canal when they were pissed.
Yeah,
You guys don't watch the movie Hostel?
What a choice to make drunk.
Yeah, but it was a really weird place. I mean, in the bar, they have
You said there's only one choice to make drunk.
No,
Yeah,
I said.
Yeah,
what a
there is only
choice-
one choice to make a drunk.
No, that's not what I said though. But I said, what a choice to have to make while drunk.
where you're looking, definitely.
Well, and are they women?
Choices, the worst choices.
I mean, in
The choice
Amsterdam, you
is
could get
which-
all manner of thing going on in Amsterdam. Shoot.
Which wet ditch do you want to fall in?
Right. The choice is which tunnel, which hole.
If you saw the colour of the water, you'd realise it was more of a debate than you thought it was.
The which ditch
The,
or wet ditch?
It's really weird. They have these smoking houses, and they call them coffee shops, where you can buy coffee, but that's just basically just tradition, yeah.
You can also buy a pound
And,
of mushrooms. No big deal.
Yeah. But these days, because obviously smoking cigarettes is banned indoors, if you buy gear in there, you can sit in there, you can smoke it, but you can't get cigarettes out, break them open, and put tobacco into a joint if you're trying to make a light one, So you've got this absurd situation where cigarettes aren't allowed, but marijuana's allowed. If you smoke, you can sit in there and smoke it, and the police come in and get their drinks and go. Yeah, but if you stepped outside and smoked it on the street,
Then
you
you're
get
busted?
fined.
Yeah, so in Amsterdam, so you have to sit inside the coffee shops, huh?
You're not allowed to walk around the street normally.
You can't smoke out in the street.
No, they turn a blind eye in some festivals and some big public events, but generally speaking,
they will pull you over and say you can't smoke. They'll give you a fine.
yeah, they won't let you do it. And it's really weird because you go in these streets and you have all these like sex shops and all these peep shows, and then you have like so it's like if you look along the row, it's like sex shop, peep show, sex shop,
I've been to
McDonald's,
I've
sex
been
shop.
to
It's really
Paris.
weird.
I know. I've
Well,
been to
it's no
Paris
problem to
myself.
engage in satanic sex, evil magic stuff, but don't bring that plant onto the street, motherfucker.
Isn't that crazy? That's so wild, man.
Yeah, it is a bit
What
weird.
the heck?
And the really
Upside
weird thing
down.
is that when we went over there, you see
Burning
around
that substance.
Liza, you robot. You sound like a robot.
Domo. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. Domo. So that's a robot in term. Don't have to say anything else. Domo. That's all you gotta do.
Wasn't saying much. I was just saying, don't you burn that substance outside because
Yeah.
it won't go anywhere because of gravity, and it'll stay close to the surface and get everybody high.
Oh yeah, exactly. Right.
I
Nothing
got
ever
pulled
moves.
over recently, and I was roasting the bone, smoking a joint, and
Contact high is real.
Smurf, do you ever take a breath? Like after somebody speaks, can you just like take a pause before they like once they stop, just give a second, a millisecond?
Are you ready? Are you done?
Yes, thanks for asking.
Okay. What was just saying?
That's my man, Smurf.
Got pulled over, and I was roasting a bone, and my friend brought it up, and the cops said that it's not illegal because they had just recently legalized weed in the beautiful state of Virginia.
Nice.
That's
Oh, yeah.
good to hear. Heck
So,
yeah.
down in Austin, Texas, South by Southwest and Austin City Limits are both festivals that happen. And 6th Street is like the music hub in the city. And it's the attention hub. Everybody goes there for no reason. We call it Dirty Sixth because all manner of person that you can meet across the world, good, bad, indifferent, ugly, beautiful, stinky, real stinky, and smelling good, and all kinds of stuff. So anyway, the cops, especially during festivals, they ride horses through downtown. They perch on horses and they just trot through. And there was one time I didn't even know it. There was a cop coming up behind me, and I had a big joint in my right hand, and I was just holding on to it for a second. I went up to take a puff, and I was going to pass it because some rando in the middle of the street handed me a joint and said later. I was like, alrighty, well, here we do this now. But the cop anyway came right up on the horse, and I'm sitting here puffing on the joint, and I look up at the cop, and I just make eye contact, and I'm thinking in my head, what are you going to do? What are we doing here? What's going on? And he just kind of nodded at me and looked forward. And there's no way he didn't know that I was smoking a joint, is what I'm trying to say. And they weren't busting anybody. Everybody on that street was smoking on something. Everybody. And so what are you going to do? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Arrest everybody?
Too much paperwork. Yeah, if people realize that they could just do that with everything, not just that, Yeah, people be weird. I used to walk, I've walked stilts on 6th Street before.
Nice. Stilts, huh? That's cool.
Yeah, and it was fun. I love walking stilts, especially when there's lots of stoned or drunk or whatever. People, their eyes get so freaking big, and they like stop in their tracks. And I stop in my tracks and do the same pose they do.
Yeah.
They start laughing.
That's great, dude. That's great. Yeah, you can find some good street stuff in Austin sometimes.
I've learned that in Virginia, the cops do not care at all. Another friend of mine, he got arrested for a DWI, and he didn't want to give a test, but they said they let him know that weed is not illegal. The cops here seem to love weed. They're kind of very pro weed. I don't know what else to say.
That's great.
They've probably been growing it themselves for like 2 generations.
No, they've probably been wanting to smoke it for 2 generations, and now they can.
They've been growing it themselves. They're like, sure, man. We don't.
I think it's a combination of it.
It's not causing us any problems either.
We know that Virginia is the land of tobacco, and so weed is like, of course.
It's easier to move than moonshine, so us law enforcement went to weed.
I wonder what it's like for the guy who just got busted and had 5,000 plants ripped out of his garden, or whatever, and then the next day they passed the law and he's still in jail for it. That's the guy that starts.
Fuck yeah. Amen.
All I can tell you is we have an awesome governor. He's based.
That's cool, man. Shoot. Yeah. Searching out the freest state, man. I want to find the freest state where they just leave me the fuck alone.
Check that. No, that I don't know about that one, but let me tell you, a friend of mine was in a commercial for the governor right before he got elected, and he got to speak with the governor. And he said, "What's up with this limit on 4 plants?" And he said, "We got to fix that."
That's kind of chintzy, don't you think?
He just looks at him straight away and points at him and says, "We got to fix that."
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what it did. Yeah.
So we don't live in Washington D.C., so I don't understand how these phony federal codes. They don't even apply to us. They have no juris.
Okay, I can explain that to you. So when you use your social security number, your driver's license, or something like that, and you get a job, these are called minimal points of contact.
I did do that.
Right. And when you make minimum points,
keep
well,
going.
I'll turn on my Wi-Fi then.
Keep going, Hank.
Yeah. So Wi-Fi 3, 2,
No, you're
1.
good. Keep going. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Sure. So yeah, when you make minimal points of contact with the government, they assume because of your actions, because that's how you're judged, based on your actions, not what you're saying.
Yes.
They assume that you're a United States citizen according to the 14th Amendment, right? So the way that it works is Congress has the right to regulate that which they create. So they only have jurisdiction over, the 10 square miles that makes up Washington, D.C.,
Yeah.
but they have the right to regulate anything that they create. So when they conquer a landmass and now it's not a state, what do they call it? Like, what do they call Puerto Rico?
Territory or
Yeah.
Commonwealth.
So
Yeah.
they have a territory, right? They created the term territories, so they have the right to regulate it whatever they want. Well,
Called
they
Puerto Rico
created
absolutely gorgeous. Sorry, go ahead.
they created the term U.S. citizen because it didn't exist before the Civil War, right? So when they created that U.S. citizen, instead of making the slaves free, they made everyone a slave unless you're gonna, do whatever you want without using the Social Security number. So when you're using the straw man, they assume that you are a 14th Amendment citizen, which they have the right to regulate because they created it. So it's like this: if you live under my house, you're gonna play by my rules. But if you're out there sinking or swimming it and not using your Social Security benefits, no benefits and privileges, then you're a grown ass man. You can do whatever the hell you want. As long as you're
It's time to relinquish those. It's time to relinquish those things where your implicit consent, where they just assumed it because.
Well, they got to stop the birth certificate thing first.
Don't relinquish it. Put it into trust.
They consider you a delinquent until you tell them otherwise. So until you tell them I'm a full sound and body and I run my own affairs, so I think that's what a lot of us have been talking about in here. Is you make what Whitsitt is talking about. You make these affidavits.
But the affidavit is like the lowest form on the public side. The affidavit, you have to have standing for them to recognize you because there's a public and a private side. And if you try to take your private side into the public court, they're going to call you crazy and send you to jail. So because it's considered a trade secret, it's private information. It's a confidential commercial information. And if you don't know what to do and how to do it right, you can try to say, oh, I'm a grown ass man and whatnot, but they'll just be like, ha ha ha, your signature's right here. Your signature's right here. It only takes three points of contact with the government, and then you are basically assumed for life. Unless you rebut the which is rebuttable.
Disagree. I would disagree. If you have a weapon,
Hank, give it this time. Hank, give it just a second. Just pause for a moment and try it again. Go ahead, man. Because the robot usually doesn't last long. It's just like a second or something, second or two.
Hank, you was robot, man. Can you say that again?
Yeah, he knows, man. Just give him a break. Domo. Oh my God.
That's kind of funny, buddy.
Just relax, everybody.
I wanted to ask Hank.
Smurf, gosh, Smurf. Just relax, bro. Why are you so on top of everything, man? Come on.
I just want to find the truth.
I know, but you're jumping. You're just jumping. Just chill first. Just slow yourself down. Can you try that, man? Just slow yourself down a little.
No.
Take slow, deep breaths. Exhale slowly. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Someone said Domo.
I got something to say on the breathing thing. So there was this blonde, and she went in to have her hair done, and she had these headphones on, over the ear, over the head, and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And she says, "Don't take my headphones off, no matter what." And she was sitting there, and the lady's like, "Well, I can't do this without taking her headphones off." And so the girl, while she was working with her, she had fallen asleep. So she took her headphones off, and she did her hair. And when she was done, the girl was dead. And she put the headphones in her ears, and it was saying, "Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out."
Holy man! I knew there was comedy in there. I could tell it was gold.
That was a terrible
that was
thing.
good.
Don't say that's gold. That was horrible.
Yeah.
That was funny.
It was morbid.
I thought you were
Wow.
going to say something like she worked around the headphones or something.
No.
Made it work anyway, but yeah, that was much better.
Definitely satirical.
That's funny. Hey, am I too loud, too close? Like,
No, you're just fine. We hear you loud and clear. You good, dude?
okay, good. I think if it's green and blue, it's fine. If it's in the red, it's
You ever
all
been
good.
told you're too perfect?
No, nobody's
Hey,
ever
Hank,
said
are you still
that.
there? I want to hear what he had to say.
About what?
Well, he's gone. He ain't in here right now.
Sorry.
Hank is dealing with some
What?
connectivity issues.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I have there.
Can I ask you all on the subject he was speaking of with the connection with the Vatican in London? You know,
Yeah, the lizard people. I got it.
Yeah.
you got it.
I think that's kind of now common knowledge. Ooh, secrets in the Vatican. We'll talk about it all, folks, right here. Gay frogs withstanding.
Vatican knows it's flat.
Yeah, they know it's flat.
Oh, they know, dude.
They're just on the side of that telescope. Oh, what's it called? Oh, Lucifer?
No big deal with that name. No
Side
big
of
deal.
Lucifer. Okay, good.
Didn't they change the name?
They probably
Didn't they
did
change it
because of
to
flat
something
earthers.
different? Because they were like, yeah, that's a little on the nose, guys. We need
Well, they moved the atmosphere out to the moon, so I mean,
yeah, they did do that.
don't put anything past them at this point.
You know, CB, you're all right, CB. I didn't like it, but I like you. You're good, dude.
CB's great. What are you talking about?
You better only have good things to say
I
about
remember when he
creation.
first came in the server.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just saying, I remember when he first came in the server, CB.
Yeah, me too.
My time has come.
That's a real art form, man. Whatever you do.
He got like a board or something.
He does, and I'm glad nobody else has really done that and like stepped on his toes. That's CB's.
I know.
It's like
Super.
64% of the reason I come to this server. Okay.
That's a good percentage. 14 percentile over 50%.
69% of what I come. Giggity.
Average.
We just gotta figure out how to push all his buttons.
Well,
I get it.
What about those buttons? Do they have buttons on the ISS? Okay,
Don't let me talk about the ISS anymore.
Yeah, don't. Just sit down for a second, Don. No, it is Don. We do want to talk to you, Don. Hold on. Just take a break, too. Wait a minute. We're going to... we have a general question coming in for Don Pettit from the crowd. They want to know what's the process in the morning. What kind of processes do you have in the morning when you get up on the ISS?
Well, you most definitely can't take his headphones out. That's for sure.
Definitely
I signed a non-disclosure piece of paper, and I cannot. No.
That's good.
He sounds like Trudeau, man.
Cannot disclose it. CB, are you there?
You've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh my! Thanks, Don. That's one of.
He puts such funny emphasis on certain
that's
words.
one of
It's
the
great.
processes they do. Then okay.
Now, is he trolling and playing like he's Pee Wee Herman?
Yeah.
Or
no,
is this the kind of people that they employ? Because that would be the only way you can trick somebody is if they didn't have all their cognitive abilities.
I know, but Elijah, think about this though.
It's a
How
bit
do you put
nutty.
a magnitude on either one of those two ludicrous ideas. Either one is just as crazy as the other one. Like,
Wow.
which one do you prefer?
Girl. So mentally held back people, that's the like what if they're employing these people on purpose? Like you know how you go to the Walmart and yeah.
Well, they don't need to be smart. They just need to do their job, right?
Oh
Whatever
my
the job
God,
is.
don't even go to Walmart, man, please.
It's like you can't be
Nah,
too
but
social,
I got mentally disabled people in my family, and they like again anyway. Never mind. Let me chill out.
I didn't mean to laugh. Sorry, I don't want. Sometimes the timing's off, and sometimes I laugh, and then somebody said something just a second, and it's like
Yeah, 'cause
it sounded like a freaking like a diss, and it's like it wasn't.
It's not that people's conditions are funny or their dispositions are funny. I mean, shit. I mean, anyway, yeah. That's not the funny part. The funny thing is the smartest people in the world seem like they have mental disabilities.
Yeah.
Bro, check this out. If you got any mental issues with anybody, you give them zeolite clay, and it will take all the metals out of their brain, and then will be normal again. That's
Cool.
zeolite.
What do you do with the clay?
You eat it.
Oh, I've heard. Of that. You put it in a drink.
It's got
You
a
put it in
special
your
geometry
smoothie.
that grabs all the metals out of your body, whatever it is. Anything positively, I meant to say anything. Well, I think positively charged, or I got that backwards. But you type it in zeolite clay, ZEOLITE, man. It will cure all mental illnesses.
Do you have a?
You just go outside and open your mouth and eat sun rays. Then.
Do you have a citation for that? Could you
Well,
provide?
I do. What it is you type in a search engine ZEOLITE, and just type it in.
No. Sorry, I want you to put a link in the text chat.
I'm too drunk to do that, but I did relay
Well, when you sober up, then put it in. That's your assignment.
I can give you my Amazon link. That's the thing I bought, but I'm not trying to sell anything, man.
Or stop now and drink some coffee and then put it in.
I just quit drinking coffee, man.
Eat some food then.
There are people with
high protein content. Just eat a whole bunch of protein. Like
people with a mental
disability. You make yourself a cup of coffee.
They're called humic minerals. Here,
I wouldn't think that would be bad for you, but I just don't like any kind of intervention. I'm like a non-interventionalist. I don't want any kind of man-made shit. Like I don't care what they say it does. Like
check the live stream voice text.
Full of shit most
Check
of the
the
time.
live stream voice text.
In my experience, most of it's full of shit. So
okay, the zeolite clay is not man-made. It's mined somewhere in the like Nevada or somewhere, and it is a special textured grammaton geometry.
So you could eat a little bit of dirt. So you could eat a little bit of dirt, which everyone knows is how we're so healthy. If we were kids and we played around, ate dirt, play with dirty balls, like put it in our mouth. That's what we needed to do to be as healthy as we are. And
Shit, I was about to say something.
Thousands and thousands of years, all of our ancestors.
Yeah, I heard it.
We're still here, so it worked.
He fell for the banana in the tailpipe. If you want to know if it works, there's a couple of countries in Africa where they eat clay patties.
Yeah,
dirt patties. They call it something, and I was watching this documentary or something where the people are saying they know it's not the most nutritious thing, but it fills you up. Like it's just the cheapest thing there. Like it's the thing that you can afford, so you eat it because to me, honestly, I mean that's akin to like pasta and shit.
Put a few bugs in there, roast
to keep it real.
Roast them in the sun, roast some bugs, some locusts, like
some dirt bugs, maybe a little bit of bark jerky, tree bark jerky,
some kind of root out there.
I mean, to keep it real, like if you're eating
the bark,
if you're eating like just bread, like pizza for dinner, like there's no nutrition. Like
not much.
You may as well eat a patty of dirt if there's. Hey.
how are you going to dispute it? There's probably more nutrition in the dirt than the pizza.
Oh,
A grain
absolutely.
of dirt or a grain of yeast? Like, what's the difference? I don't know.
Right? That's why, like, everybody should go out and find something that is growing all around you, no doubt, that is edible. Like, I don't know about in New York City, but out here there's a huge park. There's clover growing. You can eat as much clover as you want. Just grab some of
There's
that.
more than enough squirrels to go around killing.
I mean, listen,
Raccoons.
there's like wild, what is it called? Wild radish growing. They grow these little purple flowers, and you eat that, and it's like you could eat as much of that as you want. I can eat any kind of cactus growing anywhere around here. So people don't know that.
Yep.
It's like there's little succulents putting out these little things out in the center. If you break that off, you can just chew on that whole thing like it's a piece of celery. Like, people don't even know that. People starve to death here in the city. They don't even know there's food.
I'm not talking about nutrition or health. I'm just talking about specifically mental issues, which the cause, I think the common denominator is a metal accumulation. So you take the
It could
zeolite
be.
and the metal is gone.
It could be. Could be DDT. Could be
That
all
may
the
be the case.
chemicals in the foods, all the processed foods. Could be whatever chemicals that they don't tell you.
This could be a problem for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, there are people with genuine mental disabilities, and no amount of eating dirt or anything else or taking metals out of their body is going to help them. They actually are.
Yeah.
They actually are biologically.
Diet can fix that shit. My son had autism, and I feed him the right things. He doesn't. If he eats one time, he eats the wrong thing, and all of a sudden he cannot focus for shit. It's totally weird.
Well, Eli's right. We might want to move it past the medical thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't say anything.
Exactly the same.
Oh,
I mean,
Hang on a second. Is it mass attracting mass with that zeolite attracting the metals?
No, bro, it's geometry.
No, wait. What did I say? I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
No, you didn't. I thought that's what you were kind of alluding to. So no, that's my preempting. But anyway, if you're not, no big deal. I don't really have a problem.
But what did I say? That's what I'm because I forget.
I don't know. I guess sometimes I think I have ESP. So honestly, that's it.
You probably do. That's a problem. Read our minds. Quit doing that.
You're just looking out for the server, bro. No worries.
Cool, man. Check this out. Okay, so the zeolite is from a volcano or something, and so geometrically stuff gets stuck in it or something like that. It's like porous volcanic stuff that you get in your bloodstream because it's so small. It's real small. It gets in your blood and it cleans the metal out of your brain, man. And I got 80 other things too, like diatomaceous earth kills parasites and candida. I also eat bentonite clay, which gets the biosludge out of your guts and kills parasites too. By the way, also
activated charcoal. Activated charcoal will make any kind of nausea, poison, like food poisoning or anything like that. It'll soak it up and get it out of you.
Yeah,
no, you're correct. You're correct. The things I just mentioned are more powerful than charcoal, but you're absolutely correct.
And
I use charcoal specifically for food poisoning. Like if I eat something that I wasn't like that bad, then I do that and it makes the nausea go away like 5 minutes later. The other
I know a cure for mental disorders to get off the medical topic, kinda. I know a cure for mental disorders. You guys want to hear it?
Go ahead.
Measuring for Earth curvature helps out a lot.
Dun dun dun.
Yep, that's what we need to do to separate to find out who is ill or not.
That's right.
So it does really.
And it's fixable, you know.
Everyone says curvature.
Hey, I'd like to point out that only less than a quarter of people can visualize stuff because 3/4 of people don't have an inner monologue. So only a fraction of the remaining third have a capability to visualize the alternate cosmology, which is the actual real cosmology that the flat Earth is. I consider 3/4 of people are insane.
Yeah, actually, that's the one thing I was going to ask
like
for a citation, but then before you're right when you finish, you don't need a citation for that.
Not anymore. No, he completed the thought. That was great.
Lots of people are insane. Absolutely, that's objective.
Yeah, but like that, like obvious, like I don't. Obviously, everyone hasn't been tabulated to say, okay, out of all humans in existence, 1/3 of them. Like I don't know. It's like something.
There's no way to know that. Yeah.
I don't like statistics in that sense. Like I don't really know how reliable. I don't know. Come on.
Well, 100%
And second of all, I used to say that because I thought it was very interesting. Yeah, statistics are definitely, some of them are made up. But like what I was gonna say is, yeah, I
I'm just
guess
messing
I don't
around.
know. But like, I don't even. I used to say that. Like, damn, there are people out there that don't have like an internal dialogue, that can't what's the word, virtualize what they're thinking, for lack of better term.
Visualize.
But I haven't actually met anyone like that though yet. So it's like, well, I don't even know if what I heard is true. I'm gonna stop saying it till I can at least, you know.
Eli, I can send you a link to an interview with a person that doesn't have an internal dialogue. I shared it the other day, but I guess you missed it. It's really interesting, and based on what the girl
But
said in the interview,
is it common though?
well, I heard it 15% is what I heard. Those 15% didn't have an internal dialogue or monologue, and actually they can visualize. That's what they do, is they just don't hear a voice in their head. They don't, like, I don't know. You'll just have to watch the interview, but they do visualize. They just don't have the thoughts in their head, and when they do have a thought, they have to say it out loud. Like if they're looking in the mirror, they can't just think something. If they think something, they have to say it out loud. Like when they read, they have to move their lips. I mean, some people do this that do have an internal monologue, that you like move your lips while you read, but they like physically have to move their lips. So she's basically reading out loud, but just not saying it loud, like she's whispering it, kind of. I'll send you the link.
Yeah, I grew up around.
I think I did hear you talking about it. I think I did. There was a day like last week or the week before, some very not distant day, that we were talking about that. But I think there's a distinction. So the people who I guess can't communicate, or well, not communicate, but speak or have a dialogue in their mind. I guess okay, I don't know, maybe I might say, well, what if that's just like, some sort of disorder where they think that they have to talk every time they think, like people have disorders all the time, but now people who actually can't visualize, like that's not a disorder. If somebody claims that they can't see things in their imagination, aka they don't have an imagination, like that's what I want to know. Is that what you're saying, Smurf, that some people can't actually simulate, that's the word, images and
multiple scientific studies to reinforce exactly what you're saying, from different universities. I found it on 4chan, and they got links to scientific PubMed, whatever. I don't have it right in front of me, but you can find these things. They have done studies where people do not have an inner monologue. 67% of people either do not have it, or a small fraction use it, less than 5%.
the monologue is the monologue or not monologue is fine. I heard
listen
at some time that people can't even, like I'm fine with the non. Okay.
Let me tell you the really interesting part is the remaining 1/3 of people, only a fraction of them can close their eyes and visualize a three-dimensional object, which is critical to discover the Earth is flat, because they've been so deceived, right? You've got to be able to close your eyes and visualize the alternate the real cosmology. They lack the capacity to visualize three-dimensional objects when they close their eyes.
Yeah, that's not most. That's like, even if that were true, that's a very, according to the data, a very small percentage of people. Like, so what's up with the rest of the Glovers then?
Oh, okay. They just believe whatever they're told. They go default to the authority.
Yeah.
It's like it's like a social tribal thing. They're always reacting all the time. It's just backed up by the data. I feel so bad to say this because it's kind of I always expected we all found ourselves here for a reason because we can visualize things. We're in a small minority here, and I'm sorry to share that with you. It hurts me to share this with you. We're in a small percent here that the vast majority of people do not have an inner monologue, and those that do, only a fraction of them can visualize three-dimensional objects in their mind. This is backed up by there's a dozen scientific studies floating around on 4chan. They call them NPCs or non-player characters.
Not that I want. I mean, I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna drill you on accuracy, but 1/3 is not most.
I was trying to say 2/3 of people lack an inner monologue, and then the remaining third, a fraction of them can visualize three-dimensional objects. Do you understand?
Can you back it up just a hair and say that of the people studied, that seems to be the percentage?
Yes, that would be most accurate. Yes. That's correct. So looking at that, we can guess that at least half of the people can never figure out the Earth is flat.
Half of those people.
Unless CNN told them it was flat, then they would all agree with us.
Well, of course.
What's funny is you could make the correlation that people without an internal monologue are the only ones willing to participate in those studies.
Well, I'm just sharing the data with you. It's all over 4chan. They call them NPCs.
Yeah. No, I call them NPCs too. I'm with you. I'm just joking. I'm just making. Yeah.
Dude, ask yourself. I don't want to change the subject, but looking at current events, it's clear. It's kind of obvious.
What's obvious?
That I don't want to. I'm just going to say it one time because we get in trouble here. The shot, that they're taking is because the television told them to do it, and they're not.
Oh yeah.
They're not thinking for themselves. Not to change the subject, but they're not thinking for and the television is thinking for them, and we found ourselves in this awkward scenario.
That's why this topic is so brilliant, because it helps with thinking issues, literal cognitive deficiencies and disorders that can, again, be fixed.
I suggest zeolite clay. They may have been poisoned or chemically lobotomized with heavy metals. And also in the cereal, if you put a magnet through breakfast cereal, oh, God.
Yeah. It's the bad one.
Yeah, you want to never eat cereal. I love the taste of it because I put milk in it and it tastes great, like soggy cereal. But don't eat it; it's bad for you. Eat eggs. Eggs are much better.
Yeah, I don't drink milk or eat cereal anymore. I haven't drank milk in a long time.
Okay, so the detox is zeolite clay. Also, avocados create glutamine, which is some sort of it's an NAC. NAC is the more direct, but you can eat a lot of avocados, which is also in what's that word called? Guacamole. Guacamole has avocado in it. You can eat some guacamole and you'll be smarter.
And then put garlic in it, and it'll help too with the vasodilation to the brain and blood. Yep.
Yeah, garlic is a natural virus killer. I always take that if I have like the sniffles or I feel something coming on, and I just swallow a raw garlic clove like a vitamin, and it usually goes away the next day. I also take activated charcoal for the whole detox thing. You're not supposed to take it like as an everyday thing, but it is good for detoxing. The zeolite and the clay and activated charcoal.
I've been drinking, and so tonight, if I can remember, before I go to sleep, I eat bentonite clay, which takes all the toxins out of my body. So I wake up feeling better than if I didn't even drink at all. But
you're cheating.
Yeah, yes, you got me.
You or somebody needs to market that as the hangover cure. Just take one of these before you go to bed, before you pass out, and you'll be good to go in the morning.
Yeah,
you make up millions of dollars.
I'm part of the 1% of people that don't get hangovers.
I went to church and they had this
Crazy.
amazing breakfast once a month, and they had some pastries. Anyway, long story short, there was a lot of sugar in their desserts, and I had a terrible toothache. I tried brushing and mouthwash repeatedly. Nothing helped. But then I rinsed my mouth with diatomaceous earth, which are algae, and diatoms are like algae fossils, and the algae fossils rip and shred all the small bacterial as well as anyway, long story short, parasites too. If you eat diatomaceous earth, you will cleanse your body of parasites. I also eat bentonite clay, which cleanses my body of toxins. And then I also eat zeolite clay, which cleanses my body of heavy metal toxins. So
I would
I
be
eat three
careful.
different
Hey,
things.
Smurf, I would be careful how much you eat of that stuff. You don't just we don't give medical advice here. Could we just kind of move on? I know, because it's just like a little off topic. That's all.
Okay.
Yes, we've talked about it, and there's a lot of information about it. So I think we're good on it. I agree, Sonny.
My fault. I was just trying to help.
No, you're very excited, and you are helping. but we have to move forward, I think.
Roger that. Let's move forward. Advance.
Yep. Yeah. So there are many, probably, well, it's a finite amount, but it's a huge number of things that allow the human psyche to be shaped and molded the way it is. And I think some of us are born with like a sort of blood-brain barrier for bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why we're all here talking about it, at least in my opinion. The flat Earth helps me understand everything better. You know, that sounds like a broad blanket, too good to be true statement, but it truly does.
It gives you fundamentals to stand on, not a fantasy foundation. It's more like a come down to earth and accept things in a more objective way instead of entertaining false ideas that have no relation to reality. Because we can spend a lot of time thinking in fantasy, and our brains can kind of shape into that way of thinking. But once you have solid fundamentals in reality, that's a very strong place to be, I guess. So to understand things.
Never get high on the CGI.
I agree.
Give me the go, no matter what.
And I agree, Hank. And I agree, Creation Bear.
And I agree, Jamesy. I just drove for about 20 plus hours and I just made it home.
Nice, dude. Well done.
Glad you're not dead, bro.
Yeah, me too. I'm glad I'm not dead because people are freaking crazy.
I know, bro. I know. You don't even have to tell me. Like, if you drove for 20 hours, I bet you at least almost got in a wreck twice.
Yeah, at least I had you guys to talk on my travels and listen. That kept me back to reality.
Actually, on that note, I'm going to stop talking. It's been a pleasure speaking with you all. But what I did recently is I sold my trailer and I turned it all into Bitcoin because we're at a near monthly low average, and you can buy low, sell high with the volatility. Now I have got to sort through all this stuff. Please go continue. I'm going to be listening. I wish you all a good night. I'll be listening though. If you want to talk to me, if I notice you say my name.
Before you go, Smurf, before you go, I just want to say you were a pleasure to talk to today.
Dude,
I second that. Yep.
I love talking with y'all, and thank you, Hank. I learned a lot of stuff from you.
Well, I learned a lot of stuff from you, bud.
No way. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to trying to pick up my stuff, and I wish y'all a good night. I'm still here, but I'm gonna stop talking and pick up my stuff.
All right, brother. Good talking to you. Hey, Smurf, whatever you did, yeah, whatever you did, keep doing it. That was a good combo.
Thank you, buddy. You as well. You call me anytime. By the way, I'm still here, but I'm not here. I'm gonna be picking up my stuff. I'm out later.
All right, later, man. Get that stuff picked up.
So wherever Helio is, he sent me a message yesterday that I needed to make a private phone call, something about we couldn't talk about something over the live stream. And I FaceTimed his ass and he didn't respond, so he didn't get to see my face.
Well, he has to sleep because he was up for a long time in here.
Who else?
Okay, well, I'll just wait for him to wake up then. No, Helio.
Oh, Helio. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, and congrats on your drive, Gemsy. Glad you made it home safe.
Thank you.
Did you say 20 hours?
That's
yeah.
Jesus, bro. I've only ever done 10.
20 hours is brutal. I've done 19. Yeah, that was brutal. So well done, well played that you could still even like sign on and be like, hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah, 10 was hard. We only stopped and got gas and take a piss on the side of the highway.
When I was 17, we did Palm Springs, California to Daytona Beach, and we did it in a 26-hour straight.
Man,
stretch.
That's quite a drive.
Whee!
Must have been beautiful.
At least you had people with you.
I bet you still have those that visual inside of you still to this day.
Oh, I still remember driving through Texas at 1 a. No, it was actually about 2 a.m. and hallucinating. Like your dreams are like coming to life.
Wow.
Because you're like everything that you're not glimpsing, like out of the side of your eye, is like not quite solving. Your eye isn't quite solving what you're seeing, and so you'll see like you think you see ghost, and you look, and it's like the white line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've done that before. One time I picked up a girlfriend from Dallas. I brought her out here. We did our thing. I brought her back home, and I was driving back. And back in those days, The Edge was a radio station, 94.5, and they changed it. But the story goes is that late at night they would play like techno music. So it's like that thing that people do. And I'm like kind of falling asleep halfway, and then out of nowhere the techno music goes Danielle, which is one of my ex-girlfriends. And I was like, what the fuck? That was the only lyric to the whole song. And it like woke me up so good, like it kept me from like falling asleep. And I was like, was that real? Was that in my head? Was that a dream? Because it pissed me smooth off. I was like, how is that one word going to be the whole lyric in the whole song? And it was probably in my head now that I think about it.
No, there are songs where there's just one lyric and they get away with it. Yep. It's horrible.
Yeah, that was before I got married. By the way. So I must have been like 18. Yeah, I was kind of promiscuous when I was younger. Not anymore. So, leap year 2024 will be 20 years.
Congratulations.
Yeah. That's a long ass time to be married.
It's a long haul, yeah.
Because sometimes you wake up and it's like, oh, it's you again. And then sometimes you're like, man, you're fucking awesome. Look at you, like, all the stuff that you do.
So did you get married on a leap year just so you only have to celebrate your anniversary every 4 years?
Damn.
Leap year. That's good.
Well, I can't say I did it intentional consciously. But But yeah, when I saw that it was on a leap year, I didn't change it. I didn't want to change it.
Yeah, we know.
I was like, February 29th.
Like,
Oh, shit.
she'll be like, "You forgot our anniversary." I'm like, "No, I didn't. It's in 3 more years."
And the stars
Yeah, 3 years ago, we went to the log cabin. We went to Holly Lake in the log cabin, remember?
Seems like
You don't
whatever
remember that?
Dummy invented the Gregorian calendar is the guy.
And a rainbow appeared on every horizon for the newlyweds.
Sorry, I had to bring that up.
That's all good.
It's good material.
Yeah, my wife wants to be a comedian. Most of her jokes are based on me, though.
Hey,
That's okay.
Hey, you know what? Since I have you, Hank, Galveston. You know about Galveston, right? So, in Galveston, giants, more giants up there, down there, bro. Right by that. Like, have you heard about them?
I saw some giants in Galveston.
Yeah, man. All in different places in Texas. I'm all about. Listen, I'm on the Giants in every state campaign. They are almost every.
Okay, look up the Rockwall Giants, Rockwall, Texas.
The what?
You heard that one? The Rockwall, Texas Giants.
Yes. Well, the Rockwall I've heard of. Yeah, Now I don't know about the History
Yeah,
Channel.
but there was a
They're
giant.
not too reliable, but
No, History Channel, hell no.
yeah.
There was a newspaper article, and in the newspaper article it said that they found a giant with a skull, and his eyes were the size of a bushel of apples.
I know,
So,
I've heard these.
so if you know what a bushel is, it's that little basket that they fill it full of apples. And the apples may be big or they may be small, but you still get the same amount of apples because it's measured by the bushel. Right?
I'll send a link. Hold on. Let me mute this while this.
Tea's ready.
Yeah, I'm drinking some fresh tea right now. Not enough ice in it, though.
Yeah, I'm making coffee, and I have to. You know how we learn how to adapt, right? Like I have to drink coffee black because I don't have any creamer and I don't have any sugar, so I'm just gonna have to make do. That's all we can do, right? Anyway, so where were we? Were we on the rock wall? The Giants with the
so Rockwall, Texas.
eye socket the size of a bushel. Yes.
Yeah, a bushel of apples.
Yeah, a bushel.
Did you say human eye socket?
Eye socket.
Or of an animal?
So
Or
no wonder they covered that
A giant skeleton with an eye socket the size of a bushel.
Right.
A
So
bushel.
I don't want to distract you, but I have a link for everybody. And
is that 33 apples or?
if hold on a second, let me get this link. It's an audiobook on this. It's 7 hours long. It's really good. I want to actually get the book, but it's just one of two.
Yeah, Sonny, and I want to believe you.
Well, I don't know. You just got to do your own research because almost every place I've lived in, all of a sudden I find this much later in life that they were digging up giants and reporting it, and people were going to get it, and it was being sent to places. Some of it never to be ever seen again. You know.
Oh yeah, the Smithsonian comes in, and I don't know what gives them jurisdiction, but they got like jurisdiction all over the world. So they, there'll be some construction workers, kind of like the men that work on here, and they'll be digging, getting the, foundation ready, and then they find remains. Well, over here, it's illegal to dig up Native American remains, like really illegal. So they have to call in the authorities, and the authorities come in, and they'll be like, "Yeah, we found these giant skeleton bones," and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we're going to send it off to the Smithsonian." So Smithsonian comes in, grabs jurisdiction, sends it off, and we never see it again. So we don't know if they're like hiding it in the basement, if they're making super soldiers. We don't know what they're doing, right? But we just know that when you go to the museum, there's T-Rex, right? It's like, well, where's that 8-foot skeleton? Oh, we lost it. It's just not on display for some reason. But yeah, if you go to chroniclingamerica.gov, it's the newspapers, and if you set the parameter from 1800 to like 1920. And that's my estimate of when they started taking over the media. you'll see that you type in giant bones. Now, this is an ambiguous search, right? It's going to pull up giant dinosaur and human bones just the same, right? It should. But what you'll find is that there's all these different article after article after article of these local newspapers, right, who aren't owned by the Rothschilds yet because there hasn't been the Great Depression where they bought up everything for pennies on the dollar. And all these local newspapers in these local towns report the same thing. We found some bones, the Smithsonian came, and they were never seen from again. But
Yes.
the interesting thing about the rock wall, every other county in Texas is named after a man because he had the naming rights.
Oh, yeah.
And they said, we can't give naming rights to you or you because this rock wall, somebody already lived here.
Yeah.
And the rock wall is sticking up out of the ground, and you can actually see it. Smithsonian came, they dug right in the middle of the county because the rock wall is like the circumference of the county. It's like a 20-mile rectangular like circumference. And they dug in the middle of the county and said, this is all natural formation. We don't see anything. Which was true, but they didn't dig at the rock wall site. They dug in the middle.
They glossed over it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They dug in the middle. Ridiculous.
So what they did was they built the city, what do they call it, city hall, right on top of that spot where they had the Rockwall Giant. And the whole place was supposed to be like underground, covered in marble. They found the giant's bed. They found all kinds of weird shit, like bones and shit.
Yeah, so
And they just cover it all up. And it's illegal to dig a Native American.
I'll DM this to you. And did you get the 12-hour long or 10-hour long exploration of the north, the Californias, starting with the Spanish?
I don't think so.
I think I DM'd it.
I don't think so. Did you?
Mhm.
So I think
If not, I'll find it again. But right now in the live stream, Voice Text is the series I've been listening to, which is fascinating. Some of it repeats.
Oh,
so
you
might
did?
get
Yeah,
annoyed a
you give
little
it to
bit.
me.
I did? Do you see it?
Yeah, you did send it to me. And the lovely children that you have there under the grow lights.
Yeah, I know.
I did want to say this about the Smithsonian real quick.
I have new ones now. Hold on. I have some new ones. But anyway, continue.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say real quick about the Smithsonian. I had read, I don't know if it's true, but didn't they destroy thousands of skeleton remains, of giant skeletal remains, like in the early 1900s or 1930s or something like that?
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We're saying that instead of them putting this up, it goes against the theory of evolution. So what they do is they put up dinosaurs and say that they're 65 million years old, even though you can go to the Paluxy River, Glen Rose, Texas, and you can see human and dinosaur footprints in the same stratum, right next to each other. So the thing about it is that they have to make up this 65 million years, right, in order for the evolution. Technology helps out evolution by providing all this time that you can't prove or verify. And then they base this off of, well, we can just hide all the giant human bones and say that, we used to be amoebas and now we're getting bigger. And everybody go to chroniclingamerica.gov. I'm telling you, man, you'll be there for days, weeks, and it's just like, where's the dinosaur bones? Like I keep seeing all these.
Wait a second. Say that name again. What was that name again? Because I got lost looking at my pictures, zooming in and stuff at the at the botanical beauty. Anyway, what was the name?
It's chroniclingamerica.gov or the Library of Congress newspapers. Yeah, either one of those should pull it up.
Oh yeah, I've always had trouble because they want to get you.
I posted the Rockwall Giant mystery in the chat also.
Thanks, bro. I'll check it out, see if it's accurate. Because they change shit. You know what I mean? Oh, you're sure the live stream.
So this stuff is in every state. What I've started determining, so it's pretty astonishing.
I actually live like 15, 20 miles from Rockwall.
From Rockwall, really? That's amazing.
Really? Who said that?
Gizmo.
Who?
Gizmo. Gizbo.
Oh, Gizmo.
Gizmo.
I live in Josephine, Texas, which is right outside of Dallas.
Trippy.
A little bit north of Rockwall.
You live north of Rockwall. Okay, so close to like 380.
No, so like if you're taking 30, which goes right through Rockwall, taking 30 up north, then you'll hit Roy City, and then you'll hit Cotto Mills, and then you'll hit Greenville. Well, I live west of Cotto Mills. I live in between Cotto Mills and Lake Lawn and all that.
Okay, right before right before the interstate starts to curve towards the east.
Right when it starts to just start like loafing out towards going up north and all that stuff.
I got you. Yeah, I mean you're about you're a short distance drive away from each other.
Probably so. I live on the very outer edge of Collin County. So.
Yeah, Cotto Mills is a nice little place to live. I think lots of lots of good property.
Lots of good flat land to live on.
Yeah, I'm in the piney forest. I'm on the edge of the piney forest.
Oh, what's that town going out there east towards Louisiana? It's Pleasant something.
Yeah, Mount Pleasant. If you take 271 south,
yep.
Yeah, you'll get into the deep part of the
fucking flat. Your robot.
Well, there's more hills. There
are.
Hills.
But it was one of the first things I remember looking at and like driving out there and like, man, it is flat out here. You're probably roboting again, or maybe I am.
Yeah, so if you look at like north of Dallas, it's like Great Plains, all the way, whatever, what is Nebraska above Kansas, I think? Yeah, so it's like Great Plains from like the north side of Dallas all the way up. And then if you go like southeast, it's like the piney forest. If you go much south there, then it turns into like a little bit of swampland.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain places that are like real low. And then if you go west, it's like desert and mountains.
Yeah.
So we got everything but tundra. But who wants tundra? The Canadians certainly don't want all that tundra. They don't live in the tundra.
And a mountain. I don't think I've ever seen a mountain out in Texas. Maybe I'm wrong.
I can show you a picture. One. We got mountains out west. For sure.
I was born in Texas, but I grew up mostly in California. And I lived in a little place called the High Desert. And I lived like an hour from everything. Like whatever you wanted to do, you could drive an hour in any direction you go do it. And
sounds good and peaceful.
Everything's just so far away out here. Well, it was a shitty area, dude. Everybody up there was on drugs and on welfare. And it's like, man, how can this oasis be such a shithole? But it was. There was no value there.
Because the people that want to make it that way are still able to, so they keep on making it that way. They legislate it into existence.
Yeah, definitely. No, that's what they do. They legislate it into a corner to where that's all you can do. Unless you know somebody that's gonna like you can do business with.
Did
Yeah,
Hockey
no,
Puck ever get unmuted?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Now I need to go look into the Rockwall Giant thing and just see if there's like a museum of that there or something. That'd be cool to go see.
No, bro, it all got swept under the rug. They ain't gonna display that. Josh Reeves has a YouTube channel, and he did quite a bit of work on it. But he's one of those, you got to pay me, boy. You know, you got to send him some money to get the full story. But you know, the Bible does say, you know, a man's worth his wage. So,
I gotta wonder.
You're really interested. Go ahead.
I gotta wonder though. So, say everybody found out they were giants, right? There's these petrified rock things that are, you know, elephants and whatever, and you know, we're like, hey, you fucking lied to us. What would we do with that information? What are you gonna do about? Are you gonna awaken one of the giants then? Because, like, hey, you guys must have the technology. You know how they were petrified or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Cool giants. So now what?
It would like we would, you know, what else are you lying to me about? What else has always been a lie?
Sure. Okay.
Yo. It's a pastime for us flat earthers to keep doing something while we wait for the rest of the numpties to get on board.
Also a good point. I like it.
But yeah, like all of that stuff led me to this, eventually getting into this chat, getting into this Discord, was, going into mythologies, looking at all the ancient mythologies, looking at the deluge, the flood, the Ragnarok, whatever you want to call it. And like, it's like, okay, from the flood on, everything was normal, but from the flood, pre-flood, everything was outrageously ambiguous on every aspect, and it was all because of the fallen angels. And I'm like, okay, well then, I'm like, well, what if the Earth is flat? You know, like, what if they were right if the Earth was flat? And so that's when I started looking into that, and I couldn't find any evidence that it wasn't. Started coming across the lake views and people doing camera views from like 7 inches off the ground over ice, and all of the lights are all the same height all the way across. I would like to do my own research. I just don't have the money right now. But there's some things that I would like to look into. Just using a telescope, or not a telescope, but just the lens that can look up at the moon and just finding faults in what they say.
Do you got like a little Honda? You got like a little gas saver?
Like a gas saver?
Yeah, you don't drive like a big ass truck or anything, do you?
I don't have. I got a Nissan Altima, but nothing.
That'll work. Man, I'll give you the gas money. You go down to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and you can just pull your car right up on the beach, and you can stay there for a couple days. You know, just sleep in your car, and you'll be able to see the other side of Corpus Christi. You'll be able to see the buildings while you're in the water, 10 miles away. And you can't, like, once you see it, it's like, well, fuck. There's no going back. Like, you can't unsee it. Like, once it's there and you register it, and you're like thinking to yourself, like, where's the 6-story pump of, water? Somebody hot micing? Somebody got some news going or something on TV?
Oh, I do. Here, let me turn it off. I'm
Someone
sorry,
got
it's
their
me.
wife talking in the background or something.
I know, right? Let me turn my volume down.
It's okay.
But yeah, that's what I did. I went on the 4th of July. Yeah, and I got in the water, and I was like, looking right, looking at the big ship next to me, the USS Lexington, and then I'm looking, in front, and then I kind of look off to the left, and I'm like, what is that? I'm like, okay, it must be a boat or something. And then like all day, all night, the next day, there was lights over there, and then I pull up the GPS, and I'm measuring, like 10 miles, and I'm like, that shit is flat.
You go out to the beach. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I used to live in California, and like I wish I'd done all those experiments while I was still out there, because like I know I would have seen all that stuff. I'll
Is
get
it
out
okay if
there
I
and
ask
go.
you what city or state you're in right now?
I'm in Texas, but I'm in North Texas, so it's like a 600-mile drive to
Yeah,
South
but
Texas.
still, Texas is flat.
Tejas.
Yeah, for the most part. But so here's the argument on the whole flat land. Flat land changes with elevation. Water's always flat. Like when people say, "Why
Yeah,
can't
I've
I
heard.
see New York from San Francisco?" And it's like because there's two fucking mountain ranges in the way. What
Yeah,
more
I've
excuse
heard
do you
people say
need?
it's leveled, and then yeah, considering there's still hills, but still.
There's two mountain ranges in the way. What's the elevation of San Francisco versus the elevation of New York? There's so much fucking shit in the way. But
Variation.
if New York,
Quite a bit.
if New York and San Francisco were across from each other over water, that would be something to be able to look at. Matter of fact,
Yeah, you could take the height of each and then the distance and then factor it in so it's the lowest common denominator, and then you can figure out in a ratio, do a decimal point and figure out how many decimal points that would be. If that's under the threshold of revision in decimal point, then sorry, your eye cannot possibly resolve anything less than that. Someone that is more better versed in is that a double positive? That's lame. Someone that knows more about optics of the eye. I'd like to hear more. I know there is a couple of you, but yeah, no curvature found.
Well, I don't know much about optics of the eye, but if there's a 6-story hump of water, you wouldn't be able to see through that.
Yeah, indubitably.
So the sea level isn't curving as far as I can tell. It's just like it sounds. It's level. And I'm not just saying that because it sounds level. I'm saying that because it looks level. And if you say, well, it only appears that way, well, when does it not appear that way?
Right.
When it's foggy, when there's atmospheric conditions. Because I went on the 4th and it was clear. Everything was clear except for the water. The water is kind of muddy. Comes from the Mississippi, I think. But yeah, everything above the water was clear, crystal clear.
I was just going to say, it's our visibility that our visual length gets shortened because of visibility. Like anything above the water, like I'm talking about observations over water, right? So that shortens our visibility. It doesn't change the direction or where that horizon is. It just shortens your view so you can't see out. We're like sometimes when you're looking over the ocean, like let's say the beach, and you have a super clear day, you can see way out there. Who knows how far that actually is on the clearest days because you have no reference point. But you'd have to go to sailors' accounts and things like that. So you'd have to go to like the longest distances, and like I know Indio's brought that up before. Lighthouse sightings from 300 miles out. So How'd they know they were 300 miles out? Right triangle.
Yeah, that right triangle fucking gets them every time, dude.
Mm-hmm. Ba-boom.
I mean, you can't, you just can't have an 89.5 degree angle to make it like,
Mm-hmm.
or a curving angle for that matter.
So did Hank? Are you back with us, Hank? Sorry, yeah. If I didn't mean to rumpus you. If I did.
Like all of that, like putting all of that together, I personally have no observation of like a mathematical observation where I'm standing over a body of water and doing that. I've seen the videos. I love the videos. It all coincides with what I believe God says how the earth was created, and when He returns, everybody's going to see God at the same time. Everybody's going to see Jesus returning on a cloud at the same time. And how can everybody in the world see Jesus returning at the same time when
Yes.
when it's round
And
or when it's a globe?
Several times in Enoch as well. Mention that, seeing all of the nations or seeing the entire.
Yeah, from one mountaintop.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, Gizbo, I would say if you ever see me in biblical, or you ever get a moment, I would like to go down there and talk to you about the Messiah.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we can talk about it whenever or wherever, too.
Yeah, I try not to bring up controversial subjects that are not related to the shape of the earth in here, because it is controversial. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna challenge you a little bit. But hey, you know what? Doesn't the Bible say test all things?
That's right. Test all things, and even the spirits. Test all spirits. Like even if you believe you're listening to the Holy Spirit, test all spirits.
All right. So yeah, just remind me one day in the future.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have a little time.
All right, I will.
Hey, Hank or Sonny, my mic working?
Check.
10-4, good buddy.
What's up?
How you doing, brother?
Just wanted. There's a couple of people in there with no roles. If they want to go up to the VC check-in, somebody will check in. Jocks and Jordite. Unless you want to try to unmute them here, it's up to you.
Let's see.
I say we dive right in.
Yeah, I don't know how to unmute them.
You're a moderator. You got to keep it moderated. Come on, Hank. You know how to do
it. Jocks, if you could just join me up in, what is it? Voice check-in 1? Or anyone else who wants to be VC verified, I'll do my best. Hank out.
If you're listening there, Jocks, you need to go up to VC check-in 1, or Hank probably should have just grabbed you and took you up there
I
with
think
him.
he's gone. Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of them went. Jocks.
Oh no, Jacques is still here.
Positive's still here. You still think you live on a silly spinning ball and nothing? Is he not talking right now?
I think he comes from the ambivalent point of view, tries to stay on the fence.
You can't prove anything, kind of thing.
I mean, it's a smart way to be for, like, temporarily, but you got to make a decision.
To each their own, whatever people want to believe, I guess. It's all about proof, right?
It's all about curvature, Dave.
Yeah, if we need a direct measurement of Earth's curvature, have you heard of this? People think they're on a ball and we can't find the curvature.
So far, measured
It's
Earth
flabbergasting.
curvature is an oxymoron. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
I'm just saying it's flabbergasting that we cannot find this curvature of this ball that we supposedly live on. It's
Right.
amazing. But everybody knows it's a globe, but they don't know why. They know it. Anyway, somebody else talk. It's a dead air day. I create dead air.
Not when I'm here, partner.
Yep. Thanks to Gillette Flow, we will not be dead at the moment.
But it'll be close.
I was trying to dig through some old videos, and it was so much easier before we got shadow banned. I'm trying to go through my old links and stuff, and it's just not there anymore. Try to get into
Yeah,
it.
those are
Impossible.
those ones from 2015, 2016 are hard to find. Even
They are
27. You know.
brutal. Jaguar Bigzengi. This dude. He was. Oh, I got the link actually. And that's some pretty basic stuff about. He was pretty good on buoyancy and all that
Who's that?
old stuff. This Jaguar dude. I can't even pronounce it.
Sure.
Ah, see, it keeps bringing up Route 1. Damn it. He did some original. He's an East Indian guy. He talked in front of high school students and stuff in India about buoyancy and whatnot, and explaining the differences. There were some pretty good videos. That is, like you said, in those 2015 years. And then you got hit. I can't even link it. I have the video, but it's not showing up.
I know of one place that has several of the old videos behind the app. It's Dave Weiss's Flat Earth Clock. He's
Yeah, I've
got
never-
a bunch of
never
them on there.
tried. Yeah.
Somebody should have saved all of them on some website or something somewhere, but it is what it is.
I have hard drives full of videos.
Right?
Yeah, at least, yeah. You're probably not the only one.
No,
I'm
there's
not that savvy. I'm not that
hundreds of
savvy.
thousands of us out there.
Yeah.
I've got a crappy laptop with limited memory, but I don't think it could handle very many if I tried to even do it. It's what it is.
You can get a cheap Walmart 2 terabyte hard drive for like $39.
Here's one. Oh, he's going to show up. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Shagswear Bugatti guy.
Who? What? Glover? Where?
Flat Earther, man. Yeah, no. He's like an OG of Flat Earth. He was like first buoyancy and stuff, man.
Got it.
And he sat down with a high school class. They actually they let him in.
Jordite's about to come down here, and he's I think pretty new to the topic. He said he's leaning towards the globe Earth, but he's not really making any claims.
Oh,
That must be gravity making him lean that way, because only globe has gravity. So you just roboted Hank, or was that just me?
I thought he did okay.
Someone wrote. Oh yeah, Hank's out in left field
Domo.
picking daisy. No, I'm just kidding.
Domo. Riding on eggshells is here. He's a flat earther, always has been, right?
Hey, cool. Welcome back, Mr. Shells.
I'm sure he doesn't think he lives on a silly spinning water space ball zipping around through nothing.
If any of you guys ever wanted to get in one of those flights where they make you weightless by making the plane drop really quickly.
Parabolic maneuvers.
Zero G flights.
Yeah, ever fancied the idea of doing that just to see what it feels like?
I'm too old.
Stupid Americans in your country, you call it Vomit commit. So
Yeah.
stupid. So stupid.
Must be quite weird.
Silly Americans.
I'm surprised.
Well, I don't have to know what it feels like to be weightless because I spent a majority of my childhood on a trampoline. I could do sideways,
sure.
front, back flips, and I could get some really good height when I'd get a boost. You know, where they jump right before you,
Yeah.
and then you steal their energy. Yeah, so I know what it feels like to be weightless.
Double bounce. Yeah.
No, but I mean that's that. I understand what you're saying, but those when you're in that space, it's a continuous, non-changing. Do you know what I mean? It must be weird. Do you know what I mean? It's not like when you're on a trampoline, you have that sinusoidal, really feeling really heavy at the bottom and feeling light. Imagine go like a minute. Well, you're falling, aren't you? That's basically what it is. You're falling, but you're not really.
Well, there's no wind resistance, but yeah. Yep, you're still trying to find your equilibrium in the fluid dynamic wherever the fuck you are.
It must be quite weird.
Well, that's what I was saying. They call it vomit comic because most people can't hold their lunch when they go and do it. And I'm just kidding. I guess some people. I've never seen video of a parabolic flight where people are just doing that. I'm glad too. So
watch Chundering.
Just throwing up everywhere. Just like anti-gravity throw up for 5 minutes.
Yeah, that wouldn't be great, would it?
Like during a flight, it would float in front of them, right? I guess.
Yeah, right.
Whoever's walking in that plane with a mop and bucket at the end of it, it's on their first day of the job. They're have a pretty long week, aren't they? To be honest, it's gonna be fucking everywhere.
What was everywhere?
The vomit. Imagine that.
God, yeah. God,
that's not just running around the J class, is it? That's literally 360 degrees spin round.
Oh, it's terrible. I don't want to stay on this topic, but I want to let you know that at certain state fairs or at rides and carnivals and such, and like a Six Flag area, there's just like a cylinder, right? And you stand up against the inside wall of the cylinder, and it just spins and spins and spins, and you get held against the cylinder wall. People try to do it like upside down and shit like that, and they're out having fun. But if even one person so much as sneezes big, you're gonna get it on your face. And I was in one, and luckily it didn't get on me, but it got on a lot of other people. It was terrible. And that's my story.
Gravitron, isn't it?
The Gravitron. You got it.
Or
Yeah.
Starship. Starship's another one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but my memory from grade school, the only thing worse than vomit in the hallway was whatever the janitor put on it to clean it up.
Oh, yeah, bro.
It smelled
For
worse.
sure. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about, I think.
And then that spot of the building always smelled like that no matter what you did.
Yeah. So when I was a child, I rode the Gravitron. I would try to stand up because, at first you're just standing up and then next thing you know, the wall is the floor because the centrifugal force, which is a real force, by the way. And I would try to stand up. So you know how when you first lay on the wall's down at the floor, then the wall slides up to the ceiling. And that's how you know it's now you're at the peak. So I would try to stand up and you kind of feel like there's an elephant standing on you when you're trying to stand up.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So it's crazy hard just to get on your knees, right? And then once you get on your knees, you get the marriage proposal stance and you start trying to stand up, and it's so hard.
It feels like you're in a dream.
Yeah, and the DJ, the guy that's in the middle that's spinning, who's not feeling any of that force, he's just looking at you and you're looking up at him trying to hold your head up.
Please stop this ride, please.
What a sick person to do that.
The ride that made me the most sick was called the Teacups or the Tilt-A-Whirl, where you actually sit in a little cup and spin yourself, plus you're on this platform that's spinning. Y'all remember that one?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I even peed myself on my sister one time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've seen those. videos online of those fucking idiots who get on like one of those kids roundabouts, and one of the, teenagers usually, and one of their mates puts a wheel of a motorbike to the thing, and they spin it up to the point where they literally just,
and they go flying off at like 30
oh
miles an
my
hour.
god, yeah. And they're just some of the, occasionally you get one who gets his leg caught, and you can literally see him being spun so fast his bladder's up coming out of his nostrils.
Dude, no. See, this is why I didn't want to stay on this topic.
No, sorry.
I knew it. And it's got to be a Brit that's going to take it to that next level, right?
Take
Gotta
the
be.
piss out of the Brit, why don't we?
We had the drop. We had the drop of doom. It was an elevator drop of like 13 floors in West Edmonton.
Oh, dude, I can't do those. I get freaked out.
It was insanity.
Yeah, I can't do
I
it.
don't know what
Won't do
was
it.
better, the conversation making me hungry or the one that was making me sick.
Who's more douche?
Thinking about it, I can't do it anymore. No,
We talked a long time ago.
yeah, but even with all that spinning and whizzing, and we're all sticking to walls. We never, oh, this is gravity, but this gravitron is pushing me against a wall, not sucking me in. And there's something wrong with this equation, right? Later on, right?
Yeah, because you know about maple syrup, how it achieves
Oh,
it tries
so
to achieve its level. So that's why you know that.
Yeah.
Hey, Hank, Jocks made it down here. Is that the one you talked to? Jocks, the new person.
Yeah, he finally made it.
Hello, Jocks.
Oh no, not Jocks. No, not that one. He never went up with us.
It's probably Jacques.
Where's Captain Caveman? He's VC verified.
Captain Caveman. Hello, Captain Caveman.
It's your time to shine, Mr. Caveman,
Men don't
Mr.
shine.
Man.
They're usually covered in dirt.
Calling Captain Caveman.
Should I go?
Captain Caveman.
We know
Calling
you there.
Captain Caveman. Are you there?
He posted a GIF without image perms. That's adorable.
Wait,
What?
how'd
Can
you
you
do that?
describe it to us as well?
I'll look. I don't care.
Madagascar, southern pegments. Hey there.
I'll sacrifice.
I just like to fuck with them.
Pretty sure.
Oh, it's a.
Is he a globe-tard?
Oh my god! Here's what it is.
Oh.
Oh, it's noisy at Captain Caveman's house.
That's cute. I guess.
What? Is he a globe?
There we go. That's what Captain Caveman put.
All we know is he's VC verified at the moment.
Bro. Okay, well, you don't have to
Captain
speak right
Caveman.
now, but eventually would like to say hi. But that's all.
We got Jocks with no rolls. But
Jacques, bonne nuit. Jacques, bonjour.
Barely do procès.
Bonjour, bonne nuit. Wherever you may be. You didn't know I could speak French, huh?
Oh, I'm very surprised. I could only make the accent. That's all I could do.
you sound
It's like wherever it is. Must see that kid.
You sound like Pepe Le Pew. Remember the skunk?
Say what? Pepe Le Pew.
Oui, oui, it is possible.
Viva Pepe Le Pew. Funny shit.
Wasn't Pepe Le Pew like a parody of Charles Aznavour?
I don't know.
I thought he
That's
was just a
hard to
pervert.
figure. I don't know.
Famous French
He
actor.
was chasing.
Wait,
When
He
he
was
was
chasing that pussy.
What?
Yeah.
Pepe Le Pew was politically incorrect nowadays. The way that he was, molesting them cats, those female cats. He's a sexual predator. Go back and look. Pepe Le Pew is a predator.
Yeah, well.
No, I know he's gross. It's bad.
Oh, he was chasing.
Yeah,
all
Hey, you got something in your eye. Oh wait, here.
Those felines are just like, wow. I don't even. I want to stop.
It's too
right
bad, man.
there.
They're teaching kids nasty
They're
stuff,
falling
horrible
for it,
stuff.
Let's just say that.
I'm so glad I got out alive.
Is that Captain?
You just slap her by the ass, grab her pussy.
Oh my god.
No.
He had some. Yeah, whatever.
He had some flaws. He had some flaws. Okay, I'll give you that.
Flaws, but see, Pepe Le Pew, no matter how disgusting, he still has beauty.
He showed them all their beauty. He liked all of their beauty.
I want to know how Pepe got all of his experience if he stinks all the time.
What the
Well,
heck?
here's the
How
thing,
did he pull
the
that
other
off?
skunks, though.
That's
He
all
was
I'm
not
trying to say.
taking just
Is
the
that
other
like mic control? Everybody did so good just then. Nobody said a word. That was awesome.
That's right. I like how Pepe Le Pew like walks up and he's like just meeting the cat for the first time, and the cat's like, "Oh, what's going on?" And then that smell hits that cat's face, and that cat's like,
It's the way that every single time something happens to the cat, some sort of contrivance where it gets a stripe of white paint from it on its back on its tail, that from that point on in the entire cartoon convinces Pepe Le Pew that it's a skunk rather than the cat. That's the whole premise of the whole thing.
He's a superficial guy. You know, he only pays attention to what's on the outside. So clearly, that's gonna be the case for him. Just nowhere in nature do you see a skunk spraying around talking to cats. It's not happening.
Yeah, but let's be honest. You know, there's stuff that Bugs Bunny gets up to that, frankly, I've never seen in real life either.
Yeah, I've never seen a tall bunny either. But you know,
and the fact that Goofy is an animal, but he's got a domestic pet, which is another animal himself. That
Wait, so is Goofy a dog or is he an alien?
I don't know what Goofy is. Does anybody know what Goofy is?
I don't think we know. I think it's just
He's a dog.
He is a dog.
I thought he was. I don't know.
I think that Pepe Le Pew cartoon has more meaning than expected. That cat having one stripe, and then that's all it needs to convince Pepe Le Pew that it's a skunk. Well, look at Flat Earth and Globe Earth. They say, "Oh, look at the sunset," so that's Globe Earth, and that's all the proof they need in order to convince them of everything else.
True.
So why did Mickey Mouse divorce Minnie Mouse?
Because she was fucking Goofy.
Correct.
Gentlemen.
Didn't. Wow, that could
Did
go.
you take that out of context? What's wrong? There's nothing off color.
We shan't go further with that one.
I just don't think you should be bringing up somebody's dirty relationship laundry in here. Okay.
Always
That's really all I'm
talking
saying.
about cartoons. I always wondered how come the Coyote kept ordering stuff from the Acme company when it failed on him every time.
Right, every time.
We would have changed vendors at some point.
There are other companies, dude. Yeah.
Anyway, get your anvils somewhere else. And maybe they won't fall in your feet.
But it would be kind of fun to take some of these cartoons apart because they do have some moral implications in them. So it's interesting to see what you can glean as far as viewpoints of the writers or what are they actually saying. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I cheered for the Coyotes sometimes. Is that what you're getting at? I wanted them to catch that little son of a bitch.
Little ass roadrunner.
Beep beep.
Yeah.
Beep beep. Get out
Damn,
my
you just
face.
want to see one time him get flattened too.
No, because then it would be over. Like, then you'd be like, oh, shit.
True. That's true.
There's no more suspense, no more, Even if it just happened once at like the end of one of the episodes, and then the rest of the time he can't catch him. But everybody would overwatch that episode and be sick of the whole thing.
No, but the Roadrunner uses a helium balloon and the rock bounces all boing, beep, 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 beep.
I like how the Coyote could run off a cliff and be okay until he realized he was actually off of, in the air. As long as he
Right.
kept running.
Reality doesn't react to your stupid decision until you give it attention towards that intention.
What was the name of the pre Amazon company that shipped him was equipped? Was it Acme or something like that, wasn't it? Everything he bought was an Acme written on the side.
Acme company, yeah.
There was an Acme company. I think there still might be.
Hold on, I think
He
I
should
already
quit
used
ordering
for
from
that.
them.
Gravity.
Acme just makes boxes.
Wile E. Coyote gravity lessons. Hold on one second. Pull up
Everything's shipped in a box.
Pull up that Bill Byrne gravity lessons.
Everything shipped in a box is pretty much from Acme boxes.
Okay.
That's where it came from. That's where the Green Bay Packers team came from.
Come on in here. Okay.
Oh, I get it. So he didn't buy that device from a company called Acme. Acme just shipped it.
Sorry.
Right.
Okay. Enough.
It actually came up
Oh.
when I did the search. Amazing.
Because
Acme was
we
like
in Europe, I
UPS
just
of the
assumed there was sort of like an online store where you could just buy, catapults, cannons, all kinds of shit from one company who sold you all these lethal things.
At least you're a globe skeptic. You fit that really well. And it's too bad riding on eggshells. I'm not sure what's going on with you, bro, but you don't want to be this dude. And the last little meme I put at 41 minutes, you don't want to have that
You don't
be
want to be the last one on the block.
riding on eggshells gravity lessons.
Don't be the last one on your block to think you're living on
You
a
don't
silly
wanna be that one.
spinning water ball.
You're better than that, my brother. I told Zanuck he should talk to Paza. I thought Zanuck and Paza might have a really great conversation together.
You notice how Zanuck didn't answer my question today? Did you hear that one? I asked him, does he like being a used globe salesman? Does he enjoy doing it?
Did you really?
Honestly, yeah. How does that feel? Yeah. But
That's exactly
honestly,
what he is. All he does is tell stories. He has no facts, no citations, nothing.
Yeah, I don't think he answered any question, not one. But that's just, that's typical here. We see that a lot. But not answer one single question without going to somewhere else.
I was listening for about 20 minutes, and he diverted from the question 6 times in that 20 minutes. I counted. He deflected from the direct question from you or Elijah like 6 times in 20 minutes.
That's how you can tell the difference between, a globetard and a normie. Like a normie will come in here and they might accidentally do it a time or two, But when it seems like their number one skill is like deflection and red herring, they're like, obfuscation experts,
Yeah, if you ask them a direct question and they start talking about something totally different or vaguely related in their mind, whatever. Oh, we need some real world evidence, practical demonstrations of this ball that y'all think you live on, please.
Well, you just don't understand how science works, obviously.
Sorry, that's fine.
Oh, here's a good one. I'll just hand him a card. Watch. Yep.
Yes.
Have brain, will travel.
That's a Glober thing.
Super genius.
Wile E. Coyote. Super
I don't need a
genius.
citation. I am the citation, Zanuck says. And unquote.
I mean, that would be great if he was a professor and he was like saying something within his field, right? Like when Jordan Peterson talks about psychoanalytics or whatever, he's usually pretty on point. But when he starts speculating about something he doesn't know about, not really worth quoting him on that.
I looked for that particular cartoon picture
Wow,
for I don't know how long in the memes, and I can never find it. And then you just pop up with it like it's nothing.
Duck, duck, go, bro. It's right.
Which one?
The one where it shows the card that says Wile E. Coyote, Super Genius, have brain will travel. I've been trying to find that on the meme thing, and I could not find it.
Wait, here's.
What did you look under?
Oh, wait a second. I
copied it, but I'm saying.
Duck, duck, go, and just.
Oh, is that what it is?
Let me see what hold on. There's a whole bunch. Look at this one. I never saw the speed and velocity one. What?
Oh, where's his little formulas he's writing on the board? Yeah, that's correct. That's classic.
No, the next one. He's riding a rocket, and.
Oh yeah.
Dude, that's awesome.
That's funny. Looks like somebody drew that one though.
I did a search Wile E. Coyote Super Genius ID card, and that's how I came up with that.
Okay.
That looks like something that, like, if I were like substitute teaching a class, like a physics class or, biology, because they don't teach physics in middle school or elementary school, which this would be apropos for. Anyway, point is, I'd like to teach the children about how Roadrunner can never catch Wile E. Coyote because Earth isn't
I
a
mean, Wile E.
globe.
Coyote can never catch the Roadrunner.
Right,
Saw
right.
these before. Wait
You might
a
want to keep
second.
those two the right direction.
He
He
Otherwise,
never
they're
has to account for curvature or spin of the Earth or anything at all. Wile E. Coyote relies on a flat station airplane.
Look at these memes. I never saw these before. What the heck?
Somebody should actually draw some new cartoons of Wile E. Coyote with some good
Exactly.
flat Earth stuff on there.
Well, it
Like,
looks
do a
like
really
they're
good job of
starting.
it.
It looks like they're starting.
I'm not that good at drawing, otherwise I would.
Gravity fun. Gravity is inconsistent at this location. He's falling off a cliff. That's like a
What the hell is that yellow thing punching?
That's funny as hell. Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Better.
Is that the Zanuck posting Old American Gladiators episodes?
No. How dare he do that?
He was on American Gladiators? What?
What a racist.
No.
Just joking.
I mean, anything's possible.
Doesn't even
Nice.
fit. It's not
Yep,
even the
that's
proper
it.
ad hoc.
I was going to say,
You guys
Bugs
seen the
Bunny
meme of
definitely in
Zanuck
that.
testing the reference frame?
Hmm?
You guys seen the meme that I have of Zanuck testing the reference frame?
No.
I think I have seen it.
Okay.
Oh, there's another one.
I think there's some flat Earth imagery in the somewhere.
That's cute.
I bet.
That's funny that you found those. Yeah, I found a lot of the really good ones of. I forget the name of that character. Oh God, I've just play a game too where I know his name. I can't. The dog beats the crap out of the Wile E. Coyote. Anyway, I found a lot of those online. What's this?
I remember seeing the coyote do one thing that I thought might work in real life. Let's see what y'all think. He goes off a cliff like in an outhouse or something, but right before the outhouse hits the ground, he just walks out of the outhouse, and he's okay.
Yeah, yeah. I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, sure. Why not? You'd be flattened, but you'd be outside.
Yes.
That's like hitting the elevator door and jumping out at the last second.
No,
Oh, check this out.
right before it hits the ground, he just walks out. He's okay. He just walks along the ground, and the outhouse crashes
Check this out.
behind you.
Man. Look at this.
So Zanuck's name is Mark?
Yeah, this is the breakdown.
As a result of his ill-fated attempts at hunting, Wile E. Coyote racked up hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills. Fortunately, Acme has excellent health benefits. Much of the coyote's failure
use the Acme
stem
employee.
from the fact that he must obey the laws of cartoon physics.
Funny.
Yeah, disobey physics. Second law of thermodynamics.
Roadrunner Digestus.
It's squash. It's perfect.
There's so many of those little silly things that they put at the beginning of the show. They call Wile E. because they don't always call him Roadrunner Digestus. There's a bunch of other things that they call him, like those little silly words that sound like scientific terms. Love that.
Animation. This almost sounds like a globe. Animation follows the laws of physics unless it is funny or otherwise. Art Babbitt. And this just in the news desk in 1963, Bugs Bunny took speed pills and successfully stood in for the Roadrunner who had sprained his giblet. Okay.
His giblet. All right.
I think we all
What does
know
the
how
E
painful
in Wile E. Coyote stand for?
That's amazing. You never thought you could get
Do you know?
much out of Wile E. Coyote, but
What does the E in Wile E. Coyote stand for?
yeah, good question. Let's ask.
Ethelbert.
Ethelberg?
Ethelbert. Ethelbert. Not
Ethelbert.
Ethelbert. Yep. You know how I know that? I looked it up on Google.
You looked.
I looked it
Thanks
up
for
on.
looking it up for
I
us.
looked it up on BoobTube, which is Google. It's funny they do have a lot of information on Google. Some of it's actually true, but you got to really pay attention.
Listen,
Got to
this
watch
is
yourself.
addiction. I think this dude's got addiction. This is Wile E. Coyote. After failing to hold down a steady job due to an obsession with catching the Roadrunner, the Coyote was hired at the Acme Corporation. He ended up working for Acme.
Mythical endurance of Wile E. Coyote. There's all kinds of crap about him. I just looked up the name too. It was so funny. What's weird is that it's actually as old as it is now. Because when I was a kid, it wasn't that old. It was like 20, 30 years.
That's true.
And now it's like, fuck, it's so weird. It's just weird. Like,
how do you think I feel? It's like super old.
I don't know. Well, because you're 10 years older than me. I don't think it really makes a whole lot of difference. But yeah, I get you.
Yeah,
I hear you. What inspired the road?
I remember all the things before it, like going way back to like Felix the cat, even on black and white screens that weren't even square. They had rounded edges, weird shit.
Yes, they did.
TVs look strange. Spaceship.
And they were so small, you had to sit really close to them.
Get
Of course, then our eyes were better, and we could see them from across the room. Now, if I had to watch a small TV like that, I wouldn't be able to watch TV at all.
Yeah, make sure you come
Because we've
on
become
before,
so
so you
accustomed.
can get transmitted to at 6 o'clock.
Thank you. Ooh, 9 unbreakable rules of the Coyote universe. I used to always think of
I
it.
think we should do the flat Earth. The 10 Commandments.
Yeah, all right, okay, fine. Fine, if that's the way you're going to be, fine. Be that way.
I'm glad we agree.
We'll talk about flat Earth. All right, damn it. I'm still going to post this
Anybody
link.
new on here got
Somebody
any
asked me
questions about anything? Feel free to speak up. Sorry I rumpused y'all.
It's all right.
There ain't no
It's all
people
good, bro. You're right.
Got a question about anything? Ask.
I got a question that's going to give Neil deGrasse Tyson a heart attack.
Uh-oh.
If the Earth is a sphere, where the curve at?
Yeah, where'd that curve at?
Where's Smurfy leave? Smurf wants to know where the curve is.
Smurf said he had some work to do. He's not smurfing around today. He was
Oh,
top
man.
notch today.
He was in here earlier, though.
Yeah, but he wasn't smurfing around.
He wasn't? Oh,
no.
Not fun.
Must be his day to work. What's today? Yeah. You got to get back to work.
Hey,
So he held a coherent conversation. Good job, Smart.
Yeah, he did good today.
Really? Nice.
Yeah,
Did you get
really
a
good.
recording?
We'll tell it like it is.
Proud of him. I've only talked to him a couple times, but I just like picking on him anyway. He seems to take it pretty well, so I let people pick on me, so I figure it's only fair. I get picked on a lot, actually, but I like to be picked on. It's fine. Why do I always kill the chat like that? Why is it every time I talk like that, somebody just nothing? Nobody wants to say nothing?
No, bro.
Thanks, guys.
I was thinking about my
You're
wife.
not touching that
me.
one, huh?
My wife used to pick on me all the time, man. She'd be like, "You got any pimples?" I'd be like, "No." She'd be like, "I'm gonna make some up."
Oh no. Is she one of those that'll hold you down and squeeze you?
What?
Oh yeah.
Pimples.
Wait a
Your
minute.
pimples,
What'd
silly.
you say? Excuse me,
Your
ma'am.
pimples.
What'd you say you're gonna mix up?
What'd you say?
Make some up. If you, I don't have very many pimples, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not around a whole lot of grease. I don't get blemishes. She loves like picking pimples.
Yeah, my wife does too. She loves it. Like literally, she'll get my daughter and me both like run from her because she'll see something and she'll be like, "Oh, let me get it." And nope. I'll go outside and hide. Yeah, I can totally relate. You still driving?
Always.
Always. How far are you going today? Or I know you've been going somewhere. You've gone pretty far already because you've been driving for at least 4 or 5 hours.
Moving along. A bunch of flat ground.
I drive in circles.
You do long haul or what? Oh, do you? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought maybe you were long haul.
He's the best pizza delivery person in Tejas. Anyway,
I bet he is.
There used to be a big poster.
You know what? Pizza
Used
is
to put
flat
this
like the
poster-
earth.
Look, people used to put this poster on their wall when I was growing up. I think it's pretty old. It says, "Winners never quit, and quitters never win. But he who never wins and never quits is an idiot."
That's a good point. That is a good point. That's probably a Confucius say. Confucius say he who is going through bus terminal sideways is going to Bangkok. Took you a while. Took you long.
Literally. Yeah, no.
Well, if I would have made that the second Confucius joke, you would have laughed more of it. But I should have let it into it. My bad. We really need to come up with some more flat Earth comedy. We really do. Like somebody to actually sit and write some good jokes.
I got the best joke ever. The globe.
Yeah, but that's my joke from yesterday. I was going to say refraction's today's joke. I have this weird addictive streak in me that makes me want to go and make a video for every little stupid thing that they ask about to show them how wrong they are. And then, like, every time they ask, just post it. You know what I mean?
Did any of y'all see what I was saying earlier about refraction?
I may have caught parts of it. I'm not sure.
Funny. That's
Where I
funny.
was.
That video. Don't look at my face. Don't look at my face. That's hilarious.
Where I was saying basically, like, how do they talk about how shining a laser, shooting a laser to the surface of the moon and having it reflect back to us to give us the distance to the moon, but then they'll talk about refraction on the sunset.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Like, you can't, so the sunlight has refraction, but moonlight doesn't?
Mm-hmm. Just take the Tycho crater 50 miles and do the distance and see how small that sucker is. At 250,000
Somebody
miles.
sent me something cool. I'll be back in a little bit.
I'm just saying as an argument against them. Like, you know, shooting through the atmosphere, wouldn't there be a refraction if it was shooting through their atmosphere to give us a distance from a laser? Wouldn't that laser refract? That was just basically my argument back on them.
I don't know. I'm still waiting on that PDF.
Refraction only works when they want it to work. I thought it was.
You know, QE's been hammering down on talking about refraction, like what is refraction? And I think there's atmospheric distortion, and then there's like refraction when there's two like different media.
Okay.
Yeah.
On his thing, did he talk about it on his site, or? Because I'll go look it up and watch it during my downtime.
He's got videos.
I need to look at him. He was cracking me up the other day.
But as far as refraction goes, I mean, honestly, in any other conversation, we would never accept. Let me see if I can give an example of what it's like. I can't. I'm sorry. My brain hasn't been 100% today. But the bottom line is refraction, you know, detailed in Snell's law, and then the examples we get with, like, say, a piece, like a pencil that's in the water and in the air, you can see the difference. That's not the same as.
That's three different media. The glass, the water, the air. So when you're under the water in the ocean, let's say you're at Florida where it's real clear. Like, you're not looking in the fish and he's way the fuck over there because you're in one media. Now, does that mean that there's not you're sharing tiny little... It's like comparing, you know, a taser to getting shocked by someone with static electricity, right? We're saying it's a very small amount of bending, right? Because now they're not about bendy water. Now they're all about bendy light, right? So it's a very small amount of bending, kind of like when you touch your wife and she shocks you, right? But they're saying, like, no, it's taser. It's like 10,000, you know, no, it's not that much. There's no way it could be that much unless you have three different media, like a fish in a tank where you're looking through glass. Okay, that slows down the light. Then you're looking through water. That might cause it to speed up a little bit or slow back down. I don't know. I haven't measured it. But it's, you know, it's the change of angle. It doesn't actually bend.
Right. But that's true, 100% true. It doesn't actually bend. Like there's no bending. But to the point about how they use the word refraction, which is an equivocation fallacy. Well, if you're to take the definition of atmospheric refraction, just use it interchangeably, like they're both the same thing. One is a mathematical concept. I don't even know exactly why. Maybe to explain some phenomena that maybe shouldn't be seen, or that you wouldn't expect to see on a globe. I don't really know where this refraction stuff for 7/6R, where that originates. That might be my new project, figuring that out. But what I do know is when you look on YouTube and you type in this light travel in a straight path, yeah, everyone says it does. And that being said, obviously in air or in one medium, when you have something in front of you, is called line of sight. Is the light from there is going directly to your eye in a straight path. So that being said, there is supposed to be a geometric horizon that's obstructing, I'll say, anything beyond the horizon, or any land beyond the horizon. You should, obviously, the horizon is the point at which you should be able to see no more Earth, right? That's basically the definition.
It should be dipping.
Right. So when they say refraction and they're talking about light traveling from some other further point to bend into your eye, what about the light that's traveling from the geometric horizon? Where's that at? They talk about it as if it's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to appear as if it's somewhere else. No, it's like a building that's 2 blocks away from me. Depending on my angle, I may or may not be able to see the sunset for that much long. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's like 6 o'clock, I might still be able to get a glimpse of the sun. But if it's like 7 o'clock, well, it's gone now. I can't see it unless I'm like on a roof or there's no buildings in the way. You know what I mean? So it's like with it's in a geometric occurrence. It's obstruction at a specific location. So where's that at? You can't just say, well, it appears as though it's somewhere else. And by the way, you can see the oil rigs that technically some portion of them should be cut off by the geometric obstruction, but that's not the case because of refraction.
Right.
That's insane.
It is.
And the math that they use, which is invalid anyway because they can't demonstrate curved gases, doesn't actually get the geometric distance of the horizon anywhere near where it is appearing in like the Black Swan and others.
There's a lot of weird shit going on in those photos, though.
No, there isn't actually. There, you know what? That where those oil rigs enter the water, the one that's further out, habitat, where they enter the water is further back and higher up. The further out, it's higher up as well in the image. This is just the way our world works objectively. That cannot happen on a globe. It will have to drop away at that distance.
Sure.
You can see the water all the way up to where both are entering the water. How can you see both of them?
Yeah, but in the images I've seen, I don't want to go on. This is the images I've seen.
Yeah, I know you have nothing to say.
The position of the altitude of the lighthouses differ to each other anyway in the photos I've seen, which is a bit weird.
Have you seen the video yourself?
Yeah, I've seen the video. seen the video. I've seen the shots. He says occur quite a lot, and the shots he says occur rarely. I don't know.
Have you seen the 31 mile from 1.5 feet above sea level? 31 miles.
Is that a Black Swan one? Is it?
No, that's the newest one that BM SLB did. LSB, sorry, I get that wrong all the time.
BMLSB 69.
BMLSB 69, yeah.
It's the initials
That man
of Santa Barbara.
does-
Just remember, SB's the last take. That's how I remember.
Yeah. That man knows how to make videos. I don't know where he is. I don't know who needs to reach out, but come on, like we got to start reaching out to people. We could do a lot of things with this platform. Like, for instance, it'd be a great opportunity to hold on.
Yeah, 31.8 miles, Anacapa Arch.
The Elijah just cut
Santa
out.
Barbara Channel from Miramar Beach, I think is where all of his observations are from. It's in the place of Santa Barbara, looking across
looking
Santa
at it
Barbara
now.
Channel to the Channel Islands, which are Santa Cruz, Santa Rosa, San Miguel, and San Nicolas.
So to explain that one away
Dan,
with
what was I
refraction.
saying? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
No, my bad.
No
All
worries.
I said was he's looking across the Santa Barbara Channel from a beach in Santa Barbara called Miramar Beach, looking across to the islands and across the Channel Islands, Santa Barbara Channel. They're called Santa Cruz, Santa Rosa, San Miguel, and San Nicolas.
So for that observation, now they need to artificially inflate their Earth radius to something like 1.6 million miles.
No,
right?
way more than that. Yeah, well, 31 miles, yeah, because the islands in the Black Swan are 30 miles, and that makes the radius more than 2 million miles, so this is slightly more than that. So it just keeps getting
the
further and
standard
further out.
refraction formula gets them like a fraction of a percent the way there, I guess. So
Mm-hmm.
the math that they claim, which is invalid to begin with, because you don't have curved gases, it doesn't
Mhm.
even work
No.
to explain this.
Right, that's what I was explaining earlier. Like they're saying that, standard refraction through the atmosphere is going to be more than looking through a fish tank with 3 different media. And it's like, no, that's actually not how it works, right? The way that it works is that when the light goes through, hits the barrier at a certain angle, the light will change directions. And what I heard the other day is that there's like 1 million barriers, in 10 miles because that's how gas works. And I'm like, whoa, where are these gas barriers that you can bounce, light beams off of and that you can bounce radio signals? Where is this gas at? I've never seen any gas like that, because anytime I've ever used some sort of laser, it doesn't bend unless it goes through a separate medium. Because how many times have my stoned ass been at home smoking weed all day long, playing with my cats with laser lights? I know how that shit works, so I'm somewhat of an expert, right? It doesn't bend like that until it goes through glass or water.
Yeah, I'm watching that video. That's the latest one, is it? Sorry.
Yeah, I believe so.
And when I say I'm an expert, I've spent many hours playing with lasers. Like, if you're not talking about laser on my Mac 90, how about the laser that I play with my cats? I mean, I've always been the type to experiment with shit and try to figure out how shit works. And the way that they're claiming refraction works through just the atmosphere alone, that's not reality. It's like being afraid that you might get tased when you kiss your wife because she's got, static electricity. You're not going to get tased. It's going to be a tiny little amount. And they're like, no, it's orders of magnitude more, 10,000 watts.
Okay, guys, we got a new person. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. No roll. Just letting you know.
Humpty Dumpty, welcome to the server. Can you go up to the VC verification? We can get you verified.
All
If you
the
do that,
king's
I'll follow
horses,
you up
all
there.
the king's men will meet you up there. And we'll put you back together.
Yeah, if you could just go, we'll follow
That's
you up
the
there.
That's his original shot, wasn't it, in his first video of it? That's right. That's the one, isn't it?
That's the one.
You watching the one where you can see an island 30 miles away?
Yeah, yeah. So do you notice how Bo, that's his name, QE has spoken to this gentleman, apparently. So you notice how Bo puts the information exactly how all the conditions are, how high from, you can see it's very easily determined that how the camera is being set up, where the location is. There's no fooling around. You can see exactly yourself. It's objective, you know, how high he is above the water and so forth. We've never seen anything like this from any Glober ever in the whole time. I've been looking into it for 5 years. Some of you here 7, 8 years probably.
7. Some of us. All right, so here's the thing. If they could just, show us, right, that the light what we see never goes past 1.225 times the square root of the observed height in feet. If they could just show us that, then they would have an actual plan. Or, let's give them a margin of error, okay? Maybe 2 miles, right? You can't see the horizon past 2 miles, but that's not what's going on, right? We're seeing it past orders of magnitude past 1.225. So if this one is 30 miles, then that's that's an order of magnitude. More than.
It's a lot of distortion if it is, isn't it? That's the shot. What's that one? BS.
What does that have to do with where the horizon's appearing?
That's 30 miles away. Think about how far that is, positive.
Doesn't have to do with anything.
30 miles.
That's the other shot it shows, isn't it?
You can see from the observer, you could take a screenshot at any particular portion along the way while he's zooming out past the first oil rigs going out. You could see surfers in between before the oil rigs. Then you can see things in between the oil rigs. You can see the oil rig and all of it's getting higher up and further back. So how is that possible? At 31 miles? The island is further back than all of the other things leading all the way up to it, that you can see every single thing in the water. It's a really calm day.
That video was amazing.
There's some sort of, between those two pictures there, there's definitely some sort of distortion there, because look at the proportional altitude of the two rigs next to each other.
Seems like you're
There's
not
something
listening,
going on
though.
Hold, guys, you mind if I take this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, please, Drew.
Go ahead, Elijah.
So there's some distortion, so?
Well, I'm just saying, if you look at in the one, the top of those two pictures just put up, in the top one, the furthest rig on the left. Look at its look at each of its features in terms of its vertical height compared to the nearest one. And then you do the same with the second picture, and they're definitely different to each other, aren't they? I'm trying to work. What is that? What's that difference between, in the top picture? You can look at the base gantry above the leg stem on the right hand side, and it's kind of like amid the gantry on the right hand side, and then the bottom picture is just out of view below the water level, but you can still clearly see a significant proportion of the gantry.
Yeah,
the near one.
This image that you posted, did you make this screenshot?
Okay.
Do you know which video that's coming from?
Yeah, it's from his. Both of them are from his original video.
This is not from the same day. It's from the same location on a different day. The waves were like 5 feet high, 6 feet high, and the first day they were not.
Yeah, but that's still.
At 1
I get
foot
that.
height still. with huge
I get
waves in
that.
front of you. You been to the beach, right? Have you
No,
ever
what I'm
laid
saying,
down on the sand and looked at the waves, like
I
right at
get,
the water edge, and you look at the waves, that big waves come up, you cannot see anything behind them.
sure. But here's the point. I get that, and that would be definitely a colluding phenomenon, yeah. But the point is, both these rigs are, I believe, Habitat and what's it called, the other one?
Hill House.
Hill House. They're both power driven onto the about 100 and something odd 190 odd feet of seabed. So they're not moving up and down with waves. Is anybody here who, unless someone else knows differently? But
there's something called shoaling. Where you'll have the tide, I guess, coming in. And they'll create a little bit more of a bulge there. Where there's a steep decline in the elevation. Depends on where you are. That spot happens to be a spot prime for that.
Sure,
but
I get that.
Right.
But that being said, well, you see what you see. I get it. You're telling me to look at the picture. I see the pictures. Okay. And
in both those pictures, I'm completely ignoring all the water. That's the point I'm making. I'm completely ignore the water.
Even though
Look
the
at the
water's
two rigs.
blocking your view.
Hold on, guys. I asked you guys.
Yeah.
Completely ignore all the water in both those pictures and look at the two rigs. And he's observing them from the same beach on different days. I get that, and different weather conditions. The furthest in the top picture, the elevation of the furthest rig is different in comparison to the nearest rig than it is on the second day. And they're both on the seabed, so they're both not moving up and down with tides or waves or river or any storms or anything like that. I'm just asking, what is the phenomena that makes the top one, the rig appear taller out of the water in the first picture and lower in the water in the second picture? And it's not, and again, completely ignoring the actual water in the two shots, just focus on the two rigs. There's definitely something happening there, isn't there? That's different between those two shots. Because there's straight lines of, if it's straight lines of light coming from the two rigs across flat water to you and going in your eyes simultaneously in both instances, and he purports to be on the same beach different days. There is something about the way he observes the rigs in total isolation of any water that is different on those 2 days. That I don't understand. That is the bit that throws it for me. I can get how there's an inconsistency there, and that's throws any accurate assessment of what I'm looking at out the window, really, because I don't know what I'm looking at. If I can't work out why those rigs are up and down, then what does it matter where the water is?
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to see how long. You know what I mean? This is. I want to hear more of him speak than them speak.
Sure, I don't know. I'm just opening. I'm begging. The question.
So I mean, it's been maybe. It's been the better part of 3 minutes, maybe more. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate what you're saying. I don't know how it relates to the points previously put to you. Are you saying that because of this other non-related thing to the point, are you saying that it renders you incapable of making any comments about the point made to you unless you knew what was going on specifically with the question that you're asking?
I'm trying to pick up what you just asked there. No, I'm saying that
You can't answer any questions unless what you think is an issue, which is non sequitur to the point made to you about the photo and the argument, right? You can't answer to that until what you want is explained, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that there is some altitudinal distortion.
No, I'm not asking what you're saying. I'm asking what you're doing. Because it's not like you're addressing the argument. So I'm asking, is that because you're choosing not to make any assessment because of the non-related thing that you're asking about?
Do you think it's non-related that the observation of that lighthouse one against the other is completely different on 2 days? Forget the water, just look at the two lighthouses.
It's most definitely a red herring by the definition.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. If you think it's a red herring, that's all right. That's pretty much. You don't think it's
Well,
a
it
related
is.
issue.
If the point is okay, let me take a look see here. If the point is about the geometric horizon, so called, so the geometry of the surface we live on, and you're talking about the placement of the oil rigs, I'm going to guess in respect to the horizon, why it looks lower. In reference to what? Right. So, you're talking about one thing while the point is about another thing. That is by definition a red herring. Though it seems related, it doesn't actually address the point. That's how the red herring fallacy is defined.
Okay.
That being said, at C.SDSU, looming and sinking are the simplest of all the refraction phenomena. They're simply abnormally large and small refraction, respectively. As was first shown by Lambert, 1759, a constant density gradient in the lower atmosphere produces only a vertical displacement of distant objects, not a distortion. So looming is just an exaggeration of normal refraction produced by a steeper than usual decrease in density with height. So, as it relates to your red herring about the vertical distance, the vertical difference, well, there's something called sinking and looming. Now, that's described as a vertical displacement. We're talking about a lateral displacement. So while I've just addressed your question about this vertical displacement, can you address what we're talking about with the lateral displacement? Please and thank you.
The lateral, you mean the displacement of the observed horizon?
What does lateral mean?
Of a line.
Okay. It's not on one point, it's on another point. Why?
What is what on one point and what on another point? What were we talking about specifically?
What does laterally mean?
Lateral means on a line or on a level.
Okay. Well, first of all, isn't the point that refraction is making it possible for you to see what you're seeing?
More of the further light.
So ultimately, it's straightening out the curvature. Essentially.
Well, I can see more of the.
So across this line of sight, we're asking you what's up with the displacement.
What in what respect do you think you're asking? I don't know what you mean.
Where are the oil rigs?
Out at sea.
Where they specified distance-wise from the observer.
6.9 and 9 point something miles away.
Okay. Where's the geometric horizon mathematically?
At the height he is it what 1 point something, 2 miles, 1 point something miles, 2 miles? At the height he is, I don't know. Right.
1.2 miles? Okay.
1 point, I don't know, 2 point. It's a lot nearer than the rigs. Just put it that way, yeah.
Okay. And where does the horizon appear to be?
In the bottom photograph, it's somewhere between us and the nearest rig on the right, but it's difficult to say exactly where. And on the top
Right.
one,
It's easier to say from the top photo because, well, there's a reference, right? So let's go with that one.
well, we look at both of them. They're both observations.
No,
of
if we
reality.
just we need to work with one because we can't work
Okay,
with
so
both.
in the top one, the horizon is way beyond the furthest rig.
So minimum 10 miles.
So probably much further than that. I would imagine.
That lateral displacement. What's up with that?
Yeah, I get it. I understand that. The fact that the geometric.
No, it's not about understanding. I'm asking you what's up with that. In order to not actually address that directly, you responded with, what about the vertical displacement of the oil rigs? Now, in order to assess that, give you an answer, I had to go along with your red herring and actually address both of the photos, because otherwise, how could I talk about the vertical displacement? So,
yeah,
I gave you the only answer I could think of that's out there. I don't know if there's another source that would say anything that would explain, and I don't know. But I gave you the answer that I knew from the place that I got it from. I answered your question in lieu of you responding to our question. So how about you do me the courtesy and try to answer the question directly?
Okay, so you're asking me what I think is going on.
What's up with the displacement?
I presume that there's something just that if the rigs are just set distance apart, set distance from the observer, set altitude, ignoring the actual water itself, and the light coming from those
You can't ignore the water, because the question we want you to answer is what's up with the Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't want to repeat
the
myself.
horizon.
What is up with the displacement of the horizon that should be 1.2 miles, but is, or what, 2 miles? Well, no, the photo that you posted, 1.2 miles, when you can see it, is definitely beyond at least 9.4 miles. What's up with that displacement?
What's up with that displacement?
Are you going to keep repeating back? Yes.
If some sort of distortion is able to elevate the furthest rig, why couldn't it elevate any physical position on the sea, near the rig or beyond the rig, to a point where you could see it as well?
I don't know how that question is even related to. I mean, it's non sequitur. You have vertical displacement. What would do you have a citation for lateral displacement? Because I'm talking about where is the light from the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles? Where is that light and why isn't it bouncing back to the observer? Because we only see a horizon that's far in the distance. That's the only light that's coming back to our eyes in respect to the Earth.
Well, you're seeing by definition, you're looking in the top picture. As you look across the surface, you're seeing water all the way. So every position at every distance has obviously got light getting to you. But evidently, in the top picture, you've got light coming to your eyes from a position on the sea way beyond the furthest lighthouse.
Yeah, you're describing the problem, because the light that's supposed to bounce to my eye from the geometric horizon should be the last bit of Earth that I see.
Absolutely.
So you're detailing to me the problem that I'm asking you. Why is this here? Why is this problem? Why are we having this problem? What's going on? So what do you do you have a source for what you're do you have a source rather than some hypothesis that you're coming up with to answer me? Is there actually, because this is obviously not just the only place that this happens.
Of course.
It's happened a number of places in different observations with different things. So now we're talking about this not from just this picture's point of view, but from a general point of view. What's up with the horizon not being geometric?
Not being geometric. I don't know what you mean by not being geometric. It's the geometry of the shape, whatever the shape of the surface is, the geometry stays the same. It's fixed. In the bottom one,
you know that. I'm sorry. Listen, you know that geometric means Earth measured.
Geometric geometry means is the mathematics of shapes, and whether you believe the Earth is flat or whether it is a curve.
But geometric, we're talking about the Earth metric measured. That's what we're talking about.
Geometric, yeah.
I just want to know that. I just know that you're not equivocating, right? And you know that we're talking. I'm just getting you on the same page. You understand the room you're in, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about something specific. We're not just talking about geometry in general. We're talking about
say geometric. Geometry and geometric are the same thing. Are the same field, aren't they?
No, you're equivocating because there's obviously a difference.
What do you mean by geometric horizon? You mean the observed horizon or where it should be?
First of all, we were talking about geometric, but anyway, yes, geometric. The geometric horizon is defined as the point of Earth
which, without any visual distortion, would be the furthest point you could see on the surface of the land.
No, that is where the ground. That's the last bit of ground that you see. That's what geometric means. It means there's a tangent point from you to the horizon.
Absolutely, and that would be if there was no distortion in any observation we ever
No,
made.
listen. If there was distortion from that point, it would be meeting your eye. Distorted or not, it doesn't just disappear, and distortion changes that from there to somewhere else. That's not. Help me understand. You have a tangent point, and the tangent from that point to your eye. So now we factor in distortion. What happens to that tangent?
It's not a tangent anymore. You just contradicted yourself. Pazza, you just contradicted yourself. Then it's not a tangent. What's a tangent?
I know what a tangent is.
Then tell us.
You want me to explain?
Yeah, I want you to
basic
tell us.
geometric
Yes.
principles to you.
I want you to tell us what a tangent is.
A tangent is a line from a point to the surface of a sphere. It's a coincident sphere at one single point.
It's a straight line.
You're a
Once
line,
it's
yeah.
distorted, it's not straight anymore.
Okay.
Then you don't have a tangent. That's the contradiction.
Well, you don't have a straight line. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's what a tangent is.
A tangential line is a straight line in geometry.
That's correct.
So if you work on the premise that there's no distortion in the light, that's what you'd have every single
That's
time. you
right.
observe
So
it.
you don't have a tangent because you're saying there's distortion, so there's no tangent. That's my point.
I've still not heard anybody explain why the lighthouse
Explain
is
why.
altitude zone.
Well, how is the geometric horizon 10 times further than it should be?
Because
Yeah, that's a lie. I just told you. But answer his question, please.
Yep. Why is the geometric horizon 10 times further than it should be?
why, if you can suddenly in one picture you can see much further on the surface?
Oh, that's not helping you.
No.
That just destroyed you. But you're too stupid to realize it. 1 second, I'll show it to you. Of course, I had this in my fucking presentations from the beginning. Can you read this out loud, please? It's 38 minutes after the hour.
Read what out loud?
Yeah, I'll read it. You don't read my stuff well. These two photos are taken with the same camera and camera height 4 days apart. Not only are A and B both black swans, Baltards, pay close attention. Your physical sphere edge horizon that blocks boats and buildings is moved. Yeah. Does your spinning monkey ball inflate and deflate? You're finished. You don't even realize it. That's
you haven't addressed the point I made earlier, really, about the observed
the
distance.
Point. I just killed your whole fucking argument right here.
Okay.
I don't need to address anything. Address that.
Which part do you want to address there of that statement?
The whole fucking thing. Both are black swans. You brought up the second photo because I know that's the one you're parroting.
I'm not parroting anything. I'm just asking why.
Yeah, you are. You have no idea with what you speak of. How's the horizon, geometric horizon, by the way, 10 times further than it should be? Answer that.
It would only be the case if the horizon was physically moving, the Earth was inflating or deflating, or some other phenomenon was coming into play.
How is the horizon, and why is the horizon 10 times further than it should be on your sphere? Simple.
Because you can see light from much further away getting to you.
Answer the question. You can see light from much further away. You think that answers the question? Are you kidding me?
If light was being distorted from a further position on the sea, such that it got to your eye.
If light was being distorted, that is not answering my fucking question.
The horizon is defined as the furthest position which light can get to your eye, isn't it?
Negative. Citation, please.
Okay. What's
it's the apparent junction of the earth and sky. You're making shit up.
Yeah, but that means that there's
no. It doesn't mean nothing except what it says.
Okay.
That doesn't. You didn't repeat that definition. It doesn't fucking mean anything except what it says. It is the apparent junction of the earth and sky. Period. End of story. That's what it means.
Yeah, you're shouting.
Why is there? Yeah, I'm shouting because you keep fucking avoiding the question. Why is the horizon 10 times further than it should be, Snowflake Sally?
Because the horizon has moved.
No, the horizon. So your physical sphere edge. Yeah, your physical sphere edge has moved. You just debunked your fucking sphere.
No, didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You're just too stupid to realize it. Does geometry move?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Does geometry move?
No, the geometry Earth doesn't move.
Well, you just said it did.
No, I said the observed horizon moved.
That's the horizon, yeah.
No, so you're conflating.
That's your fuck off. You're a double speaking numpty dipshit. You're busted. Say goodnight.
See, this guy wants to act and pretend like for the past, I don't know how many years, they haven't been claiming that boats go over the horizon, and that's how you know you live on a ball. Well, that worked really well for hundreds of years, possibly, because it appears that way. But when you actually get the newer technology and you look, and where's the horizon? It's all over the place. Well, if it's moving, that debunks their radius. And at this point, if they try to measure the distance to the horizon, they're no longer measuring the radius as they had claimed, right? They're actually measuring where it's at based on atmospheric conditions. They're just measuring the distance to the horizon. That's it. They can't tie it to the shape of the Earth anymore. QE and others have taken it away from them.
He was real careful not to say refraction. He knows better. Because I would have been all over it. I'd have been all over him like a duck on a fucking June bug.
It's a little slimy. I mean, man.
QE, is it possible that both your definitions for the horizon were accurate?
Which both definitions?
Yours was the apparent,
That's not my definition.
meeting of. Regardless, the one that you cited was the apparent meeting of the sky and the ground, and the one that he said was, the furthest part where light can reach our eyes.
How could it be the contrast of the light and the darkness? Really, show me the fucking photons coming from the horizon.
Do you disagree that the horizon is made up of the furthest part that the light can reach our eyes?
Yeah, because it's not the definition. You see contrast?
It is one of the definitions.
You see contrast? No, it's not. Cite it.
I would say, actually, it encompasses
Cite
more
it.
than what you said.
Cite it.
I'll tell you why. When you go
Cite
up,
it.
Hold up. I'm citing it right now.
You're out of.
I'm
you're
making
out
a
of
citation.
context.
Listen.
You're out of
so when
context.
you go up, hold up, Elijah. Just
you're out of context. Before you continue, the reason he said what he said is because he falsely stated what I said. Well, I said something that was similar to what he said, but I didn't say what he said.
Okay.
So you're out of context. What he was talking about is the geometric horizon, which I kept saying was the.
Go ahead.
Which I kept saying was the last bit of land you should see on a sphere. So that's why he said what he said.
Fair enough. It sounded like QE was making just like,
it's not the same definition
for what a horizon is. Like that is the definition and that's it. But
but what he was saying wasn't the same.
That's not it.
It is.
No, but
Elijah, he's saying the context doesn't matter.
Cite it.
I'm making the citation. Listen, when you're in a high altitude balloon, right?
Off. Go to your fucking high altitude balloon. Cite the definition of the horizon or shut the fuck up. Your definition could equal looking by a building. You're a moron. So cite it and then you'll come off mute. Other than that, you're dust. Is that unreasonable? If it's unreasonable, just go ahead and vote. I'll take them off mute. All right. If I'm looking at a corner of a building, that's the limit. Yeah, you better go. Here, I'll help you with it. Deafen too, so you don't come back off. Since you deafened yourself, I'll just help you out.
It's surprising people doing the same thing, expecting different results.
Yep. His definition that he just made up could be the definition of looking at an angle at a building. Right? Couldn't it? Corner of a building? Yes? No?
Wait a minute. Say it again. Say it again, QE.
Be looking at the corner of the building. The limit to where the light meets your eye? Well, I could be looking at a corner of a building. I can't see anything behind it because that's the limit where the light meets my eye.
That's right.
So he's an empty dipshit. Yeah, it's just Elmer Fudd sophistry.
Yeah. Interesting how they just...
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, really strange. It's such a simple thing. Like my latest thing on this whole thing is so use their geometry against them once again. they're bludgeoned to smithereens. But if the light's hitting something that's lower in elevation before it gets to you, what's their explanation? That it goes up and bounces back down. It would have to go up and down to the observer. That's what they're trying to say is doing. I guess that's what the refraction argument is. But they don't have anything. They just are making it up as they go along, because the answer is not 7/6R. Like, even if, like, we know they don't have R anyway, so that's a moot point. But they don't have any specific.
Now they don't even know what
specificity.
No, they don't even know what refraction is. Ask them to define refraction. If you got a ball in there, ask them to define refraction right now.
Shit, I know more about refraction than they do. Yeah. I'm a guitar player.
Bet you they can't answer it.
I know.
Especially with citation, they won't be able to. They never post citations. They don't even know what one is.
I know. I thought you were going to show up earlier this morning when Zanuck was in here.
Nah, I was busy. I was shooting all morning.
That's cool.
I see he's on mute. Who muted that fucking lion Surat?
One of us did. I don't know if it was me or someone else. But
yeah, he got totally destroyed talking about the light from your eye going to the object.
The light from your eye. Would your eyes shoot out beams of light?
Laser vision.
That's what he said. Sonny called him more than twice.
Who caught him?
I did.
Sonny, he that's what he said. He said it twice. He meant that shit until he realized.
Till the second time, I was a little upset. I got heated. I was like, the light goes from your eye? What? Oh, man. They're all freaking lost, man. They're painted in a corner, and they're thinking they're still painting. They're thinking there's still, like, room to still paint. They're in the corner, painting themselves in further and further. Funny.
Rolling boulders. You're guilty of an equivocation fallacy. I'll post it for you. Using two or more definitions of a term in a single argument.
And that's a literary term or a philosophical term, anyway. The context you're using it.
Yep.
Not a geometric or no, it's not a geometric.
Yep.
Not a natural phenomenon in reality.
I thought you guys already went over fallacies. I seen some announcements of a fallacy discussion.
Yeah. That was a 3 hours long with Drace. Made a presentation and had discussion with several of,
That was rolling boulders in here?
He might have been in the, I don't know, there was like 60 of us in the freaking chat.
Damn. I missed out.
I'd like to see that. Was that individually recorded? I would like to go back.
Yeah, Brad recorded it on the what is it called? The Brad recording bot. Recording.
Cool. Where do I find it?
Craig, the recording bot. His name's Craig. Yeah, I'm sure they got it. And I'm sure there's going to be Indio's going to get a bunch of clips. Somebody's been clipping off these clips, individual clips. Now, I don't know what they're going to do with them exactly, but I've heard several of them here already.
I got a question, and this is open-ended for anybody to answer. If flat earthers were making this shit up and we didn't have no evidence or anything like that, why would we be giving presentations on how to spot flaws in people's logic? If we were making this shit up, I mean, think about it logically for a second. If we were making this shit up, would we be given like sermons on how to spot like bullshit logic?
Yeah,
we wouldn't want anybody peeping out our logic, right? Because it would be full of holes if this wasn't true.
Think about that. That would be like the most illogical thing to possibly do. Why would someone do that on purpose if they were full of shit?
right? You know that you would be the see. That's what they have to. You know what they think we are? They think we're the biggest trolls on earth. Flat earthers who only want to talk about the scientific method and who only want to talk about the geometry, or like they're the only ones who want to fucking talk about. It's crazy.
It's like they're afraid of it. They're kryptonite. It's like they're kryptonite, but they can't stay away from it. It's so bizarre. Moths to a flame.
And you know where a lot of this comes from? Like, it comes from them, like, lying to the point to where everybody's going, wait a minute, what? What did they just say? Like, evolution? Big Bang? Like, that's science? Really? Is that science? They're saying it's science. It's being taught in science classes. It's like, okay, well, I guess as long as, they get taught creation, they can make a choice for themselves. Oh, no, they removed the Bible from the schools like in the 60s. Oh, okay. Maybe this is a problem we need to address, and we've been addressing it. Others like Kent Hovind and other people that have been around for a long time addressing this stuff, and man, it's so easy when you hear both sides of the debate to make up your own mind, right? It's so easy because what they got is ad hoc explanations, affirmations, and the rejection of experimentation. That's all they got. It's just tactics. And that's why we have to school people on tactics so that we can recognize what these people are doing, because they're not making arguments. They're making tactical moves to avoid our arguments.
Right on. That's exactly what they've been doing. Tactics.
Hey, what's up? I'm back. I just unloaded all my stuff or organized it. So check this out. I went to another server a moment ago, and I uploaded the document. I linked it. I mean to say that there's no physical sample of that virus thing, and then it's amazing. There's like a handful of these people.
Well, bro, that's one of the tactics. Yeah, we're not talking about that. Sorry. Yeah,
I'm changing the subject. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So that's one of the tactics we're talking about, and it's okay if you accidentally do it, like Smurf just did. Like, I'm not saying that he deliberately did that. He was just excited about what he just got through talking about on the server, and I'm sure he would, love to share it off air. But
on
that's
a
what they do.
related subject, I'm saying they're paying people like Flat Earth. They're paying people to counter the Flat Earth, And I've seen a mainstream news article. They have like a few $1 billion and like Air Force. I guess they have enlisted dudes in front of a computer ridiculing the Flat Earth, and they get paid to do it on the. It blows my mind, but I've seen these articles. They budget billions of dollars to try to make fun of us, and on YouTube or whatever. I'm a bit excited, like you said, Hank. Sorry about that. They're here in Discord, is what I'm trying to say. In Discord, there are these people. We're getting paid to argue with us. Do you know that? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, cite your source, buddy, because we don't like to speculate around here.
I can. I've seen this before. I can go look for it. I've seen an article where they allocated a few $1 billion to counter the flat Earth. And if you give me a minute, I'll be right back.
That's cool. I mean, we got like 32 people on average, so I can't see them getting paid much. I wish we were that for it.
Yeah, I wonder if they use any of that money to counter their own scientists when they say some real shit sometimes. Like when Michio Kaku says, nobody that I know of uses the so-called scientific method. Then what the fuck you doing with all that scientific grant money, motherfucker?
Yeah. Well, he's all theoretical, right? It's a theoretical place. Theoretical everything. Everybody wants to go into quantum calculations and theoretical this and theoretical that. I don't know, I guess it's a theoretical world. You think people are making money out of denouncing this room?
So let's say hypothetically that Smurf is right, and they're like paying money to have people argue against us. Like, that's kind of weird, right? I don't know if that's going on or not, but I don't like speculating about it.
Hey! Listen, Hank. I can't find it at the moment. I have to keep searching, but I swear, I promise, with God as my witness, I've seen this before on a mainstream news article, and I'll keep looking for it. But they allocate a budget of billions of dollars to the Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, to counter flat Earth. Yeah, I'm still looking for it. I've seen it. I promise, I've read it with my own eyes. But you don't have to trust me. I'll keep looking for it.
Well, no, yeah, we've definitely been shadow banned. We've been absolutely shadow banned in the last 5, 6, 7 years, big time. Nobody will deny that.
Well, I'm just having trouble tonight finding the article. I mean, it's just one of endless, many thousands of articles I've seen before, and yeah, I just know they openly admit they allocate budget to counter us. That's why they're so obviously fake. I imagine that you got dudes wearing AC, whatever, camouflage, sitting in front of computers, and they're sitting next to each other, and they're on Discord and YouTube and Facebook, and they're just trying to ridicule the flat Earth. Yeah, it's real.
I mean, it's
Go ahead.
no, man, thank you. It's already ridiculous enough within the paradigm of what we've been walked into, right? We already walked in there. We ridiculed ourselves. I ridiculed myself walking into this world, right? It was like, no way, that's not true. Right?
It is really world.
And until you do your own test and understanding and learn enough about the world that's around you and not listen to your kindergarten teacher. I mean, you only have to get past that. You really, it's really, you don't have to go past any of this stuff they really cloud us in. We only have to get past what is level and what is here and what's actually possible. Because we already questioned that when we were 5. We already did. We have.
I'd like to apologize to Hank that I don't have it right in front of me to cite it as a reference, but I've seen it with my own eyes. When I find it, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'll be sure and post it in the live stream because that'd be funny if that was going on. Because people would want to do it for free. People like vigorously defend their religion, the heliocentric religion.
I was going to say, Smurf, I'll give you some back in there because I've heard of JTRIG is the program that I heard of where they have cyber groups of agents that are there controlling the patrolling the internet. So I've heard of what you're talking about.
Right.
It's called JTRIG.
I haven't heard that specifically, but that's probably what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It could be related to what do they call it?
I would like
space war. Like they have these. They used to be aeronautical groups, and now they're spa war.
It was something with 4. It could have been 4 billion or 14. I think it was 14 billion with a B, budgeted to counter flat Earth on the internet.
But I don't know if they specifically said flat Earth. Just anything that's not required, paradigm. They have to be strict lines of what the. Well, I'll just say it. What the rulers want. The controllers want certain things only coming through the media, so they're the ones that decide.
You guys heard about the Earn It Act?
No.
So you guys can look up the Earn It Act. It has to do with the Eliminating Abusive and Rampant Neglect of Interactive Technologies Act of 2022. This bill revises the federal framework of governing the prevention of online sexual exploitation of children. But you know how they wrap things in a certain way to make it look good? So I think what they're trying to do in this bill is make it look like they're trying to get rid of the exploitation of children, but it's going to do away with a lot of like other stuff too. You know what I mean? They're not just going to put one thing in a bill and pass it. They never do. There's always like 500 extra things that they slide in there.
That's how they do it, buddy.
Yeah, yeah. In a big, nice, tidy bow. You know, put a lot of other issues within another one that everybody's really ho-ha for. You know? No, it's a crack. It's a crack. It's a crack.
I'm having difficulty because the search algorithms are always skewed, which we know that, right? They change the search algorithms, but I've seen it with my own eyes, and I'm sorry I don't have it right in front of me. I'm just presenting this. I'm just throwing it on the table. It's a real thing. Like they actually have, dude.
We know that there are people who are fact checking. We know there are people who are fact checking. So what you're saying isn't really that bizarre because flat Earth is one of those things that would be fact checked, right? And we know that there's special interest groups who are paying for this, you know, this type of thing, the fact checkers, and we know it's ramping up. And the way that they're doing the internet now is basically like they're taking control of everything because the kung flu. Kung fu, excuse me.
That's right. Yep. I hear you.
Because they got kung fu, right? They got, you know, the military and everything working on it, the industrial complex, the intelligence industrial complex. It's big money. I mean, just big industry, big money.
I think they're pocketing most of that money.
Somebody's making.
Yeah, how much do you got to pay someone to sit down and here's your camo? Welcome to Space Force. Here's the Discord server. Here's where they're hanging out on Google Hangouts. So I need you in this computer chair that spins 360 degrees around with tablets and keyboards. Like I need you here for the next 12 hours, right? Trolling people who you disagree with, or maybe people will just do it on their own. Who knows, right?
What I think funny though is that these dudes they have employed are going to learn the Earth is flat in the process.
Hey, now he's talking.
Oh yeah, already. Like they do, but they must. But they're like it's demonstrably evident. I don't know. There's questionable. There's questions. There's the people who walk in who are like really. It's kind of curious. That's cool. Be a little curious about it. And I don't know about this lethargic thing against flat. I mean, yeah, I suppose there is. Like, it's
You know, the internet used to be way more free back in like 2016
It was.
or 2014. You know,
we could look
What
up
you talking about? 2005.
yeah, right. We could just look up anything, man. Boom, it was at our fingertips, and now it's just mulched. And the
you
best.
type something in, and it's the latest propaganda for the entire first page.
Now it's like CartoonNetwork.com or some shit. The internet itself.
We gotta go here. Yeah, there's one little spot.
I got in so much trouble. I watched a movie with my kids one time. They were young teenagers, and that Universal thing showed up one time. I think I coughed over myself or something. I did something. I said, "Oh, bullshit!" Holy smokes! There's like cries in the theater and everything. I was like, I've never did that before, but man, as soon as I saw that thing, it was like brainwash. That's Universal Studios logo, and that's what it. They just give me the preconception that that's where I live. I've never experienced that ever. It's only been told to me.
But why would they need to enforce, right, the way that they want us to think and stop having thought crimes if they've been brainwashing us from the beginning? Like, why do they still have to clean up the mess on the backside?
Good question. That is a very good question.
I think the marijuana keeps it to where soldiers. Now, I can't cite my source for this. I'm speculating, but marijuana kind of makes you go, "Is it illegal for me to do that?" When if you're just on like something else, and you're not taking marijuana, you might just follow orders. And I don't know if that's true, but it makes a lot of sense to me because potheads are the type to go, wait a minute, should I do this? Is that right?
Yeah.
And the people that don't smoke pot, they're like, oh, I better not smoke that marijuana. It's illegal. Brain cells.
I know, but and then it's even worse when you show up to a workplace and then now it's illegal again. It's even stupider. It's legal, but when you go to a workplace, you got to piss for a certain job.
Think
I'm
about
glad in
this.
the state of Virginia, and the cops here let us know that weed is not illegal anymore.
Yeah, you said that
Until you
before.
get a job. Until you get a job.
But think about this. So you have this thing, right? It's supposed to be a drug. It's supposed to be dangerous. It's a class 1, right? So, like, but you can forget where you put it, and when you do find it, you'll probably get hungry and eat something and get more calories, and then you might fall asleep early after watching half a movie. Sounds just horrible, doesn't it?
Oh, it's tragic. You might eat all the chicken tenders in the fridge.
Yeah. Yeah. I've dealt with this firsthand on a couple of levels.
It's really a struggle. Yeah.
It really is. It's terrible. We're trying to. I am trying to fight that within our labor laws and whatnot. It's illegal to consume, but yet when I go to work, I have to fucking have zero tolerance. I guess I should find another fucking workplace. It's stupid. Okay. What do you do? I had to quit for like the last 2 months, just so I piss clean for my next job. Just because I gotta build vessels and stuff. That deny the, second law of physical thermodynamics. Yeah. I kind of got to build those. Yeah. They don't define the second law of thermodynamics, but I have to piss clean.
Is there any new people in here? Looks like we got cats.
Yeah.
Cats, if you would like to be unmuted, you're going to go to voice check-in. So if you go up there, I'll follow you up there and check in.
And if anybody wants to go to chill chat, I'm down with chill chat.
Peace.
Yeah, man, Hank, I've been drinking, man, and I tried to look for like half a minute or so. I mean, it should turn right up on my phone, but they skewed all the search algorithms, man. I just ask you to believe me, but I don't want to ask anybody to believe anything. The true wisdom, I think, is to not believe anything. Anyway, I've seen it though. Just let me just tell you, believe that I'm telling you, I've seen it. That there's a budget. I've seen a mainstream news article. There's a budget for the U.S. Air Force, and then they showed a photograph of these dudes sitting in camouflage in front of computers, but it said $14 billion to counter flat Earth. And I was like, well, I thought to myself, they're probably going to keep $13.995 billion in their back pocket. But yeah, they probably do have enlisted soldiers that sit in front of computers, next to each other on Discord, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter.
I think they're more worried. I think they're more worried about big old truckers there with their trucker hats and their horns nowadays.
Oh, now they are. You got that right.
Come on. We're messing that stuff up.
Yeah, they're.
Well, I mean, if that's true, if that's true, that would go right along with the Loyola doctrine, right? Once he was injured in war, his leg was completely messed up and he couldn't fight anymore. But he still had religious fervor and wanted to fight for the Pope. So he started the Jesuits, which was the head of the Counter-Reformation. Right? When I say the head of it, this Counter-Reformation was going against Martin Luther, who was going, wait a minute, I read that book. That's not what that said. Here's 95 things you got wrong. Who wants to debate? And he nailed it to the door, which is a challenge to the debate. And the church couldn't like pull out the book and go, no, you're wrong. It says right here. They couldn't do that. So what they have to do? Tactics. Right? I mean, this is the same thing. It's happening again, just slightly different, right? It's like we're in the middle of a reformation of a lot of things, right? It's, from the industries down, right? And I say industry down because there's nothing above industry, in my opinion. This is the oligopoly of sorts.
True. I agree.
Bro, can you go on and elaborate what you know about that? I want to ask you about the Sabbatian Frankists, which seems to be connected with Adam Weishaupt, and then Copernicus is in there. Okay, so it's related to the flat Earth, because I get a bit mixed up in Hank. You seem very knowledgeable in this subject. Can you elaborate?
So I don't know what you're talking about, Sabbatian Frankist. But I can tell you that this Reformation, it spun into a lot of problems. Because, the witch hunt, right, was because of mass formation psychosis, right? So they went around, in some places, they killed all the women, and there was like barely any women left. After everybody kind of calmed down and settled down, all the women were gone, right? So this mass formation psychosis that's going on today, it's the exact same thing, but it's the people who believe in the Big Bang cosmology, the evolution, the spinning monkey ball, all this stuff. And if you look at mass formation psychosis, it's a pretty big fucking problem, right? Because you got some people that have a psychological break, right? And when that happens, they're not breaking down like losing it big time. It's like they're pulling their shit back together. Because what they do is they scare the fuck out of people. And when they do that, they start believing in things that aren't necessarily true to eliminate the pain that they get from this, constant fear, right? And they start believing things that aren't true. And then that's where you get people that are like not listening to facts and they're only listening to like feelings and stuff. So this is like a huge problem because they want to virtue signal like this. They say, use the correct pronouns. And we're like, okay, we can be tolerant. We'll use your pronouns if you guys stop aborting children. Right? And if you can do that, then we'll use the right pronouns. And they're like, no, that's so immoral. Why would you even consider that? We should be able to kill all the babies we want to, right? Because they're under psychosis. Right? I would definitely say they, them, whatever the fuck you wanted to say. Yeah, save the babies. We'll say whatever you want. But they're not preaching it for us. I'm sorry, for them. It's only for us. We're the ones that have to be 100% tolerant while they do whatever they want and get away with it. And we're like, what about this fact? Like, I don't care about facts. I only care about feelings. That's psychosis. Like, that is a deep mental problem that the whole world seems to have right now on many different levels about many different things. If you would like to hear more, I can give you the YouTube video that I'm parroting.
Dude, that was so funny. I wanted to ask you, you seem very knowledgeable. What do you know specifically about the Sabbatian Frankist and the connection with the Copernicus, the Vatican, and the you know what I'm getting at? There's a kind of a gray area.
No, I don't know anything about that.
I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about any of that. Sabbatian, like the Sabbath, Frankist, like the Franks. I don't know anything about it. Sorry, bro.
You know, the inverted morality from good and evil. You know about that, I'm sure.
Oh, 1666, the rabbi?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's connected to what we're dealing with today. And I think that it's connected to Copernicus. But it's kind of a gray area in my mind. I was asking what you know about that.
Not a whole lot, to tell you the truth. I do know about the rabbi who had about 1 million followers in 1666, and he was preaching redemption through sin. I've heard about that before, but I haven't done a great deal of study on it.
Dude, it's got the
heard it in passing.
the inversion of like the globe is an inversion of the flat Earth, you know. And go ahead.
Yeah, I have not done in-depth study, only preliminary study into this, so I'm not real comfortable talking a whole lot about it. But
Okay.
Robert Steffer, so hold on, bro, hold on. Robert Steffer wrote a book on it. He's an independent anthropologist, and I believe that what makes him separate is he's going to tell the truth about anthropology, regardless of political correctness or getting canceled by cancel culture or anything like that. So I would definitely recommend the book by Robert Steffer if you wanted to know about the thing that he's talking about.
You know, I think I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy that book. But nothing that, you know, I should buy that book from Amazon. Yeah. I'm not advertising anything here. I don't have any shares in anything.
Yeah, I don't have any shares. I'm just a fan of Robert Steffer on his other work. So I would imagine that he's going to be just.
No idea.
Oh, the Vril Society. He's got a book on the Vril Society. He's got two more books, and I can't really remember what they're about. But his YouTube channel, Robert Steffer and Atlantean Guardians, is the other YouTube channel. Atlantean Guardians is really cool because it's a whole lot of stuff about Aries. He doesn't like do the whole political correctness thing. And when I say Aryans, I'm not talking about just the ones from Nazi Germany. I'm talking about the Aryans all over the plain, from China, where they found some red-headed mummies at 3,500, 4,000 years ago that were European descent, and they even had the same kind of stitching that we use on our blue jeans today, the same kind of pattern that's only known from Europe. And there's mummies that they find, like in Florida, the giant red-headed mummies. What he does is he talks about this stuff, but he's not like part of the woke community, so he doesn't like change things around to fit the narrative. He just prevents facts. And anthropology isn't science, okay? Archaeology isn't exactly science, but it's like even worse when someone like comes from the colleges and they're all super, woke leftist. He's like not that. He's just like a dude who's trying to get to the truth, in my opinion. And I've watched probably 100 hours.
I'm Jewish, but I find that fascinating. I've been trying to read more about this because I believe that the ancient Hebrews were Aryan, and I'm Jewish, but I find this very fascinating. And thank you for letting me know. There's he has a channel. I didn't know he has a YouTube channel, and is the Atlantean Conspiracy? Is that what you call it?
Atlantean Gardens, and I would say he's.
I
would say he's not the conspiracy theorist type, in my opinion. In my opinion, he just he's like a dude that's really into anthropology and the different cultures of the world. He does do more than just European stuff. So it's more than just Aryans. There's also other groups that he talks about, including the European Jews and Sephardic Jews and all types of different people. And to be honest, I agree with you. Like the Israelites, they spread out into all kinds of directions. And to say that they're white or black is a really fundamental misunderstanding of what it is to be an Israelite. In my opinion, to be an Israelite, you don't have to have a color. There's no Jew, no Gentile, no Greek. In my opinion, if you're an Israelite, then you're following the Messiah. Known as Jesus Christ. Although you may disagree with that, I don't think it has anything to do with black or whiteness. I think these are modern concepts that we're labeling onto ancient texts, and I think that's a folly.
Yes, my rabbi told me to not label and stereotype anybody, which I found rather interesting, considering our religion. I find that very interesting, and so I believe that anyway, it's a bit of confusing subject. I've been drinking a lot, but I find this fascinating. Thanks for elaborating on that. I'm I don't know how we got to this point.
Well, you're welcome. Sorry, I didn't know a whole lot about what was his name, the rabbi.
Oh,
and
Sabbatean Zevi.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
I think that's connected to the globe today with the current events, and I believe that the inversion of the flat Earth is connected with the inversion of morality to do with 1666. What do you think about that?
That's a really, really good point. I've never heard that before. But when you say it like that, it makes a whole lot of sense, respectively, because what he was doing, in my opinion, was he was subverting morality of as many people as he possibly could. They were doing like incestual stuff, they were doing like sex magic, in my opinion, and it was just like really disgusting what that group of people did. It has nothing to do with modern people of today, but there's still the after effects of what he did back then and modern people today. So this was a relatively large group, but you can't pin a tail on the donkey and blame other people for what they did. It's kind of like, yeah, there was slavery, but I'm not guilty of that. I've never had a slave,
Well, they were a subgroup of a larger group, but they were a very large subgroup that I believe you mentioned. This is what brought this up is you mentioned Loyola and the Jesuit thing, which again is connected with Copernicus and Martin Luther. And so I need to research more in this area of the 15 and 1600s to get to the bottom of this, of how we found ourselves in this global deception, the deception of I just said global, because what I mean is the globe is you know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
You know what I'm trying to say?
I just said right. Yeah, I just said right. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, absolutely.
And I believe it all began with the Sabbatean Zevi people, and it somehow, and I wish I knew more. And I'm going to research what's his name, Rob Sefer. I know how to find it. He wrote that book. It's Robert Sephirus.
Yeah, no, Sepher. It's spelled weird. SEPH. SEPHER, I think.
Yeah, I concur on the Robert Sepher. I've been actually listening to him for years.
Yeah, he's good, dude. Especially the music in the beginning. There's always some like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Anyway. Continue.
Yeah, exactly. Well put together. Nice to listen to. He has a good voice. He's just plain and simple, kind of like I don't know.
Well, I'm not going to go listen to him at this particular moment, but perhaps tomorrow I'll listen to him for a couple of hours, and I'll see if I can catch up to y'all.
You'll never catch up to us, but you can just keep it.
Yeah, you're never gonna.
It's not like catching up, man.
No, see, here's the thing. I've been watching this dude like probably 100 hours.
Yeah.
Because he's got so much damn content between the Robert Sepher channel and the Atlantean Guardian channel and like other stuff that kind of sends you down like rabbit trails. Like the Scythians, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, the Scythian people.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you mean.
But yeah, the importance of a flat earther to know about the Reformation and the subsequent counter-Reformation, this is like a very important part of a flat earther study. I mean, it's absolutely imperative that they understood the Reformation, the counter-Reformations, the subsequent wars between the Catholics and the Protestants, and why we are Protestant today is a mystery to most people because they're Protestants with amnesia. In other words, they forgot why they were protesting the church in the first place.
You know, I find this completely. I want to get to the origin of the globe, right? The globe concept is what it is.
The origin of the globe.
The model. Look, I was listening to a rabbi on YouTube, and the rabbi said the globe is just a model on the desk.
That's absolutely correct.
More specifically, he said it's a model on the desk. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah. And that's where it exists. It exists in your mind. It exists on the desk. But in reality, it's not there. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. The Copernicus connection, I'll have to look into that. I didn't know. So that's definitely going to be some meat to chew on later.
What I see is the connection with Copernicus and the Vatican we already are aware of. And you mentioned Loyola. But I also see the connection with the Loyola and the Sabbatean Zevi. In the middle there is Adam Weishaupt, Rothschild, and such. But that's a kind of an area that I really should do more research.
Yeah, this should be like fundamental
version of morality and good and evil. You know, with Sabbatean Zevi. I think it led to, again, my chronology might be a bit off because it's an area that I asked you about, or if anybody here knows about. I would be interested if anybody knows about this subject.
Yeah, actually, Robert Seffer has something called. He has a video called 1666, and the Dark Messiah. So, like, this dude's got some fascinating videos. Yeah. Listen, Smurf, you could just put it on while you're falling asleep and listen to it. You don't have to like sit there and study it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just zoning out, relaxing, just put something on. Like, listen to that information instead of any other kind of garbage.
I'm actually going to do that tonight. That is a great idea. Hey, you don't happen to have a link that I gotta ask. I mean, you've got a shortcut, you know. You don't happen to have a link to.
I've been.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find some.
There.
Here. That'd be so great, man.
I'm putting him in the voice text. I guess
I'm gonna save it. If anybody has a good link for this, I'm going to save it to my notes and I'm going to listen to it. Oh, thank you. I got it here. Yeah, thank you. I'm saving that right now, Sonny.
Awesome. So
I'm going to listen to this one. This is good.
A bunch of us people that have been digging into history for a long time, you know, so like we've seen hours and hours and hours. I've seen thousands and thousands of hours of history.
What about her story?
Documentaries and things like that. I've just sifted through.
Ain't nobody worried about that.
A whole bunch of it.
I'm going to post one. Okay. This is the kind of stuff that he covers. Wait, did I post the right one? Oh, that's somebody else's. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the lost continents of the ancient world.
Actually, let me
Thank you. I'm going to listen to this one also. I'm saving both of these links and thank you so much.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Like sharing information like this.
Another good guy to probably get information on the Reformation, if he talked about it, which I'm sure he did. Manly P. Hall, if he's talking about the Reformation, if you could find anything like that, that would be like really good content. I'll see if I can find it. I'm assuming it exists.
I'm just so interested in the origin of this globe concept. There's clearly inversion. It's an extrapolated from the flat plane, and I'm just so interested in how the hell did we get to this point? We have to go back to the very beginning. You know, I mean, I don't know how else to make sense of it because it's so nonsensical. The globe is like makes no sense.
Puck, you're not coming through too good.
Yeah, well, I was going to say I can barely hear.
Very quiet. Could you speak closer to your microphone?
That's not a...
You gotta get closer to your microphone.
No, listen, it's not a
I didn't know I was high mic and bros.
There you go.
Now we hear you. Go ahead.
I'll keep going.
Okay. There we go. Checking in from Northern Territory.
Well, I just learned an awful lot, and I know I did because I got some links here where I'm about to learn a whole bunch more. So you guys are great, man. This is why I'm here.
Yeah.
You guys are great.
I would highly,
You're
I would
definitely.
highly recommend. Sorry, bro. Yeah, I would highly recommend Manly Pete Hall. Guys, you should remember him. He was a Mason, but I mean, I couldn't care less. His information is so locked tight, the stuff that he talks about, and you may not agree with it, right? But it doesn't matter because he's so good at what he does, just sitting there talking for like an hour and a half, like with no notes, like just off the top of his dome. Anybody who can do that, you should probably listen.
Hold on, I'm having trouble pushing buttons on my phone, but I also drank a lot. But man, I'm saving these links. I'm going to be listening to these links, and thank you so much. I just want to learn how we got to this point. It's such a mad world. People believing in the globe. You know, how did we get to this point that people believe they're on a spinning ball moving in 5 different fluctuating speeds? And I don't know. Anyway, thanks for the information.
Sounds like you're going through the process of awakening to the flat Earth truth.
No, actually, I know he's flat for several years now, but I just can't believe people still can't figure it out.
No, I know. Well, it takes years. Like it takes all. None of us are finished with shedding off that crap. None of us are. That's not going to be done. Now look how many years we spent.
You're right.
Eating that shit.
You're
So
right.
it's just progress doesn't make perfection. Practice makes progress. That's my teacher statement. I'd agree with that. All Glovers have Stockholm Syndrome. I agree with it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on, dude.
Whether they know it or not is besides the point. Whether they admit to it or not is besides the point.
I wanted to point
Yeah, I really think you guys, just real quick, sir. I really think you guys should look into that mass formation psychosis because I really think that's what's going on. That's what we're in the middle of right now.
Hey, Hank, I think it takes care of itself. You know, for example, today, the AIDS thing they're injecting with. Anyway, I don't want to change the subject to that, but I think the mass hysteria takes care of itself. What do you think about that?
Well, no, because sometimes they might take care of your bitch ass, you know?
Whoa! Good point. Good point, Steve.
You know, they might take you out, right? Not on a date, you know?
No, oh, buddy.
Yep. So whatever happens, it's just another little ratchet. They get chink chink closer to what their end goal is, which we don't know what that is. We can only see what happens.
I think they want to be able to track everybody. I'm not parroting. I really believe, based on stuff I've seen on the internet, I really think they want to track everybody, and they want everybody branded, you know, and identified.
That's not news though at all. Like, have you ever heard of the Committee of 300?
Yeah.
Okay, you got to read some of
Heard
that
of.
book.
I don't know about.
There's a free PDF online. You should check that out too.
Okay. Wow, this voice text is cracking me up. You got Pac-Man and red pill.
A bunch of red pills.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying it. Y'all already know. Everybody here knows, but I mean, obviously, I think they're trying to track everybody, identify everybody, and basically impoverish everybody so that they extend the wealth inequality gap is why the rich are rich and the poor are poor, is because they have the wealth inequality gap, which is why it's about power. You know, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, the inequality gap is basically what the goal of communism is, I think. It's to make everybody on the same level and that way it's fair, except for the people on top. They're going to become increasingly more paranoid, like Stalin, and killing more and more and more people, right? Even the people that are pro-communism have to die, right? And it's like, I'm laughing, but it's like that's exactly what's going on right now. Like the long march of communism.
I have a friend, I can't say who he is, obviously, but let me tell you, he went to the Soviet Union as a spy, because I won't tell you who he is, you know. He went to the Soviet Union as a spy in the 80s, and he said that they were all extremely poor, except there was a very small group that was extremely wealthy.
Yeah, that's what it does, right? So everybody who wants equality, trust me, you don't want that kind of equality, right? Because it's so bad that I've heard from a guy who grew up in a communist country around Lithuania. I can't remember which country it was. There's a country over there, like east of Italy, and he's in fact on Science versus Scientism. He's one of the mods over there. I can't remember his Enigma. Yeah, so he was telling me that when he was growing up, like if someone were to complain about, hey, there's not enough bread, we're hungry, like that person would straight up disappear. He's gone because you can't have hunger in a utopia. It's a perfect utopia, communism is. So anybody complaining about the utopia not being utopia, they got to go. They got to, they're gone. He said he didn't know if they were dead or put in a work camp or what prison or what. But anybody who's like, talking about, hey, why isn't there enough bread to go around? Like they had to fucking go.
I think that's coming around the corner, buddy. It's coming close to home now.
Yeah, it's looking a little weird these days. But I think everybody should just be as, extremely hyper self-reliant as possible. And that's what the Ukrainians did. And apparently it's the enemy of communism because before he waged war on anybody else, he waged war on the Ukrainians because they were self-reliant farming in the rice belt of that area, the grain belt or whatever. I didn't mean to say rice. The grain belt of that area, they were self-reliant Christians, Germans, a whole bunch of people mixed together right there in the borderlands, right in between all those countries is Ukraine. And the Ukrainian people, like, there was a huge genocide, but estimates between 3 to 9 million people died in the Holodomor. And this is like something that the communists don't ever want to talk about or engage in, right? Because it was communism who did that to them, because they had to give all the food to the cities. And anybody who got caught gleaming food that was dropped by the machines, right, and feeding their children, that was a death penalty. So if they got caught feeding their children, then they would die. And anybody who didn't obviously eat the grain that was dropped, they would eventually, get involved in cannibalism. And it was a really, really, really bad thing to happen because it was man-made catastrophe. Meanwhile, they're telling people there's not enough food to go around. People are starving to death. And Stalin would let people into Russia, give them a guided tour, and up the amount of exported grain to other countries to pretend like, no, this isn't happening. See, we're selling more grain. We have so much abundant grain. So nobody's dying in the Ukraine. Here's a tour, a bunch of lovely Russian women to give you, all the pleasure and sex and drugs and rock and roll. And then we'll send you back to America and you'll never know the difference.
We're doing the exact same thing today. We're doing the exact same thing. We're exporting a ton of agricultural. We're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, well, what's going on right now is there's a war on food production, and logistics. So this war on food production and logistics, you ain't ready. I'm telling nobody's ready. Because I'm not trying to be a naysayer, but these are the facts that are happening. Like people are literally like waging war. You guys heard about the government subsidizing farmers to mow their own crops, right? You guys heard about that?
We got to look at what
It's
kind
not
of
a
food production too, right? We got to look at what kind of food you're production. Food that has
right,
been banned by a few countries,
right.
right? GMO modified food. There's no nutrients in it. There's no vitamins. For stock. That's my bet. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right, Hockey Puck.
Your Honor. Yeah, man, you got her, man.
Hey guys, I've been chatting in the lobby, going back and forth with some people there, and we have a Wigglebot. Maybe we could talk about how cardinal directions work on a flat plane. So, Wiggle, are you there, buddy?
Which directions?
Cardinal directions, like north, east, west, south, that type of stuff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like sailors back in the day. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah, you should be able to speak now. I've taken you off mute, so you should have permission to open your mic, Wiggle, if you want to just say hello. And he left the call.
I'm a pirate. I'm a pirate. I seek the Northern Star. It's the only way I know.
He jumped up to the check-in, so I'm gonna go up there and see what's up.
All right. The pirates are waiting. Yeah. Until the studio science shows up, and then it's all mythical things.
I just want to thank you guys. I have saved these links, Hank and y'all. Thank you very much. I've saved these links. I'll let y'all get back to whatever you're doing. I'm going to review all these links you sent me. Thank you.
Head on, Smurf. Head on, man. Good hearing from you.
Dude, this is my home, dude. I love all y'all. Keep going,
Peace.
carry on, doing whatever y'all doing.
Peace, brother. Peace.
Peace to you, brother. I went to church and I said, the pastor asked me to give thanks, and I said, thank God for the peace.
That's all we have. Yeah. Amen on that.
You know, I'm Jewish, by the way. Anyway, but I go to church because there's no temple around here. I just go, it's right down the road, and they asked me, to give thanks, and I said, I give thanks for the peace. But yeah, ironically, yeah, brother, thank you, and thank God for the peace is all I gotta say. And thanks for the links, and I'll let y'all get back to what you're doing.
You got it, brother. We walk through the world and where we are, and we walk as the people as we are, and let that world walk with us in the way we walk. And that's you can't
Hell
walk.
yeah, you got some wise words from Hockey Puck. Very wise. Walking.
So let me try this one more time here. Wigglebots, are you able to come off mute for a few minutes?
Even Hockey Puck's right once a day.
Every now and then. Flying squirrel gets a nut. I'm patiently enjoying. I enjoy this room. I always have. Last 3-4 years I've been here.
The room enjoys you, brother. Keep staying. Do what you're doing.
You know, it always reminded me of that fucking David Bowie song. Hello, hello, hello. Is anybody out there?
Isn't that Pink Floyd?
Oh, is it Pink Floyd? Shit.
Sounds like
Okay.
Comfortably Numb.
Comfortably numb. Yeah. Okay. The other one though.
Gotcha.
Like all of them, right? All coiled into a world.
Anyone at home?
That's right. I get calling my shit. I like that. It was somewhere like that.
Yeah, no worries. It's just classic rock, whatever.
That's right. I was almost there once. I'm not even old enough to be even there.
As a kid, it was Satan worshiping music.
It was what?
When I was young, like, heavy metal was called Satan worshiping music. That's what everybody called it.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I grew up like hearing Motley Crue and Beastie Boys, so it was like,
Well, in the Midwest, it was Satanic Panic, basically.
wow.
It's a really good psyop. It worked really well.
I'm sure it did. I got a little puppy. Ask her to go outside. Be right back. 'Cause she's like cool, and you guys are cool too. But she's so cool, right, Boo Boo? Yeah.
Well, if the channel's quiet, I guess I better start with the beginning.
No,
Okay,
please.
according to scientism, in the beginning, there was nothing. And then something happened. And then everything blew out of that thing into the speed of light. And then it all kind of gravitically, we never found that, by the way, but it kind of like went in every different direction away from the explosion of nothing, and then it kind of spiraled into itself. None of it makes any sense. I can't even explain this. Damn it.
Well, thank
The whole point was the galaxy. I've been drinking, but you know what? None of it makes any sense, and I've been drinking, and none of it makes any sense. You got to be an idiot to believe this thing. I don't even know what to tell you.
Genesis chapter 1 makes so much more sense.
Go ahead.
It gets worse. It really gets worse, dude. Hey, there's no denying it. You can't even. The evidence is monstrosity.
I put a video in the chat to help people pass the time.
Cool, man.
Thank you very much. Just what we need.
I had to withdraw this. What are you listening to?
Who's yelling in the background?
Sounds good.
Okay, so I was trying to say in the beginning, nothing happened. Oh wait, hold on. I got a problem with that.
I got a better philosophy. How about in the beginning there was something and it exploded into nothing?
Yeah. Oh wow! Hey, what?
What a concept, right?
Okay, so this is the kind of opposite.
Curry store, bro.
Sorry, bro.
I can hear you researching.
The other one is president, first time in the country, lots of country.
Gizmo, you're hot mic and burn.
A little bit.
Yo, Gizbo, you hot mic and Gizbo.
Oh, somebody.
Sorry about that.
No problem, Gizbo. You're right. We
All
were
good
just
things
talking
for.
about how nothing exploded into something, which. Okay, what? I got to get a step back. What happened? Okay. Can somebody help me with this?
Well, they say that those people, who are we going to call them, they tell us that in the beginning there was nothing, and it exploded into something, right? So I say, how about this philosophy? How about in the beginning there was something and it exploded into nothing? Makes just as much sense.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense actually. It's kind of like throwing a grenade. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense actually.
Yeah, that's. I don't know, man.
All right, okay, so we addressed at the beginning that nothing exploded into something. Then what happened next?
Kept exploding into more and more and more nothing.
Okay, so all of this nothing is moving near the speed of light away from the explosion, right? And then
trillions of miles of speed of light.
curved, right? We now have the galaxies. Can somebody elaborate? Somebody help me with this.
Okay, Smurf.
I mean, I'm just saying you got to throw curvy space time in there. That's a part of the thing,
Is this a question from Ricky?
Space time is the curveball.
Well, everything's just relative, so that fits everything.
It's relative.
Hi.
Man, it's all relative.
You like that, right? You like that?
Relatively.
I'm just thinking.
See what I did there?
Okay, so now the galaxies are now relatively. None of this makes any sense. Can somebody help me?
Yeah, bro.
New people
well,
coming in.
All I can say is that's what it's like to be a Glover, I guess.
All right. Okay, Smurf. It's okay, man.
So, do we got new people? Danny Glover. Has anybody tried to speak to him?
Rookie 1973 is asking a question.
Y'all.
Well, I'd rather talk to the new guy if there is.
Was that Rookie?
Yeah, we did have a Wigglebot from the lobby. Doesn't seem to have a grip on how direction would work on a flat plane, so I was hoping to explain that at some point, but no luck from Wigglebot. But don't be shy. If you want to say hello, that's cool too.
We don't bite.
Wigglebot 23.
So,
bro, you there?
And yeah, I've never spoken to Danny Glover, so if you want to say hi, that's cool too, brother.
Yeah, I don't mean to step on your toes. Forgive me.
Oh, not you, Hank. You're welcome.
You need.
We got Zanuck 3.0 in here, and Wigglebot, and Danny Glover. Anybody who wants to
Sounds
talk?
like it's going to be a deep debate.
I think it'll be a debate on one side. Now we got Sleepy Joe.
What's up?
How's it going?
Cricket, why is it so quiet? Wait just a sec.
It's not quiet. We're in here talking.
Quiet here at this time of hour, buddy.
No, it's like on my phone. I have a hard time hearing you guys. What's going on?
Okay, can you turn us up a little bit?
Yeah, it might be the volume in the ear setting.
So who wants to talk to the new guy?
I'll talk to the new guy if he wants to talk.
I want to hear the new guy.
I could talk a little bit. It's kind of late here, but so I might have to. I might get tired. So, but
that's okay.
I might get a bit tired. The shape of the world I reside in. That is. I'm tired.
I wake up.
Come on, guys. We're gonna have a one-on-one conversation. Who's going?
Yeah.
I think we already had a volunteer. Who said Flat Earther? You're up.
I'll talk to him. What's up,
brother?
What's up?
How you doing?
I like your avatar.
Thank you. So I found that. It's from the Viking show, I guess. So, what brings you to the Flat Earth channel? What brings you to 24/7?
You guys have a podcast. Some of your mods weren't aware, but I found the podcast on the internet somewhere in one of the chans, and you guys were you were debating. There was one you were debating a physics student, and there was one you were debating a mathematician. And I just thought it was impressive how you guys exposed just how fragile their I mean, it's really a belief system. This whole globe kind of, belief system, conspiracy, and they're just part of a religion. They're just taking so much for granted. They're just assuming so much, and for people who sort of laud themselves as like technical experts, I mean, they really revealed themselves to not have much technical knowledge at all. They can just regurgitate basically what is the indoctrination that they've been brought up with.
Yeah, it looks like we've got somebody that's done their homework.
Yeah, I'm already on board with you guys. So, I mean, I was basically brought to Flat Earth by Eric Dubé. I'm not sure what you guys think about him, but I thought his videos are very well done.
Yeah,
he makes some good videos. There's a lot of people involved in Flat Earth that make good videos. Some of them they're not always right, so we make mistakes, but overall there's some really good ones. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
who else have you heard of? Who else have you listened to or checked out? If you don't mind me asking.
So who's this guy Decimal Z? He did this like experiment. I mean, it was like he got a grant for it to like shine a laser across these two lakes in Europe. Like there was one in Hungary and there was one in like the Netherlands. And he just showed there's no curvature over 20 plus miles, which is just not at all compatible with the standard globe model, whatever the geological societies use. So I think that should be pretty shocking to everyone who's intellectually honest.
So what are some things that you're curious about that you haven't looked into or whatever? Or is there any questions you have about things that you don't agree with us on?
I mean,
or you just don't get where we're coming from or something?
No, but I think I get where you guys are coming from. So I'm just sort of here to listen to the live streams. I mean, one thing I'm kind of sorry.
Yeah.
I say welcome here, brother.
Thank you. You guys seem
welcome, of course.
I like any questions at all about the concept.
Say it again.
Do you have any questions about the concept that the Earth is flat? I mean, clearly it obviously is. You ever, put some cards together and, we're not moving in 5 different fluctuating speeds, obviously, but there's no parallax in the sky, Anyway, but do you have any questions about the Earth being flat?
I mean, it's just like, how did the sun and the moon work? I mean, this just seems a little bit vague. I mean, what's keeping them? Like, so first of all, how far are they exactly? Or the ballpark?
We don't know. There's certain things we just can't know, right? You don't have a tape measure big enough, right? It's the apparent location and the apparent size of the sun and moon because of the atmosphere and the way that the light interacts with it. So you're kind of asking us questions that nobody can really answer, right? But if you go on your favorite search engine right now, and you ask them, like the ballers, they'll tell you the mass of the sun, the mass of the earth. They'll show you Venetian and lunar real estate, all sorts of weird stuff that there's no way that you can really know. You know what I mean? Like if you're talking about do we know the size? No, we don't know. We couldn't begin to speculate, right? And keep a straight face because nobody can really know these things. Like you can't manipulate space, therefore you can't do science. So anything you've ever heard about cosmology, astronomy, theoretical astrophysics, it was all based on philosophy and has absolutely nothing to do with science because you can't manipulate the variables in space, can you?
This is the pancake of information that we have to smash down every day. It's the pancake of information every day. We got to smash those understandings. Misconceptions got to be smashed. Everything is in reality of exactly where you concept it.
Like some smash cakes.
Just smash it. It's done. Right? And Hank did a great job. Continue, please.
Hank is speaking the truth. We're not going to lie to you because we're all about the truth. Nobody knows because nobody sent a probe to the sun. They even lie and say they claim that they know what's inside the Earth. Nobody's ever been there. They claim they know what's inside the sun or the moon. Nobody's ever been there.
Yeah, that's a huge red flag. It's like they claim to know all this stuff about the sun and the moon and the planets or whatever, and they don't know even what's underground or like what's in the oceans and stuff like that. I mean, it's just crazy how many holes there are in you know the.
Wow, man, your eyes are wide open. Welcome here.
Hey, man. Yeah, man. Like the deepest hole that was ever dug is the Boreala hole. And I mean, we're not even close to the Earth's crust. We're not even close to even the Earth's, whatever they claim it is
We
within
got a live one here. We got a live one. What do we do with this one?
You got a few live ones in there.
Puck will get off.
He's asking questions. He's asking too many questions.
What are you talking about?
I'm joking.
Let's see. What's the craziest? Okay, I mean, like, what's the thing you have the hardest time convincing people about with flat Earth?
Oh, that's easy. Right? There's a lot of people.
Of a
There's
galaxy.
a lot of people. I'm sorry, bro. I'll go quick and then let you go. There's a lot of people who have this thing where it's subjective truth. Like there is no objective truth. So we had a guy come on here the other day and we were like, look, some things are objectively true. He was like, no, everybody has their own truth. And we were like, bro, we were like, bro, have you ever drank water? And he was like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean you don't know? Like, you might be a brain in a vat. It's like, no, bro, you drink water. It's like, even your brain needs water, right?
It's this relativism, you know, this like crazy, all this new age philosophy, relativism, you know, we're not accountable for anything, you know, whatever we do it could be true or whatever. Our feelings determine reality. It's poison. It's just totally like infected everyone. I mean, that's part of it. So if you get someone who can't even admit they drunk water, you know, it just shows how, you know, to an objective mind, that shows how brainwashed they are.
Yeah, so that would be our number one problem. Once we get someone in here like you, right? Let's say you came in here and you're just a normie, right? You're not a glober, you're not an anti-flat earther or anything like that. You're just a normie. We can have conversations with you all day long and have consistent, logical, concise conversations, point after point after point. But you get someone in here like that, and it's not even worth having a conversation with them, in my opinion. There might be some that like to toy with their food and cat and mouse these fuckers, but I don't like doing that. I like having legitimate conversations to the very end.
Me too. Makes, you know, total sense. You know, we're actually thinking logically, discussing logically. You know, we're not taking anything for granted. We're not like, you know, these people are just really just functioning on their own religion. I mean, and they're just too blind to admit it. I mean, they just shut down when you corner them. You can't have a debate with them because when you corner them, they'll just shut down and they'll just like either start denying everything or just, you know, talking nonsense. You can't get any results. These people are just, they have a built-in kind of fail-safe where they'll just you know, they'll just brick if things get, you know, too tough to admit.
Yeah, somebody else can answer that question too. He said that, what's your guys' biggest problem when talking to people about the subject? Anybody else can answer that?
I didn't quite get that, bro.
He asked, what is your guys' biggest problem when dealing with people and talking to them about the subject? And my answer was the relative truthers, you know, the people that don't believe in objective truth and reality. So you guys can answer the question too. I'm not the only one. I'm not trying to hog the mic. I'm trying to pass it.
No, that's fine. I was thinking about it, and I hadn't come up with a good way to answer it yet. I think probably the things that for me are probably when you know they go into cogdis. You know what I'm saying? When you can feel it, when a person going into cogdis, and then you're following them, and you're starting to like back off a little bit, and then somebody comes along and starts drilling them and starts asking them too many questions, and then they start spiraling, and then they don't recover. You know, their ego or whatever it is, and their beliefs get hurt so much, and it's such a quick thing, and you don't give them time to like wrap their head around it. You know what I mean? Somebody was talking about this earlier too. You know,
that's why I know
that seems to be like. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I get, you know, I tend to go on rants quite easily. So if I'm speaking too much, just tell me.
No, you're fine.
No, you're doing great.
I
so
thought
far.
maybe you wanted to jump in and ask questions or anything.
Oh
You know,
no, I mean,
wanna
I just
cut you off.
just listening to. So I listened to. So yeah, you guys have a podcast. I'm not sure you're aware, but basically, I think you're just taking clips from this live stream. And
We're aware of it. We don't know about all of them, but I'm sure there's lots of people that do that. Yeah.
so two I really liked. So there's the one with the physics student. You know, I'm talking. I think his name is Nico or something. And then there was one with this mathematician. And yeah, I mean, you guys did a great job. I mean, you come off as very logical, and showing that these guys, they just have their head up their ass. Like really, they're just regurgitating their indoctrination. But one little criticism I have is like when you all jump in at once, on the guy, and it kind of like to a normie. Like, they might sort of get triggered by that. They might say, oh, you guys are like, not letting him talk or something. But I understand. I mean, it's really hard. Like when someone is just, saying one thing and they're really doing another. I mean, and they're just totally logically incongruous with themselves. It's hard not to jump in and then correct them. But
right.
So
well, I think the dynamic of that is probably, there's a lot of different shows and they do things a little bit differently. Some of them mute people more, and they only allow certain people to actually, go up to the point where they can actually speak on the show when it's live and whatever like that. There's different ways of doing it, and I think we did it this way because it seemed like the most honest way to do it. It allows people to kind of say what they want because we want it to be free speech. At the same time, though, a lot of us do stream it, and we don't want those streams to get pulled off of YouTube and other places. So those issues that we have, it causes us to act a certain way and do things a certain way. And we've been kind of like trying to weigh out what the right way to do it is, and also to get people. Most of us are volunteers. Nobody here gets paid. We all just come in here because of our own interest in the subject. So, it makes it difficult to get everyone involved to actually say things the same way and to learn the same stuff together. We're all on our own little trips, we all learn new things in different points and different times and this and that. So, it makes it, try to remember that's a big important part, and if somebody does seem to be attacking you, a lot of times the easiest way to do it is to just say, hey, is there a moderator that can give me a chance to speak, so that way, or just wait until they're done talking, or just ignore them, or just leave and come back another time. That's the best way, to deal with that.
Problem because he doesn't appear to be a Glover. Our mods agree with you that we don't need to be jumping all over people, dogpiling them 10 on 1. We've been working on that recently in the past, and hopefully it's gotten better. But the piranha effect is a real thing. You know what I mean? Like, once people start smelling blood, like, they get excited, they want to jump in. And we do our best to curb that, Yeah.
I mean,
we're so excited sometimes.
Especially, I mean, it's really hard to find, places to have honest discussion, outside of, the internet or something like this, a platform like Discord. So I think people just get excited that they have this platform finally to actually speak what's on their mind, and to be, it's their opportunity. So they'll just chomp at the bit. So, but I'm just saying for normie, like for optics, I don't know if you guys know this meme, but for optics, it's like the normies might shut down if they heard this podcast. I wouldn't shut down. I mean, I'm like, I could totally follow it. I understand you guys, but
we are totally aware of that, and we are working on it very hard. We've been working on it a lot. Matter of fact, I personally have been throwing a big fit about it. So I don't know if it's made everybody uncomfortable, but I'm trying to even though I'm new, I'm trying to make changes because I'm aware of that, and I've asked a lot of people and talked to a lot of people from different places where they can find the show, and they all say pretty much the same thing, that they would probably never come on the show or even get serious about looking into the stuff. They only watch it just as entertainment. And the reason why they don't take it seriously is because of the way sometimes people are treated, or sometimes the way the people who are on, even the Glovers, get out of hand. And, they start mocking people and just talking in circles, and everybody gets tired of that, But,
I mean, Globers are the worst. I mean, you go in public, try to go the other way. Try to be a flat earther or globe skeptic, and then go into like whatever globe. I don't know if they have like Globetard, Discord or whatever.
I know. I
Just
know.
ripped apart.
It's brutal. It's
I mean-
not a whole world. Dude. It's fucking.
Yeah, we're a lot nicer here. We do make mistakes, we're not perfect, obviously. Sometimes we attack the person and not the man. We try not to use any of those logical fallacies. We actually had a class on it not that long ago. Drinks, it's on here all the time. He's a mod. And him and others did like a logical fallacy course so that we don't make those mistakes, because we're not attacking people. We're attacking this idea of the globe model and the subsequent, things that go along with it, like Big Bang cosmology and evolution and this sort of thing. We're attacking pseudoscience.
Yeah, no, you guys do a great job. Staying logical. I mean, it's mostly like, I think the only like possible logical fallacy would be ad hominem, but like again, you guys do it like far less than the other side. From what I've heard from these podcasts, so there's really not much to improve. It's just a matter of getting these people to wake up, which is really frustrating.
Yeah. Get ask. I'm not asking anybody to do anything. Just look at the evidences that surround us, right?
I think they know deep down.
They got
it's just their worldview, right? It's just something it's really hard to accept that everything, one of the most fundamental things they know is wrong. They've grown up thinking there's like this, fairy tale space, like Star Wars or whatever, and it's like it's just hard to let go. It's really like The Matrix. That movie is, that movie is like very pertinent in more ways than one. To the situation today.
More one than one man has wept in this room over the lies. I'm one of them. Yeah, I did, man. I wept. I was one of those children who had to watch Challenger supposedly crash. I was one of those children
Yeah.
On all the lies. And it all builds up. It builds up and builds up and builds on upon you. I can't, I'm born in 1976, man. It's going to take a few years for somebody born in 2000 to get that. I got 22 decades on top of.
Yeah, all these psyops, when you're a child, you're vulnerable, you're impressionable. They really get you when you're young with all this fairy tale. When I was going to school, it was like the world would be flooded. We'd have to swim to work or whatever in 2010. It's like, and they would have a whole unit on this,
Yeah.
a kid.
I want to talk about this. I want to elaborate. I talked about it earlier, but I think it's worth saying again that when you scare someone, it's trauma-based mind control.
Right.
When you enter into fear, your body your brain starts writing down immediately as much information as possible, and then you re-experience this through memories months and years later. That's what trauma does to you, right? So when they do the crash, it creates this mass psychosis that everyone is suffering from, because what they told you after the crash, after the psyop, the narrative, it isn't true. So this mass forms psychosis. It's really, really bad. And you can think about it like the witch hunts. This mass formation psychosis that all these people are suffering from, and they don't know that they're suffering from it.
And it hurts. It really hurts.
It really, just walking outside and seeing all the masked cultists, all the vax cultists, right? It's like, or am I not supposed to talk about this? Sorry, is this the mods told me there's some topics we're not supposed to talk about here for YouTube reasons.
I'm fine.
Yeah, that's one of the.
Okay,
one of the off topic. If it comes up, just you want to speak in a little code, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
The juice or whatever.
The juice.
Yeah, just don't bring it in as a topic to talk about. If you want to use parts of it to explain, whatever. That's
it's just it's just an example. It's just people get into this cult mindset, and then everyone's the witch. It's like people who don't follow their witches or whatever. And yeah, it's fear. You're right. It's using fear to break people, to demoralize them, and then you can just rewrite them however you want.
I think we call it fear porn, or yeah.
fear porn. I mean, just listening to people during this, what's going on now. It's like the first thing they'll say, it's like, oh, it's a new reality, and then you can just see how scared they are. It's like you see in their eyes they're just broken. I mean, and they don't care if they're just talking nonsense as long as they feel safe. They feel like the big brother will take care of them or whatever.
Yeah, that seems to be the thought of, or the mindset of.
So they're like. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. I mean, when you guys were in school, did you guys? I mean, I'm trying to remember. I feel like a lot of this has been repressed. I mean, a lot of people I've talked to, but they would do all sorts of weird stuff in school. Like I was just looking online, and there was like a kind of psyop they would do, where they would pretend like two of your classmates were killed in a drunk driving accident or something, and then they would just pretend like your classmates died like the whole day, and this would just like. I'm not sure. Did you guys have anything like this? Like,
not like that, but they do the thing where the football players dress up as cheerleaders and the cheerleaders dress up as football players. Obviously, this is like introducing debauchery into the children.
Oh,
and
the
they do all sorts.
Yeah,
they do all sorts of other weird things that are just like, okay, like we're gonna wear our pajamas, right? And then maypole is an ancient bloodletting ritual. Has to do with children. So dancing around the maypole. Easter, obviously, this is about Ishtar, and it has completely everything to do with fertility, hence the bunny and the egg, the two symbols of fertility, and has nothing to do with any Messiah's resurrection or anything like that, but they like to bring it into the school, and of course, Satan's Claus, also known as Santa Claus, right? Once you start hearing about Santa Claus, this guy who's all-knowing, right? You better be good, right? He knows you won't get no presents, right? And then this all-knowing, all-powerful, he can deliver all the presents in one night. All-knowing, all-powerful being turns out not to be true. Well, what other all-knowing, all-powerful being are you going to automatically start doubting once you learn about this truth that Santa Claus isn't real? So they do all sorts of weird shit to like program you and to shape your faith into this, this postmodernist, nothing matters, nihilist, spinning space ball, spinning monkey religion.
Oh, Paxis.
That's why. That's why flat Earth is so important. I mean, it's an important red pill to swallow because it's the antidote to this nihilism, right? I mean, it's where it starts. This like modern nihilistic point of view is that we're like on this random gas water ball spinning a gazillion miles through space, whatever directions, and we're just like part of this like extremely huge unknowable universe that we'll never get to see. We're just this insignificant, we're just an accident. So there's really no point.
Nothing.
There's nothing out there. There's no point. We're just chemical reactions, which is, obviously total bullshit, right? I mean, like you're telling me like you threw together all these random like molecules and then it just creates like fully functional human beings who, can ponder their own existence. It's like, it's just, I can't believe like people would believe this. I mean, 99% of people, I don't know what percentage people today, but like they'll just believe we're just like random arrangements of molecules. I mean, that's probably the stupidest thing about this whole nihilistic.
Yeah, we're all nothing, but we're all so fucking special, right? I mean, we're nothing. We're nothing. We're just this rambling ball through everything. But now we're special. Now we're snowflakes. Now we're unique, right? Now we're this unique part of this world.
Narcissism. There's everyone. There's a cult of like this narcissistic psychopathy. They've gotten much of the West, at least in Western countries. It seems like I'd say 75% of the population. They're just totally consumerist, totally materialistic, and they think they're.
Sorry, cutting.
I think you cut out a little.
I want to say this real quick. Like, okay, let's just say hypothetically for 1 second that matter came into existence all in one way to create some form of life form, right? This like miraculous moment of existence. Now explain cellular respiration.
It's a big word.
Nice salad.
It's beyond my scientific. I'm with what?
Like you can explain something that created a form of a human or an amoeba or whatever it is that you want to say, and this lightning bolt came down and struck it. Now explain cellular respiration.
Yeah.
How did that come into existence?
Is that
likely? Yeah, I know. Right.
Exponentially more complex. I mean, you could create a cell. Maybe you can imagine, if you suspended some disbelief, that you could create a cell. But how would it, to replicate itself? I mean,
There's 1,000 chemical processes involved just in parts of the lung, much less it being used by a system that doesn't exist yet. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay.
Sorry, it makes me laugh out loud.
Think about it, bro. I mean, think about it. Like, how do you evolve an ear onto something? Like, how does a one-celled organism just suddenly split into two? And then, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense.
Not
enough to do that.
I mean, especially like today, we make computer programs, right? And some of the normies, they never kind of, it never clicks that, maybe we're doing something that we're mimicking this act of creation in our order of logic, of understanding. And it doesn't occur to them that maybe we're also some kind of, program or something of some higher entity. We were also designed, like the fact that we...
Sorry.
I thought we were going to talk to a globetard here. I didn't think we were going to talk to somebody who actually makes sense.
I thought he was going to be. Yeah, this one's not a globetard.
I just wanted to chill with you guys.
Say that. Yeah, you're exactly right. So you said that they should realize, right, that we're some sort of designed program or something, and that's where they have the safety net of, well, maybe it's just all a simulation, right? Well, just like Richard Dawkins telling that guy on that movie where he said that we're basically a directed panspermia, right? And Richard Dawkins accuses the other guy of begging the question. Right, but Richard Dawkins absolutely begged the question, well, if directed panspermia is where we come from, then where did they come from? Those who directed panspermia to us, right? In other words, the life was created on another planet, right? And it must have, through some natural process of evolution, then they seeded life on this planet. Well, where did they come from then? And this is the infinite regression fallacy. Well, who created God? Well, who created God's creators? But it's the same thing, right? And a lot of people can't see it, but it's really so simple to see. And that's why they have backup cosmologies. Well, it's all a simulation then. Right? It could be flat, it could be globe, nothing really matters. But if there's a simulator, that's also a creator.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think to these people, it's like if there is a creator, if there is intelligent design, I mean, they cannot handle. I mean, they cannot handle this being the case somehow. It's like they have an existential fear if there actually is a creator, right? It's like, but why? I mean, is the question. Is it because then they would feel they would have to be accountable for something? It means they have a purpose. They're not just here to do whatever they want. They have to do something. I mean,
you wouldn't want to ask anybody that. Oh, man, I got to be accountable for my things that I did on this place, right?
That's why people are pro-government, right? Because they don't want to be held responsible for their own actions. Like they're afraid that they might get the chance to sink or swim, that they might actually sink, and they don't ever take the chances. Therefore, they want daddy government. So they accept benefits and privileges from daddy government, and when they do, it reduces their status in society, and then instead of being a man, become a citizen, and whatever is created by Congress through the 14th Amendment, in other words, the United States citizen, Congress has the right to control. So that's what's going on right now. You've got a bunch of people who've been babied by the state and they're afraid, and it's such a snowflake that they don't want to step out on their own and quit accepting benefits and privileges from the government. And the more this gap is where people need the government, the bigger the police force is going to be, the bigger the government's going to be. But as the vacuum starts to close because people are becoming more self-reliant, and radically so, then the government has to shrink down or there's going to be a tension. And there's way more of us than them, so they have to shrink down. All we have to do is take responsibility for ourselves and take action instead of inaction, because it's simply being said. It's so simple that what's it called when people do nothing, good men do nothing? Apathy. Apathy polices the populace. Yeah, apathy polices the populace.
Yeah, I mean, infantilization. I mean, they're really infantilizing people. They're making them eternal children, really.
Wow.
Right?
Good.
It's like,
Yeah.
we're in daycare, like, for life, you know?
Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. You talk to people even with their little fancy college degrees and whatever they got, and they made their way through school, and they're in there, and they're just infantils when it comes to the concept of human beings.
I don't know. I mean,
No.
it's just like society now, you know, the modern lifestyle, it's like you're in a daycare, right? So you have to go do your activities for 8 hours a day, then you go home, you watch Netflix and whatever, you know, nap time, and then it's like, yeah, I mean, the individual endeavors are definitely highly discouraged. Independent thinking, you know, exploration, that's just totally quashed in today's societal model.
I'm confused here, man. All right. I'm not confused. I'm confused by where you're.
Huh?
Yeah, I think you're going to fit in fine here. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Yeah, you're doing great. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, right? Because there's people that LARP is flat earther. So I'm going to ask you, what are your 3 best evidences that you don't live on a spinning ball Earth?
You're asking me?
Yeah, what's your 3 best proofs that you live on a flat stationary plane?
Okay, so the one with the weather balloons that were going, you know, 20 plus miles in space, and you would just see a flat plane. You would see the horizon rising to eye level, and you see zero evidence of curvature. I mean, you could just mathematically show. I mean, you can go online. There's like Earth curvature simulators showing you what you should see. You know how much curvature you should see from whatever X height. So the fact you just see zero curvature from that height, and then given what we're told are the dimensions of the globe, so that's just already mathematically incongruous with the model they've given us. So that's sort of a basic one. It's just, you know, this footage, and then sort of in that same vein, I'm not sure if this is another piece of evidence or just part of the first one, but the official NASA photos, I mean, like, really the only solid argument for globe Earth, I mean, that is not just like, you know, some random parlor tricks like Foucault's pendulum, which is, you know, it's clear, it's garbage.
That's the best.
That's, I mean, how is this like an official explanation for anything? It's like I'm just showing you like some random toy, and then therefore you're on this like spinning globe. You know, it's like.
How long have you been sitting on this? How long have you been sitting on this? I mean, you've been sitting on this for a while, dude.
I mean,
you got a wealth of information.
I watched Dubé's video. This guy's great. I don't know what you guys think.
Oh, totally, man. I'm nice with A. Yeah.
I mean, I think he's done so much for waking people up. I mean, I think a lot of people, maybe he's like their gateway guy. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but
whatever. He stops the gateway guys, but okay, carry on.
Oh, I mean, he's sort of the way he presents things, like, really opens, you know, gets you thinking. You know, he's approaching things very soberly, like, you know, without much emotion. I think that's very helpful for getting, you know, people to, you know, open their minds.
100%.
So, and he makes very good videos, and I don't know where he gets all his evidence. He's clearly done his research for many years.
He did do his research. He actually brought up his research. It was 100 flat Earth proofs, and he made it into 200.
I saw that. Yeah, I watched that whole video.
yeah, I kind of like the guy. Yeah, big fan. Yeah,
and he's very eloquent. Also, even in live interviews. I mean, like he's very good at expressing himself. So I think he's a boon to the to the movement, to the awakening. So
when did you find Eric DeBay, man? And
I'm trying to find.
Dude?
So I hang out on 4chan. You guys know 4chan, right?
Oh no, I don't, dude. No.
Okay.
Sitting I guess I don't know.
So some people
4chan is like the deep space for the internet.
Well, I don't go there, dude.
I know you don't want to go there. It's like the most insensitive place you'll ever go in your life.
Yeah, it's bad. Like, okay, if you
can't get banned from 4chan.
I like that. That encourages me. I like that.
But
man,
let's go.
Let's
go together, man. We'll fucking go together.
You can't unsee what you see over there. Just so you know that.
That's you'll get very desensitized. I mean, it's not a good idea. You should
So you rolled around this.
It's not just flat Earth.
Dark web place, or what is this?
It's not dark web. It's not dark web. It's definitely
right before you get there.
How do you know?
It's a bridge.
There's a bridge.
I mean, if there is a bridge, it's a bridge.
I love this, man.
Hold on, let one guy talk at a time, please.
I grew up on dial-up, man. So this is all good.
It's hard to find places online where which aren't too dark, that are you can have free discussion. Like you can't have this on Reddit. Really, the mods of Reddit. They're all sorts of shills and whatever, agents, disinfo agents or whatever. So they'll just ban you if you try to bring up any real discussion.
You're so knowledgeable, sir. You're very.
Well, I've already. I mean, yeah, I just sort of found you guys, but I've been doing my own research for a year or so. I mean, I think really when this whole lockdown started, that's when I really realized how easy it is to dupe, the masses, 99% of people. I mean,
who's asking for 4chan? Real quick.
Sorry.
Who's asking for 4chan? I'll send you a DM.
Oh, you're asking for in the chat. Oh, see.
No, who was? I'll send it in a DM.
There's no way.
Don't go there.
Yeah, just DM if you want to share that stuff.
I don't want it.
I don't know. I mean, some of the okay. I mean, well, anyway, so there, I just saw sometimes they have threads on flat Earth, they have conspiracy threads which are kind of fun. Sometimes you don't take it seriously. We'll talk about.
How could you?
I mean, okay, some people just do it for fun, but so I used to be I was indoctrinated into the globe cult. So then I was okay, I have an open mind. So let's see how these guys make fools of themselves. What's their best evidence? They're just totally crazy tinfoil hat people. And I looked at the evidence and I'm just wait a minute, there's no response to some of these. So I was looking, what are the official globe Earth proofs, and it's just it's either this ancient Greek story, Eratosthenes, has this whatever fairy tale, the well experiment to show the Earth is curved, and then it's just the pictures of Earth, the CGI photos, which are admittedly not real, and then
the Bravo stuff,
and then Neil deGrasse. Neil deGrasse Tyson, 33 degree Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever he is just gaslighting you. That's it. It's so there's zero evidence. I mean, it's so that was okay, this is crazy. So
you're sitting in a town of fools, is what I'm feeling. You're sitting in a town of fools.
So I want to stop you. Everything you said was correct, except for one thing. The Eratosthenes so-called experiment was not an actual experiment. He made a lot of assumptions and made some speculations, and then tied things together that aren't necessarily, cause and effect, because correlation isn't causation, right?
Right. I mean,
and when you're dealing with, hold on real fast, when you're dealing with a scientific experiment, right? It's all about cause and effect. You manipulate the independent variable to see the dependent variable. In other words, you manipulate the cause to see the effect. And that wasn't what was going on with Eratosthenes, but everything else you said was absolutely correct.
I mean, Eratosthenes, so I looked at his argument, and I mean, the first thing he does is he assumes the sun is extremely far away and so huge that the sun rays will come to Earth perpendicularly, right? Like that's one thing he already gets wrong. So he just assumes that the rays are coming down perpendicular from some source, right? They all have some fixed direction. And so, I mean, he has no good evidence for that, right? I mean, he didn't have NASA to tell him that the sun was 93, gazillion miles away or whatever, right? So he doesn't rule out the fact the sun could be much closer and then the rays would not be effectively perpendicular. You know what I mean?
Muscular.
So that already destroys it. I mean, so it's clearly it's a contrived kind of sophistic argument just to support the globe model, right? It's just if you're not careful, you don't like most people, right? They're just presented this as a fact, right? These are very smart people. They came up with this. If you're not ready for that, then you'll miss these things. But they just it's like a circular argument, right? They presuppose already something of their model. They assume it's true, and then they prove something else in their model is true. They assume the sun is like really far away and like huge, and then the light.
Yeah, and how can you? Right? How could
Yeah,
you?
so
How would you?
Yeah,
So you've been talking about the things that I said earlier. When I checked in a new guy, I said we are not the Flat Earth Society, right? They are the ones who are globers who make bad arguments for us because they cannot take on our arguments directly. And the proof of this is that all they do is obfuscate. They're all obfuscation tacticians, right? They're all really good at going, oh, look at the kitty. Look at this over here, the red herring over there, right? And if they could take on our arguments directly, they would do it, right? Because we've been arguing this stuff since 2015. So off and on, I've been debating the subject since then, and I've just seen it go from ad hoc explanation, without any sort of demonstration or experimentation. It's all affirmation of their indoctrination.
There you go. I mean, they're sophists, right? I mean, like Socrates already had a word for these people, right? They're total charlatans. They're just they come up with like slick arguments and gaslighting techniques, and their purpose is just to kind of stop all actual debate. Just cause do Mike. I like this phrase one of you guys used, mic drop moments, right? So this like deGrasse Tyson guy, he just has like a bunch of like whatever zings stored up in his in his script somewhere, which he'll just like bring out. But once he exhausts all those, like he's a total idiot, right? Like he can't actually on his feet like think of any like counter arguments to any of these points, right?
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah.
How does this change your life, man?
Like I said. So
I don't want to involve too much. I don't want to dive too much, but like, how has it changed your life, man? Is your perspective? You came go, and now you're here.
I mean, I just like to find people that you can actually discuss with. Like, I was hoping here you would get like some globe people to like. I mean, I know this is just like one time I've come here, but like, there's globe people.
I'm shocked, dude.
I want to be. I just want to like actually talk to people who are free thinkers and have an open mind, and it's really hard to find those. Or I mean, it's hard to find people who
make it out there. How did you fucking survive?
You have to hide your power level. Do you know this phrase? You have to really hide your power level.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're a Smurf. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You have to, but it's funny. You have to. You can subtly red pill people. I mean, so it's like you can't reveal you're like the witch to these people, right? Because then they'll just start going apeshit, right? So
nasty.
but you can make them question things. You just say something as like a joke, and then they're like, "Wait, is that is that really a joke?" Like then you can poke them a little. You can prod them, and it has an exponential effect. If you spread some seeds of seeds of free thinking to people, it can spread.
Free thinking. I like that.
Say it again. I couldn't hear you, sir.
He said he likes that. The seeds of free thinking. Go ahead, bro. Continue.
What was I saying? Yeah. So,
you, sir.
as far as changing my life, I mean, I think it hasn't like changed much, like as far as like everyday life, but it's like I said, it's really the antidote to this nihilism, like to this modern, postmodern nihilism that's just spread. It's just ubiquitous throughout modern society. It's if flat Earth, this fundamental truth, right? If people awoke to this, then suddenly we're here for a purpose. We're not here randomly. We're clearly, we're clearly special in not just some personal way, but we were designed, to do something in this life on this earth. And we're not just here to watch Netflix or, whatever, just, hook up. Yeah, we're better than that, right? We're here. Yeah. We're here to do something.
Just be better.
Yeah. Yeah. So, it's just I just see people on the street and they're just they're zombies. NPCs. You guys know NPCs, right?
Oh yeah.
There you go. So.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if they knew this, I think society would be a lot different. I like to think it would be better. I mean, I really believe that humans aren't supposed to live like this, aren't supposed to be like these nihilistic, whatever, material obsessed, sex obsessed, whatever, dopamine addicted, monkeys, right?
We're not. You know what it is, bro? You know what it is? I found out that what they're doing is they're just trying to go against natural law, or they're trying to get us to go against natural law as much as possible.
There you go.
Right? And do this sort of thing where we're committing fraud by saying that we are the straw man, right? And we're going along with this fraud, right? And then they go along with the fraud, but we know we're not supposed to make idols, right? Are you supposed to make any sort of idols, like an image?
Right? Idols?
You're supposed to make anything in your image or any image, right? So that's what that is. A lot of people are saying, some people are saying nowadays, right? That image is your straw man. You're not supposed to deal with images and straw men and things like that. But they want you to break natural law as much as possible while they keep it, right? So it's kind of like this. Hey, bro, I'm going to go mudding in your truck and you don't say anything. And I take the keys and look you in the eye and say, I'll be back in a few hours. Well, I break your axle. Whose fault is that? Is it my fault? No, your silence was acquiescence, right? So that was your fault that the axle got broke because it's your truck. You're the one that created it or purchased it. So you have all authority over the truck, but you just sat there idly by while I said, I'm going to go mudding in your truck, and you gave me permission with silence. That's what they're doing to us.
Exactly. What you just said, that's a perfect way to describe this so-called phenomenon of predictive programming. You know about this, I assume.
Oh, yeah. It's all over TV, programming.
So they're telling you what they're doing. There you go. They're telling you what they're doing. They're telling you they're going to break your truck axle. They're going to break your fence, right? And in their kind of warped, their warped doctrine, as long as they tell you, they're kind of absolved of the karmic debt, right? That will come from this. They have a very particular way of doing things and belief system. So, right, as long as they have your consent, then they can do whatever they want without any repercussion. And it's actually your fault. Right.
That's why Trudeau is freaking out right now and going all the way to like wartime powers, because he's freaking out because these people are actually using their own willpower. Oh my God, what do we do? So he has control of the system, right? The Federal Reserve System. So he's using the Federal Reserve System to get them to bow back down, because that's what they want. They want us all bowing down to this system. Anytime someone says the system, you need to say, excuse me, the Federal Reserve System? Yeah, that system. Okay. The world banking system? Yeah, okay, moving on. Yeah.
I love it.
They think they're God. Like, really, like the people in charge. It's not like they think they are really God, or they think they can get there, right? So that's their ultimate goal, right? From a metaphysical point of view, that's their ultimate goal, is to control everything and be all powerful. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Trudeau himself actually calls all the shots. I mean, he's too stupid, really, to like.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah, he's just.
I didn't mean to bring it on politics. Yeah, he's just a puppet. Yeah, but yeah, the point was is that you can take the power back, but if you do so, you're going to lose, your lattes and your loans and everything that the fiat currency system, Federal Reserve System has given you. Right? You might have to lose some of that, but that's the price you pay. Right? So what I'm finding out nowadays is that most people do not know how to use their willpower. You ever heard of someone say, well, I'm going to go on a New Year's resolution and I'm not going to do any of this? And that's great and fine and everything, right? While they're on New Year's and their blood is still full of alcohol and lots of carbs. But 2 weeks later, when their blood sugar is low and they're driving, down the road, giving somebody a ride, and that person says, hey, let's go get something to eat, right? And they're like, no, I don't want anything. I'm not hungry. And then by the time you get to the window, you're like, hey, can you add something to that order? The next thing you know, you're eating fast food again, right? Ask me how I know.
Because you tested it yourself.
That's how you would know. I think a lot of us can empathize.
Big time.
But it's crazy. I mean, it's like a New Year's resolution. Once you get in the habit of doing it, it's like the opposite. You have inertia, right? You're stuck doing it, right?
We got to take the power back by using our God-given right to raise our children the way that they're supposed to be raised. And instead of raising a bunch of heathen, like the school system has been doing, right? We need to get back to the old school morals, right? We need a re-foundation.
Yeah. So,
break it up, bro.
You're breaking up, Hank. I tell you what.
I'm super amazed with our new friends here tonight. I am super amazed. This is Hockey Puck, and I am working one. You brought 1973 with you. Working 1973.
Subversion tactics.
And we got Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe is the main team speak here.
Surveillance and
sorry. Shit. I'm still dumbfounded.
That sort of thing.
You know the thing. I mean, I think there's more of us out there. It's just a matter of connecting. It's hard to find. I mean, it was hard for me to find you guys.
You're pretty cool, Sleepy Joe. I like you, man.
You're pretty cool too. You guys are pretty cool,
man. Hey, man. I'm just amazed because I've been like babbling around the world here for like more than 1 year, like and you're here. That's cool. I'm appreciative of that. Really am, man. I really am. I mean, it's refreshing. I expected another globe fucking idiot. I totally did. Oh, man. I'm.
Those are a dime a dozen.
That was beauty.
I gotta say this: these kind of places, and then on YouTube and everything, it's all hard to find. There's an algorithm out there, dude. And and if you don't plug it in the right order, you're not gonna find anything.
No,
I know it's gotten harder, right?
YouTube is totally just it's impossible to find any info on YouTube now. You're just going to get a bunch of like Neil deGrasse Tyson or Professor Dave, fake Professor Dave videos or whatever. If you type in flat Earth,
Professor Dave, nobody even knows who Professor Dave is.
Oh,
how would you even know that, man? Like
Professor Dave. I mean, you just type in flat Earth and you get
flat Earth, dude.
Half the people don't even know that. They don't even know that, right? They don't know.
And they just watch
Professor,
the first video that pops up. How to debunk a flat earther.
yeah, you get this guy's, huh? Sorry.
No, cool. Yeah,
you-
bullshit.
Huh?
Who the fuck's breastfeeding Dave?
Just type in YouTube. Just go like just type in flat Earth. You'll see this ugly mug. This guy. You'll just,
Sorry.
just if you go to YouTube, you just type in flat Earth. You will get this guy as the first search.
Type in hockey puck. He's a Boilermaker from fucking Saskatchewan. That's the end of the line. Those bullshit motherfuckers. I don't know, man.
So information control is like one way these people control the narrative, right? Because, I mean, their control is much weaker than they portray. It's just if they can sort of, contain. They can just put us into these little containment zones, right? These little cells, so that we don't spread, and they can keep things under control. But if they can't do that, then they're done.
You know too much, my friend, man. You know how do you know this much? It's fucking.
Yeah, a lot of people in the area. Huh?
Trip me out.
I'm freaking you out.
Well,
you tripped me out.
Not to associate with you with Anonymous or anything, but anybody who knows a little history about 4chan and Anonymous, like, it doesn't strike me bizarre at all the things that this guy is saying. He's been part of a website that probably has more free speech than any of the websites we've been on, combined.
Okay.
It's I mean, this website has. I mean, it says it has like perfect free speech, but people will use this for different ends. So if you do go there, you should be careful. What?
You have to take me there, man. You can guide me there into a chat room, and I will definitely debate anybody.
So I'm pretty like normie tier for that website. Like, you'll get people who are even like more,
You're like flat earth, natural. Fucking here, but you came from another place that we don't even know exists. Like, I have a hard time dealing with that. I accept it.
I mean, that's where I found you guys.
Yeah, we know about 4chan. This guy Hockey Puck, he probably doesn't spend a lot of time searching outside of the weird places of the internet.
No, dude, I don't, man. No, take me there. We'll go. Let's go talk to these people.
Do they have voice over there?
There's no voice. I mean, it's literally just like a chat board. So you just type. It's kind of like Reddit, except there's no upvote system, and you're all anonymous supposedly, and like there's no censorship. So you can say anything you want as long as you're not like breaking the law or something. So you can talk about anything you want. There are mods, and interestingly enough, if you post any flat Earth stuff, there will. I mean, there are also shills on there. So there's people. You know what shills are, right? Like they hire people.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of shills on 4chan these days because like 4chan, is like free information, right? It's like free speech. So they're like trying to make sure that they can, keep it under control somewhat. So you'll get a lot of disinfo posters, but they sort of stick out, very conspicuously. And if you post flat Earth, it's very funny. Like you'll immediately get like 10 responses of like these very contrived, like globetard, like talking points. And if you engage, if you kind of like debate these guys, and then you sort of reveal that they're shills, like your thread will just immediately get taken down.
How did you get to your level, man? How did you get to your level and survive? I'm shocked.
I mean, it's really. I mean, in real life, it's a matter of hiding your power level, but like just doing like your own research is the most important thing.
You're very well spoken.
Over 9,000.
You're very well spoken, dude.
Oh,
hey, Sleepy Joe, I heard you wanted to talk to a Glober.
Are you a Glober?
I am a Glober, and unfortunately, I don't have very long. But I have a
Yeah,
list
thanks.
of questions that I'd like to ask you if
Okay.
the other guys want to hear. Some of the people
You
in here,
may
like Hank.
proceed.
I
Go
thought
ahead.
Hank might be excited about that.
I'll leave it me.
All right, what's up?
Okay, so unfortunately, though, I just want to say up front, like after we're done, I have to go because it's very late for me. But so I'll just run through them. I'll run through them just like I did for Hank. He'll call me out if I veer. Does light always travel in straight lines?
Yeah, I'm not a physicist, but I mean, through a vacuum. I mean, what's your medium?
It's up. Does light always travel in straight lines? You tell me.
In a vacuum, I mean, it can refract. It could, whatever. So, what do you say? Like, what's your exact setting of your question?
The word always.
So the always is no. It can reflect from a mirror, for example.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
Can you experience constant linear velocity? I mean, depends. Like, if you're actually in the frame of reference, like theoretically, you could be in this Galilean frame of reference where you're constant linear velocity. But in real life, like if you're in a car, you will not be in a perfect frame of reference. So I assume you're talking theoretically. Like you're saying, can you be in a Galilean frame of reference? Like, right?
I'm leaving it up to you to define, honestly.
Well, I mean, you're asking the question, so.
Yeah. Can you feel constant linear velocity?
Okay, can you define what constant linear velocity means?
Velocity that's not changing, going in a direction that doesn't change its speed or its direction.
I mean, theoretically, like I said, so theoretically, you could be in a frame of reference where you do not feel it, right? If you like, okay, like I'm saying, like theoretically, you could not feel it. Like you could be in a frame of reference that is moving with respect to some other, fixed point, and you would not feel it as long as you have no forces acting on you. So theoretically, yes, but I think in the examples you're probably going to have in mind, you're not in a perfect frame of reference. So.
Okay, I should have prefaced because I did that for Hank as well. I have very few follow-up questions. They mostly just stand on their own. Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
1,000 miles per hour is a speed. That's a number and a unit.
So would you say that's a rotational velocity or not?
No. A rotational velocity would be like a vector. I mean, a vector. You're just saying 1,000 miles per hour.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again without me touching it. Why?
Friction.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
It dissipated through the friction with the table, right?
Can you have acceleration without any force?
Force is okay. So if you're, force under the Newtonian model, force is basically equivalent to acceleration. So no.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
Is the pressure of what? Like, are you assuming like
the gas that's in the container?
Eventually, pressure against the the container, like, or if I remember high school physics, man, like I don't. This is so yes. Eventually, right? You have to let the gas stabilize, right?
I got to add, Jack. Yes, pressure within the container is always going to be absolute. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Jack.
In the long run, right? You have to let it, reach equilibrium.
So eventually, your answer would be that yes. Eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
Does GPS give your position on the surface of the Earth?
So Okay, so it depends what do you mean by GPS exactly? So you just mean using towers to triangulate, or you're saying, oh, there's a satellite like in space that's...
Whatever it is.
Okay, so you're talking about like the balloons that like these companies put in space that don't do anything, or I mean, triangulation does, like if you have, triangulation can pinpoint your coordinates, yes, but when you say GPS is maybe not what it actually is.
Yeah.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of the car window while I'm going down?
He asked you a question, dude. He asked you a question.
I asked you a question.
Stop back, man. Rewind.
It's like a high school.
He asked you a question.
I feel it's like a high school.
What's the GPS, man?
GPS is a thing.
You get diarrhea.
Hockey puck. I'll answer. The GPS that I'm referring to is the one that like whatever my phone does, and I get a map.
And what does your phone do, dude? What does it do?
Gives me. That's my question. My question is just, does it give you the position?
What he said?
Dude, why are you triggered?
Different? I'm totally fucked, man. No, you're not going to railroad shit.
Yeah, what are you doing, dude?
I got you. Hockey puck, you're going to mute for a little bit. I'm sorry, man. All right. Not really, but okay. Carry on.
This is a thing that I've been asking Globers and flat earthers, and just kind of getting a sense of like how people answer. So if you want to stop, we can. It's not meant to trigger or provoke.
I'm curious though, why would you want to know an answer to that question? Like, what good would that do you?
So he can argue it in his own right.
I have asked that question because I want to know how people answer.
Wait, that's a weird answer. What? That's like, are you data mining? What are you doing?
No, I've been listening to globe people come here and argue. I've been listening to flat people argue back to them, and over the course of these times, I started wondering how, like, if I got them to answer questions, how they would answer, and I didn't. There was no other agenda. I just started getting curious how people answer questions that weren't meant to like prove it one way or the other. Just questions.
Yeah, so I want to say that the reason I wanted him to proceed is because I like to hear how people answer these questions too. It kind of gives me a little insight on how people think, and I'm assuming that he was thinking the same thing.
I thought he was trying to, pull an excuse out of thin air of why the Earth is not flat somehow, some way that doesn't make sense. But
nah, man, you're overthinking, bro. You're overthinking. I like his questions. Hey, if you could come up with the second edition, I would love that, bro.
But dude, look up GPS. Like, what is that really? Because I mean, there's a lot to learn there.
Yeah. I have a follow-up question. Do you think that GPS can somehow be used to prove the Earth to be flat or a ball?
I think the notion of like satellites is totally misrepresented, and I don't think GPS uses satellites. As far as whether it can actually prove flat or globe Earth, I guess I haven't thought about it. I mean, it seems like it could possibly be compatible with both, but I'm saying, okay, if the people are telling you the Earth is a globe, if they're also lying to you about like satellites, then that's another red flag, right? That's just sort of part of their deception. So
I meant that question for the other guy though, who asked the question. Do you think that?
Say the question again.
Do you think that GPS can be used to prove the Earth to be a ball or flat?
Probably not.
Okay.
But I generally in terms of like trying to prove the Earth is a globe, that's a very hard thing to do. So
it's not. It shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, we're going to agree right there. We're definitely going to have to agree right there. But you got to ask yourself, bro. In the year 2022, hold on, gentlemen. In the year 2022, right? We've been going to the moon since 1969. Why is it so hard to prove something that is true, right? Like I could make the claim that I have a 13-inch foot. It is not hard for me to prove that. And you might say, well, the Earth is a lot bigger than your foot. Yeah, but it's right here. we're standing on it. We should be able to measure it if we're like literally part of it. Like your dad injected your mom seminal fluids, and then a meat suit was created, right? And then the nutrients that she got from food from the ground wrote you a meat suit with the genetic code, right? You should be able to tell us a little bit about the earth, right? Because we're standing here on it. We're literally part of it. Like we're earth and water, basically, walking around with consciousness somehow.
Yeah, Hank, I would prefer to keep myself out of it like I did when like I had asked these questions the other times. I feel like if I start like debating, then it derails the spirit of what we were doing.
But I mean, that's a valid question, Rolling My Boulder. I mean, like we're paying agencies like NASA $60 million a day, okay, of taxpayer money, and they can't take a picture of this so-called globe. Like we should have like, you know, actual pictures of the Earth everywhere. If it was actually a globe, it should be everywhere. It should be on like every single wall, right? It shouldn't just be some like weird CGI like cartoon, right?
From every
house. My answer to this question is that I think proving that the Earth is a globe is a very low priority to people not engaged in this discussion. I mean, you can say no, but that's my answer.
That's bullshit, though. They would be taking pictures regardless of whether the goal was to prove it or not.
Yeah, but those pictures might be distorted, fisheye, whatever. Like, the pictures wouldn't be to support the shape of the Earth.
You're telling me NASA, which gets $60 million a day, cannot like overcome simple problems like fisheye or distortion? Like, are you kidding me? And then their priority is to like take pictures of black holes, like whatever, 1 trillion like light years away, instead of getting a picture of the actual Earth that we live on.
Yes, that's
what
exactly what I'm saying.
Wow.
Okay, dude.
But you can't possibly know that because you're not NASA. So you're making an argument.
So then don't ask me questions about why NASA does what they do.
Fair enough. Or if you're speculating, that's something else.
But it was
and they can't take pictures of black holes. Didn't you know that?
You guys asked me to speculate. I actually cannot get drawn in to like a hour-long discussion. So I'm gonna have to bow out. I have more questions though, so maybe another night.
Yeah, type up that list and post it in the chat sometime.
Or just carry on with the questions.
All right, do you guys want me to burn through the questions or another night? You guys pick. I don't care.
If you gotta go, we won't keep you. But
the
questions are good.
He
Okay,
doesn't gotta go. He just doesn't want to debate.
I'll keep asking until we get derailed again, and then when we get derailed, I'll just bow out.
It's because it sounds like obfuscation. I need to point that out. It's because it sounds like obfuscation.
He's free to answer the questions with whatever clarification he wants to impose. Like if he feels like it's a bullshit question and wants to say why, that's a fine answer, and people definitely do that.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, it sounds like that's what you're doing. It sounds like you are obfuscating by asking these questions.
I'm not trying to obfuscate anything. They're questions that anybody can answer however they want.
That's why I'd like you to make a list, so then maybe we could get your answers to the questions as well.
He's rolled through his answers to the questions on the other server, by the way, just to let you guys know. It's not like he's not trying to hide anything, but you did say that you formed these questions kind of based around the discussion of a flat versus ball, right?
I formed them less about whether it was a ball or flat and more about how people talk to each other and throw words around and stuff. And almost all of the time, the discussion is about the point of whether it's flat or ball. And I got to wondering what would happen if I asked questions where that wasn't the point. The point was just, here's a question. How do you answer it? Like, how do you make sense of the question? What do you have to say about it?
I think some of them trigger people because, especially when you start with, can you feel the linear acceleration? It kind of gives the impression that you're trying to kind of like lead up to a gotcha. Like there's going to be, oh, you answered this question, but now you've contradicted yourself by saying this about this question, and it may not be that the case. I've heard you do this a few times now. I know you're trying to be neutral, but the way that the work, maybe the order of the questions. Also, the fact that you're asking about linear acceleration and can you feel it when there's, most people in here that are aware of, orbital mechanics and how there is acceleration required if you're going in a circle rather than just one linear straight path. I know there's a debate about that we could have, but there's momentum changes with elliptical orbits and all that. So it kind of feels like if you're going to ask that question in particular to a flat earther, you might get the trigger going early on in that series of questions. That's all I'm saying.
That is
I just want to say, this real quick. This guy, he's a Glober, right? But I don't think he's a Globetard, or at least not yet. Maybe he's still in training, and at any moment the hidden Xanac is going to pop out of his ass, and he's going to be an NPC just like everybody else. But from my experience so far, I think he just wants to learn, and he enjoys like in-depth conversations rather than the mundane "How's the weather, Joe?" I think
I would have given that same impression of him, except that when you guys just asked about why don't we have pictures from satellites, and he gave the patented answer that I was hoping he wouldn't give, is it's a low priority, or why would they care to try to prove that to you? Like that's just like the patented answer. So if anyone ever asks you that again, you might want to come up with a better creative answer to try to just because it is bullshit. If someone else called you out on it too, we would have tons of pictures. Come on, it's not like they're trying to please us or any of that. It would exist if they were out there doing what they say they're doing. And most people hear his opinion, I think.
I you know what? Like, I have to be honest. I didn't give the question that much thought, and a much better answer would be I don't know. But that's just like my baseless assumption about why.
Yeah, we hear that response so much. It sounds like you guys are reading from a script sometimes.
Yeah,
not that you're one of them, but yeah.
It sounds like a scripted answer, or you heard it from like a scripted answer somewhere.
Or maybe it's just a conditioned response.
Yeah, it could be. Professor Dave response.
Yeah, there you go. It's Professor Dave response.
For that particular question, it was my knee-jerk reaction. But I stand by. I should have said I don't know because it was just wild speculation, and I have no.
But it sounds like you're trying to make an excuse for him. When we should all, if we all want to know, we should all be like, what the fuck, So
yeah, but like full disclosure, I totally asserted what NASA's priorities were, and I'm not a manager at NASA or an employee or in any way affiliated with them. So how in the hell could I assert what their priorities are? I was wrong.
Yeah, it sounds like a calculated response. That's all.
Well, I mean, NASA.
No, I think we can move past it.
So, what? Sorry.
Who was the one answering the questions?
Sleepy Joe was answering them, and Sleepy Joe, can we press forward to get to the end? Okay.
Go for it.
I'll just keep asking them the way it was before. I mean, if like Hank did this with me the other night, and we just burned through.
It's all good.
What are latitude and longitude?
These are just your it's your coordinates on your your map, your position. There's a coordinate system to describe your position on the Earth specifically, but it could be used in more general contexts.
How does triangulation work?
Triangulation works. I mean, you have some kind of source with a signal, some electromagnetic signal, and basically using three sort of signal sources and sort of the bounce back from your signal, you can uniquely describe where someone with their signal source is on whatever geography you are on, like on the map on the Earth or something.
How does trilateration work?
Say it again.
How does trilateration work?
What is that?
If you don't know, I don't know is an okay answer.
I mean, I might know what you're talking about. I've just never heard that word. Trilateration.
Trilateration is used when you have. Hold on. When you have a sextant and you take 3 different measurements of 3 different heavenly bodies, and you use those to get your equidistance of altitude, I think, and through that you can trilaterate your position on the Earth a lot like triangulation, but it's a different process and therefore it has a different name, but it has a same or very similar result. Thanks.
It only works on a flat Earth.
Exactly. That's
someone posted it in the chat.
How does GPS work?
Well, GPS, I guess, works much in the same way, the same principles of trilateration, but you're using signal towers on the Earth. Not satellites.
How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
Me personally, I have not personally done it, so I would just use Google, but I'm not saying that that's actually correct. So I have not actually measured the city. You're saying how would I?
I said, how do you?
How do I? Yeah, I haven't actually personally done that.
Good answer.
Are you familiar with the Black Swan picture with the oil rigs?
I've heard. I'm not 100% familiar. What is that?
Okay, we will skip this question then.
Okay.
How do you measure weight?
A scale. Is that not good?
Yeah. And do you know how a scale works?
Yeah, weight. I mean, weight by definition is the force you're putting on the scale. So it just measures. I don't know how much tension. I don't know what's the right word. How much pressure you're putting on the scale.
Now I know who this is.
So
how do you measure mass?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, what is it? You can use Archimedean principle. I mean, something like that. I mean, so if it's not uniform, if you don't have a uniform density, it's trickier. But I think you can use the Archimedean principle. You can use this displacement trick to maybe measure your mass.
How do you measure temperature?
Thermometer.
And do you know how a thermometer works?
The old school one works with mercury, and it will have a different density depending on the ambient temperature. So if it's warmer, it will expand further up the glass tube. And then the modern ones use something else, some kind of heat rating.
How do you measure air pressure?
Man, I'm not an engineer, dude, but I assume there's just machines that can do this. I mean, I'm not sure if there's like a first principles way to do it. So I would just say a machine right now.
Okay. And last question: on a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
I mean, does it appear the same size, or is it the same size? What are you asking? It's not the same size. The answer is no.
Okay. And I was asking, I guess, if it appears the same size.
No.
Was that it?
That's two different questions. If it is the same size, or if it appears to be the same size.
That's true. And I actually scribbled a note here on the side because that's a pretty astute observation. He actually made me add two notes because I have been asking, is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container? And people answer that people answer it, but he's the first person that's been like, pressure of what? So I had to add of gas.
I was inspired by your list of questions, and I came up with my own questions for you, if you don't mind. Go ahead, Hank.
No, if you got questions,
are you done?
Yeah, that was the last question.
All right.
Go ahead, Hank. I have a whole list of questions for this guy. Go ahead, Hank. What were you going to say?
I'll be super quick to the guy who just answered the question. You kind of got put on the spot tonight. You did really great. Many men know many things. No man knows everything. So even though you didn't know all the answers, I would think that you were a liar if you made shit up. So you did great. Go ahead, sir. I apologize. Please continue.
That was Sleepy Joe that was answering. This is a new perspective.
Yeah, great job, Sleepy Joe. That was great.
Thank you.
Can I weigh in as the only Glober, I think, that's here right now? I also appreciate your answers. So you sounded very honest and genuine to me too.
Okay, I was trying to think of some neutral questions, and then I started two different lists, but this is kind of a little bit more for a Glober, so I'll ask you if you don't mind.
As long as I should have logged out about 20 minutes ago, but so I'll give us like 10 more minutes, and then I just have to cut it off.
Okay. What is it? Okay, question one. What is the difference between knowing something and believing in something?
I think that we all believe things, and knowing is saying I believe it really, really strongly.
So, can things be known? Follow up, I guess, to that, rather than just believed.
To me, yeah, sure, they can be known.
There's an objective reality.
This gets existential for all practical purposes. I believe in an
Okay, we
objective
can move on.
reality, but I don't know. This gets very
I'm just trying to
philosophical.
gauge. Yeah, that's it's a runaround a little bit in some people's minds, but yeah, I hear you. Second is, what is the second law of thermodynamics off the top of your head? And does this include the idea of high pressure to low pressure according to your interpretation?
I think the second law of thermodynamics is a statement about energy transfer, and I am not. It's not clear to me how it relates to. I mean, yeah, I guess high pressure to low pressure. Sure, it is involved. Definitely,
it is involved. Okay. Can elliptical orbits have a completely consistent constant velocity?
No.
What is define conspiracy?
I can't without Googling.
Are there, okay, well, maybe just the general answer to that, you could go on, since there's a follow-up question, without looking it up, is just, colluding between people without everyone's awareness. It's a short answer to that, I guess. It could be anybody. It could be just me and you, have a conspiracy because we have a secret, right? It could be that simple. Are there any conspiracies that you've become aware of that were admitted to and or not admitted to?
I guess the Edward Snowden debacle sounds like a conspiracy to me.
That was kind of admitted to, right? In the mainstream.
Yeah, I think so.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. Please forgive me. What do you mean the Snowden thing was a psyop? You think that he's working for the government still and working?
He didn't say it was.
I would agree with that. I don't think he said it was a psyop. I don't think he said it was a psyop, but that would be my answer. Go ahead. What was your actual answer?
Conspiracy.
So you think that your interpretation of the Snowden thing is that he actually busted these people listening to us and was going to the mainstream newspapers with the information? Because they're always so honest. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get into that.
I cite that as a conspiracy, and there are multiple ways to spin it, and every way that it could be spinned sounds like a conspiracy to me.
Right. Are there any conspiracies that we're not aware, like that are kind of out of the mainstream that you're aware of? Like known conspiracies?
I don't know. I'm not really a conspiracy theorist. The thing, okay. If you're asking me, like, what am I the most suspicious of? I'm the most suspicious of our food chain. That's probably my biggest thing of where I feel like conspiracies might lie. That I feel like the food that I eat, I'm not getting the whole truth about it. Because people want to make money.
Yeah, like
that was my follow-up question. And or are there any you suspect or speculate about that haven't been admitted to? If there were a worldwide conspiracy to keep the nature of our reality hidden from the masses, would you want to know?
Yeah, sure.
You would. And if yes, how might you go about discovering such a thing beyond asking the sources that would then only reify a reverse engineered masterpiece of deception? What would be your strategy to find out?
Say that again. I don't know if I understood.
If yes, how might you go about discovering such a thing beyond just asking the sources themselves? Because they would tend to just reify the reverse engineered masterpiece that we would call the globe deception.
Yeah, okay, so then I'll just cite my own, like, where's my food come from? And I start asking questions. Like, I asked the grocery store clerk, can I talk to the manager? And like, hey man, where's the delivery come from? Where's the truck come from? And
right.
I start trying to follow it. I start trying to follow the trail.
You might ask other people, like come to these kind of groups and talk to them about what they've heard, that kind of thing, right?
Say that again.
You might come to groups like this, even, is what I'm saying. You start investigating through word of mouth instead of through sources that are online, that are official sources, at least, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Hey, guys. I just need to say something real quick. I will probably mute myself afterwards. I will have a friend who will be joining like any minute now. He's got verified and everything. And I'm just saying he's new to Flat Earth and all that, so if like y'all could possibly help him, I would just be most grateful for it. So I will mute myself now. He should be joining anytime. His name
Okay.
is
I've only got a couple more questions here.
Octopus Exodus. So
That's me.
see y'all later.
That's me.
Bye.
I'm right here. Yeah.
Okay. The last couple questions. Do you think Flat Earth was an organic movement? And do you think there's possibly a government-controlled opposition on the Flat Earth side?
Yes.
I don't
Not
know
you.
the answers.
Actually,
I don't know.
we're asking somebody else. If you could just, we'll get to you in a minute, buddy. We're just asking this one guy questions.
Okay.
Can you ask them one at a time, because those were.
Do you think that there's possibly a government-controlled opposition on the Flat Earth in the Flat Earth movement, quote unquote?
I didn't think that before, but it wouldn't surprise me if there was.
And if yes, do you think that it'd be just to create the societal confusion and separation, or are there reasons that you might have pondered about beyond that?
The Flat Earth is one of there seem to be lots of more conspiracies out there than I've ever heard of, and I guess infiltrating the conspiracy community could possibly be a priority of the government. That does seem plausible.
Do you think that flat earthers just believe the earth is flat, or do you think that they've simply stopped believing that it's a spinning ball?
And my answer to that question is I don't want to generalize flat earthers. I've met a lot of different kinds of people in here, and I don't feel like it's easy to make summary statements about everybody.
Well, what's your general idea if you had to generalize? If you had to generalize,
conversations are really frustrating.
Okay. So do you think that flat earthers believe in something? Or do you think they're more just they've lost belief?
Some flat earthers feel very strongly that they know things. Some flat earthers believe things without much evidence. Some flat earthers have mountains of evidence. Some flat earthers are really easily triggered. Some aren't. Some have really explained stuff to me that I didn't know before that I was wrong about. So there's just no way for me to make a single summary statement about the people I've met.
Last question. Is there anything about the earth that would, in your experience and or sensual experience, without excluding observations with multiple interpretations, that would tell you that you're on a spinning ball?
Is there anything that tells me that I'm on a spinning ball?
Yeah, according to your sensory experience, excluding just observations that can be interpreted a certain way.
I don't know. The exclusion part, I don't know how to answer that question.
Well, I was trying to get you not to answer with I observe the stars or the ceiling, and that tells me that I'm on a spinning ball, or the horizon and with the ships and all that. Because a patented baller answer would be the only experience they have is the observation that they interpret as they're on a spinning ball. But I'm trying to get you to say anything about your sensory experience. You were just a person on this earth, never told about the spinning ball theory or any of that. What would you assume the earth to be?
So I'll just give you my total honest answer. I can't pretend like I was never told about the spinning ball, because I've been told about that from before I can remember things, and just all of my experience is that. So, and
you can't imagine that you weren't told. You can't imagine that you weren't told that, and what it would seem to be without that knowledge.
I don't know, but I also hit the 10-minute mark, and I have to bow out. So apologies.
I just want to make sure that we all I was trying to come up with another list of questions, things that we could all agree on. And one of the first ones was, I think most at least honest ballers would at least admit locally it seems flat as well as stationary as far as our sensory experience goes, which most ballers admit to at least at some point in this conversation.
Well, I appreciate the questions. Until next time.
Take care.
You have to at least answer that. You have to at least answer locally flat, right?
That's
Not
sure.
saying it's not a ball.
Sitting here talking to you, I do not feel any motion.
I didn't think so. All right. Good night. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, does anybody object to me? Anybody object to me talking to the new guy?
Hank, you're up.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what's the new guy's name? He sounded like a young man. What's his name?
Octopus.
Octopus. Is that what you said?
Ghana. Fuck.
Yeah, him and his friend.
But he was Giannis or something. No, he's gone.
What about John?
And you can
Wait, Sid, you're not talking about me, are you? Is there?
Are you the new guy who came in to talk about the flat Earth with your friend?
No. That's who is that? I thought it was You Can't Handle the
Someone
Truth.
else.
That was Octopus Extender or something. I don't know.
Okay, I don't see him.
No, he's gone. And we have You Can't Handle the Truth, and John, who's new, and Danny Glover. Danny Glover's new, so
He hasn't started talking yet. I haven't heard him talk yet. So this is my last person. Anyone want to speak up?
John, maybe John.
I'm about to call tonight. Yeah, John, are you there, bro?
He just talked.
John Pones.
He said you can't swim in the water if you're afraid of the sharks. That's what it says when you click on his name. Well, I guess I'm done then if there's no new people.
Aww.
Yeah, sorry if I was stepping on your toes while you're trying to answer those questions. I get excited.
You Can't Handle the Truth. Are you there? Hank wanted
I'm here.
Oh. Hank, you got a live one.
You can't handle the truth. Have you been here before?
Yes.
You've been listening, have you?
Yes.
And what side are you on currently? It doesn't matter, globe or flat.
Open to everything. Which is why I
Right.
just listen.
Open-minded? Yeah, you need input, do you?
I mean, sure, I'm always open for input. Absolutely. If you would mind sharing it, yeah, I'm always open to it and appreciate it.
Cool. You ever heard me talk about specific gravity?
No, I haven't heard you. I've been on probably about 3 times before. I would say 1 to 2 weeks ago. A friend of mine who frequents on here turned me on to this.
All right. What is the word? We're going to do a little word association. What does the word gravity mean to you?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to be the best person here to answer questions because I wasn't ever interested in science and in school. So I'll be honest with you. I'm probably the dumbest one on the group here, but I'm always looking to learn. So.
Well, that's what a smart person would say. That's not what a dumb person would say, according to the Dunning-Kruger effect. But anyway, moving on. All I'm asking for is minimal not precipitation. Participation. Thank you. Yeah, and if I ask you a question, you can say I don't know, or if you do know the answer, because I don't like talking and not knowing if you're listening or watching cat videos. So I just need minimal participation.
I drive trucks for a living, so this keeps me awake and entertained while I'm driving these long hours.
All right, I'll carry on then. Okay, so what they say is that mass attracts mass in, elementary school, middle school, high school. And then you start to learn about Einstein in between high school, I suppose, and college. And that replaces mass attracts mass, and they go to the bending and warping of space-time. You have heard of Einstein's special relativity, right? Space-time continuum.
Yes, I've heard of that. I don't know what it means, though, but I have heard of that, yes.
Okay, cool. So what they're saying is that mass is causing space-time to warp, and the space-time warping then affects mass or material or matter, right? And that's really cool and everything, but this space-time thing, when you look it up, it's not actually something that you can tangibly touch. It's not made of material. In fact, most space-time, according to their model, would exist in a near-perfect vacuum, meaning there's no matter around, right? So this space-time, it's not actually physical at all whatsoever. It's more like it's metaphysical, right? It's kind of like talking about how many angels can dance on the head of a needle, right? And in science, we like to manipulate the cause to see the effect. Are you familiar with the cause and effect relationship between the scientific method and how we learn things?
Very little.
All right, so your truck breaks down. What does the mechanic do? Does he throw like 5 treatments, new tires, new battery, new interior light, a new CB radio, and a new starter? We'll see if that fixes your truck. That's not how he does it, right? So what he does most likely is your mechanic will manipulate the different components of your vehicle until he finds one that's not functioning. And at the moment that he replaces that, after he's diagnosed it, he replaces the cause that was causing the truck not to run correctly. And then afterwards, the effect will be shown that now it's running correctly. And that's kind of how science works. Another way to think about it is heat boiling is boiling water, right? So a caveman sees water boiling. He wants to know what's causing the boiling, right? So he sees that there's heat involved with the fire. So he goes home, he adds heat to the water and makes it boil. And then that proves, right, through the process of elimination, because he didn't manipulate any other variable. He didn't go to the top of the mountain and cause it to boil at a low temperature with a low gas pressure. He just added heat, and that was the cause. So it's cause and effect. Do you understand now?
I'm with you, and I appreciate you simplifying.
Yeah, it's like turning on a light switch and seeing the bulb come on and off, on and off, on and off, right? And you've got the cause in your hand, you're manipulating it, and that's what we do in science. We manipulate the independent variable, and it's independent because it's the only one getting manipulated. And the dependent variable is your naturally observed phenomenon, like the light coming on, or the water boiling, or your truck not running. So now that you understand that, I want you to look up specific gravity in your own time and learn about it. Not right now, of course, because you're driving. But it's talking about relative density. So this is a really easy concept to understand if you've ever had a glass of iced tea. What happens when you put ice in the water?
Well, after a while, it begins to melt.
Well, it floats on the top of the water, right? The ice floats in your cup, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then you manipulate the medium.
I will say that I like to drink my water room temperature, so maybe I'm not the best person.
That's cool. Just try to follow along, bud. So you drink the ice. You're manipulating the medium, right? Because the medium is what the ice was in. And when you do this, it causes the ice to go down, right?
I'm with you, bud. The thing is, I just have to keep pressing the phone over here. It's probably not a good idea for you to keep pressing the phone to answer you, but I'm with you, man.
All right. If you're just going to pay attention, you're driving, so just pay attention. I want to ask you no more questions. All right. So once you manipulate the medium by draining the liquid water, right, or the tea, it causes the ice to go down. So what did we prove here? That it has nothing to do with space-time or mass attracting mass. What I proved is that you put an object in a medium, and according to its relative density, it will sink or rise, or in other words, fall, right? So they say that it's bending and warping of space-time. I didn't manipulate the bending and warping of space-time. I manipulated the relative density between the ice, which is the object, and the medium, which is the water. And this is what actually causes things in nature, despite one caveat, birds. Birds use aerodynamics. But all of the rest of nature, right? My claim is that things rise and fall due to, an object will rise and fall due to the relative density or specific gravity. It has nothing to do with their version of gravity, although they like to come along and put, Einstein's gravity on everything, like the gravitron. That has to do with centrifugal force, has absolutely nothing to do with gravity, but they like to put the word on gravity, they like to put the word on there anyway. So basically, this is a simple experiment that anyone can do in their bathroom, in their kitchen, outside. Anybody can prove that relative density and buoyancy is what causes things to rise and fall. So if you let go of a helium balloon, it's going to rise because of buoyancy. If you drop an anvil, like the old cartoons, it's going to fall, right? But if you drop it in a pool of mercury, something weird happens. It floats. An anvil floats in mercury. And that's basically 105 years, 106 years of propaganda debunked with one scientific experiment that you can do with a glass of iced tea. And that's why the scientific method is so important, because you can differentiate truth and bullshit. Because when you manipulate the cause and you see the effect happen, there's not a whole lot of doubt left. Maybe like less than 1%, that you flip the switch, this light comes on, or you manipulate this medium, that thing goes down. That's the cause. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hope that was entertaining. Are you not entertained? And I know you're driving, but I just posted a GIF of the anvil floating in mercury.
Thanks. I'll check that at my next stop. Thank you.
Someone can take over. I'm done for the night. And that was 43 minutes after the hour, in case you want to go back and find it. Peace!
Thanks, Hank. Good night.
Hey, thanks, Hank.
Good night.
Cheers.
Good night.
Okay. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, how we doing?
I was entertained.
Showing up for late night again, hanging out. Just we got some new people. What's up? Got some.
Yeah, John is new.
Or
I think.
Davey.
Danny Glover. Heretic Dunn.
New
He's
perspective.
got a Valiant.
Oh shit.
Sorry?
New perspectives here. That's all I want.
Oh. Is he new?
Say hi to my brother.
What's up, brother?
What's up?
You just missed. I was going through a whole list of questions for the Glover that was just here. If you want rewind later.
Oh shit.
I just decided to reverse it on him because it seemed like he was a little bit of a. He seems like a good guy that is a little bit confused still that this is actually happening and that people have actually found out that we're not on the spinning ball. So he kind of devised some questions that a little bit triggered some people, but he seems pretty harmless.
Was he driving? He was driving?
No, it was opposite.
That was a different guy. He left. He kind of obfuscated some of my questions, actually.
Yes, so new perspective. I think, and he got triggered is maybe a strong word for it, but we asked people the 3 questions, right? Curvature, rotation, and gas pressure without containment. And I think he got triggered by that and tried to devise his so-called questions, right? For the globe side.
Right.
Yeah, especially starting with the whole idea that linear motion is not the same as circular motion.
He also asked, does light... Well, 1 second. He also asked if light travels in straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because, and when you answer no, then it can bend over a ball, right?
Exactly.
But light does travel in straight line. It changes angles always. So it does it does travel in straight lines.
And it appears to be one way rather than actually being one way as well.
But somebody wanted to interject. My apologies.
No, I'm just.
I just posted my questions, by the way, in the locker room for anyone else who wants to add to them or revise.
Sleepy,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
What happened?
What's up, Sleepy Joe?
What's up, baby? What's up, Joe?
Sorry. No, I was just. You're talking about that Boulder guy, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I get slightly. Yeah. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he's harmless. I think he's just sort of trying to see how people answer like some neutral questions. But I sort of got the sense that the first few questions were kind of like the beginnings of a lead up to like gotcha questions. I mean, they didn't seem quite as neutral as the later ones. Like it seemed like he was like coming up with a script. He's like, "Oh, like how are you going to respond to this so I can come up with a question like later or something." But
yeah, that's what it seemed like, huh?
I mean, then he backed off as soon as like you guys called him out. Then he's like, "Oh no."
Well, he's new to the conversation. He's only been around for a couple months. I've heard him on the other server, and I've also heard him debate a little bit for the Globe, and he does give kind of typical answers still at this point. He sounds like he wants to be honest, and he's a smart guy at the same time. So we'll see.
So he's not a data mining shill, right? You never know. Like it's like
who knows?
Yeah, like,
who knows?
They just want to like harvest their answers and then whatever.
But I did want to say this. He made that comment about NASA having a low priority for having pictures of the Earth. Like that should be their only priority.
Absolutely. That I mean that's like the most I mean like messed up thing. I mean NASA they're just like, oh, we're gonna we're more preoccupied with like science fiction, with stuff we'll never be able to like really you'll never be able to observe, rather than taking a picture of the actual Earth. I mean,
yeah, no, they would have that in every classroom, and you'd have books on it from like every altitude that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, it's such a excuse answer to say it's low priority like that. Really makes sense to anybody. That's what it makes me suspicious of the guy, because it's like, well, come on. Everybody should be like, what the fuck.
That was weird. He had that like ready to go in his wheelhouse, like that answer.
That's every Glober's excuse.
It really is. That's the only thing you can say.
We're not smart enough to understand all of the data that they have out there. So why should we observe it?
They don't have time to appease you flat earthers.
Yeah,
They've got
just
things they're doing with their budget. Yeah, exactly.
60 million a day. Well, this is like insane how much money they suck up. So where's it going? Just paper mache? What? Paper mache lunar modules?
Helium balloon.
Pizzagate. Oh, I didn't say that.
Ruh-roh.
Really expensive orgies? I don't know.
Oh boy.
Trips to the Bahamas, man.
So one answer I always laugh about is when I just posted the GIF in the live stream voice text. When you ask them, so look at this GIF, right? What happens here? And then there's the doll just appears. Yeah, but that's a kids show. That's a kids. They do it for the kids.
I took that up with Scott Veach. I'm like, come on, man. He goes, oh, wait, well, NASA's boring and they have to entertain the kids. I'm like, I'm like, fuck off, man. Come on.
I always laugh my balls out of my pants when a Glober says that. Yeah, it's just for the kids, man. I mean, kids need to be entertained. It's like, what? Okay, so they pinky promise They didn't do it for the adults, right? They don't do it for the adults. They pinky promise.
It's like we've all come from this magic show where the magician totally fucked up and like all the tricks were obvious, and we're all walking out and we're like, oh yeah, okay, so how'd you like the show, dude? It sucked. That was terrible. And as one guy's going, well, I thought that it totally looked like that rabbit disappeared for real. You know, like
trying to pretend like they were.
You know, like where's your standard, bro?
Logic, man. Come on.
There's a guy on YouTube, Jaronism. He made like this thing called a NASA Comedy Hour. It's pretty hilarious. He just like takes compilations of NASA press conferences and just makes it into like a stand-up comedy routine. It's pretty like.
He's got the laugh tracks and shit going.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, he did a good job with the Kermit voice for that kids show that they put out. That was an amazing piece of work that they put together. I can't believe they don't have any copyrights or anything on that. They're using like real Muppets, like Kermit. Hi, I'm Kermit. The Earth is flat. Hi, I'm Cookie Monster. The Earth is flat. It's been up on Mark Sargent's channel for a month now, and there's no complaints. I can't even believe it.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is very weird, man. It's a bit creepy.
It's nice talking to you.
Take care, Roger.
Hey, Roger.
Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Bye.
Have a good day, man. Yeah. It's for the kids, man. It's all for the kids. All for.
We still have to watch that, Kenny. We'll still have to sit down and watch that through again. There were some funny parts too. I mean, it was well done. I can't believe they mixed the Mandela effect part in with like the regular flat Earth information, as if it's like on the same equal plane of deception.
And the moose on the shore, man, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Which video is this exactly? Actually,
I'll post it in the live stream right now for you.
Okay.
It's man. I don't know what to make of it.
I just can't believe it. They were able to get away with it. I mean, it's something that we'd all like to. I mean, aiming it at kids is something that a lot of us, are weary of to begin with. But it's just so like over the top. Like, hey, kids, the Earth is flat. I mean, wow, crazy. All right, that's where it's going. It just baffles me that it hasn't been flagged 100 times already.
Yeah,
which is good, I guess. That it hasn't.
Yeah. They know something we don't know. I don't know.
Let's see if it has. I'll see if the links are still good here. I almost want to record it before it dude, you should get a recording of that before they take it down.
I was thinking about it.
Now that you said it's been up to
right. We got all the Globe Shields in here, like all of a sudden flagging it as soon as I talk about it.
Oh shit! Like Shield Team 6 is.
Wait till he posts it.
Shield Team 6. I love that, man. Hey,
Sleepy Joe, have you been around? I haven't seen you before, but you seem to know what you're talking about as far as the flat Earth goes.
I just found you guys, but I'm well versed. I'm well versed in the flat Earth, so like, there's almost nothing you can say that will shock me at this point. But you can try it.
Awesome, man. Well, we're pretty easy to find, man, if you're looking.
No, dude, you really don't know.
Really?
Dude, everything's under an algorithm.
Seriously, if you type in any flat Earth on like the usual websites, it's just going to give you a bunch of disinfo.
Who would know to type in flat Earth clock?
On Discord. If you search on flat Earth Discord, nothing. I haven't done it in a long time, but
honestly, I wouldn't even think to look on there. I don't even know if it's open for you unless you get an invitation. Most places on Discord, you have to have an invitation just to get in, invitation key.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, glad you found us, Joe.
Yeah, the invitation on your YouTube channel is expired as far, so it also is a little bit hard to actually join. I don't know if that's something you're aware of.
Shit. Helio, where the fuck is Helio? Fix that shit. Somebody mentioned that to Helio next time he's in here. We'll update that.
Okay, I posted the Flat Earth for Kids video. It's still up.
I'll text Helio right now.
Just let him
Oh
know.
my gosh.
Tomorrow morning needs to, if he could update that link on the YouTube, that would be cool. I drop that link sometimes, like just in chat in somebody's comments, like if they're, if it's Flat Earth video or whatever, or Tartaria, or whatever, man. I'll just drop, hey man, Flat Earth Discord right here, 24/7. And I've had a few people come in here and say, man, I found a link on a comment,
A link?
Just drop the links in comments. If you're going to leave a comment, just, drop the link too, It just takes a second.
That's really how rando it is, though.
But, just random shit, you never know. You never know. You might end up with another Matthew in here. Yeah, I met Matthew a couple of times, man. Just he's the same in person as he is on here, by the way.
Yeah, thanks for the shout out, by the way. Actually, when I was without reception for a while, I was listening to a replay of a live stream that you were on talking about the first time you met Matthew.
Yeah.
And I was debating him for an hour and a half, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys were on a hangout for a couple hours, hour and a half or something.
We still go at each other in here.
Yeah. And he'll still all his answers are still the same, man. That's funny.
Well, he's better at admitting some of the things that other Globers should admit. Which,
right.
I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, that's why he's still around. Yeah. He's not.
Look at this picture I dropped in live chat.
So you got something with the QR code, Antarctica.
Uh-huh.
And this is a zodiac clock.
It's the 24/7 Flat Earth clock on the app.
Right.
And if you're looking for friends who also share the same opinion, just so happens someone in Antarctica has the app.
No way. That's awesome, man. Shit. Can we get them on here? Fuck. Send them a link. Send them a link. That's hilarious. Somebody's fucking
dude, I thought that was awesome. I had to take a screenshot.
That's David Weiss's humor, probably, man. I'm sure.
That's my screenshot, dude. That's my screenshot.
But he probably put that in the app just to everybody, I know his humor, man. Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Yeah, I don't know how all that works and everything. If really is a locator, but it'd be funny if that's real.
That's hilarious. Anyway, welcome to 24/7 Discord. The greatest place on Earth to talk about Earth.
Right.
It's so crazy, man. People don't like talking about Earth, man. Not on a large scale, man. They just want to watch their fucking Disney movies and get into their Star Wars and shit and just totally melt out of their sports or whatever. How dare them want to be interested on where they live? Oh, man, that would be horrible. How dare you? Most people like going outside, and looking around and going, hey, man, that's a cool mountain or ocean, or that's a nice looking tree or whatever, but they just don't want to look and say, wow, well, let's question this place we live on. Can we do that? No. We're just here, man. We're just here for the party. Grab a beer, relax, have a good time.
Yeah, they've just been conditioned by this nihilism, right? Mm-hmm. So Flat Earth is the ultimate antidote to this nihilistic.
It is. And we've seen people, man. I've gone to a party, man, mention Flat Earth, and it's like all of a sudden I got 27 zombies going.
It's The Walking Dead. Yeah.
Like the fucking heads just blew off, man. I'm like, fucking Flat Earth. And they just completely. I'm like, what the hell happened?
It just go ape shit. It's crazy. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, man. I've seen that, like,
and the thing is if any of them were ever took it seriously enough to consider and want to know, that's why I asked that one of those questions is, would you want to know? That's the most important question to go with for anybody that's even on the verge of looking into this, because they don't want to know. And most people don't want to know at first, because they don't want to think of the world that way. They don't want to imagine that they've been fooled since they were third graders with the globe and everything. It's just like this overwhelming sense of panic comes over them. And maybe if they were able to actually calm down and act and think about it, they might want to know. But the trigger's there, and the trigger usually makes them react in a way that they can't then get past.
Yeah, something short circuits in their head, and they're like, it's too. The illusion is too deep.
Yeah,
and it's just no chance, man.
But I'd say that 100%, almost at least 100% of the people that have any common sense that actually spend time to look into this realize that we're not on a spinning ball. It's not something you believe, it's something you realize.
Yeah.
And that's the reason it's only going to grow still.
It's still growing, man. I'm impressed. I ran into a few people this year in here, even just like, hey, man, I'm new to this. What's up? And they seem legit. A few of them.
Dude, even in the YouTube comments, like, it's quite a white pill. You mean you wouldn't expect it. You read some of these YouTube comments, and there are a lot more actually woke people. People who are actually getting you expect than you meet in real life. I think it's like a silent, kind of like a silent majority thing. Except they're not the majority still. We're not the majority.
First time hearing about a white pill. I've heard of black. I've heard of blue. I've heard of red. I've heard of green. I've heard of purple. But what's the white pill?
White pill's the opposite of black pill. It's like immoralizes you. It's like inspiring. It's like there's hope. So it's just the opposite.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, the nihilist is the black pill. That's right. Okay.
Nihilist is black pill. That's what they want, because then they can control you. I mean, the control.
Well, if you don't know about the white pill, you probably don't know about the white hole. I'll see if I can find that for you, Dr. Becky.
The white hole.
There's a white hole now.
Oh,
it's like the opposite.
Where the white holes at? I want them white holes.
Wow, that's interesting, man. White pills and white holes, man. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Yeah, we bring it all up here, man. It doesn't matter. We'll talk about it if it has to do with Earth. Or
can you explain it, Hank, without just posting something? What's the white hole? Tell me about that white hole.
So,
I want to know about
so
that.
the question is, Dr. Becky says, was the Big Bang a white hole? So I'm about to share this.
That's probably a takeoff on Stephen Hawking's whole idea that there was actually light emitted from the black holes, right?
I don't know, bro. She's an astrophysicist, right? So she's one of them dum-dums. So I'll post it here. You started talking about white pills, and I thought I'd be like, I bet they don't know about the white hole.
So you posted something about a white hole from that white hole?
So I fucked up last weekend, man. I mean, I only had a couple hours to think about the question on as far as the precious metal show, and it's like I forgot about Wakey Wakey. Fuck, man.
Oh yeah, you should have been in there.
One of my favorites. Fucking
yeah.
Going out and get the interview with that fucking cunt. Fucking.
You can't see shit. Yeah, he's got nothing on YouTube right now. I don't even think people's reposts are up still.
Wakey Wakey was early Flat Earth and early fucking kick ass, and he still is. Just I don't know. He's still out there.
Has he come out with anything new? Last time we were looking at his stuff, it was like okay.
He did come out with something. I watched like 20 minutes of it or something. It seemed shorter than most of his stuff. He started going to the Zodiac and all that. I had to go, but
yeah, he does a great job with astrotheology as well.
Yeah, he's amazing. So I don't know him. There were so many great people that have done amazing videos and works, and Jazzla 111, Geometry, Wakey doing an interviewing the fucking astrophysicist on the sly, man. One of the greatest busts. And then, Robert Bassano calling up fucking NASA going, hey, man, what's up with Hubble? Talk to me. Like, fuck yeah. That's the kind of attitude I like, man. Take it
that's
to
what
the house.
That's what we should be doing. These people
Yeah.
are taking our money. Like,
We should be taking it to them. But Robert Bassano, man, he had all the lingo. He knew all the names of everything and the propulsions and the distance and the fucking, if it had, he knew the shit. He studied it. It was amazing. Fuck.
Hey, Sleepy Joe, I'm going to say, sometimes when there's a new Glober in here or a new person that seems like they're worth messaging, I'll sometimes send them a list of links that you can't find unless you like totally know what you're looking for. I'll send it to you, Sleepy Joe, just in case you want to send it to anyone else or something in there you haven't seen yet.
No,
but
go for it.
yeah, it's got a little intro with the list of like the links that you just can't find anymore, but are at least still on YouTube.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Stuff.
Yeah, there's some great old amazing videos, man. That you can't just go search and find them. They used to come up on our the videos used to just come up when we were on YouTube. We watched one flat Earth video and we'd get 10 more to watch, and it was like, cool. Then you watch those and you get, oh shit, there's 5 more. Oh shit, RV put out a new one today. Oh, ODD's got one. David Weiss, fuck, is another one. It was like, fuck, it was just, the feeds were unbelievable, man. I mean, it was just great, man. And now you type in flat Earth and your next,
can't find shit.
You can't find shit, and anything that's suggested to you, it's all shit. It's all complete the debunking shit. I hate that.
It used to be like just the thinking that you're just saying research flat Earth would be enough, but you can't. You have to like actually have these physical links to give to people. Otherwise, they're just gonna
get lost
in the fucking subterfuge.
Get lost in the misinformation, man.
It's crazy how much YouTube has changed. I mean, they really, like, way back in the day, they were like, we're a free speech platform, and then they just dropped all pretense, like around 2017, they started getting freaked out by flat Earth. So then they just like put all these like algorithms.
They also put that Wikipedia warning also at the top of the page, saying that this is an archaic thought. And
this is archaic way of
Like-
thinking. We've got pictures. Believe me.
It's the official stamp of approval. Yeah, I mean, that's how you know it's true. They put this there.
It's like, if you're going to stamp that and say that, then let the algorithm go so that way I can find the videos I want to find.
There was that lady, and she's the president of New Zealand. She says, if you're not getting your information from us, it's not true.
Oh, man.
It was like, did she just say that? Really? She said, wow, okay.
I still think they're going to absorb flat Earth and go with the Outer Ponder scenario, because I just watched some of the NBA All-Star game, and I was flipping between that and some of the Olympic stuff, and there was 2 commercials on. I just found one of them. I'll post it with Matthew McConaughey, and he's in a spacesuit. And
I was
he's like,
talking about that last
Final
night.
Frontier. Were you?
Yeah,
Isn't it crazy? He's like space, and then he's like, eh. He's like, eh. And then you see that he's in a balloon on top of that. They're like totally exposing that it's a balloon fucking up there instead of what we're told.
Yeah.
That whole thing is like flat Earth rollout almost. Weird.
Almost flat Earth rollout.
I know I said I was going to leave, right? I'm so sorry. But yeah, I want to point out that, all these people, right? Like Dr. Fauci saying that if you disagree with him, you disagree with science. And my dad used to say, when people would say stuff like that, like, who died and made you king? Right? Who made you the purveyor of all truth? Who made you that? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, Fauci's the Pope of COVID.
I'm sorry, I applied for the job, and that's why they gave it to me. Thank you.
You're a good man. You're a good man, Sean.
Just saying, someone had to do it, right?
Taking one for the team.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it. I'm relaxing now. Okay. Been a long weekend. I like come in here in the evenings, get a laugh, laughing at the round spinny ball thing, man. It's pretty funny. But
the second commercial was Ewan McGregor, and in the beginning of it, he walks by astronauts on pulleys, on strings, and then he walks behind a TV, and the strings go away.
Oh, dude, seriously? They put that on TV?
Yep.
This is
Yep. two major commercials with two major stars right in a row.
They're pivoting. I mean, I think they're feeling it out.
Yeah. Yep. They've been doing this for a while, though. Like even the last year's Super Bowl, I remember they had a whole thing about the ice wall, or they all these stars in Antarctica, and they have little, dome model Earth popping up from the ice and shit. And then there was one before that. The year before that, they said there was it was a Siri commercial or something, and there was like this, period type flashback to a woman carrying a cart with a dead guy in it, and someone says, "What's new?" And she goes, "Well, Earth is flat." And it wasn't like she was saying the Earth is flat in any kind of mocking way, kind of like that's what it is. But because it was just set in those times, that they could get away with it being interpreted either way. But the way she says it is definitely like the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that? I think they're really, they must be feeling out the reactions, how people will react, and then they might pivot.
Yeah.
Or they're just making fun of flat earthers.
Well, they get away with it because it could be seen as like something that people laugh at or something people jive with. They're pleasing both sides at the same time.
I mean, do you guys remember this? It was in one of Eric Dubé's videos. There's some Google commercial from maybe around when Flat Earth was taking off, 2015. And it just flashes across the screen for 1 second. It just says the Earth is flat, and it just shows a flat horizon, flat water, flat horizon. But it's an official Google commercial. And it's like promoting YouTube videos and stuff, and it just has all these trendy topics. And then one of them was the Earth is flat, which without any anything disingenuous. It just said it off. Do you guys remember this?
I do. I kind of remember that.
No,
you mentioned it.
I do.
It's in one of Eric's videos. Yeah, it's kind of the memory hole.
Can I ask a question? Another question or answer, or topic, whatever that Glover's trying to bring up is so are you saying that most of the people in the world are wrong? And it pertains to everybody believing that the Earth is round versus the Earth is flat. And my thing is how long have we been indoctrinated by NASA? How many generations do you think are still alive pre-World War II versus post-World War II?
Well,
they've had decades to master this craft.
2 generations for sure. I mean, I guess I'm a boomer, I've been told. But...
Can you definitively prove that there's a time before NASA?
Yeah, I think I can. But
how?
Well, my parents, they were alive.
You mean a time that existed before NASA? So before NASA?
You're talking about globe Earth before NASA?
58, man. I mean, NASA's what, 58?
No, it's about what can you definitively prove, and history is it's unreliable. We can't, especially with the standards of today, where you have video that's the gold standard for proving something uncut, raw video.
Why is that a standard at all?
Historically, that we can't prove.
I mean, there's deepfakes and stuff like that, but
I mean, I had grandparents and I had parents. I'm pretty sure they were born before NASA, but I'm pretty sure my dad was a pilot. What can I say?
Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously, there's people that were born before 1960 that could attest to it. I mean, nowadays most of them are dying off, right?
I've got pretty solid, evidence. Yeah, there's definitely some people around there.
But my point was just to kind of consider what evidence is.
Right, I'm a tangible guy, man. I build things for a living. I fix things. I like physical things that are real, man. I can prove that 100% of the time. I get it. Can I prove that people lived in shit during the Depression. No, I wasn't there, man. Can't guarantee you that. But the pictures look good. The stories look good.
What I'm saying is when people make the argument for the globe, they're like, well, are all these people in the world wrong?
Well,
and it's like they've all been indoctrinated.
That's the appeal to the masses. Appeal to everybody thinks that. I got to go along with it.
Appeal to majority.
Yeah, it's like
that's all they've all been ever taught for the last 60 years, 70 years,
100, 200 years, maybe 300. I don't know, man. It's been a long time, man. They've been pushing.
Dude, I wasn't alive, but not even 40 years ago. So, you know what I'm saying? How are we proving all this other shit hundreds and thousands of years? Get out of here with it.
Oh, we can't prove that thousands. There's probably 1,000 years missing. They kind of just erased from the record books. From my research, that's kind of what I've come to.
Yeah. When did Medusa turn the giants into rocks? That's all I want to know.
Well, let's carbon date the rocks.
No.
Before Ragnarok.
Bullshit, yeah.
You know that they carbon dated a mouse and 3 different parts of a mouse, and the tail was
20,000.
Anyway, yeah. Someone's talking about it the other day, and then they posted it, so it's way better than my cool story. Sorry, go ahead.
I didn't know they did that. The mouse, 1,000, 2,000, and 400
They
years.
cut a mouse into pieces, and each piece was carbon dated, and each piece came up with wildly different dates, like hundreds of thousands of year differences.
Carbon dating relies on so many assumptions. I mean, it's extremely unreliable.
I can't imagine what it relies on factually at all. Like, what is it, like the deterioration of what, a cell, or what are you talking about? Like, how are we doing this?
The half-life of the carbon atom.
It's like the carbons decay into another isotope. If nothing happens, assuming it's just sitting there, no interaction with its environment, it has a half-life, so they can figure out whatever how much carbon-14 is in it or something, and then they can determine how old it is. But it's bullshit because something in the environment's going to interact. There will be more chemical processes, even if
there's just so many variables. It's ridiculous to think that you can do that.
Listen, here's how it worked. Okay, first Medusa dated them. They turned to stone. Then we carbon dated them, and that piece of stone.
I dig it, man. Yep, that's the story we're sticking with. Alrighty.
But speaking of this, have you guys heard of Anatoly Fomenko's alternative history?
No,
I've heard of it. I have not.
So I heard. Yeah, you guys are talking about this 1,000 years missing, right? This Dark Ages, right? Which maybe could have just been inserted in. But there's this guy. He's a serious mathematician in Russia. And he like devoted his entire life to applying statistical analysis to various historical documents. Mm-hmm. And he wrote this extremely long book, like several volumes. It's been translated to English, where he's like basically debunking most of history before 1600. So he posits that there was this like Vatican cardinal named Scaligeri who just like forged a lot of history. So the way he proves this is he like takes different excerpts from different cultures and he finds too many correlations between them. So there'll be like events that are completely analogous between these two different cultures' histories, and there's just
different times in history.
Different times, it's just been like transposed. It's been like shifted, just like several hundred years, but like the relative history within each culture is the same. So like 50 years from now is a war. 50 years
based off of events that are happening.
So it's just like there's no way, if it was like random, like history should basically, just be random, that this would actually happen. It's an extremely small probability. But this guy wrote this extremely like detailed book, and like in Russia, apparently, like a large percentage of the population actually believes this. Like, so here, like in Western countries, right, we're like, you're just surrounded by like brain dead normies, right? So they'll just believe anything they're told by the official narrative. But apparently in Russia, like 50% of the population believes in this alternate history, or at least they believe that like, history before 1600 is heavily altered. So yeah, I encourage you to look that up. It's slightly different maybe from like the 1,000 year. I mean, it might be similar to this Tartaria all this Tartaria.
I think it's all horse of the same, horse of a different color. Same breed of horse, though. You know what I mean?
That's right.
But like I'll say this, like anything before the Papal Dark Ages, history is hard to really confirm.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying the Dark Ages of just the Dark Ages. I'm just talking about the Papal Dark Ages.
Once they came up with the printing press, man, all fucking
all bets are off. It was over.
Yeah.
All bets are off. Whoever controls that fucking ink going on that paper controls the information.
It's funny. I'll bet stories were way more accurate and genuine before that. Like you could trust your great grandpa telling you about something that happened rather than a piece of paper supposedly written around the time, or not even around the time, but it describes what happened around that time because we talked to a few people that might have lived back then.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Sneeze, man.
Why would audible stories, like narrated stories, be more credible?
I don't know. I have no idea. That's my guess. It's my guess, my hunch. How about that?
Fair enough. Definitely the source. It's your grandpa versus just like this random book or whatever. Then yeah.
Or
they had,
I guess it's situational, subjective.
Old wives' tales. They had a bunch of different stuff,
right?
Passed down orally.
We should have a hunch night, man. Or just
hunch night.
What's your hunch on?
Just guesses. Well, we do that a lot here anyway. I mean,
wild speculation night, just like
wild speculation night or something.
But like oral histories must be fairly reliable, right? Because you get all these stories of the flood across all these cultures, right? And they're fairly consistent.
Like, that's an interesting one. The flood.
So like clearly these guys can't be like lying. I mean, it's like everyone's lying. It's hard to get everyone to have the same lie, right? It's like,
hey, they got the same lie with the Coco 19, man. Straight up.
Oh yeah.
They fucking rock that one. And we all
my grandmother told me. My grandmother told me they were lying to me, right? But NASA's not.
Thing that's going around. It's been fucking us up for the last
19
years. That thing where everybody's wearing a fucking disguise.
Oh, got you.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, how about that fucking trickster move? It was pretty impressive. I'll tell you.
Oh man,
it was a good one.
Man, it was easy for them.
It was so easy. If they can do it that easy, man, imagine what they can do just writing a book fucking 200 years ago. No problem. I'll write that book. Give me a second.
No, I think it would have been harder back then.
Wow.
Because it's so much easier to disseminate information now. It's so much easier to indoctrinate. Back then, it would have been harder to actually relay this information far and wide and stuff.
That's
People
true.
Would be concerned about it.
What was it, Jules Verne?
Guns.
What about Jules Verne? Okay, let's put out that'll keep them busy for a while. Would have been, 150 years ago, man. There was still a lot of books and papers, and newspapers.
I'm just,
it was still out there every day, man.
A lot of hemp and a lot of cannabis, man. Where'd it all go? Where did
it go, man? Where the fuck did it go?
I'm still weirded out, like how the architecture from 150 years ago and like the engineering, like it just seems so much better than what we do today. Like,
oh my goodness, are you kidding me? I work on antiques, man, and.
Oh, man, you don't have to do
I cannot believe the shit they built 200 years ago. I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah, that's crazy.
Have you seen the EWR Anon videos yet concerning that topic partly?
Wait, is this
called the Lost History of Flat Earth?
I watched all of that, dude.
And then there was
awesome.
The second one was What on Earth Happened?
I saw that's what I'm thinking of right now. So all the photos he found
on Earth happened.
Yeah,
I love
it. Yeah, that's what I think of when you say that for sure.
I'm very suspicious of this guy that you are, man. I wish he would come on a hangout or go on a fucking, a Zoom call or something. Somebody interview him, fucking something.
I was talking about his stuff the other night on the other server and saying that it doesn't matter how much speculation he does, or whether you think everything he's saying is, true, or criticize him for being too claimy about the whole thing. But the photos speak for themselves, and the way it's presented and stuff is so entertaining that it's worth it just to watch it.
100%. It's so entertaining, but it definitely brings up a lot of the stuff we've been talking about for years now, and it just puts it in a nice little sweet little video, man. It's amazing. Look again.
You're amazing.
Look closer.
Again.
You see it now.
I know.
We'll talk about this again next time.
Right. You want more, don't you?
Wait till the next video. Yeah, he'll be like, oh, fuck it. Like, shit, really? Fucking. Anyway, he's got 3-4 new parts of this new section of the same series. I guess it's season 3. It went back. I think it's called Lost History of Flat Earth Part.
Yeah, there's 3.1 and 3.2.
There's
Natuber has all those on his channel. Natuber.
I think he's up to like the 4th part of the 2nd,
5th
thing, or 5th. He's already up to the 5th. Shit. See, I'm way behind. I've been spending too much time with my wife. How dare me?
What are you doing? Wait, Natuber, Natuber? Is that what you said?
I'll link it to you if you want. Okay. I just linked something else to you. So
yeah, good.
Yeah, link it up, man. But what's this picture in the back? That's pretty interesting little artwork. Cool. All right. I like it. Giz, can I call you Giz or Jizz?
Sure, man.
Giz or Jizz? Which one do you like?
Come on, man.
I like
if you have to ask, you're a little gay.
All right.
All right. Giz, what's up?
Not much.
No, man. That's cool. Interesting artwork, man. Damn, that took a minute to make, huh?
What, on my for my photo?
Yeah, that yeah.
What is it?
The Gizmo dropping the pointer finger?
The Gizmo, man. Look at that.
I didn't make that. Someone sent that to me. Said they found it on the internet. I was like, oh, I'm keeping it, dude.
That's, I don't know. Is it stone? Is it wood? Is it a metal? It's really hard to
tell. You're talking about the wiki?
Yeah, the JPEG you just dropped there, man.
Which JPEG?
It looks like a human with the squirrels and like, I don't know. It's really cool.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't think it's a JPEG. The link that I just dropped.
Yeah,
Ragnarok.
Yeah. Ragnar.
That's just that's an old Norse photo that goes on the Wikipedia. Yeah. Ragnarok is the story of the ancient gods being drowned to death in the flood.
Damn.
In the Great Flood.
That sucks, man. Gods got drowned. That's really shitty, man. When the gods get drowned.
Were they really? They weren't really gods, probably.
When the gods get drowned, there's no hope for the rest of us, man. That's all I'm telling you.
Well, when Ewar mentions the giant trees being cut down, some of the reasoning he adds in is that they cut the trees down so that the giants couldn't climb the trees to avoid the floods.
Yep.
But isn't that also part of Ragnarok? There's that world tree gets cut down. Yggdrasil. Right? Whatever.
I don't think it's in Ragnarok. I think it's in early on.
It just gets cut.
Story.
Oh, okay.
That was the great tree of life in the Garden of Eden.
Oh no! Yeah, was it called Yggdrasil? I don't know how to say it. Yggdrasil.
But that had something. It had something to do with being a god itself too, didn't it?
It's something. Yeah. But yeah, that video. What's the Chimney Rock? Like it's this big. What's the thing in Wisconsin? Not Wisconsin. Shit, Wyoming. There's like
Devil's
Wyoming.
Tower. Devil's Tower.
Devil's Tower.
Yeah, that's a big giant tree stump. Fuck off.
Yeah,
seems like
I don't know shit. Call it whatever you want. You carbon dated all
you think it's lava that's solidified. Yeah, right.
Just look again.
Look closer. Hey, everybody's like, yeah, right.
You guys think like can Superman drown? Right? Like, yeah, look, Thor, Marvel. You know what I mean? Like, cause you know what I mean? Like, what is it? What's a god? You know what I mean? When we read about it, we know it's not like an immortal god, right? So when we say drowned, right?
Well, they like being compared to God himself, so they made themselves out to be God.
Well, would you guys say that the comics today, like Marvel Comics and DC Comics, are reviving those gods?
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Thor's revived, right?
Thor's revived.
Yeah, keeping their memory and their stories alive, right?
Yeah.
Shazam.
Oh yeah, there was a Thor called Ragnarok too, wasn't there? One of the movies.
One of the movies.
Yeah. It was the Great War.
So what are aliens? Huh? Is Superman an alien? I'm just kidding.
But going back to Devil's Tower, do you guys remember that Spielberg film Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Absolutely. Dude.
So that tower.
Yeah, that was all about Devil's Tower. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about that. So.
Or used Devil's Tower as the place where the aliens were showing up.
Yeah, what's that about? Yeah.
Steven Spielberg, man. That's what that's about. Steven Spielberg.
Oh yeah.
Hollywood.
It's a shady dude.
Fuck up it at more Hollywood. Yeah, fucking Hollywood, man. You guys, maybe you know my background or not, but I hate that place. But it's such a fucked up thing, man. Hollywood has manipulated everybody's head so bad. They think they live on a spinning ball shooting through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Did you see that?
And they buy it. They're buying it. They're fucking buying it. Like by the train load, they're buying.
Have you seen?
It's almost like the globe, Hollywood, NASA, and the governments are working together to revive the gods. Right?
Exactly, Bon. 100%.
Well, didn't they say that when didn't they say when Area 51 happened, or not Area 51, when that Roswell thing happened?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't they when they moved those bodies? Didn't they perform like some big occult ceremony with Aleister Crowley?
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't doubt it. That Crowley guy was out here in Pasadena, California, man, hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard.
I wouldn't doubt it.
And they're like doing weird shit, and then they start NASA. I'm like, what? What? Oh,
the Lima. Right, it's at the center, right? It's where that gray alien image comes from. You know, Lamb.
There's probably something to the name Pasadena, man. I haven't looked into, but
yes, and it's all in the songs. It's all in the music as well. Oh, thunder.
Yeah, we had Laurel Canyon out here, man. That was
yeah. That's what I mean.
Here's another thing, man. Laurel Canyon had this fucking movie studio, one of the largest in the world at the time, man, called Lookout Mountain. And that's where they produced every single film for every single nuclear bomb.
Oh yeah, I heard about this.
And I was like, what?
Who owns it? There's some A-list celebrity who owns it, right?
Now they do. Yeah. Now it's turned into a house, but back then, man, it was some kind of like it was like a film editing studio. That's where they edited all the film from the nuclear bombs. Every single one of them was done in Lookout Mountain in Laurel Canyon, and that's where the whole hippie thing broke out, man.
Hey, you know how they did the buildings and the stuff looking like it was getting blown up and blown to the left, right? Just right. Well, if that was all blowing up like that, how'd the camera stay in place?
It's so great.
Great question.
Whoops.
Sean.
Whoopsies.
You're asking too many questions.
And nobody gives a shit. Nobody bats an eye.
Nobody bats an eye, dude.
How does the camera work when the car blows up? And well, exactly. No different than Hollywood. It's Hollywood, man. 100%.
It's real because it looks so fake.
I mean, they literally, what they did, they like built some small stuff, looks like a little community.
Yeah.
Like for a movie or something. Then they covered it in dust, and then they just turned the fan on.
Hey,
that was Hollywood's magic at the time, and it was pretty convincing and realistic at the time. Yeah,
absolutely. Nobody had seen anything like that other than in the movies, so that's how they got you.
Yeah.
Speaking of seeing things and maybe shaking your head, is that in the last few years I got introduced to this thing called deep fake.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I fucking was like, no. I literally got up, walked around.
Pretty scary.
It freaked me out, man. I'm like, if they can do that, man, how long have they been able to do this? Because I know that the government's 20 years ahead of us minimum.
Yeah, 20 at least.
At least 20. And
I mean, that's lowballing it, dude.
no, 20's on pretty close, man. I saw the internet, Google Hangouts.
Let's say 50.
I saw Discord in 1995.
Seriously?
Okay.
Yeah, I saw it. And it was like live streaming fucking data going through fucking hoses, man, going and sucking down videos and screen sharing, the whole bit, man. I saw it all in 95. I was like, oh shit. And we didn't get that shit until 20.
Tom Cruise? The Tom Cruise videos on
man, we started getting these like hangouts and shit, man.
Tom Cruise, man, somebody deepfaked them. The scary thing for me is that you can now create fake people. People that aren't real.
I've seen news people, man. I go, there's no way in my reality is that a real person talking to a camera.
Well, we can't let it get to the point where there's like the metaverse, like your personality in the metaverse is more valuable to you and your survival in the physical world than your physical personality in the physical world.
Officer Didi Mandudu. I'm sorry. Didi Mandudu.
I don't know what you're saying.
Sean, there's
I don't think he does either.
What's up, Kenny?
I'm just gonna leave it. I'll come back.
Okay.
Carry on.
Happens to me all the time.
News anchors like fucking up all the time, like saying weird shit.
Who's saying weird stuff?
Don't know how to fucking read. I'm like, wait, do you know how to read? I was like, no, I don't know.
Bong, who are you talking about?
Yeah, news anchors.
I know I've watched newscasts where I go, there's no way that's a human. I
right.
Know. And
it's
man, there's a feeling you get inside that's non-human.
So like conspiratards are supposed to believe that is a cloned reptilian Baphomet tranny creature.
Reptilian.
Okay, that's the narrative now.
It's the Baphomet is going to come on. And
Alex Jones has nothing on what we truly think.
Sean, do you think there'll be a time when Baphomet's coming on and delivering the news?
Like the real one, like
with a goat head, like with the goats.
They might as well go all the way. They have to go all the way.
That woman goat has bigger arms than I do. It's
no, man.
It still sounds like a woman in heels walking around. It's just the goat feet.
Our energy is to beating these motherfuckers is to just keep calling them out for their cuckiness and make fun of it and just keep calling it out, boys and girls. Just keep calling it.
That's all we can do.
That's all we can do, man. And if that's all we can do, that's good. I'm happy. I hope you guys laugh and say that's ridiculous and go, wait a minute, man. That's not real. I can verify that's not real, man. If you can do that, you're good. Oh my goodness. There's a picture of Beetlejuice there in the middle.
Oh damn, dude.
If a cockroach had like a human
middle top
caricature, right?
100%.
You know what I'm saying? Like empty, dark face. And I mean the eye sockets.
The eye sockets.
Look at that.
Exactly.
God, it's a largemouth bat, evil bass.
It's the forehead. His eyes, yes.
That's perfect. That's a great GIF right there.
I love that with that's the baby of E.T. and Beetlejuice.
It's perfect.
Oh shit! Damn.
Hold on, I got one here if I can find it.
Beetlejuice.
Great. Look what you did.
Look what I did. Look what I've done. That is a great picture, man. That made my whole weekend, that picture.
What happened in here? What's going on in here?
We're laughing, man. Laugh with us.
That's CB.
That's not allowed.
It's not laughing is not allowed. I'm going to find
No,
you.
I got yelled at twice for it already.
Just want to tell everybody I love you guys, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey, wait a minute.
Ronnie,
Yeah, I gotta go.
And then you're just gonna leave now, huh? All right,
I mean, you know when I'll be back in a matter of hours, bro.
He's got arrested.
Rookie 1973 sounds a lot like Creation Bear's voice. Does anyone else think so? You guys have a similar voice.
Sus, bro. Fucking sus. All right, you guys have a good night.
Not to say you're the same person. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, take it easy, bro.
Later,
man.
Later, bro. Oh man.
Cheers.
Well, which one of us should be insulted then?
Definitely I should.
No insult. You guys both sound very intelligent and cool. I just was confusing you for a minute. And I'm like, you guys sound a lot alike.
There we go.
I've never heard that yet, so I guess I'll just have to accept it because I said the same thing to like plenty of people.
All right. It's all good, man. You know, everybody's auditorial perceptions can change because of gravity. And if you're not getting the proper sound waves that are being pulled down at a 32 feet per second, it can definitely interfere with your perception of your hearing.
Is Creation Bear still here? He should come on and say something.
What'd you say? What'd you say? No, wait a minute. Go back. What'd you say? What happened?
Because what you hear is not exactly what you're hearing, is because
because everything's relative. I got it. All right.
The gravitational pull is causing what you're hearing coming out of my mouth going into your ear. It's been diverted with refraction from the gravitational pull, of course, and it can be verified through auditorial recordings. I'm just making shit up, man. Fuck. It's so easy it is. I can work for NASA, man. I can make shit up.
Sound refraction, huh? Well, that's interesting.
Sound refraction, yes.
Sound refraction. Okay.
You're not hearing.
You know what? You might want to be careful because tomorrow someone will be on the show trying to like throw that in our face.
You're sound refracting me. It's not what I said.
No, that was a good one.
Yeah. So yeah, we can mess with them too, man. It's have fun.
There was something interesting I heard on the other stream yesterday. Percentage, you were probably in the room at the time, but Gio was pointing out that there are no women at all that we can name, except for maybe Brenda, if that counts, that are arguing for the globe on their side. And
I made that note earlier too.
Oh, that's
Isn't that interesting?
That's an interesting observation, my friend.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
Like there's no women Glovers.
I think
no women Glovers. Twitwit is the only one I can think of, but she's not even really getting the conversation very much.
Yeah, if you go to Gems, that's not necessarily true. There's a few of them.
Like there's some NASA.
But are they actually arguing? Like, are they at the forefront? Like we can all name who they are. No, there's not.
I can name them, but they're not like at the forefront or whatever.
There's no.
They're not like arguing.
No Patricia Steers of fucking the globe, except
there's no leading women figures on their side at all.
The chick from NASA, she was that. Everybody rocks are our cousins. What was that? That cunt.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Bong's favorite.
She's a cunt. Fuck her. Man. Anyway.
My favorite. Yeah.
My bad. I get.
But you could. It's an interesting topic of conversation, just in that you could say there's reasons for that, other than, I mean, like I guess you could say there's very few women Trekkies, but there are some. There's some.
Yeah.
And, like people that are into space are usually men, it's kind of a geeky guy thing to do. And then there's, other reasons you could think of, like women are more sensing, or more intuitive, maybe generally. And, they may not be arguing for the flat earth side, but they are. There's a lot more women in here. There's tons of them.
No doubt.
But, in general, that they intuitively already know it's flat, more so than men, maybe.
Dude, we have a ladies' night. They all they have is fucking.
Exactly.
They have circle jerk nights, man. They just like they don't have a chance. There's no like ladies' night over there on the Globe fucking Discord or whatever, man.
And the only arguments they have, the other thing is interesting. Just the fact that I think Gio was calling out Kosho because Kosho's been in this argument for a long time, and he seems like a laid back, guy that you could talk to on, other levels besides this. And, for him to be in this conversation this long and still think that it's flat earthers believe that they live on a flat earth rather than just, realizing that it's not a ball, for him to still have an opinion is just interesting, like, is that really your opinion, or are you decidedly arguing for that side for other reasons or whatever?
Well,
it's hard. That's what becomes interesting, the psychology of the baller for us at this point.
I know that when these guys all go through the educational system, just like we did, man, they go to higher education and they spend a lot of money to go to higher education, man. And when you dig in with your own dollars, it's really hard to say.
You don't want to admit that it was all a lie. That's harder even.
You can't just like flip that switch and go, fuck, man, I got fooled. I should probably examine my entire life.
I don't know about that.
They're not willing.
Because you could say like the nature of the person is what makes them like seek that. What makes them kind of like pursue that education, right? This is like secondary education, when you're basically past the age of being able to critically think, and you're at that stage where you have independent thought. So you could argue that they pursue that education because they're the type of person that kind of has that gravitation, for lack of a better word, for it.
I think
they want to be fed this information.
I think he was saying it might be harder once you have your pocketbook involved and the time that you spent, figuring out what the reverse engineered baller is trying to say. Then you don't want to admit you did all that work or spent all that money for nothing.
I understand, but I would say maybe that's the rule. But again, I think that just follows like the fact that majority of people are just kind of, the ignorant masses. They're followers, right? Because you do have people that went through education and realize it was basically a waste. Like I'm one of them.
Hell yeah.
And I have family that are the same. They've pursued higher level education and realize the folly of it.
Yeah, I was just saying it's kind of hard to make that switch. It is possible, no doubt. I've met some incredible PhD.
It's just like one on a long list of reasons we could speculate about for explaining how it is someone could be in this conversation for more than a month or whatever it takes to use your common sense and still, do they still believe it is the question. Like, how many of them actually believe it? How many of them are whatever agents or whatever you want to call it? Or are they just in such denial that they really do still believe it, even though there's so many direct contradictions and, the NASA is totally gaslighting them with intentionally fake stuff. It seems like just a wonderment that anyone could really be involved that long and still go for the globe side, like, earnestly.
It's no surprise to me. Like, here's my thing. This information, the same information that, PhD students and, professional people that pursue professional careers, the information is available online. It's everywhere. If you search for it, you'll find it, right? I think it boils down to the nature of a person, where on that spectrum of like gullibility or trustingness, I guess, trust and skepticism, where on that spectrum they fall. And the majority of the people are trusting. They trust their government. They trust information. They trust like the majority of what they're told or whatever, and so they'll pursue that, right? Regardless of whether it's through an institution or at home when they're on YouTube or Wikipedia. And some people are more critically minded. They're more analytical, and they'll examine the evidence and not believe things wholesale without proper evidence. So I think it just depends on the type of person you are.
Yeah,
and it's a matter of how much you weigh.
Majority, we're the small majority of those critical thinkers.
But common sense is not uncommon. That's the thing.
I don't know. I think this
curiosity, that natural curiosity has been corrupted through public education.
Yes.
One, right? And
Yes,
two,
that's
there's Stockholm syndrome happening, right? Three, okay, like you don't want to fall into this category like Zanuck and all these trolls. So people like Kosho, they have this psyop app doing like that, their own little psyop thing. I gotta make sure I stay on the on their good side because I don't want to be treated. I like hanging out with you guys, but I'm Stockholm syndrome, right? Like cognitive is happening. You know what I mean? It's like we're trying to break out of prison, and these guys are telling us, well, it could be good here. It's like, no, we're getting the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like
getting the fuck out. Check it out.
It just displays a total lack of common sense. Plus, not even just that. I thought it'd be interesting for us to come up with a list of things that they literally don't have any good answers for, or any answers at all for. It's one thing to believe what they're telling you, but then there's like a list of things that we've come up with where there is no answer on their side other than them just repeating something that is an excuse for not having an answer.
I like that.
Air pressure without a container, maybe, or some of these other things that we've talked about. The 3-body problem. I mean, if there aren't answers for that, they should have some doubt based on that alone.
Dude, why is
sure you're not talking about yourself?
The 3-body problem, man, needs to be Nathan Oakley. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, who just said that? Who said that? Who just said? Are you sure you're not talking about yourselves?
Yeah.
Who said that?
Who is it?
It was me. I'm working. I'm clearing snow. Why?
Who is that?
You know who it is.
Yo, what up, Gypsy?
Gypsy Hollis. I got one
Glober?
thing to try.
Mahala. Yeah, Mahala, man. That's...
I see you guys had this like precious metals kit. How the hell can you discuss precious metals unless you're ignoring so much about it and still talk about and believe in flat Earth?
That's a misinterpretation. It's the people that are in here with a silver tag or gold or whatever, but they're not moderators.
That would be me, man. I'm a silver tagger, bro, and I'm gonna stay there. And I'm a precious commodity to the server, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you are.
To your people.
To my peeps, bro. To my real people.
I didn't even understand what he was trying to ask. How can we talk about precious metals if what?
Well,
yeah. How can you guys talk about precious metals and still talk about Earth? Like, if you're actually talking about precious metals, not just your word for your ranking.
Oh, the precious metals are synonymous with the spinning ball Earth. Is that what you're trying to say?
Absolutely.
In what way? In what way? Back up that claim. I want to hear your claim. What's the reason that precious metals are synonymous with being on a spinning ball?
You want to go through this?
Please present it.
We do.
I'd like to just try to spit it out for us quickly if you can.
I'm just trying to guess how it works.
Are you sure you want to take this argument?
Well, if you're just gonna give us the mainstream correlations that don't have any of your own insights, it's not really anything we couldn't look up, right?
Do you believe that us humans have recreated gold?
I think they have actually, yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt.
Do you know how they did it?
Alchemy. Alchemy.
Yeah. What's your point?
You already went to what's your point? Do you know how they did it? This is what I mean. Are you sure?
Not exactly. I'm not familiar with exactly what's the reason for asking that. So I mean, go ahead.
Bombarding things.
They turn lead to gold, man, through alchemy.
No,
yeah, it's more. The process is more expensive than it's worth. Go ahead.
I mean, they might have turned lead to gold. I doubt that because lead. No, they turned
cylinder
of mercury.
but to
They
gold.
turned mercury into gold. Do you know how they did it?
I don't.
I know that
It'd
too.
be interesting to hear if you know. Go ahead.
Joining a society and transforming yourself into a
They
god.
did it. They did it because the Earth is a spinning ball. Is that your answer? Is that what you're trying to get to?
No, not at all. If you want to bow down, bow down. Or you can ask your other buddies.
Thing,
How did they turn mercury? Let him talk. I want to hear what his answer is.
He needs a better microphone, man. Gyps.
Yeah, you're a little low.
You're a little low.
Yeah, no, I got shitty $30 headphones. I'm working
He's
right
out
now.
there shoveling snow and trying to talk to us. I get it, man. I'll turn you up. Man. Go ahead.
Hey, do you want to see how much snow is just in the Burger King parking lot? Check this out. Now, keep in mind that height is about 4 meters.
What state are you in?
Province. I'm in Canada.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man. I don't think he's in the States. He's up there. He's up there shoveling some snow, man. Damn.
Yeah, man.
So how did they turn mercury into gold? Just spit it out if you can.
Look at his shitty parking lot, man. Hold on.
I want to hear the point that he's getting to about this.
They had to use a nuclear power plant to create the nuclear fusion needed to create and transform this into gold.
Okay.
So they needed such substantial amounts of energy to produce nuclear fusion, which was they made a cylinder of 24 karat gold, which the energy that they used to create the gold was something like 118 times the value than the value of the cylinder of gold, even though the cylinder of gold is like fucking grand.
I call bullshit.
Are you under the impression that flat earthers don't believe that nuclear power exists?
Nuclear fusion?
Or nuclear fusion? Are you under the impression that we're in denial of those things?
Okay. No, that's a good first step. Okay, so what on Earth or in Earth produces that much nuclear fusion?
How about you prove that they actually took a cylinder of mercury and turned it into gold? Do you have a time lapse of this, a video?
But even if you did prove that, it wouldn't mean the Earth is a ball. Is the point? But yeah, go ahead.
Like, I think the first order of business is proving that instead of assuming that they did it and then proving that we could like have that much power.
He's on his phone in a parking lot full of snow. I'll give him a chance.
Can we just Google it? Can we Google it and find that information?
It's silly to think that you can take apart a potato and create a pie out of it. Like, you don't have the potato doesn't have the stuff to make pie. Like, and what is the lead versus gold anyway? Okay. The only use for a bunch of gold is computers, computer chips, all these other things. But for wealth, like, what is it going to do for the economy? Like, having all that gold, right?
I'm not talking about any of that. You're trying to diverge here. So anyway, gold, platinum, palladium, all the precious metals. You want to know a side note?
That's the reason they tell you why they're doing it, but the real reason, they're not going to tell you that. Yeah. Well, anyways, like he said,
is your point that palladium doesn't work on a flat Earth? Is that your point?
Hey, man, Gypsy, man.
Gold, silver, platinum, palladium, all the precious metals. Gold, silver, platinum, palladium. Gold, which is
do you think they come from space?
Where's the sapphire?
Here's another thing. So where before where do you think it comes from? Where do you think gold, silver, and platinum come from?
They come from.
That's debatable. That's debatable, right? Is the theory correct that we're being told about it? I don't know.
What about the crystals? What about them? What about diamonds?
If you get that, diamonds and crystals are not precious. They're under pressure. That's carbon, pressed carbon. Anyway, so precious metals or platinum. If it needed that much
that gold is the thing.
Just transform one element to another.
Well, you guys are talking over each other.
On top of that, if you were to say, I got to finish this up because I got to get back to work, so I'll just make it quick. On top of that, if Flat Earthers try to say, oh, it's just there and it's just always there, there's mountains in BC up here in Canada with volcanoes very far away. Gold is very dense. It'll always fall to the ground, whatever specs, whatever. For a snowflake or raindrop to fall from the sky, it has to grab onto a particle. whether it be a speck of dust or anything. So there's this tiny little camera setup in BC where it takes a picture of a snowflake when it falls through. It's like a 360 camera, a little ring, and a tray that collects what's in the snow, the shape of the snow, what it looks like pre-fall before it touches anything. It's a little thing. And in these trays where they've collected these snow samples, they found tiny little specks of gold, meaning that it rains down upon us every day, like all day, every day. And if you were to say a volcano, there's no volcano near enough, or that went off near enough, or any of that shit. I will give a slight hand to a volcano if it was and spat out and airborne and take it forever to fall, but gold is very dense. We all know this. It always falls to the bottom.
Just appreciate snowflakes for what they are and not because of gold. Come on, man.
The nuclear fusion needed, not even create it from nothing, transform it on top of it being found falling from the sky every day.
What other elements were found falling from the sky?
Sulfur? Any sulfur? No? Damn.
I imagine there was basically every, metal that we have.
Yeah.
Was there silver?
Brimstone? No brimstone.
Was there iron?
Precious metals.
Was there tin?
Fun fact, more silver is produced from a supernova than gold, and platinum is just under silver.
But what?
Literally
from
more.
What's
Because gold's more valuable because of it.
Genie, you got rubber lamp to release? What is a supernova?
So, there you go. I got to get back to it.
Hey,
okay.
Jibs, come back when you can, hang out when you got a better microphone, and we can get down to some really cool science, man, and that would be great.
Yeah, and even if everything you're saying is true, and they could confirm that gold rains from the sky, that doesn't prove up all Earth. Just to make sure everyone is aware of that.
It's not gonna make you rich, you greedy bastards.
Hey, man, I want to find the gold in the snowflakes, and I'm gonna be rich, and I'm gonna be totally rich. Yeah.
In every snowflake, there is gold. For instance,
Said like a true golden snowflake.
I just want to be rich from the snowflakes of the gold falling from the sky, because I've got my orgonite ready. Anyway, yeah,
I'd like to give a shout out to Crypto, who also yesterday.
Dude.
I heard a good thing he came up with when people are saying we did this or we did that. And he says you're weeing all over yourself. So
Don't wee on my leg and tell me it's raining.
Yeah,
you almost made me spit my beer out. Fuck.
That's a good one, huh? Don't wee all over yourself.
Right.
Come on.
Don't you wee all over yourself. Come on. Don't take a piss on yourself, man, for fuck's sake. Come on. We got this. It's just fun. Are you guys having fun yet? I'm having a good time. It's amazing.
This is the best it gets. If they ever go mainstream with flat Earth, it's going to suck. So just enjoy it, guys.
This is the best.
Yeah, we won't be cool anymore. we were a flat Earth before it was cool.
Yeah.
Once it's cool by the mainstream, it's not cool anymore. So
yeah, we're going to be fucked.
We're right where we want to be.
And when everyone is a flat earther, no one will be a flat earther.
Dude, I got to get you and to do that like on a hot, really good microphone. That's a good promo right there.
It's from that movie, the Incredibles. You know that little kid. You know that kid, Buddy.
Yeah.
And when everyone's super, no one will be super.
Hey, this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth, man. What do you got? Bring it.
I would venture to say that there has never been a debate won by a globe earther, ever.
Not in here. Never. No.
Nowhere. Because they're starting with a false premise. Therefore, there has never been a debate ever won by a globe earther.
You know my debating history. I took on, Mr. Nano Physicist over there, Spiros. And, all he had was...
Yeah, that's one link that should have been passed around a lot more. We had what was he? Quantum physicist sit down with 4 globe earthers. I mean, flat earthers, and like 2 different sessions for like an hour and a half, 2 hours.
3
and he answers questions, and it's an interesting analysis of his stance. Like we were trying to figure out, just like everybody else, we're trying to figure out did he really believe it? Does he really believe it? Does he lack all common sense and still have this kind of intellectual prowess? How is that possible? That's the question.
Well, it's like a computer, it just does things,
It's a computer. Yeah. Spheros is a computer. I believe it.
Hey, run it, bitch. It runs it.
It runs it.
Yeah, no, he did run around making excuses for NASA and did some of those kind of silly things. He again, though, he's so invested. I mean, that's the other thing. People that are invested in any way, especially with their jobs or whatever else, publicly,
there's a globe earth right now saying if you have a debate with him, you'll lose.
Okay, is he going to start? Is he going to start with assumptions? Are all his things just going to be referencing the Wikipedia and using assumptions rather than actual proof? Then he'll lose from the start.
Yeah, he's done.
Nobody can win with just assumptions. That's the whole point.
I was a flat earther when I was in high school, so I can talk to my teachers. I wish I had this when I was in high school.
Oh, shit.
I'd be trolling the shit out of the teachers every day.
I would have been a trolling bitch, fucker, and asshole in high school, man.
You flat smacked me and you just did school. All right, I'm going home. I'm going to go.
Flat Earth would have been everywhere, man.
It would have been the best place to,
Hey, we
to bring
have.
it.
Yeah. How do we assume the R, Mr. Professor, teacher?
We don't.
How can we have to assume the R, right?
And R we trust. Yeah, that's the thing.
R we trust, baby. And
a very smart man named Eratosthenes a long time ago.
Big problem, man, because you can't R it until you measured the motherfucker, bitch.
Yes.
Yeah.
And because we don't have a big enough ruler, Mr. Eratosthenes is a very
shadows and sticks, babe. I got some sticks and some shadows, babe. How much you willing to pay for them bad boys, man? Let me tell you.
Well, they have documents. They have proof of all of this. It's so well documented, so it has to be true.
It's 100% true because I got sticks and shadows from a guy that might have had somebody write about him 1,000 years after he's dead. Maybe.
Yeah.
So who's this globe earther? Who wants to challenge us to a debate? Who is this guy?
I'll mute up. You guys don't need me too much, but I come in.
What are you talking about?
And just hang out.
We desperately need you.
I don't know if you desperately do, but I'll
He needs me. He needs me.
really. No, man. Globies, come on in, man. Links in the description. It might not work.
Come on down. You're the next contestant.
Globies,
come on,
come out to
bro.
play.
We're playing the game. Spin the wheel. Make the gravity.
It was Professor Phil, I think.
You know what? We need like a spin the wheel, like topics. Like spin the
ball.
We're gonna talk about gravity. We're gonna talk about
permaband. Professor Phil. He's been DMing me ever since I got on tonight. So I'm not going to respond to you, Professor Phil. By the way, if you keep doing that.
Is he in the chat? He's not in the chat. No. Yeah. Well, tell Professor Phil to come on in, man. And
I think they permaban him at one point. He just comes on and reifies things. It's not really that interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Well, anyway, I'm willing to piss around with him just for a minute. Fuck. Give me a shot at him.
You want to drink this tonight? Yeah.
I got fucking kryptonite, bitches. Come on.
I don't think anyone can unban him. I think he's been permabanned by memes or somebody.
All right.
Oh, darn it.
Let it go. Let him forget that. Hey, Dennis Miller, man. Who dropped that one? Old House. Fuck.
Dennis Phil, come on in.
Oh, that's a good one.
We'll have a talk.
That's a good one.
Philip.
He ain't coming. Anyway, we'll carry on with our reality. We'll carry on with our reality because the reality sucks because you have to deal with it. So it must be sucky to be you, okay? Dealing with reality sucks, and you guys suck at dealing with reality. So suck that, bitches. Come on, fucking globies. Come on. We got your fucking antidote. We got your reality right here sitting. I'm sitting on reality, man. Guess what? I'm sitting on Earth, and reality sucks. And that's why you want to just like live in your fantasy land and live in your little spinny, globy fucking thing going around. Woo, hauling ass. Having it like riding a horse, man. Fucking woo. Yeah, get up on your globy, man. Get up on it. Come on, cowboy. Get your ass moving.
That's an interesting one we could cover. Have you guys been into the debate between there is no suck, there's only push, or there is no pull, there is only push?
There's only push. There's only push. There's no pull.
There's no pull.
Fuck the pull. Pull's bullshit. Fuck off.
Technically, you could claim that.
You can't push long.
It's all push. It's all push. Even
without the semantics, you could technically claim that's true. You know.
That comes from Dow, man. Dow.
Is that a song?
He was talking about it. Yeah,
I was talking about
Is
it. Right?
a song?
Even if you're tugging on a rope, you're technically pushing it in reverse.
Hell yeah!
And you may suck a straw to get the liquid up, but actually it's vacuums don't suck. You know that whole thing. It's the high pressure to low pressure thing.
Well, what is sucking?
Think about
what
that,
is
man.
Sucking? Is sucking not high pressure to low pressure?
100%, man. Take a sip out of your straw, man.
No, it is high pressure to low pressure always, as a rule.
100%.
So therefore, it can't be low pressure to high pressure, which would be the
sucking.
sucking.
Out of your straw, man. You take a sip. I like this, man. Where we're going with this? Take a sip out of a straw, man. What's happening?
You're. Go ahead. Somebody else.
High pressure is moving to low pressure, but you're exerting that
low pressure.
That low
Dude, you are creating a vacuum and pulling. You're pushing the liquid up into your mouth.
Yes.
Wow, that's kind of think about that, man, for a minute. I'll be back. I gotta grab a beer, take a piss. I'll be back. Think about that.
I'm gonna pack a cone.
Hey, why don't you roll a bowl, man? Roll a bowl. That's my favorite one.
I'll roll a bowl. Yeah.
Roll a bowl for the captain.
Roll a bowl.
Rolling a bowl.
Yeah, you guys want to roll a bowl or what, man?
Hey, that's an original, bro. I came up with that.
Yes, that's right.
You guys,
you gotta give it to you. You got a trademark on that one.
No. You guys were all rolling when I'm like, oh, fuck, I always got a bowl. I'll roll.
Is that rookie or creation bear? I can't tell.
He is rookie.
Don't start that shit again.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, I've been listening to both of you actually, and I always have to look at the screen to see which one of it is that's you. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me that makes that association.
Oh, I get it.
But, yeah.
I get people mixed up too.
Yeah.
I've just never been
Totally
mistaken for anybody else so far, so I just thought it was interesting. That's all.
Yeah, you both have a very similar approach with your flat smacking. I think too. You're both like totally on it. Awesome.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Elijah and Chuck.
Oh yeah, for sure.
El Boricua TV. I couldn't tell who's who. You know, every time they, hey, Bo, I was like, oh, hey, wrong person. Oh shit, sorry. I mean, oh,
hey, you. Yeah, you.
It's a
hey, you. Hey, you.
Sorry.
The girls have it the worst. I think that a lot of times the women get accused of being each other more so than the men in here. But at least we have women to misrepresent with the wrong name.
At least we got women.
That is an interesting point. No women ballers. You know, what's up with that?
Except for that Thor thing, yeah. She's not a woman. I don't think. Okay, she's a woman, but she doesn't think she's a woman. She thinks she's a rock.
Right?
I thought there was.
Think about it. If this was if like life was a party, we'd have all the women.
Of course.
Right? Not that that's not the case already.
Life is a party, dude. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, you mean all the cool women?
The whole thing is that most people, because they're coming in late, didn't witness the beating that happened. I mean, Flat Earth won already. Like we won like years ago. It was over. You know, it's been over every debate. Like I say, like there's never been a debate where it's like, okay, the globe totally won that one, you know, at all. Because it's always just some kind of reification or some kind of, you know, false assumption or, you know, just relying on authority. There's nothing else they have. It's not like they have one thing that's like, okay, maybe. There's nothing. Like they're batting a 0 average. You know, it's like that. I was thinking if this was a movie and I was scripting it and like the movie is so bad, like it's like we're all at a party even, and the jock that's been picking on the little, you know, the guy they consider a geek forever, and all of a sudden this geek just like kicks his ass like plainly and brutally in front of everybody, and it's like, who's walking away from that party saying, oh, maybe the jock actually won? You know, that's kind of like what we've witnessed here. It's not like there was like any kind of evenness between the score between Flat Earth and Globe Earth. Flat Earth has been kicking the globe's ass every single time you hear anything for 5 years now.
Yeah.
How can there still even be a debate?
Yeah, that's why YouTube changed all their algorithms and everything.
They had to.
They know they can't win like head on, so they're just trying to like suppress and avoid. Right?
Yep.
It's the ultimate admission of defeat.
Yo, Professor Phil, man, I don't know if you're listening on YouTube or something, but you got to stop randomly DMing me every time you hear something you disagree with.
Exactly.
That's a bitch move.
That would be a really cool thing to do, man. Thank you.
Well, you don't.
Not a bitch move,
Like
but
hearing, like,
you know, just not really
Stop
relevant.
doing that, man. Stop doing it.
The fact that he's here trying to argue with us is proof that we've won, because otherwise they wouldn't care about us.
Exactly. Dude, you fucking nailed it. That's it. They wouldn't even be here if we.
I don't know how much I agree with that. It takes two to tango, so.
Well, yeah, the fact that they're participating does make it more obvious. I mean, we have to thank them. That's for sure.
They tried to participate.
We're just here, man, hanging out, and they're busting our balls to get into our place, man. That says something. That means we got something going on, and they're like, they want in on the party, man. They do.
Well, if Flat Earth is as stupid as most of them claim, then that would be the case. It's like, why are you here? If you really think it's that stupid, why would you care to go in?
Here?
You're going to go to a Bigfoot forum and start claiming, oh, no, you're wrong. Bigfoot doesn't exist. That's stupid. And then just stay there day after day, year after year, totally infatuated with these guys claiming Bigfoot exists. Not that I don't think Bigfoot exists, but, you know, That's another thing.
Hey, yeah, you Bigfoot deniers, man. Come on in here. we got room.
I'll take you on right now.
We got
I'll take you on over there.
Deniers. For fuck's sake. Come on in.
They just can't get away with calling it stupid or crazy any longer. I mean, anybody that looks into it and spends any time realizes that, okay, yeah, it does seem flat and stationary, so that's not really stupid when you think about it.
Hey, we're stationary? No. I was out yesterday, man. I
thought we were on a big merry-go-round. It's spinning, but you can't feel it.
Dude, I was like tripping out. Sorry. I fell over. I fucking hurt myself. It was spinning fast, but it's not so fast because it's only once a day. But you know, it's fast. 1,000 miles an hour is hauling ass. Last time I checked.
I don't know why they're running around backwards trying to protect NASA either. NASA's not doing any favors. I mean, they're faking it poorly on purpose just to gaslight us or what? I don't know what reason, but there's no way that all of those videos of the people on wires on the ISS just accidentally got to us. They're putting those out on purpose. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, they're mocking us. It's just they're flaunting it in our faces. I mean, it's just like part of their demoralization, gaslight stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
but if they really wanted to protect it, why would they do that?
It's part of their ritual, Dave. If they don't do their rituals, they don't get the rewards or some weird shit like that, right?
Yeah, they have to show. I don't know how much you guys know about. It's like they have to show intent and consent to it. So
I've had this discussion many years now about that one, but yeah, it makes sense to me because if you're completely tricking somebody, I don't know, there's some deception there that doesn't work, and they're
Or there could be a long-term plan to have this be the truth that people wake up to, so they could hit us with another psyop that's tied to it. Like I've been talking about with the outer ponders being the aliens, and now we're telling you the truth. So now we're surrounded by outer ponders that you have to be afraid of, and that's where all the UFOs have been coming from all this time. And so now we've got you in one world that's having to protect themselves and bow down to these new gods from outer ponds. That might be the lie or deception that they tie to the new. Not that there aren't outer ponders, there probably are, but just that could be the perfect move for them. And they could be absorbing it, whether flat Earth's organic or not. They could be absorbing it with some of these things that are purposely put out there to gaslight us or tell us the truth. Eventually, that might be where they go.
Well, they definitely have got their operations in full swing, especially in the last 2 years, man.
I heard yesterday that Trump's coming out with a truth app.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, can I remind you of something? Flat Earth is an observation. I want to point that out too.
Absolutely.
Not like not movement.
Exactly.
I mean,
one person at a time realizing that they're not.
There can be a flat Earth movement, but flat Earth itself is just simply an observation, and it's just important, just as it is, just like that.
Yeah, it's one person at a time realizing they're not on a spinning ball. That's all it is.
But the bigger picture, the bigger thing here is people who do not listen to authority. That's the thing that's the thing that it's not going to be cool or what I mean? That's what flat Earth and
consensus and authority, right?
But not just as a rule, not to listen to authority as a rule, like some kind of because then they'll tag you with authority complex, or something. That you don't want that. It's not just because it's authority, but because the authority is not using the means to communicate in a way that is actually believable.
Point study logic.
Hey,
all you have to do is take a simple course on it. It'll prepare you for a lot of that stuff. It really does.
What are you talking? What's a simple course on what?
Fuck.
What is it?
I'm sorry.
I'm interrupting, man. I'm interrupting.
Okay, go ahead.
There's 33 people watching on YouTube. That's all I want to say.
33?
33 on YouTube.
Right. Illuminati confirmed.
Shout out to a hockey puck out there in Colin, and
I thought it was 88. I'm bad.
88. That's a piano number. That's a piano key number. Oh, you got to look into 88. Piano. Oh,
hey, Rookie, what were you saying? You should take a course on.
You should take a course on logic, like arguments, like debating. Debating courses are really good, and it doesn't take long. It's, a couple hours of videos, and you'll have it down pretty good. I'm not saying I do, but I'm saying I've been.
You're talking to ballers. Ballers should do that.
Hey, did anybody catch?
Yeah, everyone. Yeah, logical syllogisms.
Did you guys catch a logical fallacy talk today?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Logical fallacies.
So I went deeper. I went deeper than that. I kind of went.
Yeah, you did.
All the way into
way deeper.
Logic and
way deeper.
Not that I remember any of it, but.
I just don't know all the names for all the fallacies.
You have to really practice it.
But when you hear a fallacy, you should know it's a fallacy, right? I mean, even though you don't know the name for it, you should know that hey, you can't say that before you can't put the cart before the horse. You know what I mean? But why? I think it's a good question to help you with fallacies. Like why? Why? Question everything. Be a. You know what I mean? Why? think that helps you with fallacies because
logical fallacies, supposedly.
Yeah.
Straw man, argumentum ad populum, ad hominem, begging the question, equivocation, damn, that was a hard one, false dilemma, slippery slope, red herring, irrelevant conclusion, hasty generalization, argument from ignorance, which is always.
There's too many, man. There's too many, bro. There's too many, man.
Okay.
Let's just cover the problem.
Cocks, bitches. Came up with
You gotta learn Latin.
False equivalent.
Just learn Latin.
There's so many of them. It's like, wow. Try to just pick one, you know.
Pick one of those cock fuck bitches, man.
Sequitur.
Sequitur. Yeah, pick that one. Fuck off.
Cool.
This move oversimplifies an opponent's viewpoint and then attacks that hollow argument. In other words, it gets you to say something that you don't really believe in.
Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays. Do you guys like Bernays sauce? Anybody had some Bernays sauce in your life? Bernays sauce on a nice New York steak. Oh, fuck off. So good. Bernays, man, he put the sauce on all this shit, man, and he fucked us all up, man. Fuck you, Edward Bernays. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No true Scotsman. Oh, I gotta click on that one. What's that?
Yeah. Well, he started the war. He started feminism. He got America to join the war. He started feminism. I mean, yeah, propaganda. Turned it into
propaganda, American propaganda.
Call it public relations because propaganda is a bad word.
Public relation propaganda.
24.
So yummy on the steak. It's really good.
Delicious.
Gobbledygook.
So, yeah, we find ourselves in some interesting times, boys and girls. I hope you guys appreciate it as much as I do. I'm glad to be alive at this time to see the shit that's going on. It's been fun.
It is kind of fun, actually.
It is fun. It's entertaining. It's educational. It's if you're, try to do it the fun way, you can have fun with all the great information. And we appreciate fun because fun is fun, man. But there's so many cucks out there, man, that just want to, they think they know it all and they've checked it out. And it's it's not going to go away anytime soon.
Well, we're not going to convince those cucks out there, but I think I heard Rookie you talking a while back, or a few days or weeks ago, and the frustration we really have is with our families and people that we have in our regular lives that are. I mean, it's just baffling how, especially with what's going on with the cocoa and all that, the interpretation is just completely ridiculous on their side. Like it's so programmed. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's my responsibility to get good enough to convince, to get good enough to be able to calmly explain it to him without him getting mad or going into cog dis. I know it's possible.
Right. That seems to be the goal. It's like our unwritten goal. But it's not, because I mean, like I've tried myself, and what it is that they can't. I almost wish I never said anything, at this point, because it's just caused a rift now that is going to be really. I mean, for them to actually admit that I'm right.
I've lost my temper a few times and made it bad. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Or, it's just something that you realize that if they had to admit to it, it would be admitting to, something that would make them more depressed in the long run, and probably won't be something they would be into enough. I mean, they would have to go and do all the research we did
that's why you can't
to really understand it.
That's why you don't force it.
Yeah, you can't force it.
Make it easy for them to, make it easy for them. Give them an out all the time. Well, I mean, it's up to you.
And beyond your family, it's the friends that aren't interested in it. Like, how can you not be interested in, if what I'm saying is true, or even possibly true, it would be the most fascinating thing to look into. correct? And they'll agree with that, but they
I'm
still
not
won't
sure
look
what
into
kind
it.
of fallacy that is or what they call that, but it's definitely a problem. Because that's the biggest
Right?
one that gets me is like, well, I just don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm like, well, obviously it does, because you wouldn't be still arguing with me about whether or not it is or isn't.
Exactly.
You know
And
what I
how
mean?
would you know?
Well, you brought it
How
up
would you
again.
know if it's going to affect your life or not until you actually look into it?
And of course, my wife, she knows everything about me. She knows how to manipulate me. So it makes it really difficult to like even get her to take it seriously at all. She knows right when I'm.
Oh, your wife is not on board. Now that's a real issue. Yeah,
Oh,
that's a
shit.
tough one.
Oh shit. Oh
No
shit.
kidding.
Kenny avoided his wife for a long time. He didn't even let her know what it was he was talking about, right,
Well, I
Kenny?
didn't either. And then she kind of got mad at me. She's like, well, you never talked about that when I met you and we got married. I said, well, I was kind of afraid.
Oh shit.
I would have got picked on. You would have done the same thing you did now, and I just didn't. But now that I've got evidence to back it, now I'm ready to show it to you. I want you to see. I want you to question me. I want you to think that I'm lying. I want you to go prove me.
Well, and it's not even about the Earth's. It's not even about the shape of the Earth, but how it might affect other decisions, like the thing we're dealing with now, and decisions you might make about.
Just her trusting and knowing that I'm not nuts. You know, like give me a break.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're trying to prove that you weren't nuts. Instead, you wish you hadn't said anything. She's never going to look into it, right?
It makes me feel like as if she thinks I'm nuts, even though I don't think she does. I think she just thinks I'm being extravagant. And I'm fooled. I get fooled by something.
But if she found out you were right, then you would effectively be seen as smarter or more aware than 99% of the people on the Earth right now.
I've made it.
No, I know, but it would be the opposite impression, though.
Listen up, quick. Listen up. What's the difference between saying, "Hey, man, I just became a reborn Christian, and I really want you to like be that."
There's a big difference. There's a big difference because it's not about taking on a new belief. It's about common sense being important in our lives to be able to communicate with each other and make good decisions about everything.
Think of it from her perspective, man. She's like, "Oh, this guy."
Oh yeah.
From her perspective, she's like,
"Yeah,
this guy just."
That's the way she sees it, but that's what he's worried about.
Just found a new religion, wants me to join that, and you're like, "Whoa, what?"
Right, which seems crazy to us in a way, right? It's not crazy necessarily, but it's that kind of mental thing that you're not. I mean, that's not the impression, but it feels like we're trying to convert people to something, but it's not. It's just get common sense, you know.
But for
it's more of just I need confirmation that, you know, and it's another thing I don't want to have to worry about. Like I don't worry about when we make decisions on our daughter and we make decisions on money and all that. We think alike always. It's just religion and that are the only two things we don't see eye to eye on.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you know, I don't blame her. She lost her dad, and she's lost a lot of her close friends and stuff over the last few years. We've had a lot of family and friends die. And so it's been kind of tough for her, and I think that's probably part of the reason why she's pulled away from the religious side. But, you know, I try not to push and all that. She basically told me she believed in God when I met her. But no, this was before that. Her dad passed away a few years back, so for all the COVID stuff. But anyway,
well, like Kenny was saying earlier, it is like when you find this type of information out, it is like you almost have to go back to every important decision you've ever made in your life and rethink. Like you may have made a different decision of all these important things in your life if you had realized this before that. I think that's part of what triggers people.
Maybe.
You know, because they're at a point in their life where they've already made these important decisions based on the growth mindset.
They have to go back and like answer for it. Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's a really great perspective, Dave. Where you put it in those kind of contexts, man. It's like, oh shit, I have to make a decision. Fuck. Ugh.
Right.
Well, I can tell he's been through a lot of shit.
I'd be where I am right now if I had known this before.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, man. I look back every day and go, oh shit, I would do that different. Oh fuck, I would do that. Oh, I definitely would do that different. Oh shit.
You know what?
Well, the other thing about flat Earth is it makes it feel like no matter what bad decision you made, at least you realize the Earth is flat, and maybe you wouldn't have if you had made different decisions, right?
Realize the Earth is flat. That is such a revelation, man. I mean, fuck off, man. That's one of the best.
Honestly, though, if I worried about that kind of, if I worried about every little thing like that, I would probably drive myself crazy. And I've almost done that a few times.
Hey, don't go there.
So,
you don't need to go there, man.
No, seriously, though.
Wait.
I know. You know what I mean, though. Like,
I do.
Things get tough, man.
when you're lonely and the world seems like they're against you, and then this is just another drop in the hat. That's why it works so well. That's why it's so damn effective.
How about the last 2 years, man? It's been one hell of a fucking cocoa ride.
Well, actually, I'd say 5 because there were fires and there were things going on before that were just as distracting.
Yeah, but nothing was more distracting than the cocoa fucking 19 bullshit, man.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Nothing, man. Nothing even compares. It's been...
Well, when you look at how they built up to it, with they gave us 9/11, right? And then they did all the Sandy Hook, all the different psyops that they did with the crisis actors. I'm just saying how important it was for the crisis actors and all of the fake news to precede this. So they had everything in place, right? And it was all and it was almost like those things were so shocking and so obvious. So they had everybody refusing to listen to us by the time this one came around. So if they were to listen to us now about the cocoa, then they would have to admit that we were right about Sandy Hook or Flat Earth or some of these other things that, psychologically they've been put in a hole over, so they can't. It's almost like it was perfect timing on their part to make everything so obvious and extreme that we were separated from, the truthers were separated from the common man, or the regular mainstream people.
Hey,
brilliant.
But at the same time, I look at it as this. I started waking up, back in, I think it was, when I started finding out about evidence for Flat Earth, it was 2016 or 17. I'm not sure exactly when, because it started early, and then I kind of was researching, and I was starting to go, well, you know what? I know it's flat. There's got to be evidence, right? So I got to go check this out, and I started doing all that. But it took me a while to really settle on it and actually start telling myself, you know what? There's evidence. I can talk about this now. This isn't taboo anymore. I've got, I've got everything I need to go and share it with my family, which is kind of what I've been wanting to do my whole life, but kind of just forgot about it because, like I said, you get picked on about it, and you're already teased as a child as it was. It kind of makes you not want to pursue stuff like that. You just look for things that you find in common. You don't, I guess that's kind of the way I feel like I'm so empathetic, probably, is because I've been in those positions, and it sucks to be in positions where you feel like everyone's against you, even though they probably aren't even thinking it that way. You feel it that way. It's this weird, it's like a curse or a.
It's an energy. It's an energy.
Yeah, dude, it is. It's terrifying that. I remember being in real terror over stuff like that, but now it doesn't bother me at all. I laugh about it because it's really, who cares? I'm dumb. So what? You got me.
Well, with this one, it's different because we were being laughed at first, and now people run away from us because they know we're right, and they just don't want to admit it.
Right.
So we've already won.
That's how I knew that I wasn't going down the wrong road. Is because when my own dad started denying Bible verses, my dad's very, very religious. When he started denying that the Bible said that the earth was what it was, when he did that, I knew there was something wrong. I was like, you know what, this is a lot more serious than I thought it was. Because I expected him right then and there to just fold, to concede, but he didn't. And he still won't. He still thinks it's not important, but I know that's cognitive dissonance, so I've left it alone. This time I talked to him today. Today's his birthday. And I was really nice to him, and I was very calm, and I didn't try to talk over him. I tried to control myself. I don't remember who was telling me to do that, but somebody the other day was telling me that to try to do one thing at a time. Don't bounce my leg and do all these other things like fidget. Just think about talking and concentrating on conversation. And it seems to be actually working.
Would have told you that, man.
Yeah, it was either I think actually it was Crack Villain. I think that said it, or it might have been Get Be Get.
It might be Get Be Get or Crack. Yeah, it could be
one of the two of them. Yeah, it's definitely one of the deep, that group. Yeah,
deep. Yeah, man. Control your energy, but don't just curl up in a ball. You gotta.
Let's put it this way: the first time in years I've talked to my dad, beyond being calm and not running on and talking over him, and it was really kind of strange. I was actually so shocked that I didn't even say anything about it. I didn't question him about it. I just let it go, and I think that shocked him too, because he just kind of waited for 10, 11, 12 seconds before he started talking again, and then that was it. I guess he was waiting to see if I was gonna, because usually
was he trying to lecture you? Was he trying to put something on you that you didn't want to hear? Or what was it?
Oh, it's just I have the Well, you probably know me a little bit, but if you haven't met me in person, then you would know that sometimes I get excited and I start talking and I get all worked up and I start talking loud, and then everybody like shuts down on me.
Excited or pissed off.
Right.
It's only happened a couple times.
Well, I'm passionate.
It's passion.
Well, yeah.
Fuck yeah, it's passion.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
100%.
That passion's what brought you here to begin with.
I wouldn't get up
That's
with that.
what I love about you, bro. You're passionate. You can feel passion.
I know, but it gets me in trouble. That's the problem.
And,
Right. It's a blessing and a curse, yeah.
It is. It is.
Yep.
But you know what? You know what? I like it. It's bittersweet, but you know what? At least I'm getting experience.
we got to find that balance between the passion and disruption, right?
Yeah, and being
We don't
right,
want to
exactly.
disrupt.
And it's fun.
still have that passionate energy, but we don't want to like disrupt and crush the conversation, man. Right?
I gave up after the Coco Poke. And right before the Coco Poke, I wrote a long list of or a long intro to a long list of links that were talking about the dangers of the Coco Poke, and it was like everything I've said up to this point. This is the reason that I've wanted to make you aware of some of these other things, because when this comes along, I'm hoping that you'll listen to me and just please at least watch so many of these videos, or at least part of these videos, or at least consider what I'm saying. And since then, I just gave up, because they not only didn't they consider, but it was like an outrage back towards me for even suggesting that I question what the mainstream's saying about this thing.
That's the mass. That's called mass hypnosis.
Backfire.
And massive hypnosis can happen.
It's not just about like whether one person did this or one person did that,
being on the opposite side of that and having someone like basically disown you, because I lost family members that don't even talk to me anymore.
Yeah,
because of Flat Earth. It was just because I was sending them videos. I wasn't even like calling them and bother at all. I was just sending them a video every once in a while. They got mad and unfriended me, so I just stopped using Facebook. I'm done with it.
Yeah.
It's like I knew right then that was another form of control, and there's a lot of things I still got to let go of. There's a lot of things I watch way too much YouTube. I spend way too much time on here, which I'm not saying is a bad thing, but it's also not good for my family life, So I have to really be careful, because I have a bad habit of just getting addicted to things, and then
they've prepared those people. They've dropped little hints and little watch out for this. If someone's coming up to you saying this, then this is what you should think of them as. And they totally fall into that.
Even if I don't agree with it, I will keep that advice in the back of my mind, so that in case something comes along and that happens to be true, I don't fall into it and then have to go and thank them for offering me the information, but then not listening to it. You know what I'm saying? I've always been that way, because when I was a kid, I used to ask for advice, and I'd go ahead and do what I wanted to do, and I'd always turn out that the person was right about what they said, and I never listened. So now that I'm older, I listen more. I don't necessarily believe somebody says, but I do take it very seriously, their angle and how passionate and all that about it, and what knowledge they have of it. Like, if they can describe it really well, they've spent a lot of time thinking about it, right? So I know I'm going to give them more credit and not be so hard on them, because I know they spent a lot of time in coming up with all this stuff. You know what I mean? So even if they're wrong, they don't want someone throwing it in their face. This is something they hold dear, and it's passion to them. So that's why, I get kind of frustrated with people that are rough on here with some of the new people. Because it's like, it sounds like they really are curious, because even though they're giggling and laughing, they're kind of like, wait a minute, I didn't expect them to be nice to me. You know what I mean? And I like to get people with that. That works more than being mean to them, trust me. Because calling them a reaper might make them come back every day for the next 6 years, but it's only going to be negative and try to and mess with you, to try to get revenge on you for taking something away from them. Think about it. But if you would be a little bit less pushy and more, persuasive, let them talk. Like today, you notice that when I was talking earlier, I started talking, then I just stopped talking. I'd let everybody else start talking. I'd let everybody finish, and then I'd pop back in here and there. And I noticed that, that did seem to be more effective than me trying to talk over everybody.
So one last comment about the family issues. You can't blame anybody for getting frustrated when they won't even engage in the subject. It'd be one thing if they had a different opinion and it was actually something that they wanted to have a discussion about. But when they won't even compare what you're saying to what they're saying and try to reason whatsoever. They won't even enter the conversation.
Yeah, they don't want to discuss logic at all. They know that's going to lead to it.
Yeah.
My wife knows when it's coming. She knows anytime I start talking about anything weird or out of the ordinary, she's like, I don't want to talk about it right now.
Right.
That's cruel. Last night I
like her.
Last night I went out to dinner with a nurse that deals
Don't
with.
tell your wife.
Oh, she was with me.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, go on.
I had this nurse that deals with police officers, firemen, and first responders that are either addicted to drugs or alcohol. One of those, right? It's a rehab center, but she only deals with
a lot of that
first responders, police officers, and firemen. And one thing I noticed, she said, man, it was this. I'm like, so the firemen are like, once they start to get sober, they're like really helpful, right? And she's like, yeah, they're amazingly helpful. They like want to like be part of the community.
They're training.
But the cops, they all wanted to like be alone all the time.
Either that or they wanted to be in charge, right?
Yeah. I didn't ask her that. Damn. Fuck.
I was gonna say. No, I really do honestly think that, because I think a lot of it is people they choose cops for their egos and their demanding attitudes, not necessarily their intelligence. And I think once they realize that they've been duped by that, it's really hard for them to want to admit that they've been lied to too, and that they're part of a system that they were lied to about as well.
Yeah.
And they all probably figure that out at some point, and that's why I kind of feel bad for them in a way too. So whenever I deal with cops, I try to be fair and try to be nice to them and try to like let them do their little commanding ego thing, because I know they're going to do it no matter what. But don't if I don't let it bother me and I don't let it affect me and I don't show fear or show any kind of like intimidation at all, then they're going to be thrown off by that, and they're normally just going to leave me alone, because they know that obviously I'm not guilty because I don't look like I'm all paranoid. And I just try to think about it like that. Whenever I have to deal with policemen, I just realize they're people that just like me, and obviously they're looking for some reason to they're either trying to give me a ticket or they're trying to look for something that I'm not involved in. So all I need to do is give them the right information, and they're going to leave me alone. Now that doesn't always work, but that's usually with my attitude when I go into it. But then it goes downhill from there when they treat me like, if they start commanding me like, don't move and all this other shit and try to like treat me like some kind of hoodlum, it pisses me off. And that's usually I get angry.
Except, don't even try to help them. It's either you're being detained or you're not. But
usually once they talk to me, I usually just tell them, you know what? I'm just letting you know.
Anything you say will be used against you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like
the cop he actually asked me. He goes, "Well, why did you have an attitude?" I'm like, "Bro, you literally had 6 cop cars follow me through town." And then I sat in my car and smoked pot for an hour before I got out of the car. Then when I get out of the car, you have 6 cop cars show up, and you come up to me without even identifying yourself with a flashlight. I'm screaming, "Who the fuck are you?" Even though I've got a gun on me, your dumbass could have got shot. But yet you have an attitude, and the only thing you ask me is, do I have a fucking laser? Are you fucking kidding me? 6 cop cars for a fucking kid with a laser? Are you kidding? What they were looking for. I go, you're fucking kidding me, right?
Did you include the part about smoking pot for an hour when you talked to him?
No, of course not. But he should have been obvious. I smelled like pot. I mean, we literally just smoked like a big old fat joint in the car. You know what I'm saying? And we were going to go walking. We were going to be out there for a while, so we didn't think it was an issue. Of course, pot's legal, so it wasn't like I was worried about getting in trouble.
Even sitting in your car doing it's legal where you are? Are you in Oklahoma?
Well, the keys weren't in the ignition.
Yeah, I don't think that's legal. You're in California? Okay. What part of California?
I'm sure it's not legal. I don't care though. But yeah, I didn't bother saying anything. But yeah, but I told him as soon as he came up and asked me about the laser, I said, "Are you kidding me? That's what you came all the way up here? That's what you sent? Like, what are all the cops here for? Like, you're serious?" Like that? I'm about ready to call your fucking boss and find out what the fuck's really going on up here. Because I'm not being convinced by this act that you guys are playing here. I said, I think you guys thought we were somebody else, and you made a big fucking mistake, and now you feel stupid, but you're going to give him a ticket anyway because you feel like you need to, right? Fucking morons.
Wow, that attitude. Wait, so hold on. That goes against what you were just saying about being cool with the cops. That's not usually how you approach it.
Yeah, I was pissed off after that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then the cop manhandled me because I was like, well, what do you need me for? Like, why do I need to follow you down to the car and sit on the concrete? Don't get smart.
I'm like, really? I go, I'm fucking for. It was like, this was a few years ago, but yeah, it pissed me off. And then I went down and I talked to some lady down at the police station, and I asked her about what happened last night. And you know what she told me? She goes, we don't have any record of it. I said, well, that's fucking strange. They sent six cop cars. Well, I don't know that there was 6, but there was enough lights that there was at least 3 or 4. Let's put it that way. And I know that 3 cop cars were there after the initial stop. So I know there was at least 3 or 4 cars. And a helicopter. And a helicopter, mind you. And a helicopter.
So did you get arrested, or did you have any kind of infractions?
No, I didn't get arrested. No.
Okay. So you were just complaining that they showed up. They showed up and scared you, or what was the complaint?
And then you know, yeah, they claimed that somebody shot the fucking helicopter guy in the face with a laser, and that they followed me. And I said, "You're kidding me?" I said, "I know damn good and well that I know that." And I had a buddy with me. He's a year older than me, so I know he's not fucking gonna lie to me. But as far as I know, I never saw him shoot a laser up into the sky at anything. So if he did do it, it must have been before I picked him. He picked me up or came over to my house, and then we drove in my truck for an hour. We went and bought some weed, then we went and smoked some weed. So for 2 hours we drove around town, and then we parked somewhere, and then all of a sudden they show up with a helicopter and 6 cop cars. I mean, come on, it doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? I think they thought I was somebody else, and then when they realized I wasn't who they thought I was, they had to have some kind of bullshit excuse. So that's the one they used. I don't know. It just didn't make sense. Then after all that, then my buddy went down to check and see if the ticket had been filed, and it didn't. So that explains why they claimed, because they claimed that that never happened. They said, we don't have any incident on the books. So that's funny because they wrote him a ticket. She goes, well, that doesn't mean that they turned it in. I said, yeah, I guess you.
But did they wrote him a ticket and he never had a laser on him?
Yeah, he had a laser. He had my laser.
Oh, he did. Oh, okay.
He did have a laser, like I said, but that's not the point. The point is that if that's all it was, why wouldn't they have pulled us over initially when he first came over to my house? Why wouldn't they just stocked him there? Why would they wait?
What was the ticket for?
I don't
How
remember.
much did he get
It was supposedly firing a laser at some kind of equipment or some stupid thing. Supposedly it's a felony, but obviously it's not a felony because they didn't even file the charges.
Oh, okay.
When he went in there after the grace period, and he never got anything in the mail. And when he went down there, and she said the lady had told him that he has to wait until X amount of time from the date of the ticket supposedly was written. And she goes, after that, she doesn't have to worry about it because it can't be filed after that. It's considered null and void.
So was he shooting the laser off so they could see that he had a laser, and they were just saying that they thought he was shooting?
Like I said, I don't know what he was doing before he got with me, but the whole 2 hours he was with me, he never used the laser. It was in his pocket. So like I said, the only thing that made sense to me was it's one of two things. Either they mistaken us for someone else, right? And the laser had nothing to do with it. But because at some point maybe he did shoot the laser, and when I wasn't looking, I don't know. I was driving, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I see.
I know he had the laser in his pocket, I'm saying, but he's a grown man, you know what I'm saying? This isn't like 20-something-year-old kid that, I have to second guess whether or not, he was fucking around or not. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and then you know what they had the balls to say after they finally gave him the ticket and they said, okay, you guys can go. They're standing there talking, and I can hear him saying it. They're like, I can't believe fucking those guys those old men were fucking around shooting lasers. I'm like, excuse me? Are you kidding me, bro? I'm like, I can't believe your dumbass came up to me in the middle of the night in the dark with a fucking flashlight and didn't even identify yourself as a police officer. I could have shot you. And I would have been fucking justified in killing you. You know what I'm saying? Like, but obviously I don't do stuff like that. I'm not crazy. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It could have been someone running from the cops for all I knew. That's what I was thinking in my back of my mind. The whole time I'm thinking is, well, maybe maybe this person is coming up here because they're trying to get away from the cops. I don't know. Like I said, we had been in the truck for over an hour and sat there for another half an hour, 45 minutes smoking a joint. So I don't know. It just didn't even make any sense to me. So of course, my buddy does get followed and assaulted. He gets fucked with by the cops all the time. But he also runs the streets. So maybe it was just him in general that made them act like that. I don't know. But I ain't never been arrested. I don't have any arrests.
Runs the streets?
Means he runs around at night. Like he fucks around. He's got homeless friends and shit like that. He's one of those kind of people that he hangs out at Denny's late at night and bullshits with. Yeah, he likes. Yeah, he's a street kind of guy. Like he's always ran the streets since he was little, but he never grew out of that. But now he has to take care of his dad and shit. But He still likes to run the streets at night. And it's like, dude, why do you do that? I tell him, like, why are you over there digging in dumpsters? Well, sometimes there's cool shit in there. I said, I know, but don't you expect that the cops are going to come over there and want to know what the fuck you're doing? They want to know what a grown man is doing digging in a dumpster. Come on, man. You know, like, I mean, I get it, but why don't you do it during the day when it doesn't seem suspicious? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the big deal? It's like, he don't get it. But anyway, you know, I don't know. I tended to think that maybe it's because, you know, they had seen him before and they were harassing me because I was affiliated with him or something.
Only hackers dumpster dive at night. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, either tweakers or or weirdos or I mean, I told him, I said, you know, anybody who's down here hanging around on the, you know, on the boat pier, you know, at fucking 2, 3 o'clock in the morning deserves to get harassed, man. I'm sorry, but you do. I mean, at the least, I mean, yeah, maybe all you have to do is say, hey, we're just sitting down here fucking around. You know, if you're doing something legitimate, I mean, there isn't a law about you being down there at night. But I'm saying, if you're going to go down there, you know, the cops are going to come down there looking for homeless people and whatever. Why do you do that? Like, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. There's places in town where you can go and hang out where there aren't cops everywhere and homeless people. You know what I mean? Where there's dark alleyways and dark, you know, places on the street to park and smoke and do whatever you want to do. You don't necessarily have to hang out down in the place where all the other hoodlums hang out. You know, you get my drift. But that's just my opinion. I could be. But yeah, and then I got pulled over another time, and I told the cop, I said, "Is there an emergency?" And I could tell by the look on his face, he knew what I was talking about. He knew exactly what I was getting at. And he goes, "You were speeding." I said, "How could I have been speeding, bro?" I said, "There's bumper to bumper traffic." I said, and the speed I was going was the speed as all the other cars, which was 63 miles per hour. Because I looked down as soon as I saw you, and what happened is he was trying to get cut into traffic, and he didn't have his lights on or nothing. He was just getting on the freeway like everybody else, but he was obviously aggravated because he was cutting in front of people and shit. He was cutting people off. I don't know why he was doing that. I have no clue. He didn't have his lights on, and he wasn't pursuing anybody because when he got up to me and I didn't literally slam on my brakes and let him in there, he got pissy with me and pulled me over. So when he pulled me over, I cracked the window. I kept the door locked. He tried to get in the truck first, tried to get in the car. And I'm like, why? I go, why are you trying to get in my car? You ain't getting in my car, dude. I don't know who you. And then he just looks at me all mad, mean, like angry and shit. And then he goes, well, I can't hear you. I said, well, that's not my fault. You're the one who pulled me over in rush hour traffic. Pulled me over on the side of the road where there's people sitting here going and all pissy because now you're slowing them down more. And you're doing this. Why? Because you were trying to get on the freeway and because I didn't literally let you in because you're a cop. You got mad at me. Are you serious? Grow the fuck up, dude. That's exactly what I said to him. And he just like looked at me like, well, blah, 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 blah. And he goes back and then I wouldn't give him my driver's license. He goes, do you have a driver's license? I said, I might have one, but I said, I'm not going to give it to you because I know what you're going to do. You're going to go back to the car and you're going to give me a ticket for something that I don't deserve. I said, I'm not driving under a commercial license, therefore I don't need a license. And then he stood there and argued with me, and then he called his buddy, and his buddy showed up. And then when he came back to give me the ticket, right? He finally got, I finally showed him who I was, because I didn't have any other ID, so I didn't have a choice. So I finally I let him look at my license, and then he fucking made me sit there for like fucking 20 minutes while he looked up a reason to give me a ticket. Fucking asshole. And he couldn't find anything except the speeding thing, which he couldn't prove anyway because he didn't have any evidence against me. It was just his word against mine. And unless he was speeding on the freeway too, which he couldn't have been because it was fucking traffic. Like I said, it was literally slam traffic. There was nobody going anywhere. But we were all moving quite quickly, like 60, 65 miles per hour. But it was basically if anybody would have slammed on the brakes, it would have been a mess. You know what I mean? And he was like cutting into traffic. And he was an asshole. But I never paid the ticket. Never went to court, and I didn't lose my license, and I didn't lose my registration or nothing, so obviously they can't hold it against you, because I didn't sign the fucking ticket, even though he threatened me, and they sent both cops to the car to stand there and stare at me while I signed, and instead of signing, I just used my opposite hand, and I just drew a line across it with the opposite hand. I was like, fuck you guys. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up now. I'm starting to sound dumb. Anyway, back to Flat Earth. Who cares about cops? They're not bothering me now, so I don't Well, don't all give me a hard time at the same time or anything.
Try not to talk to cops, and if I do, real short. Playing stupid always works for me. Not stupid like stupid, but like, oh hey, hey, oh no, I know my rights, hey. Yeah. Not to trigger the asshole in the cop, that thing.
Yeah, I almost did that, but it worked out in my advantage because he didn't turn into a butt and pull me out and do all that. But yeah, I was thinking about later that I probably should have just played it cooler, but you know what I mean? When it came to getting the ticket, but it went pretty quick once the 20-minute wait happened. And now that I know how cops do their job, now I realize exactly what he was doing. He was looking through the little book, the little cheat book.
Yeah. So yeah, and you don't want to make them feel like, you don't want them to know that they don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? You always want to kind of like,
But trying to let them know that you know what they do and how they do it without pissing them off is not easy.
Right. But you just pretend like
it's a science.
Yeah, it's all right. Do your job, officer. But I know my rights. You know what I mean, type of thing. Oh, you have mistaken me for someone else. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. We all make mistakes. You know what I mean? You gotta have the attitude of like, yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I have come really close to getting in trouble a couple times, and cops have been cool to me, and like not arresting me when I probably should have been. So I mean, I'm not saying that every experience has been bad. I'm just saying that, like I have had some rough experiences, and so I can relate to your anger and people's disdain and untrust for policemen. But there comes a time where you have to realize that you have to be cooperative and polite and find out what they really want. Because usually once they find out what they want, you can move on, right? Like you find out what they want, they need to know. And if it's something that you ain't willing to give up, then hold your ground. Otherwise, maybe you just got to give in a little bit and let them get beat and move on. Like sometimes it's, you know what I mean? Sometimes there's been time where I cooperated and they gave me a look over and then they left me alone and they didn't bother me again. So, there's times where it works in your favor, but there are other times where you're going to get, you might be getting in trouble no matter what you do, but it might just be because where you're at and, it's hard to blame people, when you find someone 3 o'clock in the morning doing, stuff that you don't do, and you don't know your friends do. You just wonder, okay, well, what's wrong with these persons? I mean, we get it, that you're homeless and all, but when you do that at 3 o'clock in the morning, it makes us wonder.
Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't want city cops going around town and not checking on people like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe not harass them to a point where they arrest them or, whatever, but I'm saying, give them a hard time and find out what they're doing and making sure they're not involved in whatever crime, Never know.
Remember V for Vendetta? There was a curfew.
I think I've seen it once.
The movie V for Vendetta. You know the movie?
Yeah, I think I've seen it. I've seen it one time, but I don't remember all the details. But yeah, I've seen it once.
They had this curfew, and it's to keep people safe, right? But then the real criminals after curfew is not the criminals, it's the cops. Because if you're caught out there, right? Wrong time, wrong place. It doesn't matter who you are, right? Like, you're out here with the criminals now. You should not be here. You know what I mean? Like, it's the idea.
Whereas the truth is, if more people were out their house and paid more attention to what was going on outside their house, there probably wouldn't be as many criminals hanging around their neighborhood.
Right. But it need cops patrolling because you've got guns, right? Like, I mean, if everybody...
Well, not only that, you're outside to see what's when somebody comes along and tries to steal your stuff.
Yeah,
or, assault your wife or whatever,
Right. So it's like the thing that people put, that the government puts in to say to protect you is the thing that's actually like causing more, because I think crime is important to America, to the system. It's very important because prisons, and control of the mind of the man. Like, yeah, we got sports for you, we've got this for you, and we've got crime for you because, we're gonna rely on women to commit the crimes, right? Come on, man. This is a man's job. Do the crime, right? I mean, it's promoting. It's like, hello, are you doing some crime there? Nope, I'm not a criminal. Oh, are you sure you're not a criminal? It's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I would look at the cop and say, hey, I get where you're coming from. I'm just telling you honestly. I'm only here because someone told me there was some shit over here in this dumpster, and I wanted to check out and see if it was anything worth keeping. Sorry, but it just happens to be I got off work early or whatever. I give them some excuse, let them get it off their chest. My buddy the other day, he let him search his car. I'm like, I would not have done that. Because what if they would have found something in your car it's his dad's truck in the first place. It's a little pickup. And I said, how do you know your brother didn't drive the truck or something and put something? You don't know, dude. Like, what if they would have found a bag of weed or something in there, bro? He goes, well, it's not illegal. I said, it's not the point. They would have thought, oh, well, this is a good reason to harass him some more. And I go, now you've not only done that, but now you've told them that anytime they want information from you, they just need to hustle you a little bit, and you're going to fall and bend right over and take it right. And you know what? And I said, you don't necessarily want to do that either. You want to hold your ground, but you want to be honest at the same time. And he goes, well, that's what I was thinking. So after they started to walk away or whatever, they were like, that's cool. But then he goes, I started thinking, well, maybe if I just let them search, then they'll stop bugging me and they won't be following me around. I said, well, yeah, either that or the next time they want to find out information about somebody on the street, they're going to pull you over and harass you again. Just think about that.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, I didn't think about that. I said, yeah, that's what they do. They kind of harass you a little bit, but they get a rapport with you. They get to know you so that you'll tell them information, and they can just stop by and say, hey, how you doing, Ryan? Or how you doing, friend? Or how you doing, whoever? And be like, hey, how's things going on the street? Like, oh, so-and-so over here got robbed or whatever. Do you know anything about it? I understand cops are doing their job. So I don't give them a lot of shit about that. But when they pull me over and harass me and try to give me a ticket for something that I didn't do wrong in the first place, I'm going to get upset. Because now I already know that their intent is not positive. Like, why are you going to waste your time pulling me over unless you're either a butthead or you really think I was, causing some kind of harm to someone on the freeway when there was traffic everywhere. Nobody was going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It was just I wasn't willing to let him in like everybody else, just moved out of his way. But he didn't have his lights on. He was just, you could tell he wasn't working. His lights were off. You know what I'm saying? If he was in a hurry to catch somebody, he would have had his fucking lights on. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of pissed me off that he was being an asshole. That's why, and maybe I shouldn't have done that because it got me in trouble. But you know what I'm saying? The point is, we're all men here. What the fuck? Shouldn't have to worry about some little kid pulling people over.
If you're in a hurry Why are you pulling me over? I mean, shouldn't you be going to where you're in a hurry to, Mr. Officer?
You know, that's exactly what I mentioned. But after I said the second thing about that, he got really irritated with me. And he kind of like reached down like in his belt like he was going to do something. And I was not wanting that to happen. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get myself in trouble. I'm trying to get out of him giving me the ticket in the first place. Because I'm trying to like call him out for being an asshole like what he is. And maybe if I do it in the way, he'll just fucking let me go and be like, all right, I'm going to let you go this time. But next time, you know, when you see a cop car coming, let him in. I thought it was going to be something like that, but it didn't work out. But I wasn't going to set the ticket. I almost didn't sign it. But when he brought his other buddy with him and they were both standing there with their hands crossed over their shoulder, you know, up underneath their arms, I was like, yeah, I know what this fucking hustle is. I ain't stupid.
Well, what was their age? How old did he look like?
Well, he was probably late 20s, early 30s, and the other guy was probably a little older than that, but a lot bigger, like big dude, like 6 foot something, taller than me, and big, like strong. And they were both wearing Caravel. Of course, you know, they're highway patrol, so, or whatever they were. I don't know. They weren't city cops. They were highway patrol. But the funny part is normally highway patrol just gives you a ticket and lets you go. The fact that he brought another cop in on the deal made me start wondering. That's the reason why I acted like I did. I played all cool. I was like, what, is this an emergency? Because I know exactly what he's up to. He's going to come and try to like force me into taking the ticket, and I'm not stupid. But I didn't have my damn passport with me, so I got screwed.
I think you might have rubbed.
What's funny is I had my passport in those pants the day before, and I took them out so I wouldn't lose it. And that day, if I would have had it, I wouldn't have taken that ticket. I wouldn't even have signed it, even accepted. I would have said, stick it on the windshield. I'm going home. I don't give a shit what you say.
It might have been your personality, you know, or your attitude that he didn't.
Well, no, he tried to get in the car first. He didn't even say hey or anything. I said, is there an emergency? And then he tried to get in the truck. And that pissed me off. It made me angry. Because I don't know him, and he should know better than to just try to get in my car. What does he think? I'm stupid? I'm going to invite him in to go through and pilfer through anything that falls out of my car? I mean, come on. I'm not stupid. Not that I've got anything to hide, because I don't, but it still pisses me off. I don't like that shit, bro.
Pull you out and throw you on the ground and put handcuffs on you?
Exactly. But see, I kept my doors locked, and I was like, I'm not opening the fucking door. I'm not stupid. I'm either going to get out of the car before he comes up to it. You know what I'm saying? Because then once I lock the car and I put the keys in my pocket, then he has to assault me and take my keys before he can even search the car. And then that's going to be against my will, and then I'm going to get that on camera. You know what I'm saying?
I think cops have a lot of problems, and they just fucking take it everywhere with them. You know what I mean?
Well, I understand a lot of the cops around here in the Bay Area because they see what they do is they see somebody speeding on the freeway, and these kids are scared because they've either been pulled over before and they're afraid of getting a ticket, or they're afraid of their parents finding out they borrowed the car, or whatever the fucking reason is. But they literally will chase these kids all over the fucking Bay Area over a fucking speeding ticket, and it pisses me off. To me, that's the most stupidest fucking thing, irresponsible thing you could do in the world is to have military or law enforcement of any kind traipsing around chasing after people that literally don't want to be caught. They're going to cause accidents. They're going to kill people. And it's not going to be, I'm not going to blame it on that kid that's scared of getting pulled over. I'm going to blame it on the fucking stupid cops that's in the helicopters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in Australia,
ridiculous.
Past 200 kilometers, the cops stop chasing you. So yeah, they don't do that here too. It's crazy.
Well,
but yeah, so if you got a bike,
I hear them chasing people. They've chased, dude. They went through my neighborhood one day. A car comes by, and I live on a street where literally I have a hard time going 30 around the corner down at the end of my street. It's like less than half a block away. There's a curve, but my street is like in a weird place. But the cops were chasing some guy through the neighborhoods, and he was going 100 miles per hour at least.
Damn.
I don't know how he stopped going around I don't know how he's managed to go around that corner without sliding. And then the cop came by going even faster, bro. And I was so angry. I called and I said, what in the hell's going on? Why are you guys chasing some idiot through the freaking middle of my damn neighborhood? What are you talking about, sir? I said, don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. He said, that's going to piss me off more. I'm like, come on, give me a break. I go, some guy just drove by my house doing at least 100 miles per hour, and then the cops went by right after him and don't have any lights on, nothing. Just plowing gas through the neighborhood. It's like, what the hell is going on here?
You know what we did back home? We made speed bumps. So maybe you could petition your something. You know,
they've started doing it. They've already started doing it.
Oh, no, there you go. Speed bumps.
But not on the street or my street yet. But supposedly they already passed the law, or they passed a bid or whatever. The city people agreed in the city to do it. So, which I'm happy for. I wish they'd put a blockade at the end of my street so people would have to stay on the main drag and follow the main streets where the traffic normally goes instead of cutting through they go right by my house and they run the stoplight right here. You know what I'm saying? It's only a two-way stop, right? Because the Rio Grande goes one way and then my street goes the other way. But my street has a stop sign, and so does the cross street coming this way. So because that street isn't a four-way anymore, some lady bitched about the brake squeaking that lived in the house across the street 30 years ago. So they changed it. So now when people go through there, they just fly right through there. And I swear, dude, if you've ever watched those videos on YouTube where people go through an intersection, they just get plowed into, like that's come so close to happening a million times on my street right here. I've watched so many times people almost kill each other. Because they're both going so fast and they don't stop at all. They don't even slow down and look. They just drive right through the intersection. It's like, dude, I'm just waiting for a car to come up through the damn front of the house. And then they do donuts because I live on the corner. Oh, it pisses me off. I throw rocks at them. I don't care. If they want to get out and shoot me, I will. They need to learn their lesson. Punks. I'm not as nice of a guy as everybody thinks I am. I can be a badass.
You considered moving maybe to country type?
Well, in California, if you are doing donuts in an intersection and there's other vehicles or there's people, anybody in the intersection besides you and yourself or vehicles, they will literally get their car towed away and kept in an impound for 30 days. And then they'll have to pay the fines and all the rent that they had to pay for the 30 days it's in there. And it costs them about $1,200, $1,500. And they didn't lose their car for 30 days. That could lose you your job, trust me. That'll piss you off. So they are already in trouble. And I got them on a video camera because I got a camera that shines on that corner. So every time they come and do it, all I do is run out there, throw a rock at their car, and usually they run away. But anyone who doesn't, let them come up on the damn thing. I got 4 cameras from different directions. I'm going to get it all on camera, and I'm going to get you doing the donut, me responding to it, because you're not supposed to be doing that. And I don't give a shit if I get a ticket. I'll pay for your windshield, but you're going to also get that ticket and get your car impounded for 30 days. So you want to trade? Let's do it. That's the way I feel. And these guys are crazy. Some lady is paralyzed now because some kids were going down the street from my house. And they were going so fast around the corner that the kid came off the road, his car flipped over upside down and landed on the wheel again and then hit her head on it and almost killed her. Just because he was speeding down a damn road at an intersection where there was a red light in the first place. Almost killed somebody's wife. Some kid's mother has almost died because of this asshole. And he was trying to get away. He was trying to sneak away. They were like, "You ain't going anywhere, buddy." The whole crowd of people from the neighborhood came out. Yeah, he thought he was going to just walk away like it was nothing. And we're like, "Oh, no, you're not, buddy. Oh, no, you're not. You ain't going anywhere." They said, "You get back in your car and you sit down, buddy. You ain't going anywhere." It's crazy, bro. That wasn't that long ago. So, yeah, there's some crazy stuff going on in my town. And I live in a small town. There's only like 150,000 people, maybe. It sounds like a lot, but it's not. Anyway.
That kid go to jail?
I'm sure he did. Yeah, the cops came and took him. Well, the fire department held on to him, and he went in the ambulance because he was hurt too. But he wasn't hurt at all. Compared to her, I think he had a bloody nose from the airbag. But I think that was the only thing that happened. He was wearing a seatbelt, I guess. But he literally came off. He literally his car slid all the way across and hit the divider, and somehow he got over an embankment and he knocked the pole down completely. Knocked the pole completely down, a light pole. It was flattened. It was like on the ground, bent in half, and then slid down the street. It was insane. So he must have been going at least 60, 70 miles per hour on a 30. Idiot. I feel bad for him too, though, at the same time, because I'm sure once all that, adrenaline wears off and all that, yeah, he's gonna realize what he did, and he's gonna feel shitty. But so I kind of felt bad for him too. But him trying to get away really made me mad, though. I was like, if you guys don't beat the crap out of him, I will, But they already the ambulance and stuff had already showed up by then. But yeah, it was pretty terrifying because they had the street blocked off for 4 or 5 hours while they did the investigation and everything. It was pretty crazy. Everybody in the town was all irritated because they couldn't get. And my street is you have to go all the way on the other side of the freeway, and go down and then go around to get You know what I mean? Or go down the freeway to get around it. Anybody wants to talk about flat Earth? I'm game.
Yes. Police officers. Well, the thought police.
But I respect cops at the same time. Like they do their jobs and a lot of times, and I know they fight a lot of crimes in my neighborhood, so I know that stuff does go on. And there's a lot of homeless people in this town, and they'll just set up camp anywhere, and they'll just stay there until people get sick of them, and the cops have to go in and chase them off, and then they'll just move to some other spot that's even more irritating and more obvious to the whole town and anybody who visits here that we've got homeless people just invading the town. And so now we've got, we've had a few little issues with the cops committing crimes against the homeless people, trying to get them out of town and keep them out, and it's been a mess. It really has. So.
LA, you're in LA, right?
No, I'm in the Bay Area. I'm not even in Oakland. I'm in a little town in the Bay Area outside of Oakland.
Yeah, all right. Never been there.
I'm like 30 miles from Oakland. Let's put it that way.
It's bad up there.
Huh?
Oakland.
Say it again.
I heard Oakland was bad. Like
yeah, there's parts of it that are bad. It is. There is. But I mean, most of the people that live in Oakland and do crimes, they usually go out of town. So usually you get the Oakland criminals that come out on BART, and then they rob your house or they steal shit from you, and they take BART back home. Believe it or not, there's more. It's very, very common. They've had to put cameras on the BART trains years ago because of that. Because kids were literally robbing people's houses and bringing the furniture on the BART train. I was like, are you kidding me? Damn, that's bold, right? Gotta give them credit.
That's, yeah, I mean,
That's desperation, like, and whatever you want to blame on it, whether it's drugs or alcohol or just criminal activity or just bad neighborhoods and gangs, it doesn't matter what you blame it on. The point is that everybody's kids are affected by it, right?
Yeah, I would have been like, how about robbing jewelry stores? You ever thought of that? Like smaller, easier, more valuable? Like
jewelry stores carry guns, and they have safes, and they usually keep money in the safe, and they keep the gun next to the safe. So most people are smart enough not to mess with a jewelry store owner.
Yeah, I mean,
they got a lot to lose. You know what I mean? So they're usually packing some heat.
Why not steal something that's not, you know what I mean? Not so obviously big, but something.
Well, yeah, that's why. Do you realize that there was people that were just talking about this earlier today. I don't remember where I was. There was people talking about how that the theft at local stores is getting so bad that stores are literally like firing people, and they're fixing to change the stores to just literally only doing delivery, pickup and delivery, and then having guards there to protect the store doors and all that. Because people are robbing the store so bad, they're going out with shopping cart fulls, and they can't even keep track of all of them. Walmart's been hit, like locally, I guess it's just really bad. I guess with all the problems with money and all that, and all the scares, and all the paranoia, and all the racism there, and all the shit that's fueling it, all the gasoline they dump on the fire, it's just getting crazy. I mean, not necessarily happened to me, but I'm saying it seems like it's going on real close by. It's getting closer every day.
Does it ever happen to the big supermarket chains or the big
Oh yeah, they get hit the worst. That's the problem. And a while back there was a couple of people who fought back against wearing straps on their face, and some guy at a store right near my house, the one I go to all the time. There was an employee that got mad at the guy because he wasn't wearing a mask and he was trying to steal meat. Right, he was just stuffing the meat in his shirt or his jacket or whatever, and he was intent on walking out the door. And the employee decided he was going to tackle the guy and put him in a headlock and ended up killing him. So because that happened and all the shit and all the press that came about it, they supposedly made a rule, and they told all the grocery stores that they're not to try to even stop theft, that they're not allowed to, that they'll get they'll lose their business license or they'll get nicked or whatever if they try to physically stop people from leaving the store. Once they leave the store, you can call the police and let the police do it. But they were tackling people, and now they just harass you until you try to they just try to get you to give the product back is all they really want.
Man, I think you can't have that kind of you're running
make it to where they can't defend their stores. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's a chain or whether it's a mom and pop, because it affects the mom and pops. Because then what happens is these criminals go in to liquor stores and they're like, well, fuck you. They don't even have a gun. They're just like, fuck you. I'm taking what I want. My buddy worked at 7-Eleven down here. This wasn't that long ago. About a year ago, he worked at 7-Eleven, and he worked there and did the midnight shift, all through the night. And he, and people would come in there and steal on a daily basis. He said they come in there and they'd steal shit, and they'd be like, I'm going to steal this, and then they'd walk out. And he would be like all mad, and he would tell him, no, don't you dare. And he said, but I couldn't do anything. He said, I had to promise and sign a thing that said that I would not try to act with a physical in a physical way against any customer, regardless of whether they steal or have a weapon or anything. And I said, well, I wouldn't have agreed to that. I would have said, nope, sorry. I guess I'm not working here, because there ain't no way I'm going to not be able to defend myself. Somebody holds a gun to my face, I'm going to take it away from him and shoot him in the face with it. I don't give a shit what you say. You know what I mean? I want to defend myself. I'm not going to die just because some dumbass wants to steal a Slurpee. Fuck,
Crime discourages business, right?
Exactly.
Business out.
If the businesses are allowed to fight back, it might cause a few problems here and there, but it's going to make those criminals realize that they can't screw with the damn owners, and they'll stop doing that kind of stuff, or at least they'll slow down most of the honest ones. The ones that only do it out of desperation, whatever.
Imagine all the businesses, mom and pops, decided it's not safe, it's not good investment, and then they all disappeared. You know what I mean? Where are these people supposed to get their food from? And they're like, where do they go shop? Like, where do these people you know what I mean, get their foods and because if it's not your local,
most of the people I think that are here in town, I'm not saying I know all of them, because I do know a few of them. I know a guy that sleeps right down here by my house here, and I help him out here and there and all that, but that's different. But so don't take me wrong. It's not like I don't understand, but most of these people are either have mental issues, and they're on they're on limited incomes. And so because they want to spend their money on whatever they want, they're selfish people, obviously, because, they've been abandoned by their families and whatever, and they're on the street. So I don't blame them for feeling a little, pissed off and not caring about themselves. But, but the great majority of some of these guys are just criminals. They're either criminals that have gotten kicked out of their parents' house. There are people that have lost their jobs for whatever reason, or, there's a lot of legits, but most of those legits end up in places where there's a lot of places, there's missions and stuff all over around the Bay Area. There's lots of them, so there's places where they could go if they really needed a place. And if I catch someone sleeping in their car that's near my house, as long as they're not scoping on my neighbors and I's stuff, and I know that they're harmless and they're just sleeping there, I'll actually offer them food. I won't chase them away, because I understand, man. If you lost your place to live and you're trying to survive, hey, I'm not gonna take offense to that, provided that I don't catch you pilfering through or trying to steal from me. You know what I'm saying? And so I usually go up and I'll talk to him. I'll be like, are you roughing? Like one day on Thanksgiving Day, there was a guy parked next to my house. He was there all night, right? And I could tell he was awake for a while because he was on his phone and stuff, and he would start his car every once in a while to get warm. And I know he slept out there for the night, right? So I went out there the next morning, and as I was walking out there, I talked to the guy and I said, hey, I don't want to scare you. I said, but I was just wondering, it's Thanksgiving. I can see that you're either homeless or you're stranded here. I said, would you like some soup? My wife made some turkey soup yesterday. I said, would you like some? And he said, oh yeah, that'd be great. So I ran in the house to get the soup, heated it up, brought it out to him, and by that time a cop had showed up and was telling him that he had to move the car. And I was like, hold on. And the cop was like, hold on, and he made me stand there with the soup in my hand. And then I said, you don't have to be. I didn't call you.
Cold.
He goes, and I said, and I don't have a problem with him parking here. I said, I'll let him park in my driveway for that matter. I said, it's Thanksgiving, you don't have to be an ass. Well, I didn't say ass, but I was just like, that was kind of rude. And I told the guy, I said, don't worry about the cop thing. He goes, no, he didn't give me a ticket. He just told me I had to move. I said, all right, well, sorry about that, bro. I said, if it gets really bad, Dro, park right in front of my house. And if anybody asks me, because usually the neighbors will, if you park right in front of my house and the neighbors ask me, I'll tell them that I know you. And if they give you too much shit, just make sure you cover up the windows or something when you're sleeping in the back seat or whatever, so people don't see you sitting in there. But he just took off. But, made me mad. It was like, it was like, it seems like, when I don't want the cops to do nothing, they do something. And then when there's drug dealers parked there, because I chase them off all the time, the drug dealers they'll sit down at 7-Eleven and then they'll drive up my house. It's 2 or 3 blocks down the street.
Dude, are you on coke?
Area. They're assholes, man. Huh? My what? Wow.
What's up?
Quick cat. I don't know. I didn't hear
Take
what he
your goddamn breather, bro. Holy freaking shit.
What?
Your
Oh
turn.
no, we're talking about something that happened. Yeah, cops. You know how yeah, and homeless people. Yes.
Who is that?
Was Gypsy? What's up, Gypsy? You finished shoveling your snow?
Nah, man, I won't be done for a few more hours.
Gypsy?
Oh. Well,
Where's
it's
Smoke
summer
go?
here in Sydney, sorry, so I don't suck, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, homeless people. You gotta deal with them on an individual, basis because everyone's different. If I was homeless, I'd probably think that jail would be a good place to hang out for a little bit. Do some workouts, these square
Hey,
meals.
buddy, I did 18 months.
Oh yeah. I did 3 months in LA County. Good times. Good times.
Nah,
Read a
man.
lot of Bible.
Make the best of it, but it's
Yeah. Yeah. Met some cool people too, man. Met a lot of people, a couple people, but it's LA, the city of angels. So, Gypsy, hey man, you a flat earther or no?
No.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, what's taking you so long? What is the problem?
Stubbornness is pretty obvious, isn't it?
What is it? Is it the authorities? Is it smart people? People smarter than us? What is it? Is it fear? Is it I don't really care? Would it matter?
Not at all.
It wouldn't matter. You don't think it would matter if it turned out to be flat?
No, I said it wouldn't matter if I fucking was scared of coming out and saying anything or anything like that.
So you do.
I'm very open.
If you found out it was not a ball, that was actually flat, how would that change you or the way you see things, or would it affect you at all?
I mean, that's a big if.
Yep. So big change, right?
What's a big if? Hold on a second. Sorry. I hope the background sound isn't too loud.
Could barely make out what you're saying, man. Well, why do you still think it's a ball?
Why do I know?
Why do you think? Because you do not know.
No.
Why do you think it's flat?
Because it measures flat, looks flat, and because Neil deGrasse Tyson says at 128,000 feet, it is flat. Still flat. But what would make a person think that it was a ball? You can't know it's a ball because the only way you can know. This is what they say. The only way you can know is if you go to space and look down.
just because you see what's in your view to look flat, you assume the rest of what we're on is flat.
What else would you assume it would be? Would you assume that it was curving on some other sides, but it looks flat here? Is that what you would assume?
I wouldn't assume that right away.
Oh, we don't have to assume that it's flat everywhere. We go wherever we go and it's flat. We don't have to assume anything.
Yeah, but it's not flat. Just because you can see in your section that it looks flat doesn't mean
And what would make it flat? Like what is it, right? That would definitely make it flat. Okay, it is definitely flat. It's not a big ball. Right? Like how what do you have to see to know that it's? Do you have to go to space and look down and see a disk floating in space? Is that what you're thinking? Because that's the flat Earth society. That's controlled up. I mean, if you believe that shit, right? May as well go and listen to what Joe Biden has to say.
No, I wouldn't assume any of that.
What would prove to you 100% that it's flat?
I'm more curious as to how you came to the conclusion that it's flat.
Dude, we already told you because it measures flat. You're avoiding the question. Oh man, this is a very important question, dude. What, right? Because you're not answering both. I'm asking you, what makes you think it's a ball? You won't answer that. What would make you believe? What would make you think it's flat then? Like, what would it take?
When you say it measures flat, what kind of measurements are we talking?
Like when we use levels, when we use water to level things, when we use the horizon, when we use sea level, right?
We're flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, when we measure distance,
flatter than a road bed that someone would scrape with a plow.
Exactly. Shoveling snow, eh? Is it flat though? The thing you're shoveling?
How big of a section are you measuring?
The whole land mass. Like, take all of North America, for instance. It's literally flatter than a pancake, which means a pancake has more undulating features and topography.
Contours and
bumps. This is not us saying it either.
Do you know how big Earth is? Like the surface area?
How would we know that? Right? We know what they tell us. We know what they show us. We know what we see in the books on the internet, right? Well, the models that were left behind by the ancients, the different cultures of the world, we know those, right? But how can we know the actual thing? We've got Google Maps, right? We've got a globe, right? We've got 60-degree parallel that we can't go past. That's a fence. Right, so like, I don't know. I don't think you will ever have a real accurate model of the real thing. Why would you give a bunch of slaves a map with the way out? Right? Yeah, this is the way out if you guys want to escape. Right? Why would you arm slaves with the knowledge and information they need to free themselves? Right? Free their minds, so that they know they're the same people, right, as their masters, and their masters only lord it over them because it's right.
Now, see, hang on, Bond. I gave him the size of the United States, and what did he do? What about the whole surface of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean surface? Dry land or the land that's under the water? I gotta know what your definition of Earth is, Gypsy.
I think he's talking about the oceans and the continents together.
Yeah, so he's not talking about Earth at all.
He's talking about a model. He's asking for a model.
No,
no model here, but we don't need a model. We don't need no stinking models.
I mean, you can get a rough estimate. I did it myself when I drove across Canada. You can get a rough.
You did it yourself?
to what they show you, to the sunrise, sunsets, time zones, take all that into account.
Now, you do realize North America is also Mexico and Canada, right?
You drive across Canada from east to west, which is pretty damn long, and then you just take that line and you give yourself some rough estimates, square it off, and not square it off, but and then
You know, I did say Canada is part of North America. So is the United States, and so is Mexico. So when I said North America is flatter than a pancake, what the fuck do you think I meant?
And instead of us trying to prove that flat is flat, okay, instead of us trying to, it's flat, okay, how about we just try to figure out if it's a ball curved? See, because it's kind of silly to argue about what's already apparent, right? It's like, hey, I'm just pointing out the apparent. Well, how do you know it's flat? It's a fucking table, dude. How about it could be a ball? It's a fucking table, dude. Well, it could be a table.
What made you think that? You said you just went outside and it looks flat?
But it still could be, though.
What made me think that is I have all these dumb-ass fucking jocks telling me, oh, it's a ball just like the ball I play with. And I'm supposed to believe a fucking jock?
Look, what makes you think
Let's
it's a
not
ball?
stereotype now.
I think you're afraid to tell us, right? To say that it's because you believe some smart people that you think is smarter than you and me and everybody.
He's probably been here long enough to know.
You don't know who I am. I got arguments that you've never even thought about before, okay? So just, why can't you tell me how? So you went outside and you seen it looking flat.
I think you're the guy that drives the snowplow, aren't you?
He's a smart one.
How many square kilometers were you viewing?
Oh, painful, dude.
What?
How many square miles was in your view to determine that the entire...
Do you even know what a square mile is, Gypsy?
Look, bro. You know it's not about the square mile. It's not about the flat. It's about how big your ball is. So how big should the ball be?
We didn't say a square kilometer.
Square mile. With a radius.
Come on.
Oh, man, are we just gonna talk over each other, dude? Come on, man. Look,
I mean, I can't even get an answer from you guys, so I don't know.
The ball is too small, man. Your ball is way too small. You can't even have black areas on your ball.
What are you claiming?
Man, your mic really sucks, dude. What can you say again?
What's the size of it? If you're claiming it's small, how small is it? What's the square miles?
All right. So 3,959 miles is the radius, right? Then you draw a circle with that, and then there's your curvature.
Tell me something. How come they're not called round miles?
So if that's the equator and you figure it out, you get a rough number of 198 million square miles.
Well, you're calculating it based on.
So you're gonna step outside and look at what's in your view, which is maybe let's just say 100 square miles. That's like giving you a lot.
So what makes you think it's a ball if you cannot see it's a ball because it's 183 million square miles?
How about
what makes you think it's a ball? How far do you think you would have to be to see a circular or a round structure on something that's 193 million square miles?
That's not my argument.
I know it's not your argument. This is a non sequitur, just like the ones you bring up all the time, bud.
Well, no, I'm just trying to step this up to the next level. So my point is, if you step outside and just see within your
I just want to know, how are you able to see the curvature of anything that size? Or any geometric feature of anything that size? What distance would you have to be away to see the curvature?
100 square miles is a fraction compared to 198 million square miles. So just because your small section looks flat, And I actually have an argument that
how high up have people been?
You're supposed to be on a ball, okay? Did you calculate this is the surface area of the ball? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on, my earbuds are dying. I got this Asian lady telling me the battery's low. Hold on.
How the fuck are your earbuds dying? Oh, you must have those AirPods.
Yeah,
Well, those are pretty good.
They're called Geminis, and they got a little case in the charge.
Freaking technology, dude.
Oh, so they're like connected, so you can wrap them around your neck, so you can't lose them and stuff. That's kind of cool.
For like outdoors, I think.
Yeah, I almost got a pair of skull candies that were like that.
Okay, I'm back.
I don't think you get it, dude. Like the ball.
I get it very.
It's only a certain size, man, and you're not even taking that into consideration. No, Globers don't even care about how big the Earth is, their globe is.
Well, no, but it does stand the ground of the foundation of my argument. Either way, if you make it flat or a globe, because if you make it flat, you pinch the north and you expand the south, right? And if you make it a globe, then it's fully around. So with the equator number that you gave, you can get square mileage, surface area of about 198 million square miles. So if you're just saying your argument is you go outside and it looks flat, and you level flat with what's within your view, even standing on top of a mountain looking 100 square miles around, let's say 1,000 square miles around, that's still 1,000 out of 198 million square miles.
Okay, so that means what?
That just means that any argument that you choose with photography or measurement.
Neil deGrasse Tyson himself even said you can't see the curvature from the distance of the International Space Station or the moon.
The moon.
In fact, the R value based on our observations is all the way to the moon. Do you understand that?
Fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson and his big mouth, man. Freaking.
I don't know what you're calling or whatever, but
You don't know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? He's the bike thief with all the answers.
oh, I know who he is.
Yeah, so he's a bicycle thief, and you still go to him like he's some kind of an authority figure?
What do you mean he's a bicycle thief?
He got arrested for bicycle theft.
Yeah. The asshole. Such an asshole.
What a dick.
Back in his days as a undergrad.
He would do something like that. There was a big misunderstanding. I bet that's what he's saying. Yeah, because you took somebody's fucking bike even though they tell you not to, dickhead.
Well, I needed to get to the other side of the quad, so I wasn't late, and nobody chained their bicycle up. How am I supposed to know?
Yeah, you would do something like that. That's Tyson. Why do you say it like that? Why do you say it's so creepy, dude? Like, what the fuck? You're not Batman.
You're scaring him away.
He's probably shoveling snow.
I don't shovel snow. I push it.
Pushing the snow. It's pushing that white.
Pushing that white.
White girl. White girl. White girl. 90s, 80s. You guys seen Scarface? You know the music from the 80s music? Sometimes girl. Dun, dun, dun. Mm-hmm. So why do you think it's a ball, man? Say it. For the millionth time, what is that, 10 times? For the 10th time, man. Just
Yeah,
say it.
make sure you're correct.
Just say it. Say it. Yeah, I'll help you out. Okay. I am not the smartest person in the world. And there are people out there who have dedicated their lives to certain studies in certain fields, like astronomers and astrophysicists, right? Right.
And how dare you insult their careers? How dare you?
This is what you should be saying. I am not qualified.
You're not a scientist.
Yes.
You're just some dumb guy on the radio.
That's a nice way to say,
Actually,
I don't know. Yeah.
I am a scientist.
We are all scientists.
I have a record that says I'm a chemist.
I'm definitely more of a scientist than most of the people in history.
Now I wanted to be a scientist, right? I was like, what kind of scientist do I want to be? Like MacGyver, you know, I was like, oh, no. Like, we don't have the stuff.
MacGyver wasn't a scientist, he was an engineer.
Dude, I was in Samoa. It wasn't really on the, it wasn't available. Yeah. Couldn't do chemistry. I was like, what about physics? Yeah, we can do like mental experiment, like mind experiment, thought experiments, like Einstein and stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna be a physicist. Because
we all gonna do is think myself in and out of stuff. It's all good.
I'm gonna be a scientist that helps us save the world and make stuff for people because we're gonna save the world. Yeah, science.
We're gonna save the world from ourselves.
From our own, yeah. Exactly, yeah. People are so messy, man. They make a lot of rubbish and they stink.
Yeah, let's charge them tax for it. Make them suffer.
We have to.
That way they can be more poor and make more pollution because they can't afford a lawnmower. They're going to start buying something like a tractor or a broken down car with a lawnmower blade underneath.
Scientists are some of the most arrogant people in the world. Like, they look down on normal people. It's like, you people have to come to us for answers. Okay,
you know what? Most of them are just trivia masters. They just can answer the questions to match the book. That's it. Other than that, they don't really think for themselves. Well, I won't say all of them don't, but I'm saying there's a lot of them that we've talked to that don't.
Well, most of them that do think eventually realize the bullshit they're in and be like, fuck this. I'm gonna go grow some weed and fucking do some fishing or something. This ridiculousness. What are you guys doing? Trying to save the fucking world? Just fucking idiots.
Save the world one delivery at a time.
Scientist Joe. Like, you people. See, we have to always explain terms. We have to come up with all these terms to explain to you people. You guys always asking questions. You're like, what's this? What's that? Calm down. Like, gosh. We have to come up with words and ideas to explain things to you. It's like, why are you guys going to the scientists? Oh, because they know stuff. Like, yeah, and you don't.
That's the only time they really want to go to the scientist is whenever they have a problem that the government wants to solve by charging them money. Right?
Hey, did you know that the oceans cannot?
If paper goes up $1 a box or $1 a roll or whatever, then we're all gonna die.
Yeah, buy all these fancy masks and shit. To question us is to question science and nature, God himself. Like, what?
Is there anybody else in here that wants to talk about Flat Earth? Besides just us rambling on? Just
Right? Is there no one else?
Where'd Gypsy go? He's busy working.
Right?
Shallow
Brad
Rainbow's
Pitt.
in here.
Is there
Shallow
no
Rainbow, but I think he's been in here quite a bit. But it says he's sleeping, but who knows?
Yeah. What are these giants that they stand on the shoulders of?
We'll just have to start picking on the gold and the moderators if there's no other flat earth or no other ball earthers around.
I know, right?
He's like, yeah, all right. It's like, yeah, see you later. Yeah, have fun with that. This kid. Wake up. You can't tell me that everybody in this room is just listening from a distance and can't grab the damn mic. Come on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. Where's Smurf? He finally pass out. What's up, Josh? Where you at? I thought I heard you talking a minute ago.
I only ran out of juice.
No, there he is.
I didn't run out of juice okay, in this stupid ass game.
Uh-oh. What game?
I don't know, some game I found on the phone. It's pretty fun. Can't remember what the fuck it's
What's it called? Oh, you can't? Yeah, I love those kind. Where you spend money on it and you play it for 6 months, but you can't remember the name of it when somebody asks you, what is it called? I have to do it all the time.
No, I didn't spend money on it.
I'm kidding. It's a joke, dude. I do spend money on some of those games. So I don't care.
Oh, yeah. Guardian Tales.
It's my fiat currency. If I want to blow it and if I want to burn it, then I will.
It reminds me of like
hey, you guys
Zelda
need to play the game I'm playing. It's called Townstar. Play to earn.
You need to play the game I'm playing. Looney Tunes, World of Mayhem.
Yeah, it's an investment. They're coming out with this new game called I forgot the fucking name of the game. Anyways, it's like World of Warcraft, but it's on the blockchain.
Have you heard of that game called I Don't Give a Shit? Oh, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
that was funny. I hear you. No, there's lots of fun games.
Oh, play to
All kinds
earn.
of fun games. Oh yeah.
I'm playing a simulation farming economy simulation game. It's like City Skylines, but you're mining.
Okay, yeah, those are fun.
Tokens. Yeah, you're mining tokens. So it's just running. You know, I go make some adjustments. All right, you know, doing mining.
Reed, I just got the fucking hook shot.
I was like, hey, I can do some mining in the game while you're mining the token. You know, the crypto.
No way.
You do baking, right?
That even makes it more addictive. Can get real money. It's like, kind of like those gambling sites where you gamble, but you don't get paid out until you win 10,000 credits, but they only let you win 19,999.
It's under the Ethereum blockchain. It's actual real money, dude. It's called Gala Games.
Cool.
Let me get a link. But I'm playing a game called Townstar. That's the game that's the simulation. Man, you guys got a
sponsor.
Yeah, Snoop just released his music on it. They work with that OpenSea.io, you know, the NFTs. There's over. Anyways, let me just grab the link.
I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm being funny. I don't know anything about crypto. That's why I make fun whenever I hear about it.
It's just like it's not even it's just like currency, but you know it's digital.
Yeah, I know what currency is.
Yes, but the value of it depends on how many people are, its usability.
Trading it, right? Yeah. People are trading it, right?
Yep.
Just like fiat currency is similar, yeah. I get it.
But hey, look, if you guys missed the Bitcoin train, okay, don't miss this train. So I'm just gonna post.
I didn't miss nothing.
The gaming, the whole tokenization, tokenomics. Yeah, I like using that word because Oh shit! Who's Old Man Happy? Is he here? No.
Say what?
Some guy's muted. Some guy's muted, and he's in my DMs asking me to be unmuted, but he's not here anymore. Old Man Happy?
I don't know. I don't think I know him.
What's his name? I forget his name. Oh no, man, I'm high, dude. Shit. But yeah, Play to Earn. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And that company and Brave, the browser, they've been kind of like, so they're doing things. The B8, the whole Brave's got their own token. So the tokens, like, say you start a company, you can run everything on your blockchain, and you can mine your own token, and like it can be under the Ethereum or the whatever. But Ethereum is good because of smart contracts and all these things you can do with it. You still there, Gypsy? Well, game on.
Game on.
Let the games begin.
Let the games begin.
It's fun saying that.
It has begun.
Was that who I thought it was?
The blockchain.
I hear crickets.
Yeah, it's my crickets. Sorry, yeah. They're cool. They sound cool.
How dare you let your crickets out?
It's like, hey guys, can you on
You rotten, horrible person.
they're talking. Yeah, it's cute. I don't know. Yeah, I love it. It's good ambience. Soothing.
You're giving them ambient? Wow, I bet that sounds good.
The songs of the night.
I like the locust in the Midwest. Like in Missouri and stuff. I miss that. Like that. Love that sound.
This sounds similar, right? It's so cool how they make the sound. It's like that's a loud
like
ass
grasshoppers and crickets. Yeah, it is. It's crazy. It's because of the resonance. It resonates because their legs are hollow and they're filled with certain kinds of fluid that are. It's really interesting if you look at it under a microscope. You can see what I'm talking about. There's like these little cells inside of their legs. They rub them together and it makes that crazy ass noise.
It's amazing, man. Like it's like wow.
The little teeny tiny little bug makes all that racket.
Yeah, but it's a nice racket. It's
yeah. Some people don't like it, but I think it's soothing.
Well, there's like listening to water and rain, and then there's white noise type of thing. Put you to sleep.
Right. But I've had people visit from places that don't have noisy things like that. And they're like, I can't stand that. I'm like, dude, really?
Can you hear that?
Did you say, are we going to mute somebody? I don't know if that's a good idea, is it?
No, I was asking if you can hear the grasshopper. I mean, the cricket.
I can only hear him when you're talking. Yeah, only when you're talking I can hear him, but not when you're not.
Ah, okay. Like right now, you can hear them right now.
Yeah, as long as you're talking, and low enough I can hear. Yeah, then I can hear.
Yeah, crickets are. Remember Jiminy Cricket? Jiminy Cricket? The conscious.
Well, I just thought you were like part cricket, but I don't know what everybody else thought.
Yes, I am your conscious. Hey, Pinocchio.
And when you said your crickets, I was thinking you had little cricket babies.
My babies are singing to me. They're right. I've got like 8 plants out there. Nice. They're flowering. They're being serenaded by the crickets. It's okay. I know he prunes you today, but it'll heal up by tomorrow. And the plants are like,
"Oh, you're gonna go that far."
My plants are like, "Oh, he snipped me today." I had to do some pruning because it's getting pushy.
If only we could grow faster, we'd kill him.
It's okay. This is for your own good. And you look prettier. And now you're free of all disease and kinds of crazy
Won't it
things that
suck
can
if you
happen.
get to heaven and then you find out that you were supposed to be nice to plants, not people?
Exactly. And when you
They'd be
walk
like,
into a house,
"We put your family members' spirits in those plants, and you murdered
them. Trees. They also live in
That would
trees.
give you nightmares, bro. Just the thought of that gives me nightmares a little bit.
Yeah. Vegetarians are plant killers. It's like, plants have feelings. Vegetarians are like, what? They know stuff.
Yeah, instead of fish. Mm-hmm.
So you can't eat meat, and now you can't eat plants because they want to live too. You know that. What am I supposed to eat? How about rocks? Have you tried rocks?
Yeah, you came from rocks. Rocks ought to do. Maybe eventually you'll evolve into being able to chew those.
Yeah, rocks don't have any life in it, so I'm pretty sure you can eat it. Yeah. Rocks don't want to live. I mean, they're not even alive, so. But plants, you shouldn't eat plants because they want to live too. Yeah. So how are we supposed to live? I guess we are not supposed to live.
Listen, the trees need to live. You gotta.
You, on the other hand, don't, right? Because people are evil. Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. So why does the fucking lion get to eat the fucking?
I mean, honestly, if you knew for sure that God existed and you knew He was going to be mad, would you? I mean, if you were sure God existed, what do you think He would be? He would be happy about the way things are going in this world, or do you think He'd be upset?
Oh, I think he'd be super pissed. I think he'd be, super pissed about. I think his wrath is like overflowing, and it's like, uh-oh. Yes.
If you were God, would you want to destroy things, or do you think that
long time ago I would have destroyed it? I would have destroyed it a long time ago, and that's why it's good that I'm not God. Because
but you made a promise that you wouldn't.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like if it was anyone else, they would have lost.
Oh, patience. You mean you would have made different decisions? I see what you mean. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I would have made very rash decisions.
I try not to imagine that because I always think to myself, if I do that, then someday God's gonna like poke me in the ribs and go, "So, let's talk about this time when you were talking about what you thought I could and couldn't do. I can just see it happen. I don't want to get poked in the ribs, you know.
I think when people look at how life is so, so awesome, like plants, animals, flowers, everything working together. I think that shows you a little bit. Yeah, it shows you what God can really do, right? It's like the only reason why we're thinking these thoughts is because of what God can really do. So especially scientists when they get their minds blown, when they start talking about certain things that they can't explain. Yeah. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And then they start copying.
Usually when my mind gets blown is when I find out the truth about something, not the other way around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you think it would be that way?
Yes, but that's yeah.
I mean, like in your opinion.
Like God's glory.
I mean, like, yeah, when I really know I found the right thing and I've thought it out, and I've like, wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, I'm really usually it's a good feeling.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it gives you an idea of what God is like or what he can do, right? Or what he's like. It's like, oh, God must be loving because look at us. Look at all this. Look at all this life.
Honestly, I hope he's a little bit like me, but not as grumpy and not as stupid as me. You know what I mean? Like, I hope he's empathetic and no, long-tempered. Hope he's long-tempered and, you know what I mean? Like, but I can only imagine he is. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I can only imagine good things when it comes to that.
In Israel, a person, when you say somebody had a long nose, it means they had a long fuse, a long temper, a patient person. It takes us longer.
Long in the tooth?
It takes longer for them to
get that's right. Long in the tooth means they talk too much. That's me, definitely.
Oh.
At least according to everybody else. Everybody that knows me says I talk too much. I even think that I do, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that will talk sometimes. So.
I think I would be pissed sometimes. It's like, well, are you guys trying to? Are you guys trying to get God to destroy everything already? These bad people. It's like
it does kind of seem that way, doesn't it?
Well, if the Antichrist is going to show up, it could be an alien. Who knows? Maybe Superman. That would be cool. Hey, look, it's Clark Kent flying down in the clouds.
Yeah. Or maybe it's Kal-El. It's Kal-El and his dog Spot.
Yeah.
Get it?
World.
Well, around here, there's this car salesman used to be called Cal Worthington. And they'd have these dumb commercials called, "It's Cal Worthington and his dog Spot," and there'd be some animal on the. And he was a car salesman anyway. It was really cheesy, but so that's what it was. Yeah. Cal Worthington.
Yeah.
I think he's dead now. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I think that the demons are pissed and the angels.
What do they have to be pissed about?
About bad people, about these assholes trying to do.
They're pissed off about bad people.
These atrocities, these. Yeah, like. Well, I imagine.
I know. I have bad feelings about all these atrocities, so I can only imagine what people that are or life forms that are higher up than me would think about it.
Yeah.
That's the part that scares me, is all the stuff that we're allowing that's happening, and we're all just kind of like twiddling our thumbs over it. It bothers me. And it's the reason why, is because I know we're going to have to answer for why we didn't do anything. And it's like, what do I do? What can I do to like make that, help that along? I know I can't do a lot. It's just about myself, but I can do something. But if only everybody thought that way, maybe things would be a little easier. Or maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. I guess there's two sides of that argument, but it just feels like everything is so phony now. But then again, maybe that's the reason why our parents, our great-grandparents and our grandparents when we were younger, used to say the weird things that they did, because they felt the same way. Because I remember when I was real young, I had a great-grandma that used to talk about that the world was coming to an end because
this and that. She's kind of right, though. But I think she thought it was going to happen in her lifetime. You know what I mean? Maybe we all go through that same thing, no matter who we are.
Well, yeah,
Maybe there's
the
that.
kind of changes that she's seen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the change. You know, and now we've seen we're going.
If the roles were reversed and I were deity, I would have destroyed the world when gangster rap came out.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree. Some of that
That's
stuff
when
is just not necessary. I mean, although the beat
That's
is really
when
good,
family
some of
pretty
it
much.
kind of
Well, it's not necessarily like its fault, but there was a thing where when gangster rap came out, the nuclear family sort of went away.
You know what's weird about all that, man, is that it doesn't matter because it seems like God created everything, and He intended for
government.
things to be
the American
way it
government basically created the drug dealer.
Well, think about it, like, because I thought, well, what if I was God? I'd just wipe everything out, even the angels, and start over. But then you're still gonna have the same problem with free will, right? It started with an angel, you know what I mean? So it's like, I think it's supposed to play out this way. I think this is exactly how.
But do you really think that we're any different than any angel and we haven't fallen ourselves?
Well, that's what I mean, right? It feels like we're just a lower version of the angels to probably teach the angels something, you know, as well as the different man.
I think it's the other way around. I think we're higher up.
Well,
because
sort
we came
of,
here to become human.
Well, I think that's only for those who overcome, you know, with the blood, right, of the lamb and all that. But everyone else is going the same place, you know, that all those other, you know, the rebellious angels are going. You know, it doesn't matter, right? But those who overcome, I think, yeah, because you know, like angels don't know what it's like to sin, and if they do sin, it's over, right? But what about those that overcome, right? Is sin still going to exist? I mean, is sin always going to be?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Be lurking its head, you know, in the corners, and God has to, like, you know, let it happen, right? Because how can you have someone love you without free will, and then how can you have free will without having this choice to rebel?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Right. Same reason why, you know, it's great to have a girlfriend, or it's great to have a woman that'll do anything you want. But if you have to beat her to get her to do that, then you're obviously not, you know, you're doing something wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can't find someone that'll love you, then you can give enough of yourself away that they'll be willing to give you what you want. And then you're both happy in that, and you both enjoy giving each other and loving each other. It's not supposed to be the other way around, where you just, you know, have to force someone to be something that you want them to be when they don't want to. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. I'm just saying, you know, like, in general, that's just the way people look at it, right?
Yeah. But then God sees it as like a wife, a very unfaithful wife, and He always takes her back and forgives her. But she always keeps, you know, like, you know, Israel, right? That's what He compares her, you know, our relationships to. Like, it's like an unfaithful wife who just, you know, keeps on doing it no matter how much. You know, and God is like this husband who just keeps taking her back, taking her back, taking her back. It's like, you know what I mean? That's the attitude.
So that should tell you something. God does love us. He does care about us. Maybe that's why He keeps giving us chance after chance to learn a lesson the right way.
But for
He wants us all to be saved.
Yeah, but for the husband, you're supposed to also kind of have that. Like, if God is a forgiving husband type of thing, you know, it's almost like a picture that He wants you to also have as a man.
Yes,
you know, towards your wife, to be always love her, always be willing to forgive her and take her back, type of thing.
And supporting a woman is not hurting her. It's not spoiling a woman.
Yes.
You know, that's why God gave us women, because they think for us in places that we can't think because our hormones are different. So that's why He gave us. It's a gift. You know, women are a gift to us. So we're supposed to, you know, leave our mother and cleave to our wife. It's part of it's part of the experience God wants us to have, basically. That's why He tells us to have children and to go prosper.
I don't think that it's in there for no reason. But not that we're going to stay on religion, but you know what I'm saying. That's how I feel about it.
Oh, we're not really on religion. We're talking about like stuff like relationships between husbands.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I just don't want to get off on it.
Children.
I want to get in trouble.
And you know, this real education needs to begin, right? But now, now it's like my parents sent me off to learn something from foreign people that probably don't give a shit about me and my culture and my family. Like, why are my parents doing this? You know what I mean? Like, we all do that, and then we do it to our children, right? Our children probably wonder, like, why do my parents send me to a place I hate going to? Like, life must really suck. If this is what life is like, it sucks. You know what I mean? It starts conditioning you to think that way. When you grow up, you're gonna.
Right.
This is what you're
That's
doing.
exactly how they do it in school. Yeah. They got you all set up.
Yep. And then you grow up, and look, you're doing the same thing you did when you were a child. Wake up in the morning, pack your lunch, right? Get ready, and then you go. And the bell comes. There's always a bell, right? Me. Oh, time to. There's the bell. All the kids go to class, and all the moms and dads go to work. It's the exact same routine. Exactly the same. This is life. What? This is life. This is how it's supposed to be. This sucks. Like, yes. Isn't it fun, right? Like, hey, you guys enjoying this? Oh, I'm still trying to save up for a car, dude. Like, dude, it's been like 2 years. How long have you had your job?
I was that way. We all went through that, right, in our 20s or our teens whenever we had to get out and start working. I kind of struggled at first because I didn't really think I was going to have to work. I don't know. I did know, but it's just like I thought I wouldn't be able to get a good job. And then once I realized that I could get good jobs and I was smart enough to do a lot of stuff that I realized that a lot of my bosses didn't even know how to do their job. I was actually learning how to do their job better for them. And they were like all excited and scared of me. You know what I mean? Like I always got in trouble for that, for just being smart. It was like, why does that always scare people and piss them off? It's like, I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm just trying to be helpful. But people either take it as it's something to be afraid of or something to fear. It's like, why do you got to be that way? My bad,
Yeah.
Didn't know I was ruining your day, bro. That hurts.
And there's this routine that you always, the sketch, the ding ding, the bell. The bell's always there, It's like you can't. Everything revolves around the bell. Pavlov's dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm going to go to school and I'm going to be a scientist and I'm going to save the world and help a lot of people. Right, totally.
We're gonna save the world.
Yeah. Hey, but did you know the Earth has like a ball though? Right? It's like, well,
and we can roll it.
Say, what kind of world are you saving? Is it a flat world? Is it a ball world? Can you just say flat?
My great grandma used to say rock and roll was the root of all evil. Maybe she's right. The roll and the rock. Think about it.
Rock, exactly. Spinning ball. Yeah. Rock and roll. Rock and roll. It's like wordplay, it's just like a. Yeah. You never went through the ball earth, right? You never went through the measurement. Like they taught you all these other things about people that discovered stuff. They never told you how. Like, who was the first person to know the Earth was a ball, right? Like, that was never covered. I mean, gravity was covered, right? Okay. Oh, look, it's the radius. It's the radius, guys. Yeah, it's the radius.
I think
Yeah.
that each subject in school is all by itself enough to brainwash a kid. I think that they have more subjects so that it even manifests it even more. There's more likely that you'll catch one of them. Because every kid's interested in at least one subject, right? Either history or physical fitness or whatever. It's usually one of them that a kid likes. Think about
Yeah. I wonder if people are eventually going to have, if machines are going to eventually do everything, they make everything. And all people have to learn is
I hope not.
How to operate them, Well, bricklayers, dude, here. Like bricklayers. They've got these bricklaying machines. They lay bricks.
Well, if we had robots to do everything, then we could spend all our time just being creative. But do we really believe that's possible? Come on.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of people are losing jobs, right? So these are the only skills they have to survive, and they have to reskill if they want to survive. And I think it's going to be a transition towards where people are just operating the machines. I mean, we already are, right? You're operating a phone. You don't know how the phone works, right? You didn't make the phone.
Actually, I do know how it works, but I couldn't make one. No.
Right. We just used them, right? We couldn't make a phone. We couldn't get the materials to make it because it's a lot of magic involved. A lot of logistics. All
Sorry, I didn't mean to screw you.
Yeah. I mean, the idea that you can share an experience with somebody. Have you ever like okay, you maybe I've had an experience that I want to share with you. When I share that experience with you, it's like you had the experience. That's what I mean. You think that's possible?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Not until after we're beyond this life, but I wish. I don't know. In a way, I'm afraid of it because it sounds terrifying that it could be used against you. But at the same time, being able to show someone exactly what you saw and how you saw it would be a great thing for saving your butt when it comes to like criminal cases and all kinds of things. Like you could prove your innocence and like it could probably save a lot of people. But at the same time, it could be used against you at the same time. So I think it would be like a two-edged.
Well, I can take an experience and inject it into you, right? And you're going to think you had that experience. Wouldn't that be awesome? I mean, that would be awesome for criminals.
Oh, yeah, that would be. Yeah, because then we could torture them with the same crime that they committed. But then you have to be able to get it out of their brain.
What if the government started using, if it was even possible to do such a thing? I don't think it's possible. That's like saying you can transfer someone's consciousness, because it's like we can transfer my memory. You can't transfer memory. Is not something in my brain. You know what I mean? It's not. It's something that's held by me, the conscious guy, the mind. You know what I mean?
No, it's not held by it, but it does use electricity in order to control between your spirit and your physical body. So it could be bad for you. See my point?
Of course.
You don't think that technology is possible?
Well, that's what we're.
Have you heard? So,
that's not
have you heard of the movie called Brainstorm? I think it came out like in 1983 or whatever. And like it's this movie about like these two researchers on so you know what I'm talking about. Like where they basically transfer a person's lived experience and like record it and like save it in a file or whatever, and like now anybody can relive that person's experience or whatever. I mean, I think a lot of the shit that's made in science fiction or whatever can definitely be manifested into this reality that we're in right now. It's a matter of like, in my opinion, like funding towards the technology. or whatever.
Yeah, but if we're going to say that that's possible, then we have to say time travel and all that other stuff's possible too, and I just don't believe it. I'm not saying that I don't see your point. I see your point. I just not sure that I can wrap my head around something with all the there had to be a lot more details to it.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is just like an opinion of what I think about just a lot of science fiction stuff being manifested in this reality.
Oh yeah, I
think
got you.
Personally, I think it's completely possible though. It would just take a lot of time, effort, and funding.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think a lot of stuff is possible, or maybe we've already got the technology and they're just not letting us use.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it seems logical to think that. Yes.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, it's like 4:30 where I'm at in the morning.
No, I was just trying to clarify that I wasn't trying to tell you you're wrong. I was just trying to clarify what my point was. That's all, bro.
Yeah, no.
We good.
If the technology was possible, I think that at least use it to help Joe Biden's dumbass, right? I mean, old ass. Sorry.
And how exactly do you know his ass is old?
I don't know what else to call it.
You know what that?
Feeling like you have a shoe in your mouth? I'm just kidding.
Fucking. No, because Barack Obama said that if he could just sit in some back room, right, and just whisper the thing into a microphone, and then the actual president can be like giving the speech. And Barack Obama's in the back, like talking. He actually said that. He said, "Oh, sometimes I wonder if I could, like." He said that. Actually, he said that. I was like, "What the fuck?"
I remember that, and I was thinking to myself, "What does that mean?" Like, it has to have been like some random thing that just came into his head by accident, but it just came out weird. But I don't know. It does make me wonder.
I was like, "What the
It was
fuck?"
something that set you guys up for the next thing.
Hey, Matthew. What's up?
That's it, too. Might be right about that.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, guys.
Deep fakes.
Bro.
And not so deep fakes.
Yeah. I just woke up, so good morning.
Yeah, stay woke, man.
Sorry, we're basically the same. I've been up. It's like 3 a.m. here, so.
Hey, a whole lot of things going on.
Hey, what's up, Hockey Puck?
Oh man, Hockey Puck.
Man, I'm just there. I'm just kidding.
Don't get the puck started, bruh.
Man, I just showed up, man.
I'm kidding. I'm giving you a hard time, Puck.
Oh, you lie! You were in here for a while, just a little while.
I'm just doing practice pucks. I'm doing shots here, and that's all good. Hey. It's all good.
I'm doing shots too.
Top shelf, baby. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan. Thank
hitting the ball.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
No problem, man. No problem. Yeah.
I'm very, very, very always.
No, thank you, sir.
How much you have to drink?
Well, it's past noon.
You'll let us know. I know you will.
Yeah, I can do that.
Nah, sorry.
Say that. He'll actually do it.
I'm just kidding.
I had breakfast, man. It's all good. Like 12 hours ago. I don't know. I had my Tim Hortons.
Yeah. That is the nature of the drink.
You never know, man. That's the puck, man.
It's the puck, man. We're going with the puck, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Check it out, man. I'm just goosing, man. It's all good.
I know, bro. I just love listening to you chat, dude.
I'm in solitary confinement here right now. I'm just coming.
Like, hey, for real though. Sometimes are you Are you just drunk all the time, or you just sound drunk all the time?
Yeah, I just appreciate my fans, man. Showing up, man. Just showing up. That's what it is. That's
You're
what it
awesome, bro.
is.
No, he's just shy. He just doesn't come around much. That's all.
I only come around between 4, man. Look at the last call is the last score. Hockey puck. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We got that over with? Keep
What's
on
up?
going. Oh, we're good.
Oh yeah. No, we're just chopping it up. Just
Yeah, we're all just chilling.
I'm glad.
We're talking about the big picture. Like how everything kind of connects right back to flat Earth, the topic.
I love that one.
We were talking about schools.
That's why we're here.
I forgot what we were talking about last time. Yeah. Cops.
We've dabbled in pretty much everything so far, but we have been trying to stay on flat Earth.
Don't we?
I mean, everything grows on a flat Earth, right?
Truly does.
Oh, it's the whole why would they lie?
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Well,
to hide the
You know what?
truth.
My question is, why wouldn't they lie?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think the same answer, to hide the truth.
There's smarter people than me here. So, yeah.
Everyone lies, and especially at the higher level, business, and then politics, and then government, of course.
Those things.
The courts.
Yeah.
The judges. I mean, everyone's the bribes. Of course, people lie. The president lies, right?
That's right. That's right.
Hey, when Joe Biden was taking his fake shot at the fake White House on a stage,
Man, I didn't
lying?
That's
Is that considered lying? That's a fucking lie, right? Why does Joe Biden lie?
I don't know, man.
And why does Joe Biden seem like he's just some actor that's being put on like a prop on a stage?
Because they all are. We know that, man. We know that, dude. We're all props on the stage. Hey, everybody.
Why does he always call the vice president the president? Me and President Harris is like, who?
I threw up fucking Mr. fucking Harris Trudeau, man. Like, what do you want me to do, dude? Like, I didn't even do that. I voted against him, and he still showed up. Like, Mr. Harris Trudeau. I made that up. That's a pretty good one.
I heard some shit about that guy.
Man. Fellas, friends. I mean, I don't want to get in trouble, man. I just showed up. I'm like 5 minutes in. I've been in jail for like the last fucking 30 hours. It's not fun.
Hey man, I just saw your message. I usually let you out. Dude, like,
well, okay, I'm out.
What? Yeah.
It's okay, but I mean, you got to understand who you let out, right? You got to understand who you let out, right? You got to leave that hockey puck out.
Release the
You got to understand who you let out. Right?
Release me.
At least he did that. For information, backstab. Like, who are you gonna let out? I'm gonna let hockey puck out. Oh, fucking goddamn that motherfucker! Oh, yeah.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, I don't mean any harm. I've been in fucking cells and shit. Took fine and everything. It's all right. I love my people. Oh man. No, I don't have anything to say, dudes. No, just fucking.
Well, it's the slow hours, so
All right.
it's usually
Oh, well, let me at least get one drink. Give me there, you motherfuckers. Fuck, I just came out of detox. You motherfuckers. These guys held me in a cell. They held me in a cell for 12 hours. I had to watch them do a whole live stream. They wouldn't even let me out. I was like, oh damn. Did I say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of did.
I heard some of it.
deserve it. I did. Oh, man. Fuck, I'm bad. That's cool. I'm bad. So, right? Whatever. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it in other fences and other tenses. Man, I gotta mute my shit. God damn, I didn't do it. All right, we're going. Who the fuck's egging me on tonight?
Yeah.
Who's egging me on tonight?
I don't know.
Oh, you my friends?
Yes, we are your friends.
Thank you, Ben.
As long as you act appropriately, we will always be your friend.
Fuck, man. I don't want to be a legend, man.
We're
I do, man. I'm really in a precarious fucking position, right?
we're
Don't
all
make us
mad.
change our mind.
We're all mad down here.
I know that. Mad is bad.
Yeah, being on the bottom's rough, isn't it?
All right.
You know,
I'm good, Ben.
after flat Earth, you kind of go a little mad, man. You know, you have to. You know, it's like the requirement. You know, everyone has their own madness. You know, but it's a good kind of madness because you know, imagine believing the Earth is a ball, right? Like
you can't, man.
yeah, well, that's supposed to be normal. That's supposed to be.
Once you go there, you can't go
That's
back.
supposed
Once you
to
go
be,
flat, you can't go
Yeah.
back. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't.
Because once you find out it's not a ball, people consider you mad. You know, like he's lost his mind. He's mad. It's just the Earth is flat. Like he's definitely lost his mind.
And
You know,
you see,
it's like,
yeah, man, I agree.
what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, man? Like,
me?
What the fuck, man? What about all the scientists
man.
that went to space and shit? Like, why would you like go against the whole world? Not you. You know, just people.
Bro.
Well, yeah, you and me. You know, like people say that shit.
Us.
Like fucking, like you know, and I'm like, because I'm mad. Is that okay? Is that answer okay? It's because I'm mad.
Is it?
Can I be the mad guy? Like, oh. Like the mad the person that's crazy. Yeah.
It's. I mean, that's not what we want to be. We want to be the scientific people. We want to be the understanding people. We want to be. You know.
What do you do with that?
You know, what do we do with that, right?
What do you do? Yeah, when somebody is mad, right? You say something's wrong with their mind, right? They have some kind of mental health. You know what I mean? Like they have to be in the hospital, right?
I think
like
if you live on a globe, you got a mental health fucking issue.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. If you say you think you're a dog, if you say you believe you are a dog, people kind of like, you know, yeah, they might put you on the news, and then that's it. You know what I mean? Haha, yeah, that guy's.
Yeah, but look at it now. Now there's people that are cutting their tongues in half and becoming lizards.
Right.
The whole world now is like a fucking. The whole world now. Sorry, bro, but the whole world now is like an episode.
Well, flat Earth is a different kind of madness.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
When you say you're a flat earther, people will not leave you alone. You know what I mean? They're like,
oh, when I go to work, man, they don't leave me alone, dude.
Yeah, you're a special kind of madness.
I roll that.
There's like something personal about it. You know what I mean? Like this guy thinks the Earth is flat, man. Something's wrong. I was like, why are you mad about it? I don't know, man. It's just I can't believe stupid people like that fucking exist. I can't believe people this stupid exist. You know, I'm like, whoa, that's a lot of emotion. Like, why are you taking it so personal?
Yeah, man. I mean,
why don't you prove the Earth is a ball, all right? You ask, prove the Earth is a ball, dude. Instead of getting angry, why don't you prove the Earth is a ball? Why don't you prove it to yourself or to me? You know, I mean, it's different. Flat Earth is different,
isn't it?
Like, people like,
isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they say things about you on TV, man. Like, names are talking about you, like. People who think the Earth is flat and don't want to listen to doctors. Well,
that doesn't have to do with doctors or science or nothing, man. It has to do with
rebellious people.
the experience of what we relate to within the world that we're in.
Yeah, this is a gene, right? This is a gene that people have, right? And I believe that if we can wipe out this gene using medicines, not medicine, medical, yeah, right?
Really?
Then we can succeed in having everybody conform whatever the fuck we want them to conform to.
Oh yeah, like we're
Isn't that
supposed to.
amazing?
Wow, yeah.
Isn't that great? Yeah, let's roll it out. Let's roll it out.
Yeah, it's save the germs, save the animals, but kill all the people.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to meet the quota, right? There's a quota. What is it? 500 million? Is that the quota?
Yeah.
Is that the number we want to get it down to? 500 million, right?
Well, it's contaminating fucking the evidence, man.
So that's like an eighth of the of the population left. See, you just got to wipe out the other 7.
Yeah, and
as if there are only 4 billion people in the world.
You know,
now they're lying about the population too, of course.
And even though I took it, I was still getting fucking wiped out just because. Right? I'll lie about it at that point.
So, who made them in charge, right? Like, so you're concerned about the whole Earth not being enough for people? Like who are you? Are you God? Is that who you are? Are you God? Like, why?
We're asking those people. We're asking those people today, every day. Every day, man. Are you? Are you? Are you? I don't know.
Well, we are only concerned about the thinking people, not so much the working people.
Well,
because thinking people are they think about stuff they're not allowed to think about.
Man,
and that's not okay. It's not okay to think the Earth is flat.
But
that's not okay. You know,
what about all the people who lost their jobs because they thought the Earth was flat? What about those people?
What about those people? Exactly. See, that's why we can't have people thinking the Earth is flat, because they're going to lose their jobs, maybe their friends and families, maybe even their homes, and they might even be homeless. And that's why we don't want people thinking stuff. You know, like
why would you ever do that?
Exactly. I mean, I always try to ask people that would, like, hey, is it okay for me to think this? Yeah, like, hey, neighbor, am I thinking correctly? Can you help me correct my thinking? I'm starting to think some weird stuff. Is that okay? And it's like, it's not okay. Let me go through the list.
Yeah, just check this out. Let's see. Let's make sure it's within the fucking health regulations of today.
Facebook or something. Maybe Facebook knows what we should.
Maybe it does. Maybe it does. Maybe next week it'll change.
Yeah. And what does Facebook say? Oh, I want you to think all these bad things about those people over there because they're bad.
Let's rat out my fucking neighbors. Let's rat out my fucking neighbors over having a fucking Easter fucking dinner. Fucking clucks. Oh yeah.
Oh my god, the air is gonna kill me. Oh my god. What am I
love it. Isn't it? Yeah, I know.
That's the correct way to think.
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Why? I don't know.
Why? I've learned this air my whole life.
Something bad is gonna happen.
I'm not just talking here, right?
I have to be afraid. I'm trying to make myself afraid. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, hurry up, scare me. Say something. Oh, zombie virus. Oh my gosh.
No, we didn't say that.
Did the computer
we did
pick
not
it
say that.
Doesn't believe. The computer doesn't believe I'm afraid. I better practice
my virus and Delta virus and the zombie virus. We're all gonna die.
Do you know computers can tell your gestures what they mean? If you're happy, sad, angry, content.
Well, soon they will. I mean, we look at them every fucking day.
Now. at this very moment, your phone knows how
I
you're
know
feeling
my phone. I threw it out.
about certain topics.
I threw it out. Jack. I don't even like that thing.
Yeah.
No, it's still in front of me. Shit. No, it's still in front of me. I lied.
Imagine I sent you a phone, right? But inside it, I secretly installed an extra camera, an extra microphone that only I can control remotely. Would you still like to carry the phone around with you all the
Well,
time?
does it give me a certain perk in life today? Can I get to a concert?
Well, what?
Well, perk. I mean, gotta be a perk, right?
I don't a concert. No, it's for your protection. You know, it's for your protection. Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, sign me up.
Don't worry about that secret camera and microphone on your phone. It's to protect you from the pandemic. Yeah, from the pandemic. Exactly. We need to know where you are and stuff.
Ah, fuck for sure.
Meanwhile, he's got porno and him masturbating videos backed up into his phone.
My safety, right? It's for my safety. Hey.
I'm talking about all our phones, most likely 99.9% all have an extra microphone and camera. You don't know that?
Man.
That will, yeah.
I know they do. Yeah.
You're saying all this stuff everywhere.
You talk anything into my phone, man, and it shows up in the next one. It's absolutely absurd.
I got a flat earther.
You don't have to be a flat earther to find that out.
It's like, if I was the CIA, I would go to every phone manufacturing company and be like, install this on all your phones or else we're going to kill all of you. All right, bye. Have a nice day.
They did TikTok. TikTok already got installed on 99% of the fucking planet's fucking.
Yeah. I would totally
like it or not, Facebook fucking brought it in. It's even on my Facebook, and they already implemented it. It's like, what?
I mean, if I was the CIA, right, or the NSA, you know, or one of those A's, you know.
I mean, I'm a warm-blooded human being, male, and of course I'm going to look at these women. I mean, I'm sorry.
Interesting. Well, look,
I have to apologize for that.
Right? It's for thought. Look, it's for thought policing. Right?
Yeah.
It's not to police. Well, of course, if you start downloading stuff they don't want you to download, I don't think they care about porno or any of that shit.
Yeah,
you know?
we're married men. We're married, happily married men. They're giving us.
I mean, of course they're gonna do the other thing, but I'm talking about like thought policing people who would look. There are certain people, like key people, influence with a lot of influence, right?
Entrapment,
like,
at that point.
Yeah.
Kind of entrapment. I mean, fuck, man. I'm a
well, you can control it all from a computer. It's not like there's a guy there looking at all these phone numbers. No, it's the computer does all the work. You just sit there on the desk and I don't know, surf somebody's Facebook while you wait for the machine to. Hey, machine, where are all the flat earthers? Here they are.
That's algorithms or whatever.
How do you know where they are?
Well,
it's easy.
I don't know.
It tracks all the things that they say and do, and it records all these key terms that we have tagged. They're not like flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They're called tags. Yeah.
It's a
you know how you tag your videos so people can know what to look for? You know, like.
Well, I'm worried that my brother.
My video comes up. Yeah.
That's why I'm worried really now about our own movements now.
Except you tag yourself, you know that? You're tagging yourself everywhere you go.
Yeah,
you're saying, I'm this, I'm that.
Even right now in our government, if you vote for fucking Trump, this is sick.
Exactly.
If I vote for Trump now, I'm going to get my fucking seized. Are you out of your fucking mind?
You know that movie Batman with the Joker on it? He had this he used all the phones in the city.
Is it Trudeau or is it Biden? I'm not quite sure. Who's the Joker in this?
They're
not either smart enough to be one.
Yeah, I mean the Joker is probably just a symbol.
Fucking
chaos. It's the thing, you know. The Joker is a symbol for the thing
right? We know
that causes chaos. So it's the thing that causes the chaos. The
That's the
pandemic.
answer. Oh, man. It's a dance.
Like
What a
flat Earth, when people
Yeah,
find
it
out
is.
the Earth is flat, right, it
Oh,
causes
man.
a lot of chaos in their lives.
Oh.
It causes the
Oh.
transformation to happen. You know what I mean?
You
For
can't
the
allow this.
for the frog to go down and bring up that magic.
Mhm. Did you see the latest Space Force on Netflix? I watched it. Space Force on Netflix, and they're talking about the moon. Laugh my ass off. They're like, "Oh, it's like a fucking round." It's like round
It's a joke,
pizza.
hey.
I was like, "What?" I couldn't believe it. Like right in your face. I was like, "Oh, damn." This
I
is
thought we were supposed to be friends in space, hey.
You saw that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Fuck
Were they
me,
fighting on the
man.
moon? The moon bases?
Yeah, but it's
They were
flat.
driving by each
But
other
it's
like
flat. But it's fucking flat.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't seen the new one.
Man.
But
I'm sorry to
Leo
spoil
told
it,
me
but
about it, yeah.
fucking season fucking 2,
Yeah.
episode 1, they came out and said the fucking moon is flat. I was like, what?
Back in that way.
Dude. All right.
Why?
Whatever. It's all jokes.
Why is that a line in the show, right? Gaslighters.
Whatever it is, right? Gaslighters, whatever it is, right? Those are the writers. These are only actors. They're only acting what the fuck they're fucking told to do, right?
Mm. Yep.
I mean, there's a whole paradigm of people, of a whole apartment of people around there. They don't want. Fuck. I don't know. They're fucking comedians. They think it's funny. Fuck it. Why would you why would you open up your space for fucking season 2 like that? It's flat like a pizza. It was a joke. It was a fucking joke.
A nod to flat earthers.
A little bit.
I know you're watching.
Isn't it?
I know you're watching.
Right? I was like,
I know you guys love this shit.
oh yeah. I was waiting for it. Right? Fucking come on. You can't fucking bullshit people this much.
Yeah.
And they laid it out and they rolled it out like the fucking red carpet. I was like, yeah. Damn, nigga. I said the damn word. Fucking man, I had to do that often, but fucking damn.
They show the moon a lot.
Yeah, they did it. I mean, they say they blatantly said the fucking moon is flat. It's round as a pizza. I was like, oh man,
that's not our society's model, though.
I mean, we have enough problems. I mean, now they're pushing into 2022. I mean, I love them for it. I don't know who that guy who's in there, who's the main actor. I think he wrote it.
Yeah, Steve Carell. Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Carell.
Yeah. I wouldn't read too much into it. Except, I mean, I'm waiting for them to cover flat Earth, but if they don't, it's probably just Space Force. But it's funny how they made a comedy out of Space Force, the new branch of the military.
I mean,
like, what's so funny about space, Steve? Huh? What's so funny about Space Force, Steve?
Well, what is it, Steve? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's
because you expect him to be clowning on Donald Trump, you know what I mean? But it's not.
Yeah.
It's not about Donald Trump. It's about Space Force. So it's like, really? What's this about? You trying to say there's no space?
Well, there's no space. No, that's exactly it. It was like, this is a fucking joke. That's the whole fucking. That's the whole premise of the whole fucking goddamn fucking thing.
We're gonna go fight.
It's a splash in the face of the whole fucking. Yeah, it's amazing.
We're all swimming pools. We're all the swimming pools for them to train in, though. You know, that's what I want to see. Like, hey, we're the swimming pools. When are we gonna see the swimming pools? Like, oh, swimming pools? Yeah, you know the thing that the astronauts train in. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Those
they're
things,
over there.
fuck, they didn't even put those in that episode. They don't even try because it would just get demolished. It was
Listen to
funny.
NASA. This is a
Oh, yeah.
space pool. We are beyond swimming pools. We have special feats.
Oh, sure we do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't need to practice in water because we don't use dive suits. We use these
All right. That's why
other
we need
suits.
snorkels. Yeah, we need snorkels and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for something like that to show up. You know, like nothing. You know, it's like all right. It's just focused on Space Force and making fun of some kind of. I don't know.
Man, yeah.
I wouldn't read too much into it. That's what I'm saying. You know?
You can't, man. But it's still funny the way they throw it in our faces. Like, right in your face. It's like, okay. Yeah. I mean, if you weren't I hate to say the word woke because fuck, I realize that's actually not something I want to be part of. Fuck. I had a kid show up to me one day, and he asked me if I'm woke. I'm like, I don't know, I'm woke enough to know that fucking everything's fucking.
Do I look asleep? Do I look like I'm sleeping?
Some kid was asking me if I was woke. I mean, I didn't know what woke was, man. I was like, I don't know. I was like this old school fucking gnarly ass fucking flat earther.
Are you awake? Yeah.
Yeah, he asked me if I'm woke. I mean, man, I've been.
Yeah, it was a trending term. Yeah.
9/11. I don't know what woke is. Woke is actually a derogatory term to our movement. Man, I didn't understand that, right? It's kind of a fucking shitty fucking place to be. I didn't know that. Kind of shitty. No, I'm not woke. I'm woken.
I mean, do you know you've been lied to, right?
I mean, why are they doing that?
It means, are you unplugged from the Matrix? That's what it means, right?
Is that what it means?
Yeah, it means if you're a truther, if you know the truth.
No, I think it was more than that, man. It was like a derogatory term to like when you're woke, like where we are, there's woke people, but there's not woken up people. Right? When you're woke, you're a fucking like a Karen.
Ah, like diet woke.
Yeah, yeah, bro.
Right. Like half woke, like yeah,
it's kind
exactly.
of derogatory, right?
Well, it's like people who think people who like. I don't think there are any Flat Earth Society members really exist. Like there aren't really any real ones. But it's like you believing that or believing some fake, it's a controlled opposition. Like I think, yeah, okay, I get it. Woke? Are you woke? I think it means diet woke. Right? Diet woke.
Well, which woke are you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really use those terms anyways. It's like, yeah.
It's like a libertard fucking diet woke. I mean, I don't know. Like, no, I don't like that term. Really fucking, let's just throwing a mothball in a bee's nest. It's just not good.
You know what I would have said to him? I would have been like, your mom.
Oh, yeah, but like,
I would have been like, "Are you asleep?"
Right? Yeah, I thought about this after. This kid was looking at me like, because he knew I was an older fella, right? I was like, he asked me if I'm woke. I'm like, fuck, man, I'm flat earth, man. I can't tell anybody this, that. I'm in a fucking smoke pan.
Nah, next time somebody asks you if you're woke, tell them, "Are you asleep?" You know what I mean?
Asleep? I mean, you got a ball cap that says obey. So like, fucking, what do you fucking think, man? Like, yeah?
I woke your mom.
I poked your mom.
Oh.
Bro, it's just those things, eh? Those things that rattle in your brain, eh? Later on, you know what I mean? It's like, I think the fucking kid was playing me. I was like, fuck, dude, you don't know who you're playing with.